English will say, if you find the image of a hand and the image of a foot, ultimately again, it's hustle. It's hustle. So the Gemara says, the big shit, you don't see behind the Gad. Why? Because at the end of the day, that was a common image that people worship. They went to the Hamayim. Why is that? Hashvara big one. So we said that's broken pieces. So in other words, once again, this is a kasha on Rishon, which is the global master of Rishon. Rishon is according to you. This is totally important. Right? Because the global change of Rishon, once you find broken pieces, whether the apples happen,
Hey, the real famous comedy store. We're brand new episode of Bill Cody, R4. Give it up for Cody, yes,
and therefore, again, so what's the reference? You want to know, regular world, but now we did how the season. So this is what
it's like everything's done. Every single thing is done except for your microphone again. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the show, everybody. Hi, everyone. My goodness, you can hear me because the show is speakers. Hi, everybody. Welcome to another fun episode. Are you guys ready for a crazy night or what? Fuck yeah, you are. How's it going, everybody? Keep going for a great Reagan and the baby boy. Hello to everybody on Ustream and Periscope and so many other places. For those of you
whether it's idolatry that he worships or someone else's idolatry. However, these
St. Louis, San Francisco, Sacramento, San Diego, Boston's will repeat if you live in any of those cities. It's for that on my website. Hi, live audience. Welcome to the show, everybody. Still a live show. Keep that applause going. We have Jamie Vernon on the HD camera. Ryan J. Evo drawing tonight's episode from scratch, the house artist. Ryan Redband, founder of Death Squad. King of sound effects, so many other great things. And the producer, Josh Martin, that runs around making sure that the sound works at the very start of the show. Because it's both a live show and a live podcast. So the sound is extra important on a show like this. Those who are just joining show business. So maybe we can just still working or we play yeah, baby. So much practice goes into this. Episode 163, everybody. You're at live 163. We are the number one live podcast in the world. And with that, I bring up your band. You know them. You love them. It's Pat Reagan, Jeremiah Watkins, and Joel Jimenez. Reagan and Watkins, ladies and gentlemen. Wow, a very Game of Thrones entrance. Oh, the king just died. Oh, my goodness. The king is dead. The king has been poisoned. There it is. Okay. Oh, they always do about 10 seconds longer than you think they're going to. With a very Game of Thrones style entrance, that was Joel Jimenez as the Mexican king. Pat Reagan is the guy holding ketchup in his mouth.
Joel was the king beyond the wall. Trump's wall.
Oh, shit.
He comes from a distant land called El Salvador.
One could even say he's a brown walker. Jeremiah Watkins on the saxophone, Pat Reagan, the band leader. Pat Reagan and the Baby Boys, and Reagan Watkins. Joel Jimenez is going to stay in full king costume and suits. What does that beard smell like, Joel? Like that. And he's right there to catch his own rim shot. There he is.
We're debuting our one-woman show Saturday night on Vine.
Sit up, like getting ready, let's say, to smash the first invented afterwards.
Where's Cat go? Watch some ketchup on his mouth. Fuck yeah. I love that. Well, shall we meet tonight's guest, ladies and gentlemen? We always keep our guests secret. We always keep our guests secret. Hopefully the train will stay on its tracks tonight. Two diabolical guests for you, ladies and gentlemen. Put your hands together for Josh Wolf and Stephen Brody Stevens.
So this is absolutely exactly who you are. So you are going to see exactly why this is who you are. And blocks from now on 1 days. But again, right now we'll just go with the principle. The principle is any apple we got that is also by a true. Here
we are, ladies and gentlemen. Josh Wolf joining us for the very first time on the show. And Brody Stevens, one of our favorite guests, one of our favorite comedians, is here. And not only is he here, but he's also chosen to use this moment to advance his own numbers on Periscope. 170 viewers enjoying the show. Watching streaming at DeathSquad.tv on a better feed. And be helping the actual show that you're on.
He's filming the show. I'll do it for a little more. I got to laugh. I'm happy about it.
I love it. That's a great entrance. You're one of the only people that's taken the opportunity to stream an already streaming show. When the Ghostbusters say don't cross the streams, I'm pretty sure this is what they mean.
Well, we crossed them, and I'm excited to be on the other side.
Okay. It's amazing how well you use technology since it's dressed like a 30s kid.
I'm an LA Weekly fan. I get it. Well, you know what? I'm wearing the Cleveland shirt, Cardiac Kids, because you and Red Band are both from Ohio, and the Cavaliers won the championship, so it's kind of an homage.
Oh, yeah,
Orange Frost negative. This guy on Frost negative. What did I do wrong?
Oh, okay, Brady, skipping a beat there for a second. That part's going to be edited out.
Oh, look at this, number one. Okay, let me take it here. Steven, are you here?
Are you talking to yourself? Stephen Brody Stevens, are you here?
I have a selfie stick.
That's like your holder, yeah.
I have a selfie stick holder. Yes. There's a finder's fee. There's commissions. What do you mean? He found you? Well, he's a good guy. He's from Pasadena. We're both Southern California raised. We're 818 till we die. Yeah, no, things are good. You need help. I know that I need help from people. And this guy, Steven, I found him here. We've reached out, and I need some male energy in my life.
Yeah, that's what it sounds like. That's what it sounds like to me. I feel like that selfie stick has been in dirty places before. So you guys know how the show works. Welcome back to it, everybody. We got Reagan to walk in. Josh Wolf, Brody Stevens, Brian Ripley, everybody's here. You guys ready to start the fucking show or what? We have a fucking over 40 comedians signed up for the chance to get pulled out of this bucket here tonight. Comedians, you know your 60s.
Wait, we got two.
Brody, you brought a drum set with you?
You denying already? Yeah, I said we can't have two drummers on the ship. Why not? The Grateful Dead do. You got it. Thank you. You can have a drum. It's so good to do me, brothers. I think we should just have a drum off and then drum.
Let's just keep it positive. Let's just say the drum Jimenez won the drum off. Let's keep moving. Comedians, you know your 60 seconds is up when you hear the sweet little sound of a kitty. You can barely hear that. Come on, kitty, you can do a little louder than that. There you go. That means wrap it up then, or else you're going to bring out the angry Hollywood bear. Oh, no. Fuck yeah. Another day at the Cincinnati Zoo. So, are you guys ready to start the fucking show or what? Let's get into this. Here we go. I can feel it. Feels good in here. I like the mojo in here already. I already like it. Put your hands together for, what is this? Zenjiro. about Dan Nolan?
Thank you. Saturdays are my cheat day. Oh, it's like, I can never That's because the noodles of the music are filled with sweet, delicious heritage. If that were the case, we'd all be getting vaccinated until we had severe autism. Never had this second dick for her now. Guys, I got it from just one money. I probably would have sucked a dick, though. Not even just because heroin is that good. Just sucking a dick really that bad. A lot of people sucking dicks at me. My friends were sucking
No way.
It would have been interesting if that was the direction they chose to take Breaking Bad. I'm doing this for my family.
Yeah, Dan Nolan.
Thank you.
Dan Nolan.
Thanks, man.
Dan Nolan was running like somebody had a hot black rock of heroin up there. Dan, so you're clean and sober?
Yeah.
It seems like you still get hurt sometimes.
I was thinking about it.
Like when did it happen?
It was at a coffee shop. I just thought about it. I thought about when's the next week. About all the places that you should go to. They were shooting it for like they wrapped us in evening. When you were shooting, it was like gross. Yeah, I was. I know that's the funny thing.
That is cut off. So therefore, something only something is off water. So I'm not sure that it should become looking the dragon. Water. You want to on the other hand, that's how you start also. But if you start to water part there, it's also rushes up right. You know, we have all those stuff here. I was watching this different something. So I should do different things. Open up the game and open up and roll on his phone.
And by the way, I don't think the case is over. I certainly ended that here.
Concern of Ross. We'll say.
I gotta see this. This is like the Super Bowl.
It's less expensive. So during the summer, the problem is that the shade tree provides shade beneficial obviously to the produce. Right, so they can run next summertime, however, in the rainy season, ultimately the shade is actually detrimental. So therefore, also different. So also suggests that there's no problem planting vegetation on the shade tree. Is the rainy season. But this is a natural. You can't even plant vegetables underneath during the rainy season. Why not? If they shed it, the sheriff's coming. Is what can happen. The roots of the tree fall off, and the roots themselves act as fertilizer for the growing vegetation. The verse is about watch for the roots of the problem. After all, now they have all this function. Once again, reflecting forming roots should be no different than fallen idols. I think when you reflect, if an idol falls and breaks on its own, it's buffalo. So if a leaf falls off of the tree, it should also be buffalo. Showing how the fertilizer puts the reservoir and shining sun. They make that almost no problem. No, in the case of the forming roots, it's different. Why is it different? Because the primary part of the idolatry remains intact. The leaf may fall off, but the tree is fully intact. That kind of endows the fallen leaf with that bonus fluoride density even after it's no longer on the tree. You know, so I say, I'm engaged, or engaged in at least 42 feet. Or it says, I, the hall, those are the case of shavings. That was like that shimmer tree shavings. So you got all this stuff coming higher. That's why, once again, the primary part of the other was, I need to just go and slow existence. We got turned down backwards on both sides. He said, it's yes, so he said that he's going to again spoke again, where you're taking, we're accusing the tree for the benefit of the tree. The tree remains docile.
I sworn in, I had to hold up my right hand, and I am testifying. Sean.
So since it's normal for leaves to fall off trees, that act may not truly make sense of the reality of the makes sense. Yeah, the face today that should have lost his website. So up until now, all of these questions have been revealed for them. So I get a website. My most real focuses on one simple truth. And I hope it's all falls over by itself and breaks. Is devil Zara bottle or not? The Yokonan? No, because the reach of idolatry requires active negation. Exaltation, yes, because it is factor negation, right? Or passive negation ultimately works. So up until now, this entire topic has been a Yokonan question exaltation. Now, switch gears. It's a bunch of Yokonan. So exaltation has to catch some of the Yokonan. There you go. Catch the word, check your practice. But that is what I'm going to do. It's the truth. Now, the truth of the Lord's guidance, right? There's two ones that is untouched. Now, what happens? The next combination. So first, you need a natural combination. What's Allah? Well, really, you really should not get benefit from the nest. But if you did some, you have not committed the I will say so again. Rashi says over here, second one from the top going at it. Doesn't good job, so you can't get benefit. Good job, right, but obviously, again, the nest itself is not considered part of the tree. Therefore, you get benefit from the nest. Ultimately, again, it's not fine. So let's analyze. The Rothschild. What about if the nest is on top of a shade tree? So same case, I have a shade tree. On top of the shade tree is a bird's nest. I want to get benefit from the bird's nest, so what can I do? Yak is become. So what can you do? Knock down the nest. Knock down the nest. And then when you go ahead and get benefit from the nest, like that. Like that. So let's say, Yak is become. I'm sorry. Let's say Yak is become. I saw how that call. You're going to be scored in the 8 so I would say that's very interesting. So now, again, what can't I do? I can't come out and say, both cases, I can't climb the tree in order to get to the nest, right? Because climbing the tree is useless the tree. So yeah, well, those are trees, just enough what can I do? Just to give me someone knock down the nest and get out of the nest. Now, Gemara says, what's it built? What is the bird building the nest from? Now, the assumption over here is the nest on the Ashera tree is built from wood or from twigs from the Ashera tree. Right? And yet, what did Gemara say? You get benefit from the nest. You can't scale the tree, but you can get benefit from the nest. But that nest is made from broken pieces of the Ashera tree. What do you see from here? What do you see from here? That once Avodah Zarah breaks, right? On its own, but it's not been actively broken. It's intuition. So the Gemara says, "Hasada, you don't just shut up a minute. The assumption over here is that the bird is building its nest from twigs, broken pieces of the Ashera tree. The kakon is bakona, and yet the nest is bakona. So here's what you saw. This supports my assertion that broken Avodah Zarah, even if not intentionally broken, ultimately decommissions the Avodah Zarah. This says no. How do I see what it is? You go down. I see it's in the Alma, the kids survive as necessary. That's not say how birds make. That's how birds make nests. Birds make nests. They choose every time, but they often take materials from other locations. So these are here is the bird made it so comfortable in the Ashera tree, but it did not gather materials or the nest from the Ashera tree. Rather, it gathered the materials ultimately again from elsewhere. They can have the hectish source. I saw again. What's the right for that? The right for that is look at the hectish trees. What happened in the trees? The hectish trees, what's it? What are the birds say about the birds? How about the birds' nest? No, about the tree. No, so again, you should not get benefit from the nest, but if you think not to agree that yours or what's analyzed, on this to show the high seeds in your outlaw, simply talking about a case where the bird built the nest ultimately again from materials in the belt, but outside of the hectish tree. And how you kind of got the hectish low end of a law of it. So that makes sense. Low end of the job on it. So again, because Al said, we really don't want you to get benefit from that nest. But why not? Because it's attached to a hectish tree, and we can see how accidentally it comes to scale the tree. But it's the job on it. And also, the law of it with the right side. But there's no meaning on. Why is there no meaning on? Because since the materials for the nest, not from the hectish tree, but from the outside, the nest itself is not something. It's going to be long. And by the law of the competition, and again, let's say cut off a base off, the bird is going to the nest from the tree itself. That means again, if this nest is made from twigs from a hectish tree, then what's the status of the nest? The status of the nest is hectish. If it's hectish, ultimately again, if you're not allowed to benefit from it, you're going to ice and it's leaving with the ice which the Gemara says. So then when Gemara suggesting, you see from here, the halakha is in the both cases in the Ashera tree, and in the hectish tree, the bird is making a nest from other materials, not from the Ashera tree and not from the hectish tree, which is a kind of necessarily. And Gemara says, in the area, how come humans have more of an actual kind of so we'll say maybe not. It's actually quite possible that both of these cases, both of them are actually the hectish case, that the bird needs to make its nest from the actual hectish tree itself. But if the bird is making its nest from the hectish tree, then why is that nest not possible to ice? But what's going on? To this, which was the case over here, and like the outcome about the operator. So we'll say this is a fascinating situation. We really not do something, right? So I can see the item as it is hectish. What about if that item makes things afterwards? Are those subsequent things considered to be hectish as well? So what's a great example of this? A tree. I'm not fishing tree, you know, these days. And then 3 months later, his Baruch Hashem, his branches, his growths, are those new branches and growths subject to the hectic designation or not? That is a machlokas. That is called a brain of growth is a kind of after the destination. So the first thing is a little appears like burning, so I was not this the tree. And then again, 3 months later, when new branches grew, the bird took twigs from the new growths. So we had making the nest out of those new growths. And therefore, again, so now is the nest technician. It's a fact that's a machlokas. Because some are aim with you, and also this place, or also this mission of now, but the technical designation involves the money that's different from the primary designation. But anything that grows afterwards is not subject to addition. Therefore, again, the nest is incredible. Rabbi Rothschild on my gap is ultimately what is it? Rabbi Rothschild doing that. What is it? It's not the nest now, and get benefit from the nest. That broken doesn't mean the nest itself. It could very well be that the nest is usher. The nest is usher in both cases because it's made of a shira or because it's made of a hectic. Either way, it's usher. So what can you get benefit from? The chicks. Whereas when we say knock down the nest, what it means is get benefit from the contents of the nest, but not the nest itself. I'm going to get really worried about that. But a cell of the bug that broken. I would call it that. So we can apply that to both cases, both to the Ashira case, as well as the hectic case, as well as both of the cases, ultimately, and perhaps you can't get benefit from the nest itself, especially if the same itself as a case where the nest is being made from the hectic tree, or the nest is being made from the Ashira tree. And again, even a thing that the materials weren't present at the time of the designation, they were already things that whatever processes in the hectic for our Torah. So what's the case? Why am I knocking down the nest? Not for the nest material, but not the what? For the chicks, or for the eggs inside of the nest. And that will be water. The baits and the kind of association to the mission is that makes sense. For the chicks, it's going to be water. But for the eggs, ultimately, again, it's going to be usher. That looks like why are the eggs usher? So this is actually quite fascinating. If you look at Rashi, this is Rashi right before the Mishnah. In Rashi, the basic comment on usher is treated on the girls are buying Rabbi Rothschild. So what's actually quite fascinating? Eggs are usher. Why are eggs usher? Because eggs include the nest. The nest needs the tree, and therefore A will be and B will C. Then A will C, and
Oh my God, I love this. This is phenomenal.
There's a lot of variables going on here. When they were suggesting maybe in all these cases the nest is usher. Why is the nest usher? Because we're talking about people, the nest was made from the Ashera tree or from the hectic tree. So the nest is going to be usher. The nest is going to be usher. So what does it mean when the branch says, take the stick, knock down the nest to get benefit from the nest? It means the chicks in the nest. The chicks are water. But the eggs may be problematic. Why? Because ultimately, again, since the eggs leave the nest and the nest leaves the tree, therefore the eggs are considered to be dependent on the tree, and therefore the eggs are considered to be an appendage of the tree itself. So you can get benefit ultimately again from the chicks, but ultimately not the eggs. You know, it's just the basic comes down to Rashi that floated should switch on the Iman. It's very interesting. Chicks that are so young that they are reliant on their mother have the status of eggs, right? So which makes sense because the chicks that require their mother are dependent on the nest. The nest is reliant on the tree, and therefore a lot of relates to that. So therefore, it turns out that over here with the space of the nest on top of the Asher tree, the egg is true. You obviously can't scale the tree regardless, right? By the Bible is up, like, what can you do? You can knock down the nest. But why are you knocking down the nest? So we need to get benefit from the nest because there's a majority of the nest itself is made from the Asher tree or from the hectic tree. What can you get benefit from? Independent chicks, right? Allah Lamaisa said that is going to be mutter. Like, getting better. And so, you get that stuff from the independent young birds, right? Or ultimately, what you can get benefit from is the eggs or from the reliant young, because those are considered to be dependent on the tree itself. But let's say, it's not no different today, but again, let me just say the halakha l'maisa. So, no, actually, we'll say, yeah, what are you doing tomorrow? So already asking. Tomorrow we have to go pick up one, we'll finish off with the halakha l'maisa and the other like, what are we doing that? What are we asking, right? And then the Yatz Hashem, the team Yatz Hashem, adventures in Abu Zara, Shtarek, everyone. All right, guys, have a great day. All right, supposed to say good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning. Should thank our annual comic sponsor, the Full Shuvah American Self, dedicating all the Shuvah Rothschilds this year as it's a plus for Sonos Levels and Swap. Our fellow sponsors for the month of Av, Abali, Hilda, Stephen, and Wendy Drayson, in honor of their parents, Israel Drayson and Tina Drayson, as we roast swine in memory of the Stanley roast swine from the Rafa. Our learning sponsors, Abby and Joe Hirsch, with appreciation to share the gratitude we love for the violin, the Swiss, the violin, and all of those sacrificing for Klal Yisrael. And Rachel and Guevara Watershed are back on the sponsors for today. Rachel and the Arsake of Aryeh Leib and Yossi from the American Guevara. All of the Mishnah for the families in the Chama, all of those in the Poor Shabbat, for the Pope, the Holy Israel, the Rabbi Rothschild. The rest of the Shubrit, the Shalom, and the Torah, allow our holy soldiers to be successful and follow up on our Sayyidin. So, with that, let us move on to Shabbat and a lot today. That is Membeis. On then on those days 40 and we left off the Eid of subject most night, which is 2, 4, 6, 8, 12, about 2. So remember again, yesterday's daf made a fascinating distinction between finding broken pieces of what we call slummage versus finding broken pieces of what we call a zara. Once you see those two terms, slumming are images. Images, maybe they were worshipped, maybe they weren't worshipped. Zara was the fixed image. So up to myself, the Torah says that if you find Zara, essentially you still have to take it as a why not? Because again, there's a suffering of the suffix. Did an akum decommission them or not? That's our shayla now. An akum, and we're going to discuss this more today's daf. An akum does have the ability to decommission a whole Torah, but it has now again. Then we have focus of Yochanan Shlokish. Do you need active decommission? Or could even be passive decommission? But again, we'll get back into that soon, but that's an overarching one. So here, the Yochanan says it has to be active decommissioning. Rish Lakish says even passive decommissioning. And that's the meaning of if the idol falls over by itself and breaks. Straight to the Yochanan, still an idol. According to Rish Lakish, was its idolatrous importance. So we'll say, but again, that's why if you find pieces of God's law, if you find pieces of the slumming of an image, it's going to be mutter. Why is it mutter? Because it's a sex sake. What's the sex sake? Well, suffix number one is maybe it's never worship. That's number one. And number two, ultimately, again, even if it was worship, maybe it was decommission. So the idea of jumping back to our book is sorry for just a second. The reason why ultimately again I have no sorry. It's just not sorry. Because a lot of basically saying it's something that's in the life. Ultimately, again, there's something that maybe was decommissioned doesn't go ahead and take it out from the fact that he was on those results. Now, if you have questions, that principle, maybe something goes to be that is that true? That a something, a possibility, cannot go ahead and change the reality when facing uncertainty? What about Father Valentine? You're very interested in the exercise. Cover Shanice, the death of their parents. So say, cover died. And again, treasure, a special show to a member of our cheer from South Africa by the name of Ian Nelson, who I was just introduced to. Through Mel Ron, another member of our cheer in Toronto. Hashem, we have a lot of beautiful couple, not just in this case, but watching around the world. So he messaged me via Mel. I shared with you cover a few days ago as Kamkaka. So the truth is, it's not really a fair definition. Rashi, remember again, 2 days ago, goes ahead and translates Chaver as a person who is careful with the laws of Torah and Torah to the point that even eats his food with Torah. He even eats his food in Torah. See, even though it's not unsanctified food, he is not going to eat in a state of ritual purity, and he's also careful with Truma semesters. That's the definition of a cover. So it's interesting for me to ask, so why do you call it cover? It's cover means friend. So what's the shot of that? So perhaps the soul is like this. There's a cover. Cover is someone who's just looking and searching out for extra power. He's looking for extra purity. That's what he's looking for. At the end of the day, what is the start of the Lord Hashem says, I want you to make sure that you eat Kodesh in a state of power. You don't have to eat in a state of power. You're not obligated to eat your unsanctified in a state of ritual purity. However, someone who thirsts for power so much that he seeks out those standards even in areas where ultimately he's not obligated. Such a person who is thirsting for the areas of his life that he is obligated to do so, such a that's a friend. That's what Baruch says. Someone who wants to in their life so down that is willing to take on scriptures in areas of ritual purity, that's in power that he doesn't have to. That's a friend. That is to a certain degree higher level than the top level. Because the acquisition of knowledge is enjoyable. It's inherently enjoyable. It's beautiful. We all love learning. We all love exploring new ideas. And someone who puts upon himself additional streams because he wants power. After power, he wants purity. That's a friend of the Ribbon Shalom. So the Gemara says, first Shemay scheme, you have to grow their bells. So cover dice. You're just in case, cover dice. Nice. And you guys need to discover the basket. What's the issue? Well, say the issue is we don't know whether or not they've been tied. So the Gemara says, even if not, you should just harvested them that day. This is Chazoko. Ultimately, again, that they are properly tied. The Gemara says, I go a second. So the Vadai something Asridu, something Asridu. I will say, let's analyze this case. Here's a case of a Vadai. What's the Vadai? The certainty. The certainty was they were Tevel. That's for sure, right? Tevel's untied produce. I will say, why is that a Vadai? Because everything starts out as untied produce. So you have a Vadai that it was untied. Something, maybe the father did tie it, maybe he didn't tie it. And what do you see here? What do you see here? That also get something that goes ahead and overrides the Vadai that it certainly was Tevel. So you see something closing to the Vadai, to which the Gemara says no. Also, Vadai. That's not true. That's not something Vadai. That's a Vadai and Vadai. What's the case? The Vadai Asridu. So where it says the second was Tevel, Vadai was Tevel, certainly it was Tevel. And also Vadai, that's what? That we tied it. You know, it says, everything that comes out, Kalzaka al-Haber she'ena motzi davar she'ena mitoka b'tzachas. What's it after Kalzaka? So again, interestingly enough, it's fascinating. The Chaver will say again, seeing that imagine moving yourself to the level where there's no suffix that you've done the right thing. You have to understand, like, what does that mean to get to that level where the halacha looks at me and the halacha says, this guy certainly did the right thing. Our chaver does not leave unripe produce in his possession. So the moment it comes in his possession, it's time. And therefore, there's no suffix in Vadai, there's only Vadai and Vadai. This guy will be by some other possibility is. It says suffix for suffix. Interestingly enough, really it's a suffix and a suffix house. So what does that mean? As showed the Abad Kilaboshia. It's possible that the topic conducted himself like a Moshia, or still other Moshia. The Amar, the Hadith Alden Altu also. The Mahnusa, the most Shamal, Kadisha, the Hendolka. That's determined on myself. So it's an interesting case. There is, technically speaking, a nicer loophole, a typing loophole. What's the tithing loophole? That being in all technicalities now, in order for produce to be subject to tithing obligations, there has to be what's called riyas k'ne'abayis, right? It has to come into the home. It has to come into the home through a normative entrance. Technically speaking, if you were to bring your produce in, let's say through the window and not through the door, technically it's nicer exempt. Technically it's nicer exempt. Now again, there are limitations on that also. So the Gemara says over here, there's really no responsibility about that. Why? Because it's actually possible, even if you want to go with the fact that maybe it's a suffix if the cover tied it or not, it's also a suffix if what? If the produce was ever subject to Truvas and Esrus. Why? Because it's possible that literally getting used in this legal loophole of bringing it in through the window, and therefore it was never subject. Okay, so the Gemara says, 1 second, there ain't something one thing about it. So remember, the Gemara is questioning these statements, right? The Gemara put out there like a law, a principle. The principle was, and something don't say the day back. But it can ultimately be a possibility cannot change the reality of a certainty. So what you do is that true. So you are said, but I mean, I'm ready with that. Nice of the ship plus all shall not happen on days. Not a nice of the ship plus all shall not sing after, but you know, very interesting case where there was once a story of a maid servant. I don't say now, okay, this is a Jewish woman. A Jewish woman who worked for a Nazi. What's a Nazi? Rashi says over here, Gavra Aroma in Israel, a very powerful guy. She worked for a Nazi in the city of Evil. Okay, what happened? She had 2 days of the body. She had a miscarriage. And I was like, interestingly enough, it was common that when a woman had a miscarriage, you have to carry a nefel. But interestingly, what it is, this is also a possible little bit. They would put a nefel in a pit, in other words, in a nondescript trade. In general, what's an halacha is, you have to carry a nefel, you have to carry a miscarried baby. But you have to not carry it in a long-term. You do not carry the government, you do not carry the mark. Great, for a variety of reasons, also just from like a mental health perspective, it is unhealthy. The Chazal said it is unhealthy for parents to develop an ongoing attachment to a life that never was. Obviously, again, there's trauma, there's loss, there's grief. But Chazal wanted it to be contained, I wanted it to be an ongoing life loss. So what happened? So she was carried. And she put the miscarriage in a pit. Before Chloe hits it, Chloe came along, and obviously saw what had happened, and threw over the pit. Now, why did the Chloe get over the pit? Because it's something in the kiva. So you get the passing flower, and then again, once every woman gives birth, and even after miscarriage, depending on when the miscarriage occurred, there could be too much labor. It could be ritual closely associated with birth. Now, the duration of too much labor depends on what? Boy or girl. So the Kohen comes over the pit in order to see was the neighbors, I guess, was developed enough to see whether or not this was a boy or a girl. Well, I might sit there because I won't say I won't press the problem again. The problem is, by shooting over the pit, what did the Kohen essentially do? Too much over. Remember again, too much over once I could be contracted in 2 ways. You could be under a roof, he's gathering with a mace, or you could be the roof over the mace. So technically speaking, if there's a part, let's say again, guy. But I lean over the coins. I am the Ohel. I am the Ohel. So here, the coin went ahead and moved over the pit.
Yeah, I'm in the waiting. Okay, so I can talk to him. Yeah, I'm in the waiting. I almost got in trouble during talking. He was the court guy yelled at me. He thought I was on the phone. He was like, "Mr. Down, take me up the phone." Stop me. Mark just hit me with this in the last fucking second. I got a video I was going to upload, and Mark just set me up. Yeah, you want to testify in my fucking court shop? I was like, okay. So I swore in, I held up my right hand. Shab saw me. I saw Shab.
Yeah.
And I said, and as if he swore in, talking after Mark's life, I would say 10 minutes. And they come back, and after Mark's life, and then outside. One of my guys. I tried to do it on the computer, but Mark had took the thing, so I joined the Zoom on my phone. And obviously, I'm running into the surgery up, and I tried joining again, but through my computer, it is not allowing me to go and I can't. I got it going this way,
that looked like he felt. In other words,
meeting room, Shab is there. No, right? So I'll call you. Shab is there. His hair is set up weird and blonde. So I guess he's not doing any shows today because he's fucking, I didn't think they all were actually going to be there. Mark hit me like Shab over the shit shops and then I was like, damn. Because they show everybody because you gotta swear, right? So like, they brought up Mark's I got to see everybody. So they brought me up, and I got to see everybody looking at me. So they show everybody, and I saw Shab looking and just like,
see, he was first of all looking over the phone.
And looked away and I
If it wasn't a belt,
it looked at me because they showed everybody, and I saw Shab looking, and then he just went,
No.
and looked away and I
Bro, this is ridiculous. This is ridiculous.
and I saw Shab looking and he just went, and looked away and I'll answer Mark's questions to the best of my abilities, but some Shabanese happens to leak out my testimony. I didn't say that.
Essentially seems to say that principle of being,
You know how hard it was
ultimately
during
against
my fucking 6 hours meditation with shop boys to not just say fucking inside references the entire time. That was different. That was about my case. This doesn't about my case. I really don't give a fuck. Yeah, we had 10 minutes. We'll be back in the thing, and then I'll testify. Don't forget to donate. Like I said, the preferred way is the link in the description. If you donate that way, you will become an instant moderator, and you help us fight these legal battles against the evil child who's
The answer is no.
Do you think I woke up this morning people thinking I was going to be a 4-day pregnant child today? I'm not ready. I just got out of bed. I'm still wearing my shirt from last night. I wore the shooting. I was dead. I just woke up. I woke up. I made a video. I went on Instagram. So Mark DM'd me. He sent me the fucking link. I kind of joined it. I was like, oh, you know what? You the fucking boss. And then I'm getting sworn in, and I'm going to go
and summarize these kind of two of Jewish history.
And I got yelled at. I didn't think they could hear because I put my phone over there. But my heart was too fucking and well, we are talking to you.
So many symbols. Like, will you survive? Is this an existential threat? You know, all of this,
He's live streaming it. That is hysterical.
So many beautiful things. One of the things I felt that was spoke about in the aftermath of October 7th. The Kaplan stuff. So to me that was shocking because for me in my mind I said to myself, there was never an existential threat. And those scares were running, but obviously Rothschild says it and his narrative is so true. It takes over the years, over the centuries. There's been many statements, right? We faced many moments of existential suffering. Are we going to make it through? Are we going to weather this storm? Just less than a century ago, they put us in ovens and in gas chambers. There was a suffering. So what holds us over? What holds us over is this principle. They suffer, not seeing the bad. What's the bad? The Baruch Hu says, Am Yisrael is an Am Hametz. Amish are the Jewish people. We are in eternal nation. That's the bad guys.
We're still in the waiting room, but like I said, I'm testifying next.
What holds us over even in times of difficulty? It's something what's immediate.
I'm talking to my chat.
This is surreal.
The Romans, the Greeks, the Persians, the Nazis, Hamas. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter who the suffering is. There are so many speakers that have presented themselves. Another suffix, another suffix always arises. But that's the sure. A suffix makes it a bad guy. No suffix would undermine the fact that the certainty of the eternality of Christ. So that's what we're looking at, the source of our optimism, that's the source of our strength, and that's what creates our reality. Incredible. Incredible, collectively, as well as such happening. It's not more than that. It's
like Ron James and
all of this is this methodology of
Rick James are on there.
and you're about this morning, just a few moments. You can decommission your Horizontal,
I
right?
need to use Shabbos and testify.
Yeah, he does.
Well, I think I will just have to
Shaila is
Shabbos
says,
testimony week in the sense.
say don't, and which says,
Chang.
you didn't pass it.
It's known as a PM. Chang.
Now go back to that a little bit. They say, only because about more
This is so fucking tough.
Sorry. Oh, sorry, thank you. It's very much a time to see. Thank you. What's a time to see? Already last week. So it's back to Mishnah. What does Mishnah say? If you find the image of a hand or image of a foot, ultimately again, it's also. It's also. So the Gemara says, go ahead and add on. Why? Because at the end of the day, that was a kind of image that people worship. It was an Amai. Why is that?
Sure, this is a PM Chang.
Once again, this is a kasha on Rish Lakish. This is a open and ask on Rish Lakish. Rish Lakish, according to you, this should be totally water, right? Because according to Rish Lakish, once you find broken pieces, whether the apple actively broken or the idol broken on its own, the apple doesn't worship an idol like that. You know, again, what's all of Rish Lakish's logic? Idol. If you can't save yourself from being broken, then chances are what? You're not much help to me. You're not much help to me. And therefore, again, so what's the regular shmuel? So is this what we're getting to what we said yesterday?
This is ridiculous.
It's on a pedestal. Almost like a substitution to that word. But it's only type of idolatry. Okay? Again, we have all the Zara of his friend. Any athlete can ultimately again negate and thereby decommission any form of idolatry. whether it's his idolatry that he worships or
Robert
someone else's
David
idolatry.
White.
However, Israel, all this was from Shaul. It's actually quite fascinating. We'll see the logic behind this.
So
Actually,
why were you in the waiting room? Apparently, Walk sent an email, and now the judge has to go over the email and compare with Sean's legal team's email. I can't believe every shot. He never had to come to any of our shit. How come he has to come to this?
Power of the nation over idolatry.
I mean, that's that all copyright laws. So you can get
So why is that? What about the case of idolatry?
I don't care about yes, Floyd way of donating. It's an
What's the case over here? The case over here is where the Israel then the only problem. So it's interesting that
you become a moderator like Sean tried to do.
breakage.
And then the kids separate it. That whole fucking thing is still hilarious. How much his brother was up there? Like I said, James Shaw, he's not going to get his brother was like the little Toby's sidekick in circles.
Is still present ultimately again.
Papa had an open house. His mother.
I didn't believe it was called
What does that mean?
if an athlete goes ahead,
Is that a real job? Is that a shitty job?
that negates it. But if he's so, then just like idolatry, that's just not the game. Keep constantly struggling with what is very important to know. So this is like this. In reality, even when it is strong, dense the Avodah, it goes in against. In other words, I don't say, venting really is an active form of negation, which makes sense, right? Anything you do to deface the idol should be a proper form of idolatrous negation. So really, even if you still then it's okay. So what's the issue? Why did Chazal say that it's not limited to this? Verse Elo, Sarah. There's example. What's the example? Sarah. So it's like, here's the issue. In reality, Yisrael has the power of negation, right? Yisrael does have the power to go ahead and negate idolatry. How does he negate that? Idolatry, if he breaks it, if he bends it, it all should work. So why did Chazal say it doesn't work? What are we concerned about this to this? We're concerned that what is Yisrael going to do? He wants to negate the Avodah Zarah. So what does he do? He has Avodah Zarah. He lifts it up. Getting ready, let's say, to smash it or to dent it afterwards, what's the problem? Once he lifts it up, that's an act of Hanbah. What does Hanbah do? Hanbah acquires. Once he acquires it, it becomes the Avodah Zarah of a Jew. Once it becomes the Avodah Zarah of a Jew, the Avodah is going to come to Yad Yisrael. The Avodah is going to come to Yad Yisrael, Eina, the Keilah, theology. So we'll say, this is absolutely wild. It's absolutely wild. I will say, we are going to see exactly why this is wild. It's rock from now on the days. But again, right now, we'll just go with the principle. The principle is any Avodah Zarah that is owned by a Jew cannot be negated. So that's what's happening over here. Can Yisrael, technically speaking, decommission Avodah Zarah?
What do you do here?
How could he decommission it? He could break it, he could tempt it, but
Did I get that in?
Why? What are we concerned about? That in the process of decommissioning, the Yisrael's going to pick it up, right? Let's say Avodah Zarah is considered the after, and we'll get into all of this anyway.
Why did Mark send me
In a
that
couple of
way?
days, Avodah Zarah is the after. He lifts it up, he acquires it. Once he acquires it, right? Once he goes ahead and he acquires it, it becomes Avodah Zarah of the Yid. Avodah Zarah of the Yid ultimately cannot be used.
That was hilarious.
You can't be backwards. You can't be.
I never.
Now, therefore, again,
Let's see. If I had testified that I had a dead
this
mom,
situation.
how would any of
So
us have
essentially,
seen it?
and what we want to try to avoid is Jewish handling of Avodah Zarah. Having Chazal ensure that by simply going ahead and saying, you can't do anything to it. Even if you try to decommission it, ultimately, again, it is not going
I didn't just remember the first time I was. You don't think Mark wanted me to do that? Sending me that. First of all, Mark told me to stick that foot in this one right out against somebody. Just not how long
Oh man, that would have been hilarious.
You can't, trust me, you don't think I tried to record that? They had a thing that you couldn't record it. They're recording it. All that is recorded. I wrote Mark a second copy.
What does he do? He goes ahead and he takes the stones and he builds them. Finishes the stones by using them for money, uses them as pavers.
You notice they came back. Shab wasn't there, and then Shab's lawyer was like, Shab got off, went into this live stream, went and told his lawyer, what the fuck you guys are live stream? Because I else would Shab left his thing to come watch me live stream and then go tell his lawyer. That's the funniest shit ever.
Because it's a whole
I gotta get this other one.
Oh, this is how I feel.
Bad, yeah.
According to the selfish that goes on its own ultimately is decommission. To which the Lord says,
Let's hear what Mark say.
Rabbi said essentially, is a Jew can't decommission of Mizara. Why? Because once again, we have this concern. We have this concern that in the process of decommissioning, the Jew's going to lift it up. If he lifts it up, he acquires it. Then it's Avodah Zarah owned by a Jew. And once you have Avodah Zarah owned by a Jew, then
By the way, I think I had told Mark that when it was recorded. This right here, we just literally recorded the entire thing. I'm keeping this up. But I had told Mark that when Shab sued me, the first thing they did in our first court here was trying to say that I was going to live stream the thing. So I told Mark they were going to do that. And he said he didn't give a fuck. Because Mark was planning on live stream. Then Mark said today until his testimony, he knew I was going to live stream. He told me to put that link everywhere.
The shavings and the trees.
This is
Guys. Mark Harley is in Super Bowl commercials and on Saturday Night Live. I'm pretty sure he was doing all this just for the fucking troll. I'm pretty sure he's literally. Mark told me how much he got off of just the Macho Man Super Bowl. Trust me, I'm pretty sure he's just trolling Baba. Dude, he's dropping secret record. Like, Mark wanted this to kind of happen this way, trust me. So, it's hilarious to me, though, that Shab left the court, watched me, then went back to the court and told them I was live streaming. So did they end the case, or did they just end the case?
Why should this be any different, right? According to you, it should be no different.
So, by the way, I guarantee Shab's watching that. That's not court.
So in this case, it should be decommissioned as well. So what's
happening now?
So that's one thing I keep on bringing up Rabbi. What does Rabbi say? So once I get Rabbi's up the opinion, essentially we don't want to choose decommissioning of Avodah Zarah. Why? It's too much of a risk.
Yeah, it was a public hearing. At the beginning of the court thing, the guy said it's a public hearing. The only reason why I wasn't able to do it on the computer is because I was already signed into the Zoom thing on my phone, and I tried to rejoin, and they said during the thing, there's a unique join, and I was already in there, and I was down, so they kicked up. So they weren't letting, if you weren't already sworn in and testifying, they weren't letting anyone join the Zoom meeting. But it wasn't public thing.
So we're going to see this talking about if you find it up on the dark made up kettle. So what do? Grind it up, scatter it, right? Scatter it to the wind. Or
by the way, I don't think the case is over. I think it is the end of that here. They're going to do it again.
Scatter it into the wind. Then what can happen? It can become fertilizer.
Yeah, it's a public here. Nobody cares. No, I'm not going to. Well, I'll ask Mark. He'll probably take the video. Like I said, sign tells me Mark Harvey is going to be starring in upcoming commercials. Sign tells me he doesn't really give two fucks about when he gets it. He's just true. Sign tells me.
Ultimately, again, it's decommissioning. So this case of grinding it up should also be a decommissioning. So who cares? Even if it does act as a fertilizer, it's not a local seller fertilizer, to which they were talking. I mean, keep it rubber. Once again, I will say, keep all those keep leading back to rubber. Ultimately, it was involved in decommissioning, being lifted up first and wire it, and once it's acquired by a Jew, it cannot be decommissioned. To Esvei, Rabbi Yossi, Ben, Sinan Omer, not to Suras Dako. The Rothschild is most interesting case over here. Let's see, you find the image of a dragon. This is our next mission. Now, we also going to see a dragon as one of the
Mark said he's going to chapel. Yeah, Mark's fine.
Idolatrous. So watch this. You go ahead and you find
So,
the dragon, but the head is cut off. That is cut off. So therefore, something only
dude, I just broke out.
So if I'm not sure, did a Jew decapitate the dragon? Right, or did
But yeah, I get a feel about the job. I'm dropping more of the Bapa files, by the way. Look forward to that in about an hour, less than an hour. So I was doing that. I had no idea I was going to be in the fucking court. The job today. He saw me. He looked away. I got sworn in. I was about to testify. I was just close. It was Mark's wife. I did check it. I think it will be on the record, though. I think I did get in at the end.
So it's an interesting case over here. So this is
Mark Harvey was wearing it too. I got some screenshots of me and Bob on the room together.
So during the summer, the top is that the Ashera tree.
Yeah, and by the way, I won a lawsuit against Brendan Jones for challenging my legal knowledge. But, yeah, I gotta go. I got places to go. I just woke up. I didn't even shower. I was dressed. I just scrambled together to get all my computer shit because I was just on my phone. And they're swearing me in, and I'm like, I should plan. Vegetables underneath the tree during the rainy season. Why not? If they shine a Bia and they'll share faces like nails on chalkboard. The tree fall off. And the leaves that as a fertilizer for the growing vegetation. So versus I'm not about to watch the falling leaves in the garden after all. Yeah, we can once again, I look at conjunctive vitamins on my face. No different than what? Fallen items. And it's going to do inflation and it falls and breaks on its own. It's if a leaf falls off of the tree, it should also be I'm going to jerk off to that screen. Yeah, but like I said, stay tuned on this channel. More of the Bopper Files. I'm dropping another 20-minute long videos. More secret recordings of shop. Like I said, don't forget to like, subscribe, and donate the preferred way. Get a good link in the description. Help me out a little. 42. What about the case for shavings? That will write their shimmer tree shavings.
Let's go from entire that's where once again the primary part of the Alonso I need a tree is still existing.
Folks, my new graphic novel, Unwanted Tall Tales of Old Western New Ways, is out for pre-order now. I've been working on this for 25 years. It's a dark comedy with a shiny exterior. Please check it out at unwantedbook.com. Good afternoon, Mike Modest here. Let that be alone for the next hour.
Oh, I hate this.
I had 2 days, excuse me, of food poisoning, so I was delirious, and I woke up this night for the first
This
time.
guy sucks.
Focuses on one simple case. When Ozara falls over by itself as grace. It's the Ozara frontal order. But the open on knows because the
Bro, that is so fucking funny. I knew it was too good to be true.
Because even de facto negation, right? Or passive negation ultimately works. Up until now, this entire argument has been built on now
I knew it was too good to be true.
Now what happens? There's a nest on top of the tree. So birds made a nest on top of the tree. What's now the hawk?
No, seriously, yeah.
You went all the way from a big showbiz job to fucking.
Right. I know, I didn't become that homeless until I started doing comedy.
Where were you living? So you had a nice place in Manhattan and you were shooting?
I live in This worked out well.
Law and order. Little did they know you were coming in.
Yeah, no, I
recognize that story.
Yeah, no, I worked in the locations of Berlin. You're like, oh, we did like a sketch show. You're like, oh, yeah, I got you.
Oh, yeah. I'm there right now. Anybody get any heroin while I'm there? Wait, so where was this going?
Oh, yeah, I did. I liked the hair. I used to get trouble with the hair. Because I guess I get felt the layers are so juicy. It's just so good. Yeah. And it makes me like straight right in the elbow and then upside your
Oh, there you go. Another episode.
What? And then they just find me behind the dumpster.
So,
that's what they say. Nobody knows.
You know who says that? That's why that's that saying. We're like, who says that? You know what they say.
Never heard that heroin tree.
Everybody knows this one. Between the toes, behind the ears, never. So that's something. What else went wrong? What else was wrong in your head when you were doing this? What else? Like, for example, you thought we'd do it.
Oh, that shit. That shit was so fire. Oh, that's so fucking funny.
This boy can rip. Sober baby.
How long have you been on stand-up?
That's a good joke. Yeah, I didn't get to finish.
Yo, what's good? Hey, Dick, like it's going out of style. How about you, big dog? Oh, dude, I need to get out of here with that garbage. How are you? Living the dream. Every day is a holiday. Every meal is a feast. How'd you find out about me? Oh, 4+ years.
What?
Nice.
Did I hear that right?
Yeah.
4 years?
More, almost 5.
Almost 7. No.
Yeah, dog. At the top of this Discord, there's a red circle that says 24/7 YouTube streams. Look how many live streams I'm on currently. I'm live on more than 20 YouTube streams, more than like 10 Rumbles, multiple Twitches. I'm live on 5 different Instagrams, 2 different Twitches.
You have been live non-stop, like every day?
Oh, yeah, 24/7, baby. How old are you guys? All right, well, you've got to be 18 to be in here. So if you're not, you got to bounce. Take care, guys.
Bro, you're not 18, bro. You're in my bro. It's not live, bro. I swear to God, bro. You're in my
Guys, if you don't want to get banned right now, leave.
Have a good one, bro.
Peace, baby.
Yeah, have a good one.
Peace. I farted.
Me too. There are lots of ways to do both cases in the Sashimi tree and in the Ektish tree. The bird is making a nest from other materials, not from the Ashera tree and not from the Ektish tree, which the Gemara says not necessarily. The Gemara says, leave the area. How come you do have one in your Akram kind of schema? Oh, so we'll say maybe not. It's actually quite possible in most of these cases, ultimately, or I should say in the Hektish case, that the bird is making its nest from the actual Hektish tree itself. But if the bird is making its nest from the Hektish tree, then why is that nest not Asr L'Dorais? Right? What's going on over here? To which the Gemara says, listen to this. What's the case over here? And like, how come we do about the Akari kind of scheme? Shabbos said, this is a fascinating thing which we'll get to. When you're in the Makdish Sunday, right? So obviously the item as it is Hektish. What about if that item grows things afterwards? Are those subsequent growths considered to be Hektish as well? So what's a great example of this? A tree. I'm Makdish a tree, on Tuesday. And then 3 months later, there's Baruch Hashem, there's new branches, there's new growth. Are those new branches and growths subject to the Hektish designation or not? That is a machlokes. That is called growth, which occurs after the designation. So the first thing we're over here is the bird. So I was Makdish the tree. And then again, months later, when new branches grew, the bird took twigs from the new growths. So that made the nest out of those new growths. And therefore, again, so now is the nest Hektish? It depends. That's an unfold guess. And because Sabar, and also this Christ, and also this Mishnah holds that the Hektish designation only devolves upon the tree that's been existent at the time of the designation. But anything that grows afterwards is not subject to Hektish, and therefore, again, the nest is incredible. Rabbi Rothschild is over the. What does it mean? Rabbi Rothschild mean that? What does it mean when it says you can knock the nest down and get benefit from the nest? That's broken. It doesn't mean the nest. It doesn't mean the nest itself. It could very well be that the nest is awesome. The nest is awesome in both cases because it's made of a shela or because it's made of a Hektish tree. Either way, it's awesome. So what's moving? What can you get better? The crumbs, the chicks. Whereas when we say knock down the nest, what it means is get benefit from the contents of the nest, but not the nest itself. However, you have to review about that. A sabbath that broken. the kind of fire. And we can apply that to both cases, both to the Ashera case as well as to the Hektish case. So in both of the cases, ultimately, perhaps you can't get benefit from the nest itself, especially for setting this up as a case where the nest is being made from the Hektish tree or the nest is being made from the Ashera tree. And again, even assuming that the materials weren't present at the time of the designation, it will go like this, meaning that whatever grows from the tree is going to be Hektish for the itself. So what's the case? Why am I not being down the nest? Not for the nest material, but rather what? For the chicks or for the eggs inside of the nest. And that is butter, not the butter, the basic kind of stress. What is this? The shouldn't say eggs. What is this? For the chicks, it's going to be butter. But for the eggs, ultimately, again, it's going to be usher. Everyone say, why are the eggs usher? So this is actually quite fascinating. If you look at Rashi, this is Rashi right before the Mishnah in Rashi. The basic kind of usher should strictly be on. So what's is actually very fascinating? Eggs are usher. Why are eggs usher? Because eggs need the nest. The nest needs the tree, and therefore A will B and B will C, and then A will C, which means that the eggs are considered to be ultimately reliant on the tree. So because of that, they're going to be usher. So what's this fascinating? It's quite considerable. There's a lot of variables going on over here. But they were suggesting maybe in all these cases the nest is usher. Why is the nest usher? Because the problem that the nest is made from the Ashera tree. So the nest is going to be usher. The nest is going to be usher. So what is the name of the rest of that? Can this thing knock down the nest and get benefit from the nest? It means the chicks in the nest. The chicks are water. But eggs maybe covered that. Why? Because ultimately you get the eggs need the nest, and the nest needs the tree. Eggs are considered to be the main power of the tree, and if I want to listen, eggs are considered to be an advantage of the tree itself, and the benefit ultimately from the chicks, but ultimately not the eggs. The basic concept of Rashi that chicks that they are reliant on your eggs, right? So it makes sense because the chicks that require your mother are dependent on the nest. The nest is reliant on the tree, and therefore a lot of us how that the most it turns out that the real space of the nest on top of the ability to egg tree. Now you can't smell the tree right. It's right by the by those other eggs. Okay, you're not down the nest. But why are you not down the nest? So now you can't get back to the nest. Because the split of the nest itself is reaching the Ashera tree or from the egg. What can you get benefit from? It's the benefit chicks. It's the chicks, right? A lot of us say that is going to be water, right? Okay, all right. Thanks, so. Is eggs or from the reliant young. So those are considered to be dependent on the tree. So let's say, but again, let me just say the halach l'maisa. So actually, let's say, tomorrow, we'll pick up, we'll finish on.
Keyword tail? Oh yeah, I got fired from Law and Order. I had to do while I was working.
Keep going.
Yeah, I got fired from that, and then literally 2 days later, I got a job on another show making twice as much money, and then they just went fucking.
What show was that?
It was a show called Deception on NBC. They was
You have that intro for Deception. And so, how long did you go to jail?
I went to jail for driving without a license.
That's
Yeah, that's the funniest thing. I was on probation. I did 6 months in county jail for driving without a license. I got caught 3 times. I was working on a movie in the city of Newburgh, New York, and the cops kept pulling me over because I was buying heroin. They knew I was buying heroin, but I kept saying, "Oh, I'm a location manager. I was like, give me quarters." And they had all this stuff in my car with permits and shit. And I got away with it a bunch of times. Every time I had my fucking heroin.
All right, so you're supposed to say good morning.
And I had fun. I pages. But I actually knew the car.
You know what they say. You know what they say. Under the sea. Be discreet. Stephen Brody Stevens. You self-medicate. What do you think about Dan Nolan? I thought you did a great job. I thought I like to say, people are going to love you. Like people. Thank you. That's what people are looking for. Something more different in this game. I don't think so. You know what? Yeah, that's what people want. Yeah, that's what they want. So, yeah, Pete Holmes is doing stuff with Judd Apatow. Judd Apatow came out of so, I remember that. Is Apatow here tonight? Find him. Oh, God. So, Dan, what else is exciting in your life? Anything in real life? You've been doing it a year and you get breakthroughs lately?
That's not a bite mark. It's a fucking suction mark. Don't listen to his asshole. You're good, girl.
This is some good old dog walking music live here in the belly room. So when you're walking these dogs,
I don't walk
yes,
Is this a chick?
I need a half-retarded person to walk a dog. Can I get anybody at the absolute bottom of the barrel to walk a dog? Anybody available?
Mr. Dolan, he's on his way.
Is there somebody that is sub-retarded that we could get that with?
It's so funny. Some of the dog walkers are people that really care about dogs. They're artists and musicians that need a steady income. Then I can tell that some of them are just fucking junkies. They just, yeah, because anybody can do it.
Yeah.
Because they have the dog. Does it pay okay walking the dog?
Yeah, it's $18 for a half-hour walk. You get between 60 and 40 cents. It's $25 for a half hour.
Damn, you're like hitting the dog walkers over there. Jesus.
That's not a hickey. That's a bite. Not a bite. That's not a hickey. Hickey's not a bite. A bite's a bite. A hickey's suction. Ask Eddie Rebbitzin who's worth her fucking. She'll tell you. Like, listen to this motherfucker, not fucking Yento or whatever. What is the name of that movie? Yeah.
So people are like claiming that they're getting robbed. One lady is just claiming. Yeah. You mean those people that don't know? Either shit is still there or it's not.
These people are making bold claims. What do you mean the cash is missing off your dress, huh? Why would a dog walker do something so pathetic?
Yeah, so.
Do you think they would leave the security if their dog walking job?
So, what's the weirdest thing you I mean, it's mostly creepy shit, like somebody bring your friend to the dog walk. It's just like really creepy. No, they're bringing your friend into somebody's house.
Has the dog ever called you? Like, I don't want two people walking. Never, you'll send me over here.
Yeah, no, some people are like, one lady was like, we were like, oh, we're going to send you our excellent Walker Carol. She was blah, blah, blah. And then the lady was like, I'll show you her kittens. And like, wanted to show the dog the picture. We had like pictures and videos. And she wanted to consult the dog. No. So that you sent over a picture. You printed the picture. No, there's a database. Yeah. You look in your phone and you can play a video. And they're like, hey, my name's Steve. I like your child. Humiliated.
My name's Steve.
It's like you're going to make a dog walking video. I'm like, for the dog, fuck you. I'm not auditioning for a fucking dog.
Have you seen these videos?
Yeah, no, it's really, some of them are like, so like, hey, my name is Dondo, I have dogs ever since I was a kid, my dad had dogs. He's like, oh, dude, darn how long people get any walks, bro. Alright, was that racist? Was that why you guys were telling me?
No, it was great. Alright, Dan, well, it's nice meeting you, man. Any other questions for Dan or anything? Anything you want to know about a heroin addict, Cody?
What's the difference of heroin and meth? Is that a serious question?
That's more of a question for Google, Brady. Not an actual human being. That's something that's sort of.
I think that was a fair question.
Okay.
How long were you in jail?
6 months.
6 months for no license?
Yeah, well, I got caught doing it 3 times. I was on probation for a DUI, so I had no license, and they called me 3 times.
In New York City.
No, this was a little bit outside.
Do you have a break?
I got thrown in
For not having a license?
I used to work in the kitchen. I went in one morning and I took a coffee in the kitchen, and I was in the kitchen and I was away, and well, I'm not working until you go put the coffee maker. And they kept me in solitary confinement for how long a week? And again, 5 days.
God, that's insane.
All solitary confinement is just 14 hours a day. It's just dudes flipping their door and playing the CO back. It's like 100% of the gear. Yo, CO! You know you a bitch, right? All night.
Wow. Well, Dan, congratulations on
everything.
Congratulations on getting out of that life. And do you have a license now?
No, I forget it.
Do you ever drive out here?
No, I'm on a bicycle right now. I had a
Why would they take your moped?
It's like the law is if it's 49 cc's and under, then it's fine. You're going to license.
Leave it to you to overdose on CCs. There you go, stand on everybody. There he goes. There he goes. He's on Twitter, Dan Nolan Comedy.
I have a question. Tony, I have a question.
Yeah, sure.
What's the difference between a moped and a Vespa?
Okay. Hey, what's the difference between Vespa and Meth?
Why did that get a laugh? Why is this audience stacked against me? Where are we, Sacramento yesterday? All I see is a bunch of people in dark T-shirts being hard on me.
Okie dokie.
You know what? I'm right.
All right. I pulled another name out of the bucket.
I said one word that whole time. Right? Be nice to me.
I pulled another name out of the bucket, ladies and gentlemen, and I'm very, very excited about this.
Upstairs.
Put your hands together for Joel Jimenez.
Right there.
Guys, no good tattoo ever started with the phrase, "Hey, my homie did this for free." Actually, I'll open up to you guys. I got called faggot until the age of, I get called faggot a lot. Like every day. Please stop. I'm getting called that since kids in my age group realized they could use that word on someone. Now they looked at me, they were like, that's something bad. And I just thought it meant having a bold haircut and loving your mom. Yeah, where the rest of us? We need to hang out. My mom's in a wheelchair. She has rheumatoid arthritis. It's like one of the most painful types of arthritis you can have. And it's hard. I get depressed a lot about my own things. I go talk to her like, Mom, I'm sad. And I feel like she's like, Joel, I'm in a fucking wheelchair. I haven't stood up in a while. But I get it. You don't like your haircut. Fuck yes. Exactly 60 seconds.
I feel bad.
Joel Jimenez.
I'm not really discovering kids.
Joel Jimenez, welcome to this part of the show. All right, you're the only person to ever play drums and be pulled out of the bucket.
It's exciting. I like that.
How's it going, Joel? We really don't know that much about you, the public photo. We've just heard you through sticks.
Yeah, you're right. Yes.
Thank you for work. I work at a skate park. I'm getting laid off. June 30th is my last day. Why are they? What do you have to do to get laid off at a skate park?
Well, no, I've been there 9 years, and they're switching to an unsupervised model, so they figure they use the money they're paid. The skaters,
You've been there 9 years, and they were probably like,
I did.
So you're gonna have to leave that.
Yeah. Right. So we're really ramping up for something big here. Okay. Everybody takes your wife. Keep trying rock. Way to flip the script. Has anybody ever showed up at the skate park with the rollerblades? Yeah, rollerblades, yes, rollerblades, bikes, scooters. Any you're right. Anybody ever showed up at the skate park and No. How long have you worked at the skate park? 9 years. Oh my God, you're like a baby boy. I know. Have you ever had a different job? I worked at Target before that. It was off. Target's like the skate. Yeah. Yes. Moving on. So tell us the crazy shit you see with the skate park. It's mostly like 12 to 21 years old. Yeah, I got the 12 to like 21. They're just they're just yeah, they're angry. You're like the mean grandpa that kicks the ball. Yeah. No, it's great when I was 20, like 21, and then as I had more responsibility, I got a little more like anal about the anal? That was a problem. So
I don't get the laugh, but Josh did. Thanks again, guys. Setting everybody up. Jeremiah, when he said I did the show and made a movie, he just beat me to it. I thought about that before Jeremiah. He just spoke quicker. All right, well, treat me like a guest.
In that case, what is that a setup for?
I forgot what I said. But I'll tell you, I grew up in Reseda at the world famous Skater Cross. Have you heard of that? That's where Dogtown and Z-Boys started out. And then I used that energy when I auditioned to be on Ridiculousness with Rob Dearden. I helped create that show. So keep skating. You're a good guy. If you want to come down to the Fantasy Factory, I'll set it up. I'd love to. And I like how you did your act. Like you set it up. Like you did a tight minute. You did a callback at the end to the haircut. Right? You did that the full thing. So it was good. Yeah.
I was going to invite him to the Fantasy Factory.
Joel, tell us more about your real life. Other than your job, and we know that you play drums with the regular baby boys, Reagan Watkins, Tony Reagan Watkins. Tell us more about it. Single?
No, I've been with my girlfriend for 11 years.
Wow, she's longer than the skateboard.
Yeah.
She hooked up with you when you were in your Target days.
Yeah.
She fell in love with you while you were wearing a red polo.
And that's why I commit.
Right there, yeah.
Whoa, there you go. Brody having
Glendale Galleria.
here. Wow. He's having acid flashbacks to Prozac, ladies and gentlemen. Brody, this is a live podcast and you're talking with Joel.
You said I was going to get edited out earlier. Am I right? He said that. So once he said edit, I can throw the mic down in aggression.
You got it.
There it is. Little positive pepper on that. Joel, any crazy talents you have or anything? You have a yo-yo or something?
No, just drums. I skated for a while. This is my time.
I don't think I ever realized how close you were.
Joel and his horse. Right. I'm sorry. But fucking shit.
YouTube, is that the regular thing again?
Yeah, YouTube. Mostly sorry. I think it's temporary solution, right? Is that it?
Yeah, Pat, it's his time. Don't help him.
I don't know.
and he just tickles on the keys. He does stuff, but I just go, I just encourage you, you know. But I'm like trying to find the fine line between like, hey, do you really like this? Let's do it. You know, as a you know what, Eric? Joe, but do it all. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah. Let's go down the line. You don't like it? I don't hold my finger. Let's try this. I'll take to answering conversations. Tiger now is realizing, like, you know, money, college, so he likes to box. He's like, Dad, is there like a thing I can do to compete, like boxing? I'm like, buddy, that's not a path we want to go down. We don't want to put the emphasis on boxing or MMA. He's like, why? I'm like, because I did that. I said, for instance, when you watch the Dodgers, the worst player on the team, which there's no bad players on the Dodgers, but the worst player, the guy who's right not to miss on the Dodgers, is making $24 million a year. When you watch the UFC, like, how much did you make in this? I said, I was ranked top 10 like 3 times a year. I made maybe $200,000 to $300,000. Just one, I'm like, yes. And it's year round. It doesn't stop. So the juice isn't worth the squeeze. We'll do boxing so you have better hand-eye coordination. Baseball, we're not going to major in boxing. It's not what we do.
That's just such a weird conversation to have. To like, you know, because it's like, you go, because in your minds, you're like, because then you're a kid, you're like, Dad, but look what you did. We live in a great house, you know, like, whatever you say you did, I mean, it's still going to have like a,
but I make it clear, like, the house we live in, the cars I drive, that's not because of fight. The discipline is what got us here. It's not because I tell them, like, when you were born, we lived in 100 square foot apartment, you know? Like, fighting was tough. And then the other thing I tell them too is like, if most of the fighters, this is bad, especially the UFC fighter, if you went to those fighters, if they had the skill when they were young to play for the Dodgers, to play for the fucking Denver Broncos, they would choose that. They couldn't make them. They're not athletic enough to do that. So they gravitated towards martial arts. The good athletes are fucking sign up for jiu-jitsu and fucking karate, but it's all they can really do. Tiger has a skill set, but we're not doing fucking taekwondo.
Football friend of mine, he was a lot of football player, just failed basketball players.
And to be honest, like, the only reason I got into the UFC because I was a failed football. I was considered a really good athlete in the UFC. I'm time a dozen in the college football. You watch any college blocker, there's 30 at least. I'm not special. In the UFC, I'm special because they don't have a lot of good athletes. That makes sense.
Yeah, that's different. I don't know if it's even like not good athletes so much as like they don't have a lot of people. I don't know if there's a lot of people willing to put themselves on the line for that. Yeah, you know what I mean? It's like it's a special kind of thing in your head. So there's a difference between trying to figure out the game and then trying to figure out how to not get fucking knocked out, you know? And you're going to get hit in the fucking head a bunch of times. You're going to get
Well, that's my Pat impression. Shit! Alright, moving on. That's like him. What are you talking about? Sounds like me, actually. Well, Joel, how maybe it is something. A little over 4 years, it'll be 5 December 21st. Very cool. Were you expecting to mark your calendar? It's December 21st. They did. December 21st. There you go. Joel, ladies and gentlemen, back on the drums he goes. He's on Twitter at Mostly Sorry, all one word. Mostly Sorry. Joel Stephenus, that's the sound. That's fun. Joel. All right, another name out of the bucket. This looks like a new name, I do believe. Pair of hands together for Ryan Clark.
Oh, wow. Right. Hard. Blew it. How about, I like this. I circled his name after he signed it. Put your fucking hands together. Let's look like a new name. Vinny Ward, everybody. Yeah. It's sort of like it when they don't show up. Pull another name out. This guy's here. Put your hands together for Matthew Maloney, everybody. You know him, you love him. Here he is, Matthew Maloney.
All right, everybody. Here's the deal. I know I look like a serial killer. All right? You can all go ahead and stop screaming at me. To be fair, some of you were kind of like a murderer. It's more like a murderer. Maybe a rapist. I want to say I appreciate the sentiment, but I have to face the fact that I'm dull. I look bored. People around me are going to get nervous. The other day, I just walk up to a guy, walk up to him. He says, Matthew, if you wanted to, you could kill somebody. What kind of manager are you? There's no way that's coming to worse. Thank you very much.
Well, yeah, 59 seconds, 0.8 by Matthew Maloney.
Can I,
Yeah, Josh Wolf.
I have one quick thing to say. I would say, I would never say that people tell you a rapist will appreciate the sentiment. I don't know exactly what the sentiment behind it is, except the fact that they call you. That's true, that's a good point. I wonder if there's any truth behind it. That's why I asked you the question. Yes, it's supposed to be a joke.
Do a lot of people tell you that it's a do you just
No,
is that what you ask for when you go to the barber? Because I mean, it sort of seems like you're playing into it.
I got it a lot more.
Once you find broken pieces, whether you actually actively broke on its own.
Looks like you've definitely killed some serial killers. That's for sure.
James and the giant flower.
You look like a gallon and really taking a moment to alleviate all the yeah. Matthew, see, there's a lot of things that you would say.
All right, I don't know. I thought we were keeping it positive. Matthew, I'm here for you. I'm a good guy. Where are you from? That's where my mother lives. There you go. You can check up on her. She's down there. She was in Palm Desert. You can. She's an Uber driver down there. She's 85.
Did she really drive Uber? Your mom drives Uber?
Yes.
Really?
She's still driving. My mom went to Fairfax High School. She lives in Palm Desert.
Do you think that when people get the
Funny.
Ryan Redband.
Yeah.
On it, baby. There.
She's just great during Coachella.
Really?
Yes.
Oh my God.
They have shows down there in Palm Springs. I go down there a lot at the casinos.
Matthew, how do you make your money? You already said
It's my mother, not my grandmother. How dare
How
you?
dare you? Just because she's 85 doesn't mean she's...
She should have a grandkid if we adopted a dog. I love dogs.
Matthew, how's Uber been going?
It's going all right.
You can always get into I think honestly, you got a good look for commercials. Keep doing the stand-up. If you want, you can go a lot of different ways.
Even a casting director for wedding commercials or something like that.
Oh, what's your name again? Matthew. Keep doing what you're doing.
There you go, Brody.
Hold on.
Brody was right about this. Don't quit.
Okay, hold on. What do you want?
Using selfie sticks, start periscoping.
Oh, let me tell you, I take a selfie stick defense course. I see somebody with a selfie stick, I spray him with mace. Did I get a laugh? Did I get a laugh? I don't know.
Matthew.
Attack and gas, a good guy.
Matthew, single? Dating at all? What's that situation?
It's going fine.
Matthew.
You guys
I know, I'm sorry. Panicking. What do you think of the actual how long you been dating this guy?
On and off since high school. Probably 3 years now. You've been out of high school for 3 years? No, I'm only counting the time before we go.
Oh, putting it all together.
I'm 57 years old.
Well, she's still in. She doesn't know that.
Whether she looks like a window shade.
So what's that like? How often on is it? Like, when's the last time you saw her?
So what does he do?
So what's that like?
Like getting ready, let's say,
I dated right after high school, and then I went to college, and then I came back.
Yeah, we did.
What college you go to?
Citrus College.
Yeah, I've heard of it. It's in the San Gabriel Valley.
Yeah.
It's off the 210 freeway.
Yes.
Thank you.
Did you pick Citrus College because it's the only university that sounds delicious?
That is so mean, Tony.
Thank you, Bruce. Matthew, so like, what was Wednesday like? Just a beauty call? Oh, who's a big shiny little serial killer, huh? Who's a shiny little rapist baby? Who's your big rapist babies? Yes, yes, yes. Yes, you're just so you know. So beauty call? Did you guys fuck or what? Did she leave her purple pillow over your house? Alright, I'm not getting any answers out of you. That was a really good set, Matthew. You're always funny on the show. Anything else for Matthew, guys?
I think you covered.
Yeah, that's it. Matthew Maloney, ladies and gentlemen. There he goes. Always funny. He's on Twiggy Maloney.
For Matthew Maloney.
Maloney? Did you say Matthew Maloney?
That's it.
No, it's Matthew Maloney.
I think you said Matthew Maloney. Hi, it came out of nowhere. I'll attack.
All right. In the show where every third comedian is actually here, how about this? Bradless Velocity? Huh? Bradless? Bradless? It's okay. Now we missed the spot. That's it. If he's not here, that's it. Fuck him. Bo Laughton. Wow, from deep down the hallway. It's in a different room.
Speaking of being a boy, I think white people need to stop telling black people who they look like. Because even if you're right, you're doing it wrong, you know?
Like using it for Monday, uses them as papers, like as papers, and he uses them to make the street. So it's not a problem.
I went to my parents' house once. I mean, have you ever looked around your parents' house and
because again, I want for the way so you commission them.
Because you get all of it, you know? Like some parents, you know, they have cool stuff to pass down to their kids. My mom, all she collects is hats and unemployment.
Ultimately, again, it's not discrimination. You can't use that those. You can't get enough.
Fuck yeah, 48 seconds from Bo Laughman. Oh, you've been on the show a few times before. Always
with the short one-liner style. I love it.
Yeah.
In between movies.
Yeah.
In between movies. Bo, what's your story? How long have you been in
What's the name of Skin pound.
Get the Zika virus there. How long have you been
Oh, I heard they have mosquito issue.
How long have you been in LA? What do you do for work? I went on a new girl, never a good sign.
And what do I do? I go and I take shit.
You choked out on extrovert. Is this a fluffer or something like that? What is it exactly? What's the shadiest Craigslist gig that you've had to do since being in LA? Sure, what's the worst one that you've done? Would you do that if they offered you some money? Would you do a fuck video and pretend like the girl that's being made love to is your girl? How much would it cost for you to do that?
Wait, those are pretend?
So what? Sorry to spoiler alert. Spoiler alert for Josh Wolf. You know what? I think you just put it up. That's fun, Bo. What else do you do for fun? No, I don't. Nobody does.
Oh, you do?
No, I promise you I don't. What kind of snake? Wow. Here for Joel Shad at the skate park?
Dude, I had a seizure and blacked out of the extras.
You like ridiculousness?
And he's back.
Yeah.
Oh, ridiculousness?
So what's the craziest kind of porn that you've ever watched?
Watched or finished?
Oh, I like that.
Totally different question.
Finished too, sure. I don't think he has an answer for anything. He barely got where he's from. Do you consider yourself a lover, though?
He just said he's okay.
Oh, no. Brody?
I did see, you're talking about pornography, and I did see bestiality. Yes. And, well, the guy finished on an insect. He finished on an insect. It was called Charlotte's Webine.
Wow,
That was a long way to go.
Yeah.
It's a big laugh. Get your laugh in the main room. The ticket you can't afford.
Wow.
How dare you not laugh at that? Where are we, Sacramento? You're going to hit me with a 2x4?
Wow. Brody.
All I see is dark colors.
Oh, my goodness.
It was much better than myself.
All right. Brody, did they laugh at that joke that when you do it in the main room and they paid for it?
Let me get some
No, anything else interesting about yourself? You seem sort of like
Welcome to You Have a Personality.
Yeah, we're really reaching here, bro.
What would be the one thing you would tell us about?
Like water.
Water's good. I have to eat every day.
I like water. I sleep somewhere between 8 and 9 hours a night. Under one blanket.
I use these two things to walk. I breathe in a substance called oxygen.
We have a lot in common.
Yeah.
Other than that, that's pretty much it.
Connection.
Anything else interesting, though?
All right, you're really rolling with this thing. Okay.
He's really nailing Keanu Reeves. It's like, what? I don't know. What's interesting? What's interesting?
He's somewhere between Keanu Reeves and Christopher Reeves.
Oh my God, Tony, that is so uncalled for.
Take a moment and realize you almost got that joke.
I didn't cut it off. He got a laugh. It was great. I would never do that. I'm a good guy.
Thank you. I know it got a lot of fun there. Thank you. Brody, go ahead.
We were asking your wife, what do I just put out energy. You got to put out energy. Your arms crossed negative. Yeah, I'm okay with that. I'm okay. It's a start. Arms crossed negative.
What's your normal writing process? What do you do?
We don't want you to
sit there and go, you write
I write like, if I'm actually writing, I do I bet you the characters on the screen Were you an extra in Days and Confused? Okay. He's from Texas. That's a callback. Thank you. Say write what you know. So he's from
so
I'm wrong. Did I use that? You use my joke? Sure. I'm seeing arms cross negative, and I read energies. I don't Clearasil? What are you saying? Yeah. Hold on, give me a chance, Tony.
I did give you a chance.
Stop being aggressive towards me. I was thinking.
Let me think of a funny answer.
Go ahead, keep going. You're good. I'll Brody's interview. Oh, really? Did you play baseball at Arizona State? You didn't, Jeremiah.
For those of you counting on your Kill Tony bingo cards, that is his second Arizona State reference today. Bo, anything else? Have a good night, buddy. There you go. Bo Laffman. He's on Twitter at Bo Laffman. There you go. I pulled another name out of the bucket. Keeping it moving, baby. I'm going to get right into it. This looks like a new name. We're here together for Brett Evans. Here he comes.
I like to watch Vice News because I like to stay informed on things happening in the world. Which, by the way, stay ignorant as long as you can. You'll be a much happier person. But they were talking to Edward Snowden about how the government is hacking everything over the Trump time. It's so scary that the government can do that. Like, if somebody's working at the FBI watching you jerk off, talking about how I want to fuck these hands super bad, whatever, I don't care. My life is not that interesting. So go ahead, look at my text messages that say, I think J.R. Smith should be on Hillary Clinton's ballot for president this year because we need people like J.R. Smith. Yeah, I'm just waiting for that West Hollywood Bear to come out and eat me because that would feel way better.
No need for him to eat you. You already ate it yourself. Brett, you are without a doubt, you are without a doubt one of the funniest evil dolls that have come to life that I have ever had on this show before. I mean, of all the dolls that ever came alive in the middle of the night and did stand-up comedy, you are it.
It's like the doll from Goosebumps.
Yeah.
I was gonna say you look like a giant baby version of Chris Pine and Randy Orton.
You have some kind of crazy, star face. How long have you been in LA?
About a year.
Yeah, you have a star head. Where are you from?
Yeah, I'm from Wisconsin.
Yeah, I was gonna guess Minnesota. That's so funny.
Also kind of grinchy.
Yeah, totally.
I do hate Christmas.
That's fun. So now that you've been up here a year, did you do like theater and acting and stuff, or anything on stage in Wisconsin? So you just came up here and showed me the stand up.
About 6 weeks.
Really?
Yeah.
How often are you getting up?
Probably 3 times a week.
Pretty good.
I gotta mix it in with the alcoholism too, sometimes.
No, I don't know why you guys have it.
Yeah, you have started, dude. You're like Zac Efron on Men, something like that. Something really interesting going on. Dude, have you tried any acting or done anything like that?
A little bit, but there's like I started getting into it. I got my membership to casting night, so that's fun stuff. Yeah, right? $14.95 a month. Exactly. Welcome to the exclusive club.
Wow, that's the funniest thing ever. That is what's
Next stop, Texas.
And then you're on your way to that top of show business, my friend.
I like that.
Hey, you're $10 a month and you will make it to the top. Brett, how do you say that last name? Edie. Yeah. Do you just go up in people's windows in the middle of the night and scare the life out of them? You have like a really scary face. Do you know this? Do you know
It's
this?
scary and it's handsome. It's like
That's like either get, hey, you look like the Chucky doll,
Right.
or I get, you were Ray Liotta's kid. It can go either way.
Yeah, who knows if Chucky doll is eventually Ray Liotta's kid?
Right, exactly.
So this guy's too big. He's pretty creepy.
Yeah. Brett, tell us something about you. What do you do in the face like that? I mean, what do you do for work? I mean, you definitely don't do humor because you looking back at somebody in the rear view mirror is instant 1 star. Instant 1 star. Like people just jump out of your car from the back seat. They just roll into fucking Beverly Boulevard. Just like, oh no.
I'm actually a preschool teacher.
Holy shit. This is why I love this show, ladies and gentlemen. You never know when shit's about to get real. You look like one of your students evil. Evil. You're a preschool teacher?
Yeah.
Shut the fuck
Oh,
up.
you know, I walk into that parent teacher conference, I walk in and be like, I'm not saying.
My jokes kill.
So these kids, not only do these kids see you during the day, they also see you under their bed at night.
Have you finished your homework yet?
Your papers due in the morning.
I started collecting children's bodies at the age of 27. I was a preschool teacher. The parents wondered, where are my children? I said, don't worry about it.
I would shove their own backpacks. Brad, how long have you been teaching preschool?
I like how the killer got out of that one by saying, don't worry about it. Sorry about the creepy music.
Brad. All right. We have that summy break at some point. Brett, how long have you been teaching preschool?
A year, and I taught English in sophomore.
Any kind of single mom?
Wait a second. When you were in South Africa, were you in Maryland or something like this? Yeah, that's true.
Hey, fuck yeah.
One of the least famous songs from the hit movie.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely not this year.
A year and a half, Brad. What's some of the crazy shit you've seen go down in a preschool, other than Brody Stevens peeking through the windows? Just kidding, Brody. Just kidding. Oh, there he is. Brad, what did you see? What goes down there?
One time, two kids were taking a shit next to each other, and one of them decided to wipe his ass with his hands and then wipe it on his friend's face.
Oh my God! To think that all of this could happen on your chest is crazy.
The crazy thing, I told them to do it.
Hook next to each other, Chad.
Now wipe it on his face.
What do you mean by you're in the middle of the classroom? I know you're in the middle of the classroom.
Don't worry about the camera.
Go down to the back and look next to each other, lean against each other's backs.
Yep. Private school, Valley. It was called Charlotte's Rabbi. I didn't like it at private school. I went to Valley Private School for one semester in first grade where they have pets and horses. I didn't like it. The kids, I didn't like the rich kids. And I was embarrassed to raise my hand in the bathroom. And then my mom picked me up, and those kids never saw me again.
Oh, jeez.
Wow, that was.
Wow. Yeah.
That's a sad life.
Bet you it affected them more than it affected me.
I bet you not. I bet you they've never told the story before.
Changed my life.
Like maybe the 50th time you're like,
Nobody's taking a dump in their pants in first grade. Okay, fine.
First grade, Brody?
Nobody's still talking about it.
Well, you know what? I talked about it last in the main room. How dare you attack me, kid? I sub-teach. Thank you. And Quiznos. 25. That gets a laugh every time I do it.
Sub-teach.
And Quiznos. Well, you know what? My audience would laugh at it. This audience doesn't, and I don't care.
You mean wait, when you say,
I do care.
When you say my audience, are you talking about?
I'm talking about Jewish people and non-dark shirt-wearing crowds. My crowds wear polo shirts and blue.
Brody, where do you see these crowds?
I went to a Cedar High School. I know you guys. When they come at me, I read your energy. I'm here every night. I know I'm getting hated on.
Brody, where do you perform? I
don't want to fight for every laugh.
Brody, where do you perform when you see these polos? That's
Democratic. I like Best Buy, actually. I get a lot of swinging magazines. Charlotte's Rabbi. Yes! We're having fun.
polos in blue.
Brad, any of the preschoolers' moms ever hit on you? Like, you get any group action and things like that? You get any TNA at the PCA?
Unfortunately, no. Not yet. I mean, I'm down with it. I'm looking for
What district are you in? Sherman Oaks.
That's why I took it. Ramble. You know what? I ramble in the main room. Johnny Depp, thank you. Now, look it up.
I like that you started talking outside.
I think you should go with like Zac Efron. If you're gonna, you gotta like get the audience on your side. Look like do that, Adam Levine. You're doing fine.
Let's talk about weight to live. You get an hour special. Go out.
Call it Chuck E. Cheese. I gotta get home tonight, so I'm back.
That's my boy, Pat Reagan.
Brad, anything else interesting about you? Any cool hobbies, anything like that? How's the love life?
Love life is, it is what it is. Let's just say batteries aren't included.
I did one of those Jewish dating services. I hooked up with my sister. I know that joke. Got a big laugh the other night. Jeremiah, how dare you attack me? I'm from the valley. You wait till I die. I'll choke you on Ventura. I got Sherman Oaks here. I'll drown you with a coffee bean. Like yourself. You got it. I'll give you a chokehold.
All right, Brett. What do you mean by it is what it is? You hooked up with any girls since being in LA?
Yeah, but dating in LA is it's different because say they're very interested in that. What do you think is on it? What do you think?
My guess is
that's probably the problem.
My guess is a smart harbor ship.
No, it's a bicycle. They don't like to ride on the things.
Stop trying to be funny. We've seen how that's gone for you so far. Just answer the questions honestly. When you go on a date with a girl, and you pick her up, so they drive.
That was kind of
That's it. Yeah, there you go. You
That's answered your question. You say I don't know about dating.
Are you Snapchatting?
I haven't.
You gotta get into that. You gotta get into Snapchatting.
That's the key.
You're in LA. That's what I say to all you guys. You're in LA. It's a major leagues. I grew up here. I went to Seattle for 3 years. I didn't come back. Then I went to New York for 3 years. Then I came back. 6 years and 30. I left. Get out of here, guys. Got a laugh?
Yeah.
That was funny.
There you go. Slipping.
I don't know. I'm sorry. I was a little aggressive. But I didn't eat today. Cashews.
Well, Brett, it was nice to meet you, man. Come back anytime. Welcome to the show. There you go. Brett Evie, everybody. He's on Twitter at Evie Speaks. Go laugh, man. Go laugh, man. Evie Speaks. EVY Speaks, all one word. Let's do something a little bit different. Let's go to the regulars now, and then we'll go to the bucket a couple times at the end. Your first regular go up. Now, this performer writes a brand new minute every single week, unlike the people that got picked out of the bucket. So it's a little bit tougher of a job, a little bit, we get to watch highs and lows. Who knows how it's going to go. We do know this. When she first started, she was shaking, convulsing uncontrollably, and things have gotten better since then. Put your hands together for the always nervous stylings of Melissa Esslinger, everybody.
I used to think that fire hydrants were no good. But now, every time I come up to a fire hydrant, it's just a parking inconvenience. And I get pissed off because I'm like, why does this fire hydrant need 2 spaces the size of a truck? Well, a truck, fire truck, I guess. I'll go there. But you don't need the whole space to get a hose to a fire hydrant. I just don't understand why it's gotta be like that and then cost $73. Every time I park somewhere, the red pisses me off, and I used to look at fire hydrants and think of like Dalmatian puppies with the hats on, and now I immediately think parking tickets, and that sucks. Ready to ruin my coloring books.
Yeah, 56 seconds of new parking fire hydrant material. It's one of my favorite sets from you, all on one topic, so nothing too crazy. You got it all out there without anything terrible happening. Melissa, that was very, very impressive. Yeah, it's really cool. Fun to see. Real shit.
Yeah, and you know what? Crazy combination of nerves and confidence.
Yeah.
Like you look nervous, but I was like, oh, she never had not control.
Yeah, exactly. And we've walked that line. So that's a fun developing story. Brody Stevens, do you like Melissa have serious psychological problems? What do you think about her?
I don't have. That's my point. Once I cut off my mom and all that stuff forcing me, I'm the happiest guy ever. I got railroaded, let's be honest. I never had a problem with Arizona State. Haven't had a problem. Why am I the Prince of Paris of 12 billion hearts?
Brody,
All on my own. Nobody helps me.
Does anybody call you? Brody, does anybody call you the Prince of Periscope?
Yeah, my 142,000 followers do.
Did you just completely make up that number?
Pull up my Periscope. You can use
142.
Yeah, that's why I'm doing things. Yeah, 142,000, 12 million hearts. What do you want?
I'll scissor kick you with the Arby's on ViralRabbi.
It's true, he actually did do that. Brody, I love you still. We all know that.
I never had any. I got railroad. But here's the deal. Good job, Alyssa. I like you're doing like the drummer shirt on the house drum at the Guitar Center.
Really?
Yeah.
Is that what you do when you're not selling balloons at the park?
Oh, really?
Balloon at the picture, motherfuckers. It's funny.
No, I'm having a good time tonight, so I want to say thank you. And Melissa, you're doing good. I know it's hard each and every week to come up with jokes and all that. I know you're like, you're nervous. What, do you walk? What do you do to alleviate your nerves?
I'm doing yours.
Like, what do you do to try and alleviate your nerves?
I'm not going anywhere, that's a problem, but I'm working again.
Just walking up against the wall like a video game.
It's like those wind up little, like a Yoshi doll that you get at Burger King.
I see growth. I do see growth and confidence because I see you here every so often. I keep doing it. I mean, it's interesting. Do you self-mutilate at all? Yeah, I understand. I just got back from, guys, I want to be honest with you. I just got back from my AA meeting, Asperger's Anonymous.
Do you know if there's anything anonymous about your Asperger's, Brandon?
You know what, Tony? You're doing good. Keep doing it, and
There you go. Keep doing it. You can get the Kill Tony Brody Stevens Keep Doing It T-shirt at.
oh, you know, she came up with the joke, the fire hydrant joke. That's great. You know, I like fire hydrants.
I'll put you in a chokehold at the Orange Julius on Rosewood.
Yes, mother with the Fairfax. Look it up. Melrose Avenue Elementary. I have roots in this town. Get out if you're not from here. I hope that plays in the podcast.
Melissa, there you go. You did it. Another new minute. There she goes. Melissa Esslinger. Lock it in. Lock it in. Add to it. Cut it down again. Another new minute from Melissa Esslinger. You're another regular, and then we're going to get back to the bucket. You know, ladies and gentlemen, writing and performing a brand new minute every single week from the hardest stuff and all comedy. Putting it together for the next adjustment.
I've been trying to figure out if I'm a good person or a bad person. And I think I'm a good person because I always write notes on people's cars, so I can little big parts on. However, I know that I'm a bad person because if I had a baby and it didn't look like me, I'd assume that it wasn't mine. And I'd give it away. Whatever ingredients we put in this cake did not work, time to start over. I don't think the baby should have rights. The First Amendment is freedom of speech, and babies can't get time. If you can't do the First Amendment, you don't get the others. All the Republicans in the room are like, well, they should at least hold their own guns.
Fuck yeah, this is great. Double regular fun. I like that. Very cool. Again, you know, like with us, pretty much all on one topic, which is really cool. It's crazy to get through that this week. What was the beginning?
I think I'm a good person because I write notes in people's
Oh, yeah, I almost want to hear more about that. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. It almost seems like two different things. Like, I feel like there's just something about you writing notes in people's cars. I've had that happen. I've wanted to do that a lot lately too. To fucking people.
I think it looks
Street parking is street parking. How many people have street parking here in Los Angeles? Like, actually, where you live, you have to park on the street if you live in a crazy populated area. Anybody? Yeah, I know. That's must be nice.
Anyway, I have sub-Mediterranean parking. I live beneath this antique chicken.
Oh, there you go.
Laugh, that's a good laugh.
That's what I
When you told some of your punchlines, you sounded like you're from New York.
Yeah, you got a little bit. So you got a little bit on your punchlines. You sort of get a little bit Rosie Perez.
Yeah,
The white man can't jump.
Yeah.
I mean, you lost the money, Billy.
It's a character, right? You do the
How did you
voice.
lose that money? That was on Jeopardy money, Billy.
It's a good character. It's good. Okay, then, yeah, it's good. I like it.
Yeah.
Perfume.
Yeah, it smells good.
so sometimes.
I like it.
Well, that Brody wears is great. Well, you know what? Speed stick.
Wow, joke of the night right there.
Oh, really? At my expense?
Yeah, totally. Perfect timing. Holy shit. Jeremiah Walker.
I wear speed stick.
Fun episode. Oh my god.
Delete everything.
Oh my god. Brody, that really, I mean, you really set yourself up for that one. I mean, I do know that it's hard for you to perfume because your nose is almost touching Vanessa from where you're sitting.
My nose is more down and not that way.
Yeah. You're right.
Oh, now it's nose jokes.
It is.
We're gonna judge physical appearances. I'll take a dump in my Quicksilver shorts.
How dare you?
I'll walk out
Dare
of
you do
here.
that to me? I just broke the front of the cereal box for Fruit Loops.
Cereal is so expensive at John's. I know. That's why I got cashing. Yeah, it's like expensive. It's a scam there. I don't know.
You say John?
At John's, I went there with the unshowered. Nothing, okay.
It's my favorite sound effect. Studio laughter for Brody. Give it to him, baby. Vanessa, that was really fun. I love that you stuck it on one subject. It felt real. It felt like a real opinion. You know what I mean? So, fuck yeah. You getting a lot of spots in? You doing all this work at night?
What?
Trying to do spots?
Oh.
I kind of like that she sounds like a young Joey Lawrence.
Yeah.
What was his catchphrase?
Whoa, yeah.
First and finish.
Well, we got a millennial from
I did 100 crowd warm-ups for Gloucester. How do you not know him?
Should know.
Thank you, Joey Lawrence of Arabia. You got it.
Yes, Persian profession.
Experience with the great Vanessa Johnson, ladies and gentlemen. Another new minute from our two regulars. They came in swagger from the regulars tonight, and I love that. You guys ready to get back to this fucking bucket or what? Anything can happen.
In the bucket.
Here we go. It's the part of the show we like to call bucket or bucket. Put your hands together for Victor Martinez Jr. Put your hands together for Preacher Lawson.
Yes, no. I don't work here. It's laundry day. Okay. I'm trying to get a job. I just got fired in 2007. Good luck everywhere. I'm not having money, man. I moved down here like 4 months ago, and I hate everyone from LA hey, when I first moved down here, none of y'all warned me about a spot called Watts. Y'all say anything super dangerous over there, you get shot. I didn't know it was dangerous. I was looking for a apartment online. Watts was in my price range, right? I was like $40 a month. I can do that. That's not a bad deal for a 7-bedroom. And bad idea. A lot of thugs and gangsters, okay? I'm not a gangster, okay? I tried to be, I just can't be one because of techniques. Okay, you can't. And I love kitties. You can't be a gangster and love. I love kitties, okay? People think I'm joking. I'm not joking at all. My mom brought like 3 kids to the house the other day. It was her house. I lived with her. And I was flipping. I was like, cute! So cute. I loved it. I was like, I'm going to love you for cute kitty. And I was,
Rachel Lawson has been on the show 4 or 5 times now. Every single time, absolute annihilation. You did it again tonight. I want to work with him. There you go, Brody. It's like the voice. I want to work with him.
good job. You're doing good. That was great energy.
Great tight. Brody wants to work with you, Preacher. Can you get Brody some work at the gym that you work at?
You son of a bastard, Tony! You don't do that to me. I have a debit card and an Amazon account.
Yes.
Please check out my wish list. No, great stuff, great energy. Keep doing what you're doing. Keep doing it.
You getting in a lot of spots at night? How long you been on there again?
I started
Right. Hell, if you're not getting shots,
you got a spot right.
you would have Friday.
Yeah.
That's 7.
Another mouse moving. That's weird.
So it's a good spots.
Yes.
Are you doing voiceover stuff?
No, I don't do voice.
Why not?
I'm not doing that, man.
But you got a voice, put out the energy. LA casting. No, you can. Okay, well, you got a good voice. You got good energy. Keep doing it. I think. No, I like it. I know what's going on here. So, I see you 4 months, and
Are you on the clock right now, by the way?
Did you like? I literally came to.
Are you one of the guys in blue polos that Brody performs in front of when he's on
I don't want the protection.
Preacher, you are without a doubt one of the energy that you have. Every week I'm waiting. Every time I pull you off the bucket, it's the first time I've been waiting for it to fall off and for it to be busted up. But again, tonight, like when I put the 7-bedroom line, I mean the base in this room is a very impressive line.
Good.
The only people that ever get laughs like that is me on this show, and no, but Preacher, it's incredible. How do we get this guy a job here immediately? How do we just hire him or something? Preacher, we gotta figure it out.
You'll get it. He's only been here 4 months. Just keep being positive. Hey, that's all I made it. I believe in myself.
Preacher, which LA Fitness store do you work at? Miracle Mind.
Blackbone? Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't say
Black.
No, I did not. I said I did not. Tony, I did not say that. Don't do that to me.
Racist undertone.
Did not say that.
Oh, Red Band. Red Man just loves that slave music. He just cannot keep himself chained in. Preacher, man, that is so cool. Anything fun? I mean, you were on last week in the main room, right? Anything fun happened in the past week of your life? Anything interesting?
You know what I'm talking about? You get dumped by someone you're not dating. Okay, that happens.
Where are you from? Were you born here?
I'm not making that up.
You have an extreme amount of energy. Like I almost feel like you were like born to be crazy, like in a black church or something like that.
A lot of churches.
Why?
I don't know, my mom's moved a lot. I never went to a school in a full year. She was a criminal.
I think so, man.
Yo, she was a criminal. Yeah.
Mommy, I was running. Don't worry about it, baby. Get in the car.
So, preacher, I mean, you're.
Is that your real name, preacher?
What they call?
So what's your last? What are you going by? Preacher Lawson. What's your
TV show?
What's your legal? No, because here's the deal.
Nobody.
Here's the deal.
Preacher Lawson.
I'm a real guy, Stephen Brody Stevens. I like preacher. I like Jovan. I like Jovan. Why not?
Brody, you're the one that. Brody, are you the one
You changed your name?
Yeah. Brody, isn't your real name Stephen Brody?
Stephen James Brody. Yeah, it is.
Okay, so but you just told him not to change his name.
Because I made a mistake. I'm like John Kruger Mellencamp.
Put your hands together for the future. Preacher Lawson, everybody. He's going to be a huge star one day. There's nothing that can stop him. He's on Twitter at Preacher Lawson. Ladies and gentlemen, drawn. You are here from the start of the episode. Tonight's drawing from Ryan J. Ebel. All the prints are available at RyanJEbel.com, along with the.
That's on. Am I in the center? That's awesome.
Yeah, Brody looks like Wario.
Yeah, look at my eyebrows. Sharp. On fleek.
Jamie Vernon in the HD, Pat Reagan, and Jeremiah Watkins.
At Jeremiah Stand-Up, at Patty Reagan, at Mostly Sorry. And I want to plug this real quick. July 26th on all VOD, The Bet, a new independent movie that I'm in coming out.
Wow. You're gonna get 7 more hits after that plug.
Roddy Piper's last film appearance.
Wow, really?
Yeah,
Are you the one that kills him? That's actually a double joke. For those of you paying close attention. Brody, anything you want to plug?
In October, I'll be in D.C. and Scottsdale.
Are you doing trick-or-treating?
I'm doing an open mic in D.C. And I'm going to be in Scottsdale, too.
All right, before everybody stops listening, Josh Roll, what do you want to plug?
Just my podcast, Fairly Normal.
Yes, Fairly Normal. We've all done it. Very, very fun. I had a blast on Fairly Normal. If you like me, check me out on that. Ryan Redman. See you later. Bye, live audience. Have a good night.
Is this principle. It's something not seeming a bad guy. What's the bad guy? Who says, I'm the throne is an
I had to see these things.
Just go figure fight in our rematch. God never made a tougher man than me. You see the genius of where chills going up and down your spine face to face with the great. When all of a sudden I will still be undefeated and undisputed.
Welcome to Undefeated and Undisputed. This is not AI channel. This is real. This is. I'm going to compensate with this. This is the God himself, the notorious Connor. Listen, if he's a bomb and there's one walking on earth, it is you, my friend. Channel, we are in with you. I feel like I'm walking in honor presence. Now we have Connor here. I don't know if there's a better trio. I'm just going to throw it out there in the space. But, Channel, what do you have to say to the man himself? Go ahead. I know you've been excited. Yeah, well, first off, it's great to see you, Connor. And I haven't seen a lot of pieces. Listen, the UFC, I'm
I know you've been pushing for the Chandler fight and the White House. Rumors are coming out of maybe Conor an international fight weekend. Can we just start with an update? Where do you stand right now as far as your competitive future?
So, as I was aware, it was the White House. I was looking at the White House. I know the administration was strong for me to be in the White House. It was McGregor versus Chandler. The story was built in. Chandler's a stand-up guy. He's electric in the cage. He comes to bring it. I'm the max of flight to the air versus Conor like Chandler. It would have been dynamite as far as the fight. And somewhere down the line, not me ever saying no or hey ho, not enough money or no, nothing. Just, maybe we're going to go with you for international fighting. Okay, no problem. Maybe we're going to leave Chandler. I feel like Chandler, I've been preparing for the last 2 years. I feel like it's weird that, he deserves to go after the waiting, and it would be a great fight. It makes sense. It's easy done. It gets me back in there, but they feared off that I'm not gonna be too picky. I have to get back. I'm eager to get back. I'll get out and look myself. So okay, sorry, Chandler, it is what it is. What weight, Conor, are you gonna do? I'm gonna do 170, as you know. I'm gonna be good, a lot bigger than before. Okay, but we're gonna offer you this at home. Yes, no problematic chef. Day after day after day. No problem. We'll send the contract. Excellent. It's a great match. That's a great match. That's a great match. That's all I ever hear about LC. And no contract came. And that's kind of where I'm at. Still here in this limbo. All these. My manager is out there in Las Vegas on Monday. Face-to-face meeting. I hope a respectable offer comes through. I'm notoriously good to deal with. I'm an honest man. I admire fairness. And I'm sure we can get it done. And I say it go. I assume the fight I'm getting, and I don't mind it at all, is the BMF contest was on this week, a rematch between Holloway and Oliveira. It was a cracking rematch. I always love rematches when fighters honor each other with a rematch. I always have to like respect for it. I'm very excited for it. Maybe it's me and that for the next one. So we will see. It's all taking shape. And as I said, Monday there's a big meeting happening. There's so much happening in the fight. It's actually incredible what's going on in the fight. It's a great time to be a fight fan. It is taking place. And it's a great time to be in the States because there's so much opportunity. So many routes and avenues you can go. But also on the flip side, it kind of slows things down as far as the fight is trying to get booked. Because our promoters and our matchmakers are caught up in so much wrong. And so I'm just waiting it out. Controlling the incontrollables. But the octagon, the actual USB octagon built in my home. Got all my plans on it. I've got my map. I've got state-of-the-art equipment. I've got no interruptions, no distractions. I've got a full team, a big fight, and Paul is with me. There you go. I went for the call.
Listen, Connor, I gotta say this, and I'm not trying to blow smoke up your ass, but you sound probably the most clear, motivated, determined, with kind of getting rid of all the things on the outside. I mean, look at you're literally standing in the cage, you're hitting us with everything, and we know you would never say no, even if it's a tough challenge. And look, to your point, right now, there is a lot of opportunity. I think the MMA world truly needs the MAC back. I think the BMF title coming up this weekend, the fact that both Max Holloway and Charles Oliveira both have said that they will call you out if they win. Is the BMF title one of the motivations to come back, being that it's probably the only thing you haven't obtained yet in your career?
I'm motivated to compete, to return, to show my work, show my level, show where I'm at today to the world. So BMF is the way to put the belt on the waist for sure. I'm for sure about mine with a good heart. So why not acquire the BMF title? I have history with Max Holloway. I've fought and beat him prior. I've had history with the country of Brazil many times over the years, and I know the Brazilian men for sure would love a chance to get one back. About the height of respect for both men, I think they're both fine. Do I think having them drain themselves in the sauna and pour their little skulls into dehydrated skulls and then claim that to be a BMF title, I don't see anything BMF about that. So that is the only
space where I find myself maybe. You know, why go down to 155 and train ourselves and then find the BMF? The BMF was founded by Nate Diaz at 170 pounds at the end of the belt. So the belt will be contested at 170 pounds. And I'm hungry. And I'll go and I'll take it. And I'll bring it back. And me and Nate will split the trilogy for the belt. There's so many avenues we can go. And I'm up for every single one. Even if they thought they were going to bring me to the ring, or maybe my custom negotiations, maybe they want to, you know, maybe it's my time to get me done in. All the best for that. I have to some sort of no name that they think is going to be a tough fight. No problem. Send the contract. Yes, yes. Thanks 15 or saying, I accept. Send the contract. No such contract. So here I am just waiting for it. And I hope something great. Please go.
Well, Chal, and I think you'd agree with me. I do agree with Connor here at 170 for longevity. And to his point with the BMF title, I don't really know why the weight class even matters. Would you agree saying that Connor coming back at 170 at his healthiest, even if it's against Holloway or Oliveira, let it be at 170. No reason to drain themselves in the sauna. No reason. Let them be at their best potential in health. Chal, what say you? Because I agree with Connor on that one.
My first response to what Connor just said is, Connor, I believe you. I believe that you have accepted these fights. I believe that you were waiting. I believe that things were being held up. And I love the idea, by the way, Ian. I don't think Connor should go back to 55. I love that he captured at 45. I love that he captured at 55. Why not go to 70? And he makes a very fair point. From a leadership standpoint, I like that he's taking the lead in the locker room and telling guys, you don't have to go kill yourself in the sauna if we're going to win this hard. He did that with Cowboy Cerrone. I like the idea.
And Connor, let's just say the White House was not an option. How do you feel about potentially headlining International Fight Week?
I love it. I'll be ringside with the big boss. I'll be ringside with the big guys myself, watching the guys compete for us. I'll be ringside with the team, yes, and then I'll be in the air. Next month, I hit the 650. I open the top, open the eyes out. There's like diplomatic duty. That White House event is going to be like, I'm going to be on the ring. The friends going to be able to join the event. For sure. They'll look to sit there and watch the fight with the Mac and then go to Sin City and watch the McGregor fight. I'm open, no problem. Yes. You won't get a note from me ever.
All right, so it's 170 International Fight Week. You're saying yes to everybody. There really should be no issue then. Obviously, with the UFC, there's going to be a numbers game. And listen, Aud is the best everybody does, so you're in great hands. You guys have been together forever. So, Connor, if it's not tough,
who do you want to fight?
Sure. Well, okay, Michael Chandler. That's the fight that we were promised. I waited a couple of years for.
We'll be able to White House, and I'll do the fucking international fight as well. You know that it is. You know that's a firecracker of a fight. One man goes down, and it ain't his plan.
Yeah, I got to tell you on a personal note, Connor. If I don't get to talk to you, I want to just tell you something, man to man. You have been so honorable towards Michael Chandler because right there United is real. And I have noticed that you have gone out of your way, even though he's your opponent, you want to fight him, you've gone out of your way to build him and preserve this idea. And I hope people do notice that because you deserve credit for that.
We're all taking this real. I appreciate what you got. Look, I'm prepared for the last 3-4 fucking years. So they lost that a lot of things like heartbreaking. I want to do it again, but look, we don't know. We can decide what these men do. You know, I don't want to. I don't doubt them. It's like in this current time, and we're all captive. Yeah, all these fights are so captive. I just happen to be the free range. You know, I'm organic. I'm like white dude walking around the fucking farm. You know what I'm saying? So I'm just waiting to be fucking wheeled out. And hopefully it's coming down. It's looking like it is. I'll be honored. No matter what. I'm making this walk here. I'm making this walk here now. I'm a shatter now. I'm making this walk. No matter what.
Connor, it's been over 5 years since you stepped foot and graced us with your presence. In your eyes, what does this mean for the business, for the match to be back headlining, regardless of when it is? You know, what does this mean for just the sport of mixed martial arts, the UFC as a business, and the Conor McGregor brand in itself?
It means all the records. That's what it means. It means all the records broke again. One, you were in that state where after going from the pay-per-view month, which was my month, I ran the pay-per-views. I'm the only fighter in the current landscape that has 1 million pay-per-view fights behind them. All the rest of them are a couple of $100,000 a year. You're getting these deals from outside sources, astronomical figures, but no vaccine. You've done nothing in the game. Not at my level. So now we're out in this streaming space, and we've got the top 5 viewership upstairs to fights that are taking past the ones that I assumed when I was the pay-per-view champion. And I want to get in there and do that. I want to take over these streaming rankings and set these records. So what does it mean to the promotion and the content provider in Paramount? It means the record. That's what it means. So if you want to bet that we get it done.
Hell, I don't know if there's a better answer than that. I don't know if I could have scripted that if I tried. I mean, he's right. I mean, who does better numbers than Conor McGregor? So, Conor, let me ask you this, my man. And look, again, Chael and I don't know. I know you don't know me as well, but Chael and I are on the same level when it comes to honesty and transparency. We don't blow smoke. My question for you is, when you finally get the fight? And again, I am praying it's in the next one.
What's my question? Where's the location? Would you rather see that fight take place in the White House, or would you rather see it in international fight in Las Vegas? You want to educate the secondary stuff. They don't usually put me on UFC 200 or 300 or just here. They usually put me on UFC 201 or 301. You know, like the double sale. That's the White House is going to hit no matter what. As long as the administration supports the deal, off we go. And then Will McGregor after the second one. So we double our economic take. So let's understand that. But where would you wish to see the Conor McGregor fight take place? I'm up for it. I'd love to do that also. So, would you like to see it there? Would you like to see it in the next fight? Or anyone else? Where? Channel, you look for a fight. The White House or international fight. And also, secondary question, how much do you think it's worth? Do you think McGregor's return is worth? Yeah, someone said if your man fed, Conor fucking fed, is what he's worth. How much is McGregor worth? How much do you think McGregor is worth? In this contract, factoring in inflation alone, my contract is in 2018. Every fucker is going to be in the bill in the end. Let alone inflation, then you factor in. That's a big deal there, boys. Their boys are powerful, man. Look how good they are. That whole Paramount situation, even with the Paramount acquisition and all that. What they fight for Warner Brothers, it's unbelievable. It's colossal. How much do you think the match is worth? How much do you think I should say, hey, guys, give me the bucks and flat? You know, it's going to go much.
Chael, go for it. You go first, my man. You go first.
Sure, the most. Whatever people are making, the most. Red Canada is still real. Conor McGregor is still the biggest draw. And I don't know what the numbers are currently, but Conor makes a fair point with inflation on the contract that was signed in 2018. So whatever they're paying, they got to pay back the most. And as far as which card, by the way, that's an interesting question I would like to answer. I'm going to debate both of them. I think I'd prefer to see an international fight weekend because I do agree with you. Like the White House itself is a big enough draw. Bring McGregor in. Bring in all the Irish. Let us party for an entire week. Let's turn this into an entire week of it, which is something that is unique about international fight.
Yeah, but that's where I'm at also. I'll be there. I'll still be at the White House. And then whoever is our faces, be it CMF, be it whoever, they bring us into the octagon, and we face off, and we get in the White House lawn, and then off we all go to this city, open the top custom, and enjoy ourselves. I love that. I agree with that also. I'm more than
And Chael, I think I'm going to give a good answer to here. What Conor says, how much would you pay for the back? I think that Super paid the wrong Conor that $15 million. I didn't like that one, Conor. I think they paid the wrong one.
Don't think on there on that. You know, there's levels. There's levels.
Without a doubt. Look, listen, you deserve everything this sport can offer. I think Chael said it the most. They will break records. I think you International Fight Week. Look, Michael Chandler, Chael and I on the last card, we talked about it. That was something that we
wanted. We thought it didn't make sense why, even if time passed, Chandler wouldn't be the guy. He didn't do anything wrong. You've been great supporting him. But if we had a next place situation, my vote would be if Max Holloway were to win at 170 for the BMF title, you and Mac headlining International Fight Week. I don't see how you can go wrong there. I don't see how anyone says no to that. Plus, you guys also have a history there, not me. But you fought. Yeah, I think it was a cracking contest also. It was great. That's the truth. That's it. So, we'll for it. No problem. And Connor, I guess I'll leave you with this one. And we appreciate your time. I love that it ended up working out with the cage behind you. That was fantastic. Say you're back International Fight Week. How long are you looking to come back for a while? Is it so good? I'm only starting. Once I can get this ball rolling, blowing this ball, I get it going. Get it, push it down the hill, I'm done. I have another contract. I have another fight then after. I'm going to keep going. I feel that certain things in my recovery and my work and in modern day science and back my God, I'm going to go to the fucking future. I'm not bound out with it. I'm going. So think about the other time I've had it. People usually hit the wall, they get to the key, they get put down because they're just I've had my rest. I'm fully healed. My body is waiting to go. So I've got at least 10 fights left. In my mind, I have at least 10. It's a good number. It's a good number. Chill.
It's clean money, baby. My baby. And it's honest. It's the most honest money around here. You get in, you put your fucking hands up, and you have enough for the shit. I love it. I absolutely love it. I can't wait to be back.
Chill. What do you got for him?
Nothing. I really think that's great. I think that he comes, I like the idea of 170. I like his moves. I really believe Connor. I think that's the biggest message. Like, when I can tell people that we spoke to Connor today, the biggest thing I'm going to tell them is that he's very sincere. I can tell he wants to fight. Now, all he's got to be that he's from Vegas. I mean, come on. I'm back in Connor on this. Send him the contract.
He's got all the deals for that. Keep going. You don't have to call me on the phone when I'm here. Like, yes, when I'm going to go, I'm going to get my fuel in me. God bless you. Cat this deal, right?
Connor, we appreciate the time. Best of luck to you. Can't wait to have you back. Thank you for coming on Undefeated Undisputed. You are the man, my friend. Have a great day.
All right, Ian, hold on. Don't do anything about here. I want to do a recap here behind Connor's back. I want to tell you what I just saw. I just saw a healthy man. I just saw a sober man. I just saw somebody that I believe. I took that as very sincere. As a matter of fact, Connor, the great promoter, had nothing to promote. He quite literally does not have an opponent. He quite literally does not have a date. That was just three guys talking. I believe him. And I mean, what would your take be being an expert in this business? If they offered to fight and he said yes, but then the fight didn't come through, there's an answer to that. I mean, you can make a simple guess. The opponent was hurt. The opponent said no. But what do you suppose did happen there?
My guess is that Connor does say yes to everything. I think he has people around him to help him for a reason. You know, I think Connor is eager to get back in the cage. He wants to be back at the same time. Without even really knowing who that opponent was. We can talk about rumors all we want, but I find that to be pointless. It does have to make sense for him at this point, right? No matter who he fights, he will not be the A side. He'll be the A++ side, right? At the same time, though, there are other people in this space that it makes sense for him to fight based on where he's at in his career, based on just status in itself. I think the Holloway Oliveira, I think it's where he fits in the most, right? And I don't know why the Chandler fight has gotten away from him. I don't know why Dana and the UFC feel that way. I'm not them. However, to your point, Connor was so clear in his message. You know, this was the Connor we saw that was on the rise in the beginning. You're right. He could have promoted anything he wanted, and we would have not said this. He didn't promote a company. He didn't promote any side projects. He didn't promote any movies, commercials, clothing. He talked about wearing a suit. Usually he would say, oh, I wear his friends. He didn't mention what kind of suit he was wearing. I was going to ask him, but he was on a roll. I think this is the Conor McGregor that needed the time off. I think it's the Conor McGregor we are hoping to see before him at his best, his healthiest. That sounded like the notorious Conor McGregor that we've been waiting for. He sounded great. He was good, and he was asking us questions. You know, I mean, he doesn't do interviews very often, and he was shooting it up with us in a way that, I mean, I loved it, and he seemed very cooperative. I guess is a good word to use for this. It seems like he's being a company man. Just wants it to be fair. You know, he's not the first person to mention the Conor Ben boxing contract, but I think he's also one of the few that probably get that level anyway. Chael, he sounded good. He sounded healthy. He sounded. I do believe him.
Help me speculate though, because I believe his timeline. He gets off the fight. He says yes. The contract doesn't come. He then reads in the media that the opponent he was offered somebody else. I mean, how do you write about that? It's not like they reached out to Conor, got it, yes, which is like, wow, this is great. And then book somebody else. If you were just a guess, like, what could have happened there? Weight class issue, perhaps?
No, I don't think it was weight class issue. I think that maybe they had some chess pieces. They moved around. They kind of saw something a little bit better. You know, there's been other fights in the division announced for other countries that they might have made sense of the younger guys. I think maybe they kind of now they're saying if we're not going to do Chandler and we're going to bring Conor back, you know, what fight really does make sense for him from a longevity standpoint? If we put him up against a younger up-and-coming guy that's in the top 5, I personally don't understand it. I don't think that'd be a smart move in utilizing Conor and whoever that fighter may or may not have been. I think them now waiting, and if this gets done, having it be Holloway or Oliveira, I think that makes the most amount of sense. And sure, that's a no-brainer. And to have, and listen, as much as we sometimes joke about the BMF belt not being a real belt, this may be one of the only other times that having that in the main event makes sense without another title on the line. Although they still could put another title on the line that night. It could be a flyweight title, it could be a women's title. You know, Conor knows the business. He's not a dummy. He even said there's no point in putting it on the White House. It's going to sell itself. So put me on a card or I'll sell it for you. Listen, this guy is a lot smarter than people think. He just showed it. He answered a business question. And he answered it better than I think I asked it, if that makes sense. And business-wise, International Fight Week makes all the sense in the world. Because there's only a few other guys in the UFC that can headline that don't need a dance partner, and that maybe Alex Pereira. Outside of him, Conor can do it, but Conor doesn't hire better breaking records. I think that, to answer your question at the beginning, if you're not going to do Chandler, you have to do someone that's considered kind of an OG legend. I think Holloway and Oliveira still have that watchability factor, excitement factor. And I still think Conor was Holloway between those three would be the most competitive for the most part.
Yeah, I don't know that I disagree. We've seen that fight, and maybe that adds to the other, maybe it changes it. We haven't seen Oliveira. I think that's one. I guess my favorite point is I think that the idol of those, which you also can't go wrong. Like you meet people in the space that play like they're this great matchmaker. They think Conor McGregor against somebody. Say, yeah, anybody can sell a Ferrari. Like you're not going to go wrong with McGregor. There was a rumor that McGregor was going to have Protas. In fact, Protas came out and said Conor turned me down. Nobody would look at that thinking that makes sense. That would do records just because you have Conor, right? And they say in fighting, Max Kellerman claims in fighting there's only 2 athletes that have ever been able to sell on their own. That was Oscar De La Hoya and Mike Tyson. Meaning it didn't matter who the opponent was. Now I think that list needs amended. I think Floyd Mayweather for a while was on that. Conor McGregor is also part of that list. It doesn't really matter who the opponent is, and I offer that because there seems to be some overthought, in my opinion. Well, this is going to make sense. There's some overthought. No, it doesn't. Every now and then, let us have some fun. Every now and then, as MMA fans, you know, we get a James Toney or we get a CM Punk, we get Brock Lesnar, one thing that ended up working out. But I'm just sharing, every now and then we get to have fun. That interview was fun. Conor McGregor is fun. We want Conor. Bring us Conor.
Yeah, well, and look, one other thing, and I'm gonna step away from Conor for a second. Something else popped up that I did want to ask you. Although you're right, that interview was a lot of fun. He was having fun. I wish we could show how he was running through his house to get his Wi-Fi better and ended up in the cage. That to me was just pain itself. I don't know if you saw, Tom Aspinall signed Eddie Hearn's talent agency today. Okay? With everything going on with Aspinall, unclear future with the eye situation, unclear future with the heavyweights, and then we know the rivalry between Eddie Hearn and Dana White and Superboxing and Matchroom. How is this a good idea for Tom Aspinall if he wants to stay with the UFC, be the heavyweight star that he claims he can be? I don't doubt it. I think at his best health, Tom is obviously still the champ per se. I mean, how does this move make any sense at all? Because and I like Tom. To me, this feels like he has the IQ of a potato from a business standpoint.
I do not want Tom to get used. I don't want him to be a little pawn in a game of chess. It felt like, with no details, right? I'm just a fan that saw the same thing that you did. It felt like he was being used. And Tom's a British guy, and he's a British guy. If you're Tom and you're a fight fan, you're going to admire Eddie Hearn. You just don't. You grow up around Eddie Hearn and Maxine boxing. Tom has a fantasy of being a. If you get that phone call from Eddie, and he says, "I can help you. I'm going to fly you out on my private jet. I want to sit down. I want to do business." That's a very seductive thing. And I'm okay with it. I just wanted to be sincere. At this point, and again, and just my reaction, I don't have inside information. I feel that Tom is being used.
Yeah, okay, but here's the thing, though. He's on the UFC roster. We both know Dana does not really let people go out of their contract, right? Everyone's going to come at me and say, oh, the Francis thing. Yeah, but Francis was a free agent, right? Tom's not a free agent. I believe he still has 2 or 3 fights left on his contract. Dana, I don't think is going to release him. I don't think Tom doesn't want to not fight with the UFC. I think, to your point, maybe he was convinced that by Eddie or whoever, that they have the power to negotiate with Dana, that Dana will take into consideration. But can we be honest here? I don't think the UFC machine backs down or takes that from anybody outside of who they answer to, right? So I understand what you're saying, that in that culture, that Eddie is that seductive power. But it doesn't make any sense for where he's at on the UFC roster, right? Maybe he's saying, oh, after I'm done with this fight, Eddie will have some boxing. But this UFC contract can be for longer than these 2 fights, right, based on timing. When you're injured, contracts get extended. And when you're the champion, contracts get extended. Not even the great, powerful Eddie Hearn is going to have that influence over Dana White. So I don't really understand how this is going to improve whatever relationship is going on with them. If there is something negative, we're not seeing a whole lot. It's a little confusing. With Alex vacating his title, I'm guessing he's going to be fighting for an interim, depending on how long Tom's out. I'll be honest, Joe, I don't get it. Don't get it.
Well, and I got to tell you this too. I'm not familiar with the Eddie Hearn talent agency, and so is that where he's going to try to find sponsors? He tries to find things outside the UFC. Does that mean he's going to take on what you and I know as a managerial role, where he thinks he's going to sit down and negotiate with the UFC? I don't actually know those things. So what they promised or what they got worked out, they kind of played close to the vest. It did seem as though this was a strike back about the Conor Ben situation. And that's where I talked about Tom being used, and I hope that's not the case. Look, to fly Tom out in a private jet is silly. To fly him out at all is silly. Put it in a fax machine or put it in a scanner like everybody else. To sit down and sign it shoulder to shoulder and then have a photographer there that releases it. I mean, it felt like this was a play. And I only share with you, I think that Tom's a pretty sincere guy. He's a real honest guy that loves his family. His father's in his corner. He's a pretty simple guy. He's a cage fighter, and Eddie is a little more sophisticated. And when I saw that, I thought that this was a play on the chessboard and that it was a move by Eddie to strike at Dana. I could have that wrong, but this is how I felt when I first saw it.
So look, this show today, this episode, I'm so happy that we were able to do this. This was truly a pleasure with Conor. You never know, sometimes with him, that was a very honest conversation. So guys, this weekend, pay attention to the BMF title, because the winner of that may very well be the main event, fighting Conor McGregor International Fight Week at 170 pounds. I do think that's good for him. longevity. I'm going to reiterate that because I want to see Conor healthy at his best, having fun fights, and he's motivated. So if you're the motivated Conor, it gets things exciting again. We want the sport to consistently be exciting, and this week it feels like that, right? You know, Dana said the White House card is done. So my expectation is he's going to announce it probably at the post-fight conference after the BMF title. So between that, between Conor wanting back, this feels like a very strong fight with Chael. Who do you think wins on Saturday night and becomes the potential opponent for Conor in the international fight?
I'm leaning towards Charles Oliveira, and that's kind of a stretch. You know, consider they've already done this. The two guys have already done this. Why should I expect a different outcome? But I feel like it's a very different contest. You're adding 2 rounds to it, right? You're changing the weight class. The one thing that Charles has, and it's not necessarily a skill, it's the mentality. Charles has been calling for this fight for 10 years. For 10 years, he said, no, that wasn't me. I made a mistake. Put me in there again. There are times I can tell you as an athlete where you come out and you know in your heart what you did. It was mental. You let up, you relinquished, whatever it was, and you pushed the quit button. And you know, no, please, let me redo that. Charles is speaking in that way, and I am tending to listen to him. I think if you had to bet, you're going to sleep better betting on Max Holloway. But there is something about Charles that kind of opened my eyes. I know he was a 3-1 dog at one point. I think it's closer to 2-1 right now, maybe a little bit wider for Max. But can I add this one thing? If I'm using history, I could bring in the Tony Ferguson fight, where Charles took him down for 15 straight minutes, and none of us knew Charles had that ability. Charles then goes to Madison Square Garden. He takes Michael Chandler down repeatedly, and none of us knew that he had that ability. So if Charles does get on top of Max, who can wrestle himself, but if he does, he's likely to win that round. Charles is 3 takedowns away from beating Max Holloway. That's a hot take, but that's where I stand.
Well, so here's the thing with me with that one. Oliveira does not usually get his subs from being in top position or even off his back. It's when he takes short back or the guillotine. You know Holloway's not shooting for a double leg, right? And unless Charles Oliveira gets his back, I just have a hard time seeing Oliveira winning this fight. I think Max has fought more, and I'm going to let you use this one because I know you're going to text me after, so I'm saying yes right away. Max has fought more cousins than Charles Oliveira has in his career. Like that one, I know you're going to like that one. Justin Gaethje, Dustin Poirier, Chandler, they're not cousins, right? You know what they're going to do. Max has had to fight the Jose Aldos, the Alexander Volkanovskis, even the Yair Rodriguez, who's unpredictable, right? So he's fought these guys that have that lack of predictability or unpredictable factor, and I think with Oliveira, his chin has also gone over the last couple of years. The cardio, if Max goes in with the pressure, Charles off his back foot, I just don't see it. I miss him. He's a live dog. Oliveira is always a live dog if he doesn't give in to the pressure and get dropped. We saw it in that last fight. If he can't get the back of Max Holloway, I don't see it happening. I see Holloway winning in the later rounds. I see Holloway going out there, calling for Conor, and we get our fairy tale ending. So I am going to leave you with that, my good man. You know I love you. I appreciate this. Guys, undefeated, undisputed. Tune in. UFC BMF title this weekend. The return of the Mac. Let's go.
That's our show.
Oh, he's up.
Okay. Then we have my hope to go for conditions. Do you need active conditions or can even be passive conditions? But again, we'll get back into that soon, but that's our overarching level. So here, the opponent says it has to be active conditioning. Rich says even passive conditioning. That's the reason if the idol falls over by itself. And right, the opponent is still an idol. According to Rich Lucky, she was lost its idolatrous. So it's like, but again, that's why you find pieces of, and I will learn still also. If you find pieces of something on an image, it's going to be wonderful. Why is it wonderful? Because it's a spec sake. What's the spec sake of? Something number one is maybe it is devil worship. That's number one. Number two, again, even if it was worship, maybe it was worship. So the idea of going jumping back to what was already just this happening. This is my earthly opinion and my whole So it does not work because the local is saying ain't something ultimately again the something that baby, something that baby permission doesn't go ahead and take it out from the God that he was on the results. That there are questions that principle. Maybe something once you give God that is that true? That a something, a possibility cannot go ahead and change the reality or face with certainty. What about telling one time I'm very interested in you saw this? Cover Shanice, and yet we weren't in Paris. So I said, Cover died. And again, treasuring, I've got, a special ceremony to a member of our shir from South Africa by the name of Zirkov, just to Belgrade, another member of our shir in Toronto. Hashem, beautiful family, not just in this case, but world. So came a message me by a bell. I translated the cover a few days ago as a talk. So the truth is, it's not really a fair definition. Rashi, remember, 2 days ago, goes ahead and translates Father as a person who is careful with the laws of Torah and Tara to the point that even eats his food with Tara. He even eats his food with Tara. And again, even though we call not unsanctified food, he is not going to eat in a state of ritual purity, and he's also careful with Trumas and Isus. So that's the definition of a Father. So it's interesting for me to ask, why do you call a Father? He's a friend. His friend what's the shot of that? So perhaps the Yisod is like this. He's a Father. A Father is someone who's just looking and searched out for extra talent. He's looking for extra purity. That's what he's looking for. At the end of the day, what is the trauma? Hashem says, I want you to make sure that you eat Kodesh in a state of Tara. You don't have to eat in a state of Tara. You're not obligated to eat unsanctified in a state of ritual purity. However, someone thirsts for Tara so much that he seeks out those standards even in areas where ultimately he's not obligated. Such a person who is thirsty for purity, such a person who wants to be purity into areas of his life where he is not obligated to do so, such a person is a friend of the Rabbi. That's a friend. That much Baruch Hu says, someone who wants me in their life so bad that he's willing to take on scriptures in areas of ritual purity, power that he doesn't have to. That's a father. That's a friend of the Shalom. Perhaps even to a certain degree, higher level than the Talmud, because the acquisition of knowledge is enjoyable. It's inherently enjoyable. It's beautiful. We all love learning. We all love exploring new ideas. And someone with knowledge puts upon himself additional stringency because he wants Tara, not the Tara. He wants purity. That's a friend of the Shalom. So the Gemara says, Father Shemitz, you have to hear what they've done. So Father dies, interesting case, Father dies, and you guys need to discover that he has a basket of food. What's the issue? What's the issue is we don't know whether or not we've been time. So the Gemara says, even if not, we should just harvested them that day. His chazaka, ultimately again, that they are probably time. The Gemara says, I know a second. The Friday is something extreme. Something less real. I will say, let's say what's this case. Here's a case of a Friday. What's the Friday? Certainty. The certainty was they were temple. That's for sure, right? Temple's untied produce. I will say, why is that a Friday? Because everything starts out as untied produce. You have a Friday that it was untied. Something, maybe the cover did time it, maybe he didn't time it. What do you see from here? They come on something who wants to need a value. And what do you see from here? That ultimately again a something possibility that kind of goes ahead and overrides the Friday that it certainly was September. So you see something close to the Friday, which the Gemara says no. Hasam Friday. It's fascinating. No, it's not true. That's not something in Friday. That's a Friday and Friday. It's supposed to be the case. The Friday actually. So whereas it said that it was devil, certainly it was devil, and also that's what that he ties it. You know, so you know, comes on, So again, interestingly enough, it's fascinating. The cover will say again, can you imagine moving yourself to the level where there's no suffix that you've done the right thing? You have to understand, so what does that mean to get to that level? Where the halacha looks at me and the halacha says, this guy certainly did the right thing. A chaver does not leave untied produce in his possession. From the moment it comes in his possession, it's tied. And therefore, there's no suffix in that guy. There's only bad guy and bad guy. It's incredible. Levi says what a possibility is. Levi says something for something. Interestingly enough, really it's a something in a something house. So what does that mean? Afshar the Abad Kilaboshia.
You're already on stage. Let's go! Yeah, hi everybody and welcome. Holy moly, so excited. We have a very, very special episode Tony ready for you guys. I'm so excited to be here. Another wonderful Monday. We're here with Clean Cut Brian Redband, everybody. Look at him. Hats off to Brian Redband. Literally looking good.
You say clean cut, but most people say creamier than ever.
Who says that?
Anyone that sees his mustache.
Who prefers Brian's new look over the hidden under the ball cap?
See? I'm only doing this because I'm about to go on the road with Dean Del Rey, and I just, if you know Dean Del Rey is a really big mustache like this, and I bought vests, so I'm ready.
You're going to dress up?
I'm dressing up. I'm becoming a Del Raiser when I'm on the road with.
Wow. You're going to raise Del.
Yeah.
Well, that should be interesting. I would have thought that people would have doubled the Dean Del Rey.
I know. With the Tiffany Haddish in the middle.
That's right. That's right. Which is the opposite of Dean Del Rey.
Exactly.
That's more like Dean Del Rey. That's really funny if you know Tiffany Haddish, but since some of you don't.
Google it and laugh later.
Exciting show coming up on Wednesday.
Oh yeah, Death Squad Secret Show number 2 is going to be here Wednesday. We have Mark Maron, Steve-O, Joey Diaz, Neil Brennan, Bobby Lee, Rory Albanese, which is used to be the producer of The Daily Show and the writer, and Mike Black, Tiffany Haddish, Tony Hinchcliffe. We're all going to be here. It's
Stand-up comedy Wednesday night.
Yeah. 8 o'clock, and there's a lot of cool surprise guests too.
Surprises on top of Maron, Steve-O, Joey Diaz, Tony Hinchcliffe, Neil Brennan, Bobby Lee, Rory Albanese.
Mike Black. And it's Mike Black's birthday.
Wow.
So yeah, it's a big fun show.
That's going to be exciting. I was just in Toronto this weekend and performed in front of 3,400 people at the Sony Center and had an amazing set. Got heckled by a crazy Canadian lady, handled it extremely well for 7 minutes and lit her ass up. And now I'm famous in Toronto, everybody. That's what happens if you have one good set.
Did you catch it on video, or did anyone catch it on video?
I bet you there was a few creepy YouTubers out there. Out of 3,400,
yeah,
there has to be at least a few. But I got it all audio recorded, and it's pretty amazing.
Yeah. That squad's so huge.
It's insane. A lot of Kill Tony fans stuck around afterwards for the long meet and greet. So thank you, Toronto, for amazing time. And yeah, some exciting news, perhaps being announced next week about something about Red Band and Tony in Toronto.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Let's not make it official just yet, but this could be especially next week. It has to do with Toronto and us.
That's right. Man, your breath smells like fish.
That's because we just had delicious fish tacos, everybody. From our one and only sponsor, Experience Together for. There she is, right over there, the lovely Elise Lane. Before I jump into that, I will say, even though they're not our official sponsor, a cool t-shirt company called Homage, based out of Columbus, Ohio, sent me this amazing Ohio State Buckeye shirt.
Yeah.
Asked me to wear it on Kill Tony, and of course I will.
This company's really cool for anyone that grew up in Ohio because they pretty much take old designs and they reprint them. Like they have a lot of Surf Ohio shirts that are one of my favorites growing up, and a lot of the old logos and designs of old Ohio stuff.
They sent me 3 amazing Buckeye shirts that I'm going to be wearing over the next however long, and also a, you know what, I'll just keep that as a surprise too. I will tell you, it's a professional wrestler on a t-shirt, because they heard that crazy Rogan episode. Now, Elise Lane made us fish tacos. But I always tell Elise, you know, you're a gourmet chef. You're a professional recipe chef. She is a top-of-the-line 5-star chef. She cooks us gourmet meals. What I used to do is I used to tell her, write it out fancy like you would, for a recipe. Maybe now read it. And I had trouble reading it a couple times. For weird French words sometimes, this or that. And then I realized, why should I say what she made us tonight? When our associate runaround producer, Josh Martin, notorious for his speech impediment, notorious for his commitment to kill Tony, why don't I have him read it into the microphone? And then the week after that, we realized, instead of Josh taking his time reading it, what if he had to read it all at once, without stopping, or else he gets flicked in the nuts?
And then this week I decided, why not use this ninja star to flick him in the nuts, since it's been sitting on the table?
We could lose our first penis tonight on Kill Tony. And that, if that's not, you can't get that on NBC or ABC or Fox, everybody. You guys excited about this at all?
Josh is shaking his head no in the back.
Put your hands together for Josh Martin, everybody. Here he is. He's on Twitter at Josh Martin. Another new thing that we updated for this week is this is his first time getting to look at it right now. This is his first time getting to look at it. If you have any questions other than enunciation, if you have any problem with the handwriting, let us know now. Do you think you have a ballpark of it? Then don't ask the word. Are you ready?
Yeah, I think you got this.
Okay. Wait. Are you ready, Josh? No problems with the handwriting. You think you have it, correct?
If there's a problem with the handwriting, I'm going to say that.
Guys, who's ready for Josh Martin to get flicked in the nuts? Josh, whenever you're ready, tell us what the lovely Elise Lane made us tonight.
She made taco de escalado with tilapia, with cilantro, lime cream, cabbage, jalapeno, and tomato.
Whoa! Non-stop. Josh Martin killing.
Speech impediment might be fake.
All we need to do is always have somebody about to flick him in the nuts, and he doesn't have it anymore. Follow Elise Lane on Twitter at Elise Lane, that's ELYSELAIN, and she's on Facebook and Instagram at the Girl with a Tan, everybody. So if you want a gourmet chef to cook at your next party, Elise Lane is available. Boom. There you go. That's the Cartier Black for Elise, everybody. It's right there. What else? That's it, right?
Yeah, didn't you make a deal with one of the comics a couple of weeks back?
I did, and I'm gonna. I should have the. I'll bring him up first.
Yeah,
bring up everybody.
Yeah.
But I did. There was a comedian on 2 weeks ago. Josh, if you could get his name. There he is, right there. Speech. Get his name. All right, fuck it. That didn't go as smoothly as I thought it was gonna go. But anyway, I realized that I've seen him for the last few years doing stand-up comedy, and actually, I'm gonna wait for this. We're going to bring up our weekly head of security. It's a great start to the episode, everybody. It couldn't be more quiet in this room than it is right now. We really started on fire the last 4 weeks. I sort of forgot what it was like to dig us out of a hole, but this is exciting. Here we are. Every week we have a new head of security keeping us safe. It's always somebody in the form of an Iron Man type of suit. Because the original guy that was our head of security was a guy in a $5,000 custom-made Iron Man suit. He screwed over the show. And he said that he got too big for the show and that he's not coming back until it's a show on Comedy Central. We told you you're replaceable. He said, no, I'm not. So what did we do? We replaced him every single week since then with a new superhero based off of his original character, loosely based. And this week's no different. This is this guy's third or fourth time being our Patriot. He's one of our favorites. A lot of people call him West Hollywood Jesus, but we call him Kevin Lee White. Jesus Patriot. Welcome to you.
Thanks for having me back.
I love that just like all the other Patriots, your speaker box is near your crotch area.
So this is double skin championship. That's huge.
Really?
So if you see me fiddling around out there,
I love that. You're on fire already, Jesus. Really excited. How's things been? Anything crazy happen on the streets of West Hollywood lately? You're always out there. A lot of people see you. You're one of the most famous fixtures in Hollywood. Anything crazy happen?
This is an existential.
We had a pipe right down the street the other day. Clogged up to Sunset Boulevard.
Were you there?
Water main.
You turned it into wine? Was it a wine main after that?
I don't know. You want to bring up wine and fish and more? I had my fish on a tortilla tonight. That chef.
That's right. She's sitting right next to you, directly to your right.
Very fine. Delicious.
There you go. Absolutely. We love making our podcast listeners as hungry as they could be while listening to the show, hard at work between their lunch break and dinner. So that's our plan with the least name.
I got you guys.
There you go. I love it. Jesus Christ, everybody. He's here. Keeping us safe. Always fun. I always have two of my funniest friends on. It's one guy is, I believe, fourth time. He's one of our favorites. And another guy is first time. Put your hands together for tonight's guests. Movie stars. Brody Stevens and Johnny Scortis. Brody's been on so many times. Johnny's first time. It's very exciting to have you guys here. Johnny.
Two. Welcome back, Brody. Great to be back here in Southern California. I was in Toronto the past week, and before that, all over America. And it's always good to be here up in the belly room doing Kill Tony. Yes, you got it. Push and believe, never forget. Is there an outlet up here? I'd love to charge my phone.
You want to plug in your phone right now?
I do. Is there an outlet?
It looks like there might be one right there. If you want to try that out.
I'll go do it. Or just Josh plug it in.
Yeah, Josh, you want to just do it?
You do it? I'll do it, George.
No, let Josh do it.
Should I do it? Okay, thank you.
There he goes, charging it up. Is that Josh Martin?
Just keep an eye on it. Thank you. Welcome to Kill Tony. Yes, even Brody Stevens.
Thank you. And Johnny Scortis is here, everybody. His first time at Kill Tony. The Equalizer is the #1 movie in the country right now, and guess who's in that movie? Johnny Scortis.
Yeah, you got it. He believed.
This is one of the guys who, 7 years ago, the true classmate of mine, me, you, Jamar, Gerard, and Joe, the whole kit and caboodle, we all started together waiting in lines for long hours, and we're all very proud of it.
And now we're here.
Yeah,
Doing it.
in the belly room on a Monday night, listening to Brody wiggle.
Well, I'm trying to get comfortable.
You need a different seat?
No, I didn't. No, the chair's great. I just wanted to put my leg up and sit back and enjoy much conversation. Tony, meet Johnny. Johnny, what's so crazy about Johnny is he filmed this movie about a year ago. Yeah, he's been just sitting on it, just like going, one day you all know me. How was that weight? That weight had to be worse than any iPhone, any announcement, I have to wait a year and a month. I wasn't that bad. I kept myself busy. But I had no idea. You did. No, I didn't. You kept us. Yeah, you did a great job. I didn't know. Did you know?
Pretty low key. No, I knew because
nobody knew.
Oh, well,
I knew. That speaks to your character. You're a humble guy.
Very humble.
Thank you.
If you can't tell by the way he's looking directly down under a hat.
Yeah.
Yo, party time!
Yeah, everybody. Give Johnny a little more respect. He's in a movie with Denzel Washington. Not one scene, but several. Let's go.
Yeah.
One of the DJ. One of the key people up here with #1 R-rated movie.
That's right. You got it. Johnny Scortis, Equalizer, and The Hangover, Hangover 2, Due Dates, Brody Stevens.
Positive energy learned in the belly room, created with the help of Heavenly Light, Brian Redman and Tony Hitchcock. Yes.
That's right. It's all happening. All at once. Kevin, we always have a question for our guests. Every Patriot always does. What are we doing? What are we doing tonight?
What was your highlight?
The highlight of my oddball tour experience? Well, just the camaraderie backstage, getting the opportunity to host the main amphitheater, trading off with Jeff Ross and learning from one of the masters how to host the show and keep an audience engaged. And it's a good feeling to travel across America and know that comedy is the new rock and roll. And I'm Jackson Brown. You got it. Let's push.
Johnny, the Lord sees all, he knows all. Is there anything about going to go about the time that you dressed up?
Oh boy. Oh boy. Okay, a couple Halloweens ago.
I was here for this night.
That sounds adorable.
It didn't end up that way, but you know, I had good intentions to start. I thought that everyone was going to be dressed up and for Halloween, and I was like, oh, I'm going to go to the comedy store, I'm going to have a great time, everyone's going to see my costume, it's going to be great. And I dressed up like a fat little kid from Up, and then I got here,
He looked adorable. He's got the little orange flagpole sticking up in the back, a little Cub Scout hat, a little strap with medallions on it, short khaki shorts.
but I was the only person in costume.
Yes.
And then I proceeded to I was throwing back like little mini bottles of Jack Daniels, and then I ended up throwing up on the piano downstairs. And
He projectile vomited in front of all of us while we were smoking pot. And when
I got my barf badge.
and that's all when the buddy is dressed up like the little boy from Up and he's projectile vomiting on Halloween night after a long night of drinking.
Just humble pie everywhere. It was actually DiGiorno's pizza that I got here for the stuff on the street.
Share with us.
Do they deliver? It must be delivered. Good.
Johnny, share with us something cool about working with Denzel Washington. Something everybody must want. You've been there. You worked with him.
It was really cool. It was really intense. It was very focused on his craft. But in between takes, he likes to fuck around. And there was one time where there's like all this sawdust on the floor, and I started like doing like the James Brown dance, and he comes in. He's like, oh, you're doing James Brown dance? I was like, yeah. He's like, okay, and then he starts doing the dance, and then we had like a dance off in front of the whole crew. And you know, he ended up winning.
Of course, it's Denzel Washington.
Clearly. He was on Soul Train, so
Is that true?
just threw that in. You know, it's funny, in the film, he actually has a joke about this.
Are you serious? Positive push. There you go. Are you serious? Yeah, there you go. See, we believe things happen.
You haven't seen The Equalizer yet, huh?
No, I'm not. The only equalizer I've seen has been on my iPod. You got it. Volume limit on. What was that? Is that a foghorn from Long Beach?
Guys, this is so exciting. We're going to have so much fun. You know the deal. Comedians signed up for the chance to do a minute in front of you guys and then chat with us on a live podcast afterwards. So, you know the deal, comedians, you get 60 seconds or up at stage time, but you know that 60 seconds is up when you hear the meow of the kitty. Here it comes. Oh, right. Oh, bow, motherfucker. No.
Are you making that sound yourself, Brian? That was pretty cool.
Yeah, 60 seconds, you'll hear this. Aww. That's means wrap it up.
That's
or else you're going to get the angry West Hollywood bear.
It's like standing by. Boy, you rusty dooley.
That was quite the production on that one.
Somebody downloaded that.
Yeah. That was a big one. So, guys, respect your time. Obviously, nobody wants to hear that bear come out again. Do 60 seconds. You're the not angry West Hollywood bear. You're the nice one.
Oh, yes. So, what we were talking about earlier was a comedian 2 weeks ago that I've been watching Big Barry stand up for years. He gained a lot of weight. He did. He gained a lot of weight, and I kept noticing it, bringing it up, and I noticed that he was very dismissive of it. And I asked him, do you ever talk about being heavy? And he said no. And I go, well, you should. Because if I come back in a couple weeks and only do a minute of bad jokes or whatever, then when I come on, he works out there. Fuck yeah, let's make a breakthrough. Let's help him talk about the real him. Your hands together for his first time talking about his weight. It's Watt Smith.
Thank you guys. Thank you for accepting me as I am a pregnant woman. And I wouldn't look this way if it wasn't for my great ass. But you were like, damn, dude, with that ass and this stomach, I look fat. I used to play soccer a lot. Now they just use me as the ball. I haven't gotten laid since I got fat. Every morning I have to brush cobwebs off of my penis. I forgot all the memories of girls I hooked up with. So now my spank bank is just me remembering the other times that I jacked off and I felt good. Like the fat guy. You feel fat when you're sweaty and you're eating chicken wings and the waiter comes by and it's like, you still working on that? Yeah, this is all I do is eat chicken wings. When you drop something and you're sitting, you try to reach for it while you're still sitting and you're bending over a basketball and you can't even reach the floor. You couldn't even get a 15 on the sit and reach.
Watt Smith talking about the weight.
There are ways to get around things. They got something up me, usually I'll put a leg out and just kind of come around the side. This one, you can ask someone to do it. I'm glad to know that you're finally accepting the fact that you're putting on this weight. And, don't be proud of it, but find a way to work around it.
Can I go on? You always can. You wanted to ask again for the rest of the episode.
What about the next one?
So what's your name again? Why? I would say the fat joke. I would reference like you recently got fat. I would always talk about that. You used to be skinny. Now I can do this. It used to be able to do that. And now I'm doing that. So that's what I mean. That's good. Decent jokes, But I would say talk about being you found fat. Right, exactly. And that's a great note because now you're getting into your real perspective, which is the real purpose of the business. What I was saying in the first place, which is, you have something new to talk about. Like comedians and baby, even though it's crazy when I see comedians and babies, next thing you know, they usually have a killer 5 or 10 minutes about their perspective on this new baby. And in a way, you sort of have a new baby, which is that 60 pounds crazy.
Can I ask, did you put that up? Is it by choice? Is it just by?
It took about 4 months. I like to do my trust.
You get a trust fund?
Yeah, this is like the shrine of the squadron.
I mean, why don't you say that? Why don't you lean out? You're like, you have good skin. So why don't you? What are you out here in Hollywood for?
Same acting, comedy. I just got a job.
Solar?
I've been doing that a little bit.
Oh, that's really caught on. I think you should try. You're young. You should try and be a little healthy. But if it aids your comedy, some people are funny when they're overweight. I think you have a chance to skin yourself. Give that a tree is
yeah, every time you keep it real and say, you just gotta roll with what you got. Even that shrine of the blown inheritance, that took you 10 seconds to explain the front end of that and get a big laugh off of it. And it's true, yeah, it's real, and it gives that perspective. And it would help your soccer joke too. We talk about, if you said that it was skinny and now it gained weight, that'll actually make sure that it's not goofy. Just roll with your rolls. Yeah, I mean, roll. I waited for that. And another interesting thing that I thought might have a chance or something, out of that chicken wing thing. There's something about them asking you if you're still working. You said this is what you're trying to get out. But it's like, that you look so committed to your chicken wings to the servers that they think that like you walked into that or something. Anything about work that is bad because fake is your thing. When I get it, I know that they say that, but you can give your newfound respect.
When you were skinnier, did you wear slippers during the day?
Yeah, Tom shoes. Now I'm afraid I'm going to twist an ankle though every time I put them on. They're so tight. It's like, I can't handle the upper body.
Those look like slippers. Can you even take those off? Those look stuck to your foot.
You could say something, yeah, like, you wore shoes, I can't make that weight, and I can't get them off. Something like that. Talk about how you're clothes, but I don't think it's. I'm not saying get too committed to the overweight. I say try to do some weight.
I want to lose weight. I've been eating unhealthy because I'm like, I know in 2 weeks I'm going to show.
So we just stay in shape.
I'm trying to lose some weight.
You're the first person to put on weight. We appreciate that.
You win, right?
What?
Watson. Where are you from?
Jimmy, Richmond.
Sky 95
all over that.
Triple A for the Braves.
Yeah, now the Squirrels have
But it's still Triple A for the Braves.
Well, the Braves aren't there anymore.
Who's there at the Triple A?
Squirrels.
Who's the team?
Squirrels.
Wait, no, hold on. Who is the major league team that represents the Triple A?
It might be the Atlanta Braves.
I think it is.
Yeah. Okay.
You really brought home the Squirrels. Somebody find that out. Find out who this is. I think it's the Braves. At least find out. But we'll get back to me off the mic. I know my sports.
I believe it is. I believe the Triple A affiliates.
Richmond. I like the name. I love squirrels.
Really? You do?
Yeah, I took a great video of the squirrel in Toronto the other night. Lucky, it's super close.
When you were a kid, when you were a little child, did you ever kill it with a BB gun?
No, I wasn't into that. No, I just vandalized all houses. Oh, that's weirder? That's more weird?
I permit you to. How does that not get a big laugh?
How did that not get a big laugh that I vandalized an adult dollhouse in Sacramento? Now it gets a laugh?
Oh my God.
What, are you doing anything to try and do this?
On a surfboard.
A surfboard, one of those surfboards that just has sushi rolls all over it? Like, what are we talking about?
Yeah. Just a real Craigslist surfboard. $50.
Craigslist, that's like a Beyonce surfboard.
Yeah, you got dick on it. Craigslist. What? Ask you a question. Look at me. You smoke pot tonight? Today? Did you smoke pot?
Yes.
All right. Listen. Was it pot or cannabis? I think you need to establish yourself, find your character, get strong, couple things, then smoke pot. With the pot tonight. Whoa.
Cody Stevens.
I didn't smoke pot until I booked my first Craig Kilburn show. Thank you. Midnight CBS.
Wow.
I don't like it. I said the glass size is disrespectful.
There you go. You got your advice for Brody. Less hot roast.
Give me all your pot. No, but there is some truth to that. I'm being serious. I mean, the pot thing, you're going to make bad decisions on pot. How about, I just think I didn't smoke until I found my voice, my character. I'm not going to say smoke or don't smoke. I just think you're probably better off not doing that until you're in Hollywood. This is the major leagues. This is it. So it's like, wait, why are you going off on him about pot? He was just doing some fat joke. Because his eyes are glassy and I notice it. You didn't notice it while you were doing it? Yes, I did. What am I going to do? Stop him in the mid-set and go, are you high? I saw shiny. I'm just saying, like, maybe that. But he performed well. I'm not saying he didn't, Brian. It might have something to do with that. I'm just saying. I got double air horn? It's okay. I'm doing fine. I mean, I'm not harshing anybody's buzz, but I'm saying, like, I do a lot of shows, I talk to people, smoke pot. But if you're trying to make an impression and your eyes are all glassy, I'm thinking pot. That's all. Do I smoke pot? Yes. But I have a regular gig. And the day that gig stops, I give up pot.
Now, Johnny, did you always talk about your weight when you first started standing, or did you wait a little bit too?
I rated a little bit. Before I started doing that.
Yeah,
you know,
kind of make you curious about it.
it's what's it. You know, like just like taking whatever the hell it is that people see with me on stage, letting them know that I know what they see. And then, you know, I get to work in the other stuff.
Why did I scare you? You can't be scared. This is a test, man. He's scared. You look at the top. I think I'm a neighborhood watch. Check this guy. Check the African American guy. Welcome to Ferguson.
Is that Big E from the WWE? Who's that Big E in here? Former Intercontinental Champion Big E, ladies and gentlemen. Heckling from the back of the room relentlessly. Live podcast. Thank you, sir. There you go. Jesus is blessed.
I'm going to show you where something.
When Johnny's done with the show tonight, he has to take his shirt back up on the curtain. I didn't say that. Watt, we love you. You got a special 1 minute guest spot. You talk about your weights. There he is. Let's watch.
Give JJ Watt a nice hand from the Houston Titans. Texans.
On Twitter at Watt Smith, right?
Tennessee Titans.
There he goes. Watt Smith with the numbers. There he is.
Whataburger. Delicious.
Well, this is exciting. I met this gentleman earlier. Put your hands together for Peter O'Keefe.
Yeah!
You should have known by now. Easy does it.
Yeah! What's up, Comedy Store? How's it going? Woo! Right on. Everybody over there is fucking challenge. We all get sleep done, right? Right now, let's think about this. Ice water on your head. Isn't that amazing? That'd be great. I just found out my 6-year-old daughter getting her tonsils taken out. Crazy that how much it costs to take 6-year-old tonsils out nowadays? $13,000. Yeah, who is fucking right? That's amazing. $13,000. If thanks to Obamacare. Ow! I'm gonna pay for myself. That's the way it is. I'm a comedian. I don't have a lot of money. I have to figure out different things. I'm on the internet. I found out like 2 videos where you should be able to fuck. You know what I mean? If I just figure out how to cauterize the wounds, I hook that bitch up. Let's hook her up. I told my 6-year-old thing. So I just go on the internet. I have to figure it out. Money on Google like that. I found out for $13,000. You want to finish it? You want to try it? $13,000, I can buy a whole kid. There you go. Woo! That rarely ever works when you want to finish it. It usually never ever works.
Okay, so Peter. You have great,
and if we go ahead and get rid of the
I think you can, that could go a long way.
Like that.
With Brody a couple times, you felt his energy. You called over to Jesus at a good time. That all makes sense. I think a lot of the stuff in between it, though, what I noticed about your stuff is that your energy sort of carried it and told us where the punchlines were. But if your stuff was written out on paper, somebody had to read it, you would just read like facts. It would read like Barack, because of Barack Obama, I have to pay for that shit. Well, but then first of all, you went political, which is always weird. Second of all, there's no punchline, you just bash Obama for a second, which is also weird. But I get it, you're from Florida and you have a goatee, so you must be a Republican. No? Oh, but that means you don't vote for the right thing.
I fucking voted for the black guy twice. Fuck off.
No, but you are from Florida, so you do have the coke buzz when you're on stage, but you do have a very, very high energy. Like this is a very small room, but you're playing coordination. You're like, hey, what's up, everybody? And you're on stage, you can try to hypnotize people that listen to you. So when you're throwing so much energy, it's kind of like, oh, why is this guy going crazy on me? It almost puts you off a little. So I would really be interested to see you do a set that was maybe slow down by 50% or more. Right. But when you rush it, it's like, oh my God, why is this guy screaming at me? Instead of rather you just like, hey, my steps have always better to do anything. It's hard to do that. That'll always, Rothschild always make those weird adjustments. When you have 30 minutes of solid material, and you get the Tonight Show, you don't see people going to the Tonight Show trying to get as much as they can just because they have 4 minutes. So I'm going to do it. You have to do it your own speed. Brody Stevens is here. Steve Brody Stevens. I would say my only red flag was the use of the F-word. Unnecessary. I would say I like the stage presence. You want to call confidence, whatever. I don't mind if you smoke pot. It works in your character. I want you to smoke pot. It's not good on you. The khaki pants, the toms, it's not good. You got to be clean-eyed. Trust me. I know what it takes to work in this town. I just got to say real quick, so I think I'm off. Watt is agreeing with you while eating food right now. Watching him, he just had a mouthful of bread. Are you still working on that? You gave a ball back. I remember the bits. But I got to remember, I got double bullhorn. Just remember that. Again, so that's my thing. I can't break down material. That's not my shtick. I'm a personality-driven guy. I liked your energy. I mean, this is a weird room. I would even say project more. I think keep it in. I think you were actually trying to hold back in this room. And I feel if that's the way you are, if you're wired that way, keep doing it. So I don't know about, I didn't pay so much attention to material. I didn't think it was such a bad Obama necessarily. Everybody's making fun of Obamacare, so you just assume if somebody says Obamacare, it's a joke. The kick reminded me, but you got kind of a Joey Diaz vibe too. Go with that. Maybe you're Joey's Cuban uncle. Go with that. But I like what you got. Keep it up. Keep smoking pot. Don't change who you are. I would say the opposite. Go even further with it. You have a very ice road trucker thing. When you come up on stage, and if you were just to let everybody know that you're fucking ice road trucker, you do meth, you do all these fucking things, and you're from Florida, then the people who will accept you will accept you more than you would.
So, truck on.
Yeah, it's true. You know what? I really like that. If you talk about being from Florida and what you look like while doing that exact thing, there's no way that's true. And so, your take on Ice Bucket and your take on Barack Obama means nothing. Your take on you. That's what people really.
But you could also play like the Latino guy from East LA, like a Danny Trejo guy. I'm serious. You got to think across the board. Arabic, voice raising.
I have to admit, though, Ice Bucket and Obama are two topics that the comic does.
That's what I'm saying. Why cover things that anybody can cover?
You can talk about yourself.
Yeah.
You actually opened up for us in Death Squad in Jacksonville, Florida. It was a lot of fun.
You're always going to want to go to.
But I think you did that for you have great hair. It's not going to go anywhere.
You guys are your acting range is wide. You've been on all the way to It's amazing. Peter, thank you. All the way from Florida.
There you go.
Wow, he's Death Squad, Florida.
So does everyone pull a name out, or is it just, how does that work? Do we all pull names? Well, okay. I'd love to. Let's try to look for more interaction. In 2002. Here we go. Pulling in the name. All right, here we go. Here we go. Name is Taylor Rizzo.
What's up, guys? I drove here from South Carolina, and originally I was planning on a trip to fly out here, but everybody kept telling me that if I even stepped into an airport with this mayor, that the TSA is automatically going to pull me aside for a strip search. And I think that's bullshit, and I wanted to figure out a way, like, if they're going to waste my time, I want to figure out a safe way to fuck with them and waste their time, And I was thinking, like, what's the policy on smuggling things in your boat? The only time I've ever heard anybody get in trouble for that, it's always illegal stuff like drugs or weapons. But like if they search me and they just find like my keys and my wallet and my passport, like in a baggie, of course. There's food in there. Like they can't just arrest me for being a weird guy. But it sure is going to eat up a lot of their time. All right, that's my joke, guys. Thank you.
Fuck yeah, buddy.
That's really good.
Thank you. I do, yeah. The first time I ever did stand up outside of South Carolina was 2 weeks ago. I left on this trip. Yeah.
How long were you doing it there?
Like 2.5 years.
I'm so glad you actually told him too. This is awesome. Yeah, I talked to you. Was it also Jacksonville?
In Jacksonville, yeah. I met the other guy there too as well. It's crazy.
And what did I tell you?
From my original plan, I was feeling some depression, and I was like, I'm going to quit my job and go pursue stand-up. And I met Redman, and I told him, he was like, do not quit your job at all. And I was like, well, all right, what do I do? And so I took a month off from work and
you have to get out there, you have to see it, but you can't just like I'm just going to quit and become a stand-up. Because honestly, you're going to become homeless. There's a lot of homeless comics. Most of the guys you've seen tonight are homeless. Like most people in here are homeless. Like Josh Martin lived in his car for almost 2 years. Like I think he still does. He still lives in his car. What's the rental? Josh lives in his car.
Almost got flicked in the nuts, sleeping in his car for the love of the game.
What's a safety deposit for that?
But comedy's something that you need to do if you want to do it. But don't throw all your turds in the basket, put it in your mouth or something. I don't know what that means.
You're right. No, I really appreciate the advice. This has been an eye-opening trip. I've never really been off the East Coast, so I've seen more of the country in the last 2 weeks than I have in my whole life.
Just a question. I know this was right in the podcast. It's kind of interesting how you hold your mic. You hold it like on your. You have an interesting mic section
right here.
Yeah. Shaking. So it's a defense, but what you get is what I have in my CNC deal right here.
Because comics are the dirtiest, and then you just, like my ears live. Next thing you know, you do a show, you have 32 comics that probably have to say, like, yeah, you can put in your pants. What's your job in South Carolina? What do you go back home to? What city in South Carolina? Charleston. You go uptown. Open-minded. You going back home? Just that. What do you like in a disagreement right now? No. I told you to not quit yet. Look at how there's
I was just some guy walking up to him saying, hey, I'm going to quit my job for safety.
Well, I think you should go to job in Urban Outfitters. Let it open somebody. It's one on Hawaii, the other's on Florida. You get 40% off of what your employee discount. There you go. Connected. I picked all the number 40. I got it. So what do I know? By the way, that is the 9th time Rudy's dropped the mic during this episode for those of you keeping But to be honest, let's be honest, we talk about this a lot on podcasts, on the Joe Rogan podcast. How many comedians actually make enough money to survive, to live, to get a very small number?
I mean, I'm getting to go like twice a week. Charleston, the first year that I just think I only got to go once a week.
Well, if it's something that you want to do, then we'll figure it out. Go like I moved to LA or New York and knock it out.
It's definitely something I want to do. This is kind of a trick.
That's a really
if I am capable. Yeah, you think so?
Yeah, definitely. The one thing I give a structural note on is there's a part where you say it's bullshit, which before the reveal of everything, it's for no reason. It's sort of like a good no need to cuss, because you're going from one thing to the other when you do that. You're saying somebody told you that you're going to go into, you're going to get stopped at TSA. And then reason, which I think is bullshit, which is bullshit. But you're saying that. You're saying that it's very important to get a higher pay, and you're about to tell them what you'd rather do anyway. There's no point in this bullshit. You might make them wonder if that wasn't but just intent. So instead, don't give them the option. Go straight into what I would do. Straight into more. Think of other things you can put in your butt. Think of it like think of you're only allowed one carry-on. Think of like trying to go in an airplane mode. Not when it's in my ass. Like there's a lot you can just. I mean, again, you're messing. You're in that weird airplane humor world. So it's unique.
I need us some insight to the level of things.
What level jokes about? As for putting this all over, I did Absolutely. I took the Josh Martin approach and threw everything out there. And, at one point, I was sleeping behind this building for a few months. I was having more fun doing that than a lot of the times since then. Because all that I had to do was wake up for stand-up. You wake up and the sun comes out, or you get a newspaper, you start writing. It wasn't for some of those days with absolutely no distractions and no work and nothing else to do. I probably wouldn't have got the writing work out of what I get to do during the day, then go do stand-up and whatever else I want to do at night. So now I do both. I'm writer skill and I'm stand-up comedian. Two of it at the same time. Because all my teachers and dictators, I never thought I'd be able to do that. And so that's too funny of a TSA joke. Probably one of my favorite things I've ever heard. And if you got up more and chipped away and added more to that, it could be really amazing. So I'd love to see, what other stuff you have. Would you have to go back to South Coast?
I have to leave here like Thursday. I'm staying at the Secret Show on Wednesday.
I say come back in 2 months and let's say another 30 seconds.
I think I got another drive out here.
I'll take that.
If I come back out in a few months.
Kids got a good attitude. Keep doing it. Stay nice.
On the drive, dude,
get tickets for like $200. Just sell your Xbox. What just get more people die in a bus or a car than in an airplane. Just fucking ask Jack Daniels. Close your eyes. Go to sleep. You wake up. You're in another state.
Sounds good.
Being afraid of flying is never going to get you anywhere.
What are your guys' policy on insurance?
I hate it, and I just didn't want to go there, but don't worry.
I usually don't. I've been walking around. I'm staying at my friend's house, and he was working at noon. I've just been out of the town every night, so I gotta go.
You got a choice
on my shirt. Do you want to put on my shirt?
I'm 36 inch waist.
These are 34. These are 34, but I am at 32 now.
So there you go. Got another number right.
What are you up to? 34. There we go. That's 34 without touching the top button. Everybody watch that.
We're on either end of the spectrum with 34. Mine are way too big and those are way too short.
That's a 36 inch Taylor, it was nice meeting you. Very funny. Taylor, we gotta go back to South Carolina on Thursday. That's so cool. So please keep them away from sharp objects and
Tony, you want to read one?
That's so cool that he got to go up. Those guys, Jackson, California, they're doing shows. It just goes to show.
What's it like sleeping?
By yourself. It's really, really crazy. Depends on where your car's from, but what kind of I'd imagine.
Jared Elvis.
All these disease awareness campaigns everywhere. Aware of these things by now. Get to a doctor because you probably have. How about promoting awareness? We go back to, I don't know, trying to find a cure. That seems like a novel idea. Being aware doesn't really get you anywhere. I mean, I was aware I was falling for years. Look where that got me.
That's what he's looking for.
I think so it's not mainstream, not just like it used to be a run for the cure. Then it was a AIDS walk. Now it's just be aware. Keep an eye out your window. That pesky AIDS will get you. The campaigns themselves don't even make sense half the time. Like the NFL, like there's the breast cancer awareness month coming up. That'll come to that whole thing. Now it's all well and good. It seems like we're growing awareness with a few others. Joint control awareness, or I don't know, I used to domestic abuse awareness right here, but they are promoting domestic abuse awareness nowadays. All about it in a different way than I would have chosen, but hey, at least they're trying.
Wow. Jared Ellis just got too kidding now. I was being nice because I like the stage presence. Yeah, good stage presence. Came up, smiling, good posture up there. Shoes are good. DC, I support that. Rob Deere, that family. Yeah, good stage presence, likability. I'll let Tony and the other guys handle the material and all that. But I thought it was pretty good. You got some good, smart, clever lines. There you go.
If anything, I would just say be louder about it because it's more convincing to the people.
Yeah, I usually have no nerves. It's been a couple of weeks since I've been up.
Well, yeah,
but they were coming down hard, or not hard, but Pete saying like, bring it down a notch. I'm sure. Did you hear that? Like, bring it down. I'm going to bring it down because of that. Did you think that a little bit? Yeah, you were just missing pauses. Your timing was a little weird. You're just trying to run. I love you still. Look good on stage. Aryan?
Yeah, I got Irish.
How come you slowed it down? Why did you bring it down?
You're nervous for...
Yeah, I was more nervous.
Oh, you've done this.
Yeah, I don't know.
Something closing to it.
Pretty well. Only offered me a job here.
That's right.
Talked to Adam a few times.
What's your background? You speak pretty well.
I mean, I've always been like it's a lot of speech class.
Got it. Did I say speak well? Take speech classes. Well, what do I know?
Whoa, whoa! Mic shot number 10. There he is. Powerful. Triple air part. It seems to be a good thing now. It went from a negative to a positive. Josh Marks.
Where's Josh? He's sleeping in his car? What's he doing?
Taking a nap on the 405. So Jerry, so you lost your hair. When did you lose your hair?
Well,
What size was it? Wow, soon those two things were and one day Jared, or one day Watt is going to be 55, like this one. Guys, everybody knows they have odd numbers.
They actually do. Some guys do. This guy is 35 the other day. You get a 35.
That's a weird one. They go odd numbers.
It is weird. They do. And they went silver also.
31. Yeah. Hey, it's still got a lot. You guys didn't realize that. So do you sell your sheep or not?
yeah.
Where does it grow in?
What does it look like when you have it growing out? What do you mean? Hey! Whoa! It's the choice.
I gave up on it at like 20.
How long have you lived in LA?
I just got here.
It took a while on the first.
You're not friends with Derek, are you? You friends with Ryan?
Not everybody is that deep into show business, Brody. You're the one that works at it.
No, I said he looks like a guy who'd hang out with Rob here. He's wearing the DC shoes, got a chill vibe. He probably doesn't smoke pot. Jared, are you straight edge? All right, I've been wrong on a lot of stuff. I've been wrong on a few things. All right, you want to?
Jared Ellis is on Twitter at Jared Comedy, but it seems like he spells it differently than his first name. Oh, Jayr.
Is that true, Jared? What's going on here?
No, Jared. If you are spelling your name wrong with what your real name is, you need to get a Twitter name that's just JJJ Cruz. You need to get anything else, some other man's name on your cover thing. Don't confuse the fuck out of people that know you. No, I think it's a one.
Yeah. You ruined everything. No, good stuff.
We did this thing. Very right.
We'll see it together.
Her name is
Sarah Kennedy!
It's been a really good day for me. When I was riding my bike, I put a finger on the ground. And like everybody knows that's a really good luck, right? It's like that saying when you were a kid, find a finger on the ground, or you'll never wear a crown. Did you guys have that? Or is that just me? We found a lot of fingers in my family. So I'm a little worried that overall women might be less, well, we might be more gullible than men. Because I've never had a girlfriend come up to me and say, I went to my psychic today. I've only ever had a guy say that time. You know, I don't need a psychic because I have a therapist and a life coach and a shaman. And once in a while, we all get together and we beat up a psychic. And what's weird is they never see it coming.
Sarah Kennedy. Let's get into it. The finger thing, I don't know how it works, but it works. So,
Did you really find a finger?
I actually was riding my bike once and I saw what looked like it might be a finger on the ground, and then I didn't stop, so I have no idea. I looked around, there was nobody running around screaming like, where's my finger?
Like lesbians that find fingers on grass.
No, I don't think that. I'll just answer that like a normal question and say no. Fact, I know they don't do that. Really? Yeah. Nobody ever finds a finger on the ground, first of all. So the odds of a lesbian finding a finger are crazy. The closest you'll ever get is Sarah Kenny, who's not a lesbian and didn't actually find a finger on the ground. And that is
West Hollywood. Let's see
why would they do that?
See how many girls put it inside them, and that's how it goes.
Right, you're sneaking in a lot of different creepy things. When's the last time you did a dysentery? You need to vent. You need to do that crazy shit that you do. You're all pent up. I love it, but it's a lot. To say for them to be like saying, do gay guys find penises on the streets, put them in their butts?
I think they would. If they were hungry, if their butts were hungry, they would just put it in there.
Do you think that's what happens? Gay guys' butts get hungry, and it's like I have to eat penis with my butt. Look at the chatter that you started. If this audience was mic'd right now, you would be able to hear us.
Sarah, I think again, I don't pay attention much to material. In general, that's not my thing. You watch Dancing with the Stars, the guys feel I'm like Bruno. I'm Bruno.
But they don't say that after every single.
Why not? It's called branding. Yeah, they say it every night. The audience is I'm only doing what I've been doing the last 6 months. I would say that you have like a nice, likable personality. I would talk about that. There's no reason to I mean, unless that's your own thing. Like, you look this way. Okay, then if you're dark and evil,
it's like a chapter doll. It's like, oh, I'm going to buy this for my kid.
Well, I would say if you're going to be dark and evil, you got to be really dark and evil because you don't look like you'd be dark and evil. So I think you have to double up. That's my.
But the stuff surrounding that finger is a lot of really work hard. So she's taken a lot of chances. I've seen her do crazy abortion jokes. And I mean, they really stand out to me. The last few times you've been on, it's been, definitely more times. I think maybe all that, a little bit of that evil stuff that you want to talk about with that action. So there's always something. What did you talk about after the finger thing?
The psychic.
Yeah, I don't get that at all because I've never heard a guy say it. It's always a girl. It's the opposite.
Did I say guy?
Yeah.
Watched it. I didn't even realize that.
It's like, what guy are you hanging out with? Yeah, that's an important one.
That's the first time I've ever done that, and I didn't even realize it.
Set up that sort where everything falls. Or else it would be, why did the chicken stay on that side of the road? And people would go, they get to the other side, and everybody would be like, what the fuck did you just say to me?
Right. Oh, that's so funny. No wonder, because I usually get a really big laugh when I'm so weird.
Johnny, what do you guys
Yeah. No, that was, I can't even believe it. I
There you go. We're flying through it. S. Kenny Comedy. She's on Twitter at S. Kenny Comedy. Yeah. Constantly standing up, constantly doing stuff. So fun. Yeah, definitely. Your hands together for Rob Banks.
So, coming up on my year anniversary of moving to LA, and I'm looking back at my experiences, and I really like when I first moved here, I was in a 16-person house, and it was 4 bedroom, so it was really exciting. It was gay. It was all guys. And, like, I'm sad by I'm not a restaurant down there. Obviously I come from a white family, but it's a mixed ethnicity house. So there's white guys, there's black guys, and there's one Filipino. Well, he's scared me rough. And the black guys are sitting here a lot. I said to him, hey guys, how about we say Nathan instead? And my Nathan's in the house weren't feeling. They weren't. The reason the Filipino guys scare me the most is my dad told me my grandfather's. You want to finish it? Go ahead. Thank you. He said that my grandfather was stationed in the Philippines, and he said that we might have some family out there, so he could be mine. Lost.
See, it doesn't usually work.
The Filipino guy?
You say Filipino weird. Are you aware of that?
Yeah, I say a lot of things.
Really?
Filipinos.
Yeah, it's like you turn another nationality just for that one word.
Yeah.
Johnny, do it again. What did he say?
Filipino. Those are spicy Filipinos.
Yeah. Delicious. Jalapeno and a Philippines. But yeah.
I mean, I'm not a material guy. No, I'm kidding. But you guys are talking about that stuff. I mean, a lot of they go right into it. It's like, this is your first time here. You've done it before.
This is the same time I made it.
Yeah. I just like to have this, see people like talk more about themselves real quick. And boom. Sometimes we write it. I just like to find out. I know we only have a short amount of time, maybe like 10 seconds. Who are you? Where are you from? What do you do? I like to see that established a little bit up front. That's my thing. And then point of view on stuff. Like you're a young kid, I mean, Tony does the stuff like I'm young. Like West Hollywood or whatever. Play into that. Play into like, what you look like. You're young. Whatever. That's my thing. Like if anything, like with what we were talking about, like living with like 16 different ethnicities. Maybe compare that to Subway or something where there's a bunch of different like ethnicities. Instead of just saying, there were a bunch of people there, and then this, like compared to like Toronto's multicultural. Multicultural.
Where was this at when you lived in How long ago did you move?
I'm coming up on a year, so it's like November.
Is it a flop house? Is there webcams into your bedroom?
Where do you live now?
In the valley, like Van Nuys.
Have you been offered to do straight curious? Now I get a letter.
Stand up to your thing, you're doing spots in the valley.
Yeah.
So you're driving out to this side a lot?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Or are you just going to Denver?
Well, when at first I was just doing the valley, now I'm coming over the hills.
Which, by the way, for all you people that were groaning or who was telling you not to get my car, just know that I would never, ever, in a million years, live in a house with 16 dudes. That's hell. When I was sleeping in my car, it was behind the confidence store, which would open up at about 7 or 8 a.m. A cleaning crew would come in. And then I could walk right in, and literally 16 dudes in one house. I had 0 people in this entire building. I had tens of thousands of square feet to do whatever I wanted. I mean, my own dance on stage. I had 8 bathrooms to myself. Yeah, so think about that for a second. Whereas he's sharing one bathroom. Probably nice a little bit. But yeah, that's a terrible situation. So how many guys were in the bedroom?
Oh no, well it's a 4-bedroom house, but they split up. They put people in the garage and people in the dining. Wow, yeah, that's how they made it work.
Where'd you move here from?
Ohio.
Wow, St. Mark. That's your mom, you know, LeBron James. Like, he grew up in his house and all that stuff. No, do you?
Yeah.
You ever seen this? You know him at all?
No. He left Miami.
That's why you should call air horn as a young man from Akron if he knew the LeBron James. No, I said, did you know where he lived? Did you know the house where he lived?
Are you aware that
And he came back and did he was back with us?
Yeah, he's back.
Are you aware that Bernie Columbus
No,
Did you know that wearing a bucket shirt?
I knew
It is. It's the they know who's the main this club is it the Atlanta Braves? That's what I'm trying to find out.
Oh my God! They still didn't.
Who is the AAA for the Atlanta Braves? That's all we need to find out. It's got to be Richmond. Please find out. With everybody that's there.
You think they really have this?
I think they do, but I just want to know it's Atlanta Braves. Here's my thing with these communities. What's the point of view? It's like you're like a good-looking guy, right? You're a young kid. How are we going to sympathize with you? You look in the house, that's good. You talk about that. You'd say something like, I'm a good-looking guy. They put me in front. You got to build up like you got to talk about in contrast.
All the 16 guys isn't punchline. No way to describe it unless it's a bunch of gay dudes in that town.
You answered an ad. You're on some reality show. Whatever you're not used to. And I'm clean. I'm whatever. You just gotta like. You're very close to the joke. There's too many details that you're trying to say. Hey, you need to remember this. You need to remember this. You have to like make it easy and easily. How was the water pressure?
Good question.
It's well watered.
How many bathrooms do
Josh, how come you didn't move there? It's a good deal. 17 and a 4-bedroom. No, I love Josh Martin. He's a good guy. Give Josh Martin a nice name.
So you lived in LA for about a year. The whole time you've been on the valley. So what's the secret? Is it an official though? Is it like valley life? What do you see why it's cost a little bit more money over here? You wanted to do that? Earlier, you wanted to raise the valley. It's a whole different thing. I'm
So much happier there.
I'm talking about the transplant life.
Transplant? Live here. Live in my old apartment on Hollywood Boulevard. I hated it. So happy to be back in Valley Village. But if you move, you got to go the whole thing. You know, Woodland Hills, that's not the Hollywood, LA. So if you're coming in from Ohio, Tony's right. You need to be here in Hollywood, not out in Burbank. Hey! Oh, what the fuck?
That is a direct shot. What? No air horns. No air horns on that one. But he said it. That was a direct shot, revenge shot of Brian Redman.
Worked out. Don't do that to
He
me.
hit the snare drum a few times before that one. Hey, Rob, you were great. Thank you. Welcome. I mean, he's on Twitter at Comic Rob Banks, so we go, y'all want to work with Rob Banks. He has that name. Rob Banks. Is that your real name, Rob? Really?
You gotta make a judge. Is that your last name? Is it Rob Banks? Be honest. We're here for you. My name's not Bernie Season, so I go see Bernie.
Is Rob your dad's name or your middle name? Bill. First name, Nancy. Philip.
What's your first name? In your relation to John on the side. Let him ask. What's your first name? Nathan Banks. It's a good name. Nathan Banks. It sounds like you're in charge of something. Rob Banks is good too, but that's kind of like a play on that.
It sounds like a fake name.
I like Nathan Banks, and it's not too late to change your name. It's not too late. If you think about it, confidence, you're in LA, you got to push. Get to Hollywood. Hello? Yes.
Johnny, any words for Rob Banks?
I kind of like Nathan Banks. If you say it like that. Nathan, I like Nathan Banks, because you know what? Have the attitude, get up there and push it. We keep it going, right, Tony?
What about Natty B?
Can I reach in and pull it?
No, that's all I names. This is the part of the show when we go to our 2 regulars.
Oh!
Ladies that have been doing a brand new 60 seconds each week. That's right. You fans of the show know what's up because they have been killing lately. It's always fun to watch them do a brand new 60 seconds. This week is no different. You know, your first comedian is regular on both Tony and the Scary Podcast, always with a goofy, expensive style. Perhaps a small thing, not always talking about the show. It's not her style.
Is that her going to come up?
Yes.
You're a great Instagram follower, by the way. Great Instagram.
On top of all that, she's one of our favorites and one of the only 2 regulars here. For the great Sarah White. Thanks, everybody.
Stop. Not too stoked about autumn. Just really not into fall. Not looking forward to Halloween. Don't like it. Least favorite holiday. I think it's weird. More confusing than that. Well, like, why do people think it's a good idea to go to pumpkin patch? Let's go pick out a pumpkin. Let's take time out of our day to buy an oversized squash. Not squash. Not squash. Let's take time out of our day to buy an overpriced squash that we don't even have room for. Have you ever carved a fuck you pumpkin? If I wanted to create a brain surgeon, then I would be a brain surgeon. I don't want to stick my hand in that and fly all the inwards of it. And then you're supposed to lights in it and then it just rocks. I don't understand where the payoff is. Why carve a pumpkin when I can just look at other pumpkins?
Fuck yeah, a little October themed.
Can I tag it on a material note? So you talk about like pulling the like the doctor pulling out the injuries. You could see like for the light, something like that to a human. Pulled out the just something like that. I was just okay, don't get on me for my. You don't see anything with it. Try to be involved with the material. I'm a huge fan of Halloween, so you did the injuries. I just think like treating a human being like a Halloween, like a pumpkin. What do I do?
I'll tell you this, is that you had mind shapes momentum in the beginning, like you were setting up this dark evil, every fucking one of the first 6 things you said was negative. It was awesome. You were setting up this whole thing, you're going, what was it? You don't like autumn, don't like fall, Halloween, and then you go, and worse than all of that, all of a sudden you broke up this rhythm and tone, instead of going straight to target where you do your thing.
Yeah.
There was a part where you started explaining yourself and you didn't do much. You could have just gone right into it. I said, I hate autumn, bobbity bob, getting your goal. But instead you go, and more confusing than all of that.
Yeah, that was weird.
You're right.
I fucked up my flow.
Whereas normally I talk about the actual material, the rhythm that you had, you were setting up for this thing. Right. You let all the air out right before hitting it with the
yeah.
Again, on that, like, I don't know if you didn't have time, but even more examples of stuff involved. Like scissors, crunching meat, whatever. Just like that stuff that falls
Be careful about know what works for you. You know what I mean? You had us already giving that goofy stuff. You had such perspective and angle. You hated this. You don't like this. Bobbity bob. And then you go, and more confusing than all of it. Pumpkin patch. It's like that's not what before you could see what you were saying. Why pumpkin patch is more confusing than your hatred of the overall thing. The overall thing would be more confusing. I mean, the pumpkin patch would be more confusing than all of Halloween.
So it's like in addition to that, I didn't need to.
You don't need to say the way you do things, one of the funniest things about your style is that you take something small and make it goofy. So you just go right into so you hope that in your shooting, but instead you sort of see that something nice, yeah. I'd say hit the gas off your inverted style of dark evil reasons.
I think when you bash Halloween, you're going to have to just come with a conclusion. You're going to probably not flow. But there's that group of people that are like, what do you think about Halloween?
Well, I can make them, I can explain that.
Yeah, but I will like Harvey.
I want to see more Halloween shit.
Alright, Halloween next
Monday, bring it.
See, the carving pumpkin, I like Dexter with the pumpkin. See, but again, that was my thing. I got shot down, and that's why I didn't say anything for the last 3 minutes.
Whoa. Drop number 11, there it is. 12. I lost count even.
Sarah, that was fun. I want to hear more Halloween stuff, and I also feel like Halloween news have to take a look at part of editing in anticipation. Anything that you think is original publication at any point you're going to have to say because Halloween makes us maybe something I can picture you saying is along the lines of in your own way that you don't think orange and black should go well together.
Yeah, makes sense.
Do you think Christmas?
Yeah, I love Christmas.
What is the Halloween?
Whoa, a red pan my truck. I've never seen one of those. Brody, look what you've done. I've got, I believe, 72 or 73 episodes of Red Man without a single drop.
It's a good feeling, isn't it?
Contagious. Next thing, Brody's going to be hitting an airborne button.
When I hear Halloween, I think of
All right, Brody, hey, it's good to have you on the last free day.
I don't have a gun. That was a Twitter.
Speaking of Twitter, Sarah wants Shane is on Twitter, Princess Shane. There she goes, everybody. It's Princess. It's SHENK, all one word. Princess Shane. That's 3 S's in a row.
We always talk about Halloween.
That was Halloween a couple years ago, right?
Yeah.
He went straight up in town. He covered his mouth. He looked like a fucking Bellagio fountain over here, except it was all liquor. Imagine that. Our other regular defender comedian of the night is so much fun, so cool. You know her as the college dropout. I got to hang out with her in Vegas on Saturday night, and she got to see her first UFC fight. For your hits together with Kimberly Condon. It's Thursday, everybody. It's Kimberly Condon.
Hey guys, I turned 24 on Thursday. It's really exciting. I spent my weekend in Vegas. It was a lot of fun. Going to Vegas was really interesting. It was my first time spending any time there, and I drank a lot. I told my mom about it. And she said that I might have a problem with drinking, which I disagreed with because it's really easy. You know, I had a problem with college algebra. That was hard. I always get I have 2 personalities. People were getting wild in Vegas, though. I didn't do all that, but you know, they say what happens in Vegas definitely gets on social media. I gambled all my money away, which is really depressing. But I don't think it's that bad. It's better than being a Patriots fan right now. So I've got that going for me.
There you go. Fuck yeah. That was great. I would never do you know what they say or what happens in Vegas. Those times you just can't do it no matter what. That's one of the rare instances where it's absolutely be people that you could have more things to do that people would have been able to release their
Oh, I hated it.
but everything else was really fun. Brody, you're not the material guy, but I'm sure you
I like that. I like how you plowed through, you kept going, and just like how professional. I like your jeans. There's 35. No, I like your work ethic on it. Likability. I like the Patriots. Yeah, it's topical. It just happened
like 2 hours
minutes ago. It's a ballsy move to do a sports move, and you took the chance and made it work.
I didn't even watch the game. Don't know what happened. I just heard they sucked.
What was the spread on that game? Something like that.
We're going to see this also.
Yeah, that was fun. Happy birthday.
Oh, thanks so much.
Kimberly, happy birthday. I teach a comedy workshop in the Valley if you're interested.
Wow.
It's a night work. So
my classic fits.
There you go. Kimberly Condon, you did it.
Thank you.
What about Kevin? He's been there the whole time.
Yeah, he's doing a great job. Kimberly Condon's on Twitter. Kimberly Condon's all over our page. So you never know. That's exciting. Always growing live. Kevin Lee Light, you are the Patriots tonight. How do you feel?
I love you all. You're great. Thank you, Kevin. Thank you for being here.
We'll be back again in 3 days. Catholic just for you. Chef Elise Lane filled our bellies today.
Delicious tacos. Thank you very much.
Johnny Sportis is on Twitter. Johnny Sportis, that's JOHNNYSKOURTIS. He's my big Greek baby.
I'm a fat baby.
Johnny, what else do you want to promote? Go see The Equalizer in theaters, and you're going to see this guy.
Fat baby? Yeah, go watch it.
It's the number one movie in the country, so he doesn't fucking need your support. But you should do it anyway. He's made us laugh a lot tonight. Thanks for being on, Stephen Brody Stevens, perhaps one of our most utilized guests, made 3 or 4 appearances when we were in our infantile stage. I believe you started on episode 2. Started in episode 2, Tony. It was just him before I adjusted it to make it 2.
Things are going great. I'm still on Toronto time. Great week back there. I was on the Oddball Comedy Tour all over the country. Every single city, every region.
He's on Twitter at Brody is the friend.
Yeah, it's an homage to my Chinese and Albanian busboys in New York, Tony. Brody, you the guy you be friend. You can also find me on Fox Sports all throughout the fall season with David Spade, with Nick Schwartz, and with Chuck Liddell and Turtle from Entourage.
You can read all those.
And you can find me on at midnight every day and appearing again soon.
What I recommend above all those credits is currently on Amazon. If you're an Amazon Prime member, or if you just have Amazon, you can watch the whole first season of Enjoy It.
You got it. Push them
Based around Brody's life, a lot of comedians' favorite comedy show ever.
Look at that clap. Yes, that's inspiration.
You got it. Push and believe. Yes. Drop the mic. I deserve it. I'll pay for it. 13 times. That's an unlucky number.
Got a gift certificate to Radio Shack. I'll pay for it. You got it.
Got it. Never-ending microchips.
Yes, take me to Suncoast. I want to get a DVD.
I'm Tony Hinchcliffe, Brian Redband. You guys. Bye-bye. Thank you, live audience.
Hey, this is Redband coming to you live from the Comedy Store for a brand new episode of Kill Tony. Give it up for Tony Hinchcliffe.
Fuck yeah, everybody. Hi, how are you? Good to be here, everyone. What another lovely Monday episode 31 of Kill Tony.
Great. I'm almost done. I have the old Death Squad started in my office. And then when I moved to the Ice House, I pretty much made another room in the house. Used as storage. Haven't been in it in a year and a half.
I remember that. That was the first podcast I ever did. Brody Stevens' first podcast, Brody Stevens Experiment.
Yeah.
It was the first one I'd ever even dabbled with. And that was crazy. And that was definitely at your place.
Yeah.
In a tiny room.
It turned into where my cat lives and shit. And I couldn't even look inside to see if the cat was alive anymore. And so I've been like, it's one of those things in the back of my head where it's like that.
Did you do it?
Yeah, I spent the last 3 days. Now it's a new studio, I guess. So it's another studio. But it's great. It's amazing how like a room that I hated for so long, now I take it out.
Right. It was a fun little studio. The art and everything being tight. Yeah, I'm excited about New Year's Eve being Thursday, guys. Anybody else excited for 2014? I'm excited, and I'm extra excited because today my new Asics. If you know me, you know that I'm a big Asics fan. Onitsuka Tigers till I die, and I have a couple of people mention that my nickname is Golden Pony, and I have my first ever golden pair of Asics that got delivered today. It was so hard for me not to wear them tonight, but I'm debuting them tomorrow. They are fucking sweet. They're wrestling shoes, and they are shiny gold.
What do you wear that with? Like,
I'm wearing it with everything. Yeah, I'm wearing it. I've already thought about that. I'm like, these are not going to go good with khakis. It's fucking shit. They're going to rock this tomorrow night. They cannot be. Wait till you see these things. If I put dazzles on them and just lay it down, these things are fucking obnoxious. On the bottom of it, it's all stars, like gold and black stars, and it says dream it blue. I don't even know what it means, but I'm excited. It's inspired by my own pair of shoes. So yeah, it'll be fun. 2014, we have some crazy, gigantic guests coming in for Tony in the next year. We're very excited to do it. Tony Clifton is coming in very early January 2014, which is unbelievable to me because that was one of the big things that got me into comedy. Was Andy Hoffman, Bob Smuda, Tony Clifton, that whole team. Risk takers.
It's going to be interesting to see Tony on the show because I can't even imagine what he is.
Oh my god, I can't fucking wait. I just have dreams about it of excitement. Sometimes I just wake up with a smile on my face thinking about what it's going to be like.
What are you going to keep it up with? Did you get like a whole...
I have no idea. Yeah, right, that's what I'm going to do. The night the Comedy Store fell here and exploded. Hey, look at that. All the planet Death Star, everybody. Put your hands together for Confused Stormtrooper, it appears.
I like that. I wish more people weren't costumes.
Patriot is here, the head of security. Patriot, are you frightened by the Stormtrooper in the corner? Oh, and it's because I see that down on Hollywood Boulevard every day. Fuck yeah, that's why you're the number one. Iron Patriot. Oh yeah. Oh shit. You guys are gonna have a battle with the plastic. Yeah. It's gonna sound like fucking I quit smoking cigarettes. I'm just on this vapor thing now, and I really like it. I'm just going to stick with this one. No, I'm not going to. I think he's right. No, I'm not going to. Patriot, I really appreciate your advice. You can go fuck yourself. I'm going to do whatever the fuck I want.
I think you should start smoking cigarettes.
I bet you do. We had a lot of fun smoking cigarettes.
Yeah, it really sucks when you're smoking, buddy.
Well, I know, but I was changing. It's already bad enough. No, I know. And we inspired each other. Sometimes I'd be done with a cigarette, like I'd be ready to go inside, and you'd light up another one. You wouldn't say, all right, I'm not going to have another one. I would just smoke another one. We're bad for each other. We're bad.
By the way, this really sells on this.
Somebody leaves his house on the Josh. Page 1. Anyway, I'm very excited about tonight's show. We have two awesome guests. You gonna get this thing started or what? Yeah, people. I'm so excited about tonight. For our first guest, he is a writer on the Late Late Show with Craig Ferguson. More importantly, he's one of my favorite comedians in the world. Super fucking awesome, hilarious guy. I remember hearing about him and then getting to see him. I heard his reputation. People were like, you don't know about Bushwick, this and that when I first started working the door here. When I saw him, he blew my fucking mind to shreds. I'm so excited that he's on the show. Put your hands together for Bob Oshak is here. And the other guest, the star of Enjoy It every Sunday on Comedy Central. Ladies and gentlemen, one of my best pals in the world, Steven Brody Stevens is here. You got it. Oh, yeah. Brody and Bob and Brody, you got it. Push and believe. Push and believe. Bob, how you doing, buddy?
I'm super excited to be here. My very first focus on the phone earlier in the day. I decided to take me.
Yeah.
That's my first podcast.
But again, Bob Oshak, first podcast. What's up with the depressed fourth row back there? Why are you guys in there? They're looking behind it. No, it's you guys. Yeah. Get into it.
How would you escape that news podcast?
Yeah, serious.
I'm just old, I guess. I don't know. I don't even fully understand what we're doing here. This is on the radio of some sort? Like some sort of, not only a computer radio. But, half of this, it's not shtick. It's genuine. I'm genuinely confused. I'm scared right now. And then you got that in there, and I don't know what's going on.
Can I talk to you about it?
Yes, sir.
I did some research on you today. Of course, you're the right. Thank you.
Thank you.
You guys got this skeleton robot. Jeff Peterson.
That is true. Yeah.
He's pretty cool. He's not as awesome as me, but he's a little bit fierce. Anyway, do you write any of the funny things that he says? Robots.
Anything with robots in it?
Yeah.
A few things here and there. For the most part, he kind of comes up with that himself, just like coming up with this really funny
That was a good question.
Yeah, it was good. I thought it was pretty good.
That's your boy.
Hey, buddy. Okay, this is the third time you've been on the show. I must be doing something.
Yeah, I like my cards, smart cards, and I know that good things have been happening up here. I had a great time, and I knew that hopefully Tony would get me back in and play us tonight.
Yeah, you got to be a new show going. That's exciting. You got a new podcast with Push. You got that.
There's a lot of hits.
Yeah. One thing that seems to be missing with your life is that special lady. Now, what I want to know is, what kind of woman do you think would make most happy? Would she go on the boat with you? Would she be an extrovert like you? Would she be 10% gay? What would she be like?
I hope she's 10% gay. I would say that I am. The tweets I'm receiving, the ad replies, the women are big recently. So I'll let that build up a little bit. But, I think the girl I like to settle with is going to be calm and influence and scratch and massage. It's going to go. Yeah, I'm not lead choky. I just think, what's that? Choke. She choked my chicken. There you go. I'm doing bits, guys. No, but I want a girl who would take care of me. I need that as part of myself. And that's the domesticated
Yeah,
that's how I feel.
So you use Twitter as a barometer on that.
Well, you can see the photos of these girls are more attractive than what I was getting before. It's actually tangible, factual evidence that this is how surreal this whole thing is. I've been up here for 7 minutes.
Yeah.
I just now noticed the full guy. How odd. Usually that's something you notice right away. In this kaleidoscope of psychedelic funk, I just now noticed the guy. How you doing?
I love it. It really is. It's got to be different. And we probably heard the word podcast so many
You really do have the big split up here. Just a couple people down. Look who it is in the stand, ladies and gentlemen. It's Darius Rucker.
Oh, hey, Moody, everybody.
And guys, right next to him, you love him, podcast icon Chris Hardwick. I saw that too. I noticed that. It's unbelievable. I'll come up with more. You got it. The Nerdist. He is a who's who. Host of At Midnight. Right.
There you go. It's about warm up.
Well, yeah. I like your audience warm up. You know, they offered me to do it tonight. They said, Red Man, this crowd's so hot, they get it. They don't need to be warmed up. They understand the format. They're here to see the show. They know how it works. And I say, let's push it to another level. Have a great show tonight. What do you think, audience?
Hell yeah. Well,
is that all you got? Is that all you got? Let's crank this thing. I'm excited too.
Bob does. Bob, you do warm up at Ferguson. Right?
I do warm up at Ferguson. You're taking that gig from me. I don't have the energy. I just give out T-shirts. There might be a few in the mix. We play our cards right, people.
I love it. Kill Tony T-shirts could be launched here tonight.
Let me ask you a question. Can I ask one question, Tony?
Yeah.
It's kind of weird for me how I'm saying stuff and keep it right here on the pod good and then do it to that. And I'm not getting, to be honest, a lot of shows. 1 hour in the main room. All right. 20 minutes last night with the morning research. They get the energy. I'm not sure. So we got to pick it up a notch. You're going to get Brody and be irritated. So let's go. You got to give me some love. What do you think, audience? I'm not feeling it. Still not feeling it. Not feeling it. Not feeling it. Why are you not clapping? I'll warm up myself. It's horse shit. That's how I feel. You know what, I'm in a second with Brody said. I'm not feeling it. So we could just get out by it. Got some T-shirts. Anybody want? Two different approaches, same result.
There you go. That's why
I'm
so excited to have you two on because the chemistry, I feel like, definitely going to balance each other well. So, what do you say we get this thing started? Over 30 Canadians signed up for the opportunity to do 1 minute in front of a packed belly room and tens of thousands of listeners and viewers from around the world. We have people from Alaska here tonight. Put your hands together for this guy. Traveled from the middle of Alaska to be here.
I play baseball in Fairbanks, North Pole Knicks.
That's right. It's Fairbanks. That's what he's
I know you know. But LL Cool J cassette noticed it not too loud. Yes, Fairbanks, Alaska. What does Sizzler?
Well, so a lot of you know that the comedians get picked out of the bucket randomly. They get to do 1 minute. At the end of that minute, they know they're done because they hear the sound of the meow of the kitty. That's what it sounds like, and that means your time's wrapped up. Don't go too long, or else you're going to bring out the angry West Hollywood bear. Whew, he seems extra angry tonight. And so let's get this thing started. Your first comedian tonight doing 1 minute on. You guys ready for Kill Tony 31? Very good, Brody. That is the difference maker. Brody, you are a monster. And your first comedian tonight goes by the name of David Ramick, everybody! Oh, wow. Fuck yeah.
But again, we'll get back to that. That's an overarching lesson. Even past
Have you ever heard this expression? Baby, I'm gonna fuck the shit out of you. Yeah, that's what women like to hear. Baby, the sex with me is gonna be so fantastic, I'm gonna turn your color. You're gonna have the greatest ball movie there about in your life. You're gonna be sitting out and shit and go, woo, you really did fuck the shit out of me.
Why is it nervous? What's the sex state? What's the sex state? Well, second number one is.
It is a joke for you. What do you call 12 male porn stars in service juries? Why, a well-hung jury, of course. What does BP and the number one bomb and welfare have in common? All it took was one spill to be made for a mistake the rest of their life.
Doesn't go ahead and take out.
Very good.
I haven't heard the animal. Okay, you went up first. Good job. Well, that's okay.
You want to go? You have any natural instincts? I think you're probably the one to cover this.
I'll just start, guys, I want to say this. Audience, thank you for coming around. I had the hammer down. I think we're good. Bob and I are very good. Everyone's friends here. I like you made fun of yourself. You did the joke. I just did the F4 up front. It's a little whatever. But then you said, I'll tell you a joke. That was funny. I don't know if you intentionally meant to do the FFF. I'll tell you a joke. So that was funny. First time, so I'll give you credit for that. Keep doing it. I thought you did okay. And you went first. It's not easy. We're all nervous. Yeah. Shut up.
How long have you been doing stand-up? Talking to the mic.
You're talking about
4 years. Where are you from? Yeah. How long have you been here? But yeah.
I thought it was, it's all about delivery. It's all about delivery. What's your name, Dave? Dave? Yeah, you've got the delivery down. Just find out. I'm literally pulling this out of my ass, Dave, as I talk to you because you're looking at me and I'm scared. I saw the thing of lift your jacket, just right flap your jacket. He should show that. That's something he's got to show off a little bit. Show that because I saw that through his jacket flap there. I thought, oh God, he's fired with explosives. And that
double bomb.
Keep it. Tony. I like it though. I like it.
That's what I do.
That was funny. Very.
Do you guys notice he has the pump skates on?
Yeah, those are great.
Let me see.
He said your zipper down.
Red Band said that about the cum stains on the pants. Like, how can Red Band see my penis?
Oh, was those last two jokes? Like the last two were just like stretch jokes. Were those your jokes or just like
the well hung?
Very good. Very good. Dave, who cares? It's Dave, right? Yeah. Who cares? Do you care what anyone has to say right now? Do you really care what anyone has to say? There's a correct response to this question. I'm just going to let you know. There is a correct response. Do you care really what we have to say? Wrong answer. Fuck no. Fuck us. Fuck these people. Listen to what's in that heart of yours, Dave. I say listen to me. I'm Jewish. Don't listen to anyone. Listen to me. Listen to me. I know Jews, okay? Arizona State in a holiday hole. The University of Texas just lost the Alamo. And their coach got me fired. Our guy just fired. You think Matt Brown cares? Fuck no. Of course he just got fired, so who cares? Alamo, Dave. Don't listen to anyone. Continue wearing affliction shirts and go kick ass. You got it?
I love it.
Get the fuck out of here. Make the world your bitch, Dave.
David Ramick, everybody. I love it. We're already bolting along. He's David Ramick on Twitter, RAMIC. For those of you who want to follow that. David, what's the last song that you listened to on that iPod that you have? What's the last thing?
The certainty was they were tempted.
Wow. See, that's what I'm talking about. Limp Bizkit.
Everything stuck
That's embarrassing. Like, I wear the shirt that, like the Starbucks, so I'll wear the same shirt that I sleep in the next morning. Starbucks, a lot of times, that same shirt you get in the contract, stuff like that. And I'm talking about
it happened in last week, exactly 7 days. Yeah, we talked about this same shirt on walk at Starbucks.
Right now, even Dave Reagan talking about your man. That guy's pretty good.
As he scrapes dry cum off his pants. No, he really did have it. And his fly was down. That's a good observation.
What, Dave, was your fly down? You want to go? Maybe that's part of the story. All right, let's give Dave a nice hand. One on first. That's a tough spot. It's a tough spot. Opening. He's opening.
It's a very tough spot. Do you guys have a bit that you did when you first started out? Something you don't find funny anymore. You can't believe that you ever said it.
Remember this joke about a well-hung jury I used to do? No, I don't know about you. I used to come on stage. I used to do characters. When I first started out on stage, I called him Steve Cat. And I would wear a toboggan and glasses, and I would smoke on stage, and I would come up to Europe's Final Countdown, you know that song? And I'd do a kick like, and the music hit that crescendo. I had no jokes. It was all attitude. And I don't know if I was, like, possibly, like, people may think it was some sort of parody of someone rather than it was just shit, but it was actually just shit.
And that's where your comedy really started. It was doing a character. Yeah, all about self-exploration. That's what I was telling Dave. Yeah, it's all about self-exploration, not the type of self-exploration that leads to stains on your hands. Right. More the artistic type. Yeah. But yeah, so that's amazing. You started out just with characters. And now you're how long have you been in the writers guild? Now you're a full-time writer.
In this room, I used to, on this very stage, we used to perform in front of deathly silence. My, how the times have changed.
That's a joke about how you guys are quiet.
No, they're getting good. They're getting good.
Rabbi, how about you?
Are you cringe moments you talked about earlier?
Maybe cringe moments, maybe just something.
That's the question.
Okay, the official question is, do you remember any joke that you may have done in the very beginning of your career that you're embarrassed about, the shame that you did?
Well, I still do pretty much every joke that I started with within 20 years. I don't there's stuff that I've done definitely that I think really on looking at my people access shows, seeing things, and, said things. But it's all about learning. I don't look at it as a negative. It's like you gotta break some eggs to make an omelet. The great Chef Roth. So it's like it's all good. You gotta fail. You gotta have these moments. So I hate to sound like a preachy coach, but those are good. Bad sets are actually good for shows.
I was just telling somebody last week, there was one coach that I heard that said, no, these just go out and so it's exactly as well. Great. If you fail, then that's even better. You can learn to stay in the pocket longer. When you're first starting out being a quarterback, I'm sure it's very scary watching those linebackers and the Drew Breeses and the Tom Brady's and the Peyton Manning. They wait that extra second for that extra open because they know that a hit really doesn't matter. It's made so that you can take that hit, so you can stay in the pocket and get ready for it, because that's how you make big plays.
Well, I think because they practice hard. They're dedicated to football, like Kobe football. But these guys are dedicated to it, so they can stay in the pocket. It's like being a comedian who wants to do jokes and stay in the pocket, not because you're not going to get hit. You could, you just move it like Matrix, like Yoda. That's what you do. So it's stage. It really is jokes and stage time. Period. That's what you start with, and then you build from there. Comedy is a filthy, horrendous winch that you have to give your soul to, and by no means is it guaranteed that she'll give you back on life. I don't know about your soul, but I would say I would say time. I want people to think about that for a second. If we could just wait a couple more seconds and just let people take that in, and any of you want that cross stitched on a throat pillow, I sell them out of the trunk of my okay. Let's go.
All right. Your second comedian goes by the name of Cat Eye. Why does that sound familiar?
Related to Cat Williams?
Cat Eye.
Where is Cat Eyes?
That Cat Eyes? Cat Eyes taking his time, I do believe. Need it to go. Here he is. Cat Eyes, everybody.
Cat Eyes!
Oh,
yeah. Check him out. I like it.
Fuck yeah.
I already like it. Very well, thank you, Cat. Is this Kevin Hart's uncle? What joke we're kidding? Go ahead.
You got 30 seconds to stand up.
Good stories, bad stories when it comes out online. They some fellas out there.
And they're retired. They're retired. Why are they retired? They're going because all the Philippines was a place where there were weasels and animals there. And they probably took this guy. They probably took it and dragged it away somewhere. Because what's that? It's the whole the back of the something
That was actually bad eyes. Continue, go ahead.
It took a lot of time. It took a lot of time on the front, but let's see where you're going. The shade, the beauty.
What's the something? The animal took it in.
Don't you wait for it in your life is the one you don't get.
And yeah, you see that the something trumps the Bandai. Like something changes the reality, even in the case of the Bandai to the point that again, it's not big calling is not coming. Calling is not coming. It's something. And go ahead and trump the Bandai.
Yeah, we're really not getting anywhere. It's been a minute 36 and still no punchline.
It's long.
It really is, and it's too long. So let's start figuring out what's going on. Are you really online dating? How's it going?
I have a bigger question. Do you really work with some sort of medical therapist? I think I've officially been more scared than my Dave's explosives.
I work at a colonoscopy center.
Yeah. Oh, now see? I feel like this is a setup. Deliver the punch now. Go, Cat Eyes, go! Swung up with a right hook.
You guys might be laughing about a colonoscopy clinic, but it's the only time I know is the shitty job of somebody got to do.
There you go, right there. That's what we were waiting for. That's what we were waiting for. And I know where you're going with that, Bob. Okay. Bob's actually, he's joking, but he's right. It's like, the first thing you know, it's like you're in your scrub. You got the tennis shoes, all that stuff. I don't know. I mean, maybe you just raised here, but it is who you are. I mean, you work at that place. So that's, I'm not saying be a character and then go with that, but it is, I can see a little bit of traction on that. I can see that. Go with what your reality is. And, you know, you've got a good personality. You can talk. So it's like the jokes, look, they need some help. But you've got to laugh, you got to look, and Bob is like saying, right for that. And then see what happens, and then you start getting more comfortable with yourself. All that. Do me a favor. Here's what I mean by how much your physical appearance affects audience expectations. Okay? This is what I mean. Turn and look at that row of people right up there on that second row. I want you to guess which of those 6 people on that front row is probably going to do jokes about the Death Star. Just have a look at that. That's how much people judge based on physical appearance. Play into that. Steer into that. Okay? That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. Another thing that I love about your outfit is that is a work badge on hanging there. That's a top part. That's an actual bus. I like that.
Do you take the bus to colonoscopy clinic? There's more to come.
Heck yeah.
That's funny. See? You see what I'm saying? It makes more sense when he's in the scrubs.
Think about the doctors that I work with. You know, in the classroom,
it's like, it's really like witnessing the birth of Jesus right now. It really is this is a whole, I think we've all learned. I actually feel like I should charge you a fee for how much help you discover your comic persona right now. Mitzi's daughter makes money. Yeah, I'm telling you, this is what it's all about right now. Yeah, that's in the reality. Yeah. I'll tell you what, Cat Eyes. I think that's sort of evident. Tap hard into reality. I mean, tap into reality. You got it. You should have gotten a bigger laugh. Everything I do, laugh at. Why upset me? Think I'm wrong? Are you above pink for 2 weeks? You can talk about dating, how hard it is to date, but I think you go home, you still like your job.
I mean, you can't pick up no date on
Why not?
I mean, I gotta tell them that.
it's people's assholes. You know, I can just tell them
Is it just like every girl you date?
I get a kick out of this asshole. You know, just an asshole.
What the fuck? Anyway, is it all your ex-girlfriends, complain?
You gotta work up to the asshole, I think is what he's saying. That's actually good.
Have you ever had a girl?
What this guy's saying. You need to work. You actually don't even get to look at the asshole. You assist the guy looking at the asshole. That way.
Yeah.
That's how you know that's your career apex is the asshole.
The closest you get in is on a good day, you might catch a whip.
Yeah.
That's sort of like the same thing. You know, if the date don't work out, you're an asshole.
Maybe you'll eventually.
Can we put a cap on the word asshole? Yeah. I mean, I keep hearing asshole.
Yeah, let's
be positive.
First thing you want to do is switch it to anal.
Thank you.
Which is amazing because maybe you'll meet a girl there, and that's pretty backwards. Like not many relationships start that. So that's a lot of people work their way up.
The less at the butt, the bigger your chance.
Exactly. You can really tell by how.
I feel like this is therapy or something.
It is. We should be wearing scrubs. How much we're helping it.
Do people ever go in there and just don't wash their ass? It's like, really? You know we're going to look in your ass.
Because they're supposed to give themselves a, what do they call it? Yeah.
A cleanse. Yeah, it's called semen. This thing alone.
I remember one time one of the doctors said,
Is this going to take a minute 37?
No.
Okay. Okay, we're listening.
Cat eyes.
I don't know why.
Is that your name at the clinic, by the way? Cat eyes.
Just picture some doctor. Cat eyes. Cat eyes.
Cat eyes is funny. Cat eyes. Help me with this. Call yourself brown eyes. That's funny.
You got it.
All right, let's keep it moving.
Cat eyes. Great job.
Cat eyes. Thank you.
Talk about working at the
I feel like we actually helped that guy.
Yeah, totally. There you go. Very good observation there.
Now I know why the Iron Patriot is here.
Yes, exactly.
He finds themes to be done. All right, that's good.
He's a master of tone. Brody,
we got it.
pushing along, set out.
It was a lot of a-hole. I like what he got. I like what he's doing. It's just like, I want to get more comedians.
Yeah.
Crank out some comedians.
I agree with that.
Very nice. That is the thing.
Your next comedian tonight goes by the name of Mike Menendez.
Football season's over. For my season. So it's where is this? I love football. I love the and I hate breast cancer. Yeah, that was the pink logo. And it's not because I'm a fan of wrestling. But I am a fan of equality in sports. There is no male equivalent in female sports. There's no testicular cancer awareness book in the WNBA. Every game is played with 2 balls. That's what I'm saying. But that would be a great idea. If I look at this and that's ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous. It would double the score. Testicular cancer awareness book. See this one?
Okay.
We got it just in time. Thank you guys.
Interesting. I'm going to tell you what. First of all, I like that you're the first person to
any premise whatsoever. So that's exciting. That's a very good start. Let me give you a great note. Something that I noticed was very good was when you said you were a Miami Dolphins fan, but did your thing. Just getting started. You lost connection. You were just building the bottom level of the sandcastle. You know, that's so important, this foundation. We're just meeting and run your first 10 seconds. Somebody just says something, raise some stupid sports shit, and then you're out for a second. You lose your oxygen. Like, it's just like a total disconnect. It might not seem like it, but I've noticed those things. It's that much bigger of a difference by the time you're really into it, because then people don't feel like you're a pushover, like that you're mendable. If you stayed in the pocket on that and just ignored whatever that was, there was nothing in it. All it was a speed bump that you didn't need to acknowledge whatsoever. And you knew you had a minute. So it's just a little something, but it's actually much bigger than it seems. Brody or not, right?
I agree with you. I noticed it. One, I know you only have a minute and a half or whatever, but yeah, I noticed it. So took you out of the game a little bit, so like ignore that. Saying the sports teams also is going to get you people yelling.
You're right. The one thing that I ever tell people when they go, what do you want me to say when you bring this happens every night? Somebody goes, hey, I'm bringing you up tonight. What do you want me to say? I go, just don't mention it from Ohio. That's all. I don't tell them what to say. I just tell them what not to say. Because they're like, nickname host here, Fraser Smith, loves college football. They love saying, this guy's a big Buckeye. And before I even get up there, I hear guys in the OR going, dude, fuck this guy. You know what I mean? I was like, fuck. I haven't even gotten up there yet. They could have really liked me, but fuck. And by the way, I'm a Dolphins fan. But that doesn't fucking matter. Nobody gives a shit.
Just say you're a football fan.
Right. I love the NFL. I'm sad that it's coming in. I'm excited about class. Acknowledge the sport. You don't get too specific, or else you're going to get haters out of the fun too.
But let's also remember, these guys are if they're in a tough situation, do 90 seconds, so everything's amplified. Okay, so even more so. But they're still good. This is the reality. We're doing a minute here. So the guy talks, everyone knows, ignore that guy. Push through it.
What's your name again? Dave?
Steven. Mike? Mike, okay. I think I speak for everybody at this table. I don't know the material is going to come, whatever. Feel what you're saying. You know what I'm saying? Are you having fun up there? Because you look a little like you weren't really having fun. Yeah, it's okay. We all are. I'm in an unhappy marriage. You know what I mean? Like, seriously, considering a trial separation. But you know what? I'm up here, and people sometimes think I have Down syndrome. I smile so much. But let me tell you something. That is a shortcut to immediate likability, and half the battle on the stage is likability. 90%. If you're likable, you have a lot better advantage of masking a lack of material and anything else than if you're not likable. Okay? Feel what you're saying, experience what you're saying, but have a single little stump. But he warmed up. I noticed when he started that last 30 seconds, he got a little more. You know what I'm saying? Feel what you're saying, right? Feel it, experience, have fun. Fuck it, man. You already separated yourself from 95% of the world by just getting on stage tonight. Giving us a whirl. You already have. That's fucking something to celebrate. Look who's next to you. Goddamn Iron Patriot. There's a stormtrooper here, and you made him laugh because I saw his shoulders go like this. But he's laughing right now. He's laughing right now. And they're trained killers. So think about that.
Something happened at about 30 or 40 seconds into that where you moved the mic a little bit more to the side, you took more of a step up, you had gotten one laugh, like Brody said, and you were in it. So what this is you got to remind yourself what happened in that 30, 35 second mark, that laugh that you got that pushed you even more, so you're ready to come out again because you landed a big punch. It's like the UFC, when a fighter lands a big punch and you see that other guy wobble, you see that other fighter like, holy shit, I'm going to do this right now. They just start throwing punches. That's what I could tell you were just about to, you were sort of just getting into it and you actually realized there's nothing better than you were two balls in. But there was something in your physical motions that got powerful there at the end. That I think they're both saying is being able to figure out what connects that 30 seconds from the beginning? How do you open with that stepping up to the edge and really deliver the same right? But feel like you got that laugh before you even get that laugh, and that will make that laugh even harder than it is.
And I want to say one thing, don't take this the wrong way. Shoes good, pants good, shirt not good. Yeah. You're wearing a Nike shirt from Sports Authority. You know, it threw me off a little bit. And then I saw his Nike, it's disappointing. So, but good shoes, good pants. It's got a nice shirt. You got a look. You got like a Jonah Hill thing. We don't know what this could be an endorsement. Are you endorsed by Nike? Oh, okay. I just want to clarify because it was very confusing to me to wear this Division I baseball. Tony. They make Pony their own by Puma. I think he's a nice guy. Let's find out. Go ahead, Mike. Keep going. Defensive, number one mistake.
Mike, relax. I agree with Brody's note. Who's the swoosh?
Not personal.
Just don't do it. Mike Menendez, everybody. There you go.
I love ponies.
Great job.
Mike's great.
Great job, man.
Good hug. That was a nice moment.
This is a trespasser.
Lush
Oh, we got it.
Josh has it.
Josh, I heard that. Go that way. Get out of here. Go to the back. 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 What are you doing? Okay. Get the fuck out.
Why are you here? Move.
There you go.
That's why we have
Get him out all the way. Get him out all the way. All the way out of the building. Tweet Josh all the way out. Josh all the way out of the building.
Josh, put him in a chokehold now. Here's what I think we all learned. No, but here's the thing that I really, really enjoyed out of that whole experience. The head of security stood there and didn't do nothing.
He never does.
Thank you, Iron Patriot.
He never does.
He's really at the next jury death row.
Gotcha.
Gotcha. I get it.
Yeah, we call him the head of security. The truth is that he can't move. He takes the bus. Bob, he literally takes the bus here because he has to stand up the entire building because he can't sit down.
I'm sorry. You know, what just happened?
I don't understand what that was.
I mean, now my adrenaline just started went my body, and I'm starting to shiver.
It's weird. I felt his chin coming from the very beginning of the corner. That's how crazy it is. Like, this guy's about to do something. He reminded me of this girl that came on a couple weeks. A girl came up here a couple weeks and it was just like, I'm going to show my tits of stage time. And I had Jimmy Schubert and Kurt Fox on at the same time. And they're both like, you know, if you know anything about those two, they're like, all right, let's do this. And I'm like, oh, shit. Lost it. So next thing you know, we had a trespasser. I had that energy from him. Lost his phone, and then he kept walking.
Audience.
I love it. He gave me the finger. I had to grab the bucket out of him. He tried to grab my fucking bucket, man. Nobody grabs my fucking bucket.
Nobody can
Son of a bitch. He almost had 118 pounds of steel on top of him. The next Canadian goes by the name of Tim Greer.
I'm serious, it's really hard to like think about that. Like, I feel like I would sell it to my kids actually have that. Yes, my person is Jewish. If you like this, seriously, because Jewish girls have this. I would say smart like
an Asian girl, and no, I don't like a Middle Eastern girl. Middle Eastern girls don't seriously.
So what do you do?
Yeah.
Grind it up, scatter it,
We're getting there. At the end, yeah. There he is, Tim Greer, first of all. That's fun. Pro-abortion.
Yeah. Tim, your material doesn't match in any way, shape, or form to what I thought you were. I'm going to be honest. I thought you were going to come up here and you see me come across as a very likable guy. Remember that? That was the guy right before you. Likability, you got that. You walk up, you're smiling, all that stuff. I honestly would have thought that 7 words to come out of your mouth would be appropriate. You know what I mean? It kind of throws people. I don't know if you're trying to work, no pun intended, but you know what I'm saying? It doesn't, to me, gut instinct after watching a minute of that, that's not who you are. I don't know if you're trying to shock or whomever, but you have like a good on stage persona. Does that make sense?
No, I totally agree.
If you find the material that matches who I think you come across as to others, I think you're going to be pretty damn good. So it just seems like a really, really sharp-tongued, kind of harsh material. Okay. Bob, nice job. Now, you weren't so harsh on Dave, first guy. So that's because I was terrified. Okay. So Tim, what Bob said, I feel that I thought it was good. I like it just a pro-abortion. That's funny. To me, that's kind of polarizing. It's a statement. Boom. So I like that. I was kind of with you on where we're going. And so I think that bit could be fleshed out. I feel like your mic technique is a lot of good. I eat the mic. Your mic technique was good. You're dressed well. I feel like just keep doing what you're doing. I'm not going to beat you down for that bit. I don't mind. Obviously, there's a political thing with Bob and myself. He's from the Bible Belt. I'm from Southern California. We have different opinions on that. So I'm okay. I like you said, pro-abortion, whatever. It kind of like woke people up. The only thing I didn't like what you said was like, how's everybody doing? You don't have to say that. I don't like it. When, hey, how's everybody doing? I know it's a greeting, but go right into it. After they went right into it. That was good. Make sure the second word you mentioned is pro-abortion. That's a great advice, Brody. Take that whole right away, Tim. Take it right away. I didn't mind it. It's not a political thing, but here's the thing. If you are going to do a bit about abortion, you're digging a huge hole. Make sure you can get yourself out of it. I don't know if you are. I say expect some turbulence. I don't think if you really say I'm pro-abortion, first of all, you don't even know what that means. It's like a double negative, whatever. So they're not going to be that. They might be a little confused. There might be a few who get upset with it. I don't think it's so bad. That's my opinion. Bob has kids, a wife, a family. I live alone in there.
Have you ever had a girl? Have you ever gotten a girl pregnant and she had to get an abortion? So then maybe you could say, I'm pro-abortion. I'm a pro at talking girls into getting abortion. I think that's hilarious.
That's double dark.
Well, I'm evil. See, I can sell that because it's different. I'm just gonna take it and turn it into a buzzer bit. But thank you so much. It's actually true. But I agree with what Bob said. Are a lot of the other topics that you talk about dark and creepy, or are you more you do have this likable, super likable charm?
Going to that period. I would say you're right in that. Why go dark and why make it hard on yourself? I'm not saying it's wrong. You are digging yourself a hole. Like I say as a comedian, why make it hard on yourself? You don't have to. So this is your journey. That's subjective. This is your journey. You're driving the car. We're just along the highway and you drove by us for a second. We offered our minuscule opinions. You go where you want to go. But I'm just telling you my snap judgment of you. I was just like, whoa, okay. Here's where he's taking it. I didn't see that. I was okay with it. I thought it was like a Kanye West vibe. I was with it. Why are we not laughing when I say stuff? Because I'll tell you what, it bothers me. And I did an hour in the main room on Saturday night. I crushed it last night going out with Ilber and Sarah Silverman. Not going to come up here and be disrespectful. You know what? Oh, hold on. And I did 15 minutes 2 Wednesday nights ago at 12:05 in the original. So, fuck you. Fuck you guys. Yeah.
Talk about abortion all you want, Tim. I don't give a shit.
There you go. Tim Greer. He's at T Greer on Twitter. That's GREER 33. T Greer 33. Now, here's something funny about Bob, because like he said, this is his first podcast, and every time that I announce who my guests are on this show, I announce it only over Twitter. It's just a little thing that I hope that people will eventually, sort of know about or whatever. So I just trust the Twitter will lead people there. So I had to look him up. I realized I looked up Bob Oshak. I'm wondering if I'm spelling it wrong. It's just this one little H popping up, right? That you haven't pulled up the profile right. You've never tweeted before. You've never, not one tweet. I don't think you're following anybody. You have over 100 followers.
That I didn't know that, to be honest. Yeah. I thought it was around 18, 19 followers. I'm shocked by that.
So there's people that know about you and you don't even tweet. You have a Twitter presence without even tweeting.
I joined Twitter because I live in a shitty part of Culver City called Culver City. And I always want to know whenever I feel a gunfire, is it gang-related or a domestic situation? And I got the little Culver City tweet feed, so I'll know whether or not to hide the kids in the bathtub,
Hilarious. It is true.
But
really find out.
No one else will call that. So
oh, there you go.
Yeah, maybe I'll tweet something. Maybe I'll make it about abortion, since that's such a crap.
Whatever you've been married to your high school sweetheart?
Yeah.
With the same person your whole entire life?
Same no one else. That's high school. 1989. So I'm 41, so we started dating when I was 17, something like that. If I got my wife pregnant on our first date, our kid would now be old enough to rent a car and try to find me. So I would. Can I add one thing? I would have split down.
You gotta use that.
I don't know if this audience knows what the audience with Bob, me, Brody, Mark, Big, Wrestling, whatever that guy tried to attack Tony. You know that Bob and I worked together for Dallas. At Fox Sports, Best Damn Sports Show. Bob was the writer, or one of the head or writer, all that stuff from the beginning basically all the way through the end of the show. He did all the warm-ups. Bob did the news, his show. Years ago. Can you believe that? Yeah, we started in 2001. Yep. And so there's a lot of history here. So we're all good. Thank you. We're just family. You wouldn't know that, would you? See, that's how this town is. You never know who knows. That means something. Wow. It really is. I think, Tony, the lesson here is that despite how we look as people, we don't really know what's going on up here. You look at me and you think, middle-aged, out of touch, doesn't know how to tweet. You would never. Come here. Somebody, I'm even thrown off by that. Somebody fucking punch me right now. You are ripped.
That's crazy.
That came out of nowhere. Doing a character, Brody. I love it.
I was telling Bob before the show, he's like, what's going on? What is this? I go, just have fun. By the end of the show, what I take pride in about the show, I told him, I go, most of the guests that I've had on, almost all of them by the end of the show end up going, man, by the end there, I was having so much fun. I was so warmed up. I wish it went on forever. I'm pretty sure we're seeing that happen right now in the middle of the show. Jimmy Schubert's
first podcast, by the way. Yeah. First, no tweets, first podcast. Were you Land of the Lost? What, anybody? Thank you. Very good. There you go. Again, that's why we've got the Iron Patriot here.
Yeah. He's also only had
sex. He knows how to close out a conversation with one big boom.
And he's also only had sex with one woman his whole life. He's not married. When you have sex with one woman, do you have to mix it up? Just have her get stung by bees once a week or something like that?
No, you just kind of phone it in. Role play. I'm going to sound like I'm doing a bit here, but I'm also the only guy she's ever slept with, so neither of us know how much better sex can be. She thinks it's normal to roll off of her after about 45 seconds of rhythmic humping. So, mock us if you must. Oh, let's go. Ignorance is bliss.
That is so fucking funny.
I'm thinking about that Jeff character on Ferguson. Is he supposed to be like a contestant from Price is Right? Because he has like a name tag, Jeff. It looks like this. I don't know if anyone even knows what I'm talking about. We have a robot sidekick. Yeah, that's part of the reference. It's actually operated by someone who looks legit, so I can't take any credit. But
he's a writer as well.
No, he's not. He actually performs the robot. So, and says the words. He's operating. It's pretty impressive.
It's great just trusting to play around.
Yeah, it's amazing. I can't take any credit for that whatsoever. In all honesty, I like Greg's monologue. It's right up in the camera. It's really loose and different. So.
I love that he grabs the jigs sometimes.
Yeah.
I know this. I'm just like really connect. I was talking with Waterbox earlier about television personality who didn't look at camera that much. It's all about connecting. And I think Ferguson does an extreme job of that. And
it's not easy to. It's difficult to establish intimacy when you are a TV host. It is. It does that incredibly. Yeah, it's an amazing. I've been for 4 years. That's why I live in Richmond. That's why I started writing. I've been on the job for 4 years. I mean, I don't know how to tweet. I don't know the importance of this is a podcast. Yeah, I don't know. I don't understand all that stuff. I mean, when I started, like you have experienced unbelievable success. Well, you don't think since I started writing. Thank you, Bob. You know what I mean? Whitney Cummings. Okay. Hanging out. I've just lived in a community for 4 years. It's a great job, but someday it'll end, and I'll be like, wow. That's so, Bob. I think it's refreshing that you don't tweet. I think you should I'm not on Facebook. That's okay, but do you don't have a Facebook? I do have an iPhone. You know, you're doing a great job. You're one of the nice guys. People don't badmouth that. You earned everything you've got. You used to host all the Sundays and Mondays here. One of the original hosts.
It's really one of the most badass things you can be in comedy. And I know a lot of comedians always make self-deprecation jokes about no, it doesn't pay the bills and this and that. I'll tell you, man, when I got here, people meet a door guy and they find out how much they love comedy. They give them a list of about 5 guys that are monsters, and you are on that list. And so, there's any in the back of the room, and they're like, and you hear Bob Oshek, and you hear that name that you've heard, you've already looked up to, saying, look out for Bob Oshek, this and that, and you're sitting there, and your expectations are already sky high. And in comedy, there's nothing worse to follow than high expectations. But you do it, man, it's fucking fun. Check out Bob Oshek live sometime. You're
follow me on Twitter.
We'll follow you back.
Let's continue.
Your next comedian tonight. No, not at all. This is the first podcast. It's about you. I want you to shine. It's the kind of life you could be living in a podcast world. Compliments is great. Put your hands together for Ben Black. Oh, wow. Would this be our first guitar comic in Kill Tony history?
My song is Vampires Are People. Just sing it to you with a California accent. Oh, well, leave with that one. Except me. I know that he lives, and he's not doing things. Long as he's rip off his fangs. Put him in solitary. To escape hungry or no. Burger King. Vampires are people too. Heaven really flying around paradise. Before they say bye, do they love their mama? Same as me and you. Remember forever.
In exactly 59.5 seconds, Ben Platt nails his landing, confident smile afterwards. A vampire song. I've never seen anybody stick their landing this confidently in the history of the show. Most confident guitar comic I've ever seen in my life. Nailed a minute. Normally,
every comic's goal when they get on stage, every comic's goal when they get on stage is to make the attractive blonde in the audience laugh. And you, sir, I'd like to introduce you to the attractive blonde in the audience who laughed your entire set. Neither could I. The very fact that I could hear you is a test to how many other people were laughing. But my point is, that's the goal. You hit it out of the park. That alone makes you a winner as a Benjamin Platt.
Heck yeah.
Can I jump into
Yeah, definitely. Of course, Brody. You're definitely.
Why are you guys laughing? We're both yes. We're all yes. It was nice. You're a nice guy. I like your left-handed. The shirt's tucked in. I like the look. Very Colorado. No, it's not a 1950s. I would say just enunciate more. If we're talking about the bits, enunciate more. I don't know. It's like, I don't know if it's stand-up or a coffee house song thing. I would say enunciate more, and then we'll see where that goes. But in guitar, like there's something there, and I couldn't agree with it more. I would exactly call it enunciating. I would say that as a guitar comic, there's always going to have to face many open mics the issues of audio. You have two mics, you have guitar, you have one there. What's that level? What's that level? I think your guitar was a little too loud for the singing. You know what I mean? So it's a little bit more, a little bit more acoustic and mellow. Because in comedy, it really is going to dig it in, no doubt about it. You have that likability that also counts for a lot. But they're definitely going to want to hear the exact words that they're saying. We could hear you in the beginning, but once the guitar came in, it was just a little bit too loud. Maybe project a little bit more. That's something that I definitely had to learn when I first started out. I wasn't pushing. It's just about 10% vocal push that adds all the difference in the world. You know what I say? The guitar, man. You can hide behind that thing. I go with the banjo. Again, why no laugh? Why no laugh? So not only am I uncomfortable, he's hurt too. So think about that when you don't chuckle based on my cadence. People get hurt.
Then what are you going to say?
Were you in a hangover? You weren't. So I know what I'm doing. Let's play that game. Me against you. Go ahead, Ben. What about the joke?
What was the joke?
Yeah, that's like sort of the tough part. There's a bigger issue here, Ben. I don't know what you're acting about, to be honest. I know you're doing sort of an accent thing.
Right. It's an audio issue. That's what we're saying.
Not really.
You can hear it a little bit, and it was likable. We could tell you were talking about vampires, and it was cool. And it was
just can you summarize real quickly what we just watched?
Into the mic.
Into the mic.
Started out, and I was talking about the whole world can do what they want about Dracula except me. He's not who you think. Throw him in prison and rip out his fangs, they will grow back with knives. Put him in solitary, he will escape. Hungrier. Or Burger King. Vampires are people too.
Oh, okay.
You know what? I agree. I think a banjo will help that out. Yeah. Thank you, Bob. 1,000 shows, professional, helping me out.
The joke didn't work.
I don't know if there really was a joke.
Yeah, it's really not. It's a long way.
It's sort of an abstract thing that you're doing up here, which if you're like
it's good. That's
yeah,
good.
I can see. I don't know why I make emotional. How long have you been doing stand-up? 6 months, okay. And do you always want to be up here doing the Dracula voice while you play guitar?
No, not always.
Okay. I would recommend maybe chucking the Dracula voice, making it more about who you are. Because, let me tell you something. Tonight, and I don't mean to disagree with the attractive line. It's not you're going with, which to pick of the two. You either have the beautiful blonde with the six pack here. But if the vampire thing takes off tonight, if somebody like you're gonna be stuck doing vampire voice for the rest of your life, just like Gallagher stuck splitting watermelons because that took off. So be careful. You may want to make sure you're yourself on stage as you play guitar. That may be who you're stuck being when you become a successful comic. You see what I'm saying?
So maybe this would, in 6 months in, this would just be your toboggan smoking cigarette character that bothers
Steve Tash.
Yeah,
that's true. Can I ask one? I throw in one more thing. Why is it that the opening new comedians do something that's why you don't this is Hollywood. This is show business. When you bring defensive energy, I'm picking up on it. That's why I'm making it. Sorry, I pick up on energies. There is something about, they talk about network schmoozing or doing yoga and all that. There's something to that. So when you pick up, I'm picking up energy and go, ow, see ya, I'm going to hire you. You got positive energy, something to work with.
Ben, I love your smile. I love your energy. We're going to get another comic up here. Thank you so much. Ben Platt, everybody. Ben, I hope you come back. They love Ben Platt. Ben, please come back next week. Come back soon, all right? Sign up again. I want to see what you do next.
Next time, don't be such a defensive asshole.
Yeah, exactly.
The poor guy was just smiling.
Yeah,
what did you do? No, I couldn't have met a more gentle, mild-mannered man. Fuck you, Ben Platt!
All these guys are too defensive. They stand up here with their guitars and their flannel named Ben Platt, smiling at me. Why would you do that? You don't get it. And in 6 months, you're not going to fucking make it. I've done 1,000 shows. You got it. Brody, you just sold his soul.
You gotta keep doing it, though. Be nice.
You did it. This is the return of Eric Carter, everybody. Internet sensation. And one of the lumpiest motherfuckers in the world.
What's up? How y'all? Oh yeah, fuck how y'all doing tonight. I am from the deep south. I hate NASCAR. I don't watch Duck Dynasty. I'm glad I got that out of the way. Let's rock and roll and be positive. Man, living in California for 5 months, it's just so much different. Y'all use different words. What y'all call skinny jeans, we call women jeans. What you call vegetarians, we call pussies. My first 3 months of doing comedy, I lived in the youth hostel for most of me. A lot of punks I got to bang for in the garage, but it did have its awkward moments. I had this Japanese guy that couldn't speak English sleep in the bed beside mine. But that wasn't the creepy part. The creepy part was he had a box of Kleenex right by his pillow, and I never heard him once blow his nose. I'm assuming he was tugging that Pokemon. And by the way, I want to apologize to you. My first deal, Tony, you was here. I did 2 inbred jokes. I wore white linen.
Yeah, your time's up.
I want to hear this. Go ahead.
No, go on, Eric. Go on.
No, I lied to you. You do? Yes. I told you it's my first time and I wasn't because I was intimidated by you and I respect you. I want to get that out of the way.
Got it, buddy. Good job tonight. Positive energy. Brought some energy. Thank you, Eric. Thank you. I appreciate that. You're fucking it. Yeah. Oh, sorry.
Eric,
go ahead, Tony.
You brought the energy, as always. People love you. Great again. It was, yeah, it's one thing that I noticed that you've done, because I've watched you a few times. You've gotten on the show a lot. A lot of the listeners, go crazy about you. There's been a lot of tweets. You're like, you're definitely a fan favorite. So let's get right into something that I've noticed. I think either you can use it to your advantage or you can nip it in the butt now, but I think keeping it on is a bad habit is going to help you. And that is, when you hit a punchline, you do this thing where you show everybody that was the punchline. If it doesn't go great, you go. You do this thing, and then you go into the next. But you can, or you can't. You can either commit to it, showing questioning of it, or you can lose it. But where it is now, somewhere in the middle, you can show a little bit of weakness. You show them that maybe they didn't get a punchline, whereas either you can ignore that mellow laugh and plow on, or you can really commit to that didn't get a laugh and then move on. But where you're at right now, it's between the two things. It's coming across weak in this super powerful set that you have. You come up, you fucking almost German suplex the mic stand behind you. Very interesting maneuver. There's definitely different ways to do that. Other than the two-handed 360. So, maybe that's just one thing that I noticed. We definitely have perspective, which is always fun. But you guys, what did you notice about Eric?
Well, I don't know, Eric. It's my first podcast, by the way. Thank you. I appreciate that. I've never seen Eric before. Obviously, he's some sort of superstar here on the show. But do you? And I couldn't see you because I'm at a bad angle. But do you smile at all during your set, or do you always? Okay. That's what I was just going to say, because you look very serious as you're doing the material. Not serious, but just like really intense and into it, almost like a Southern preacher life, which sort of works for you, but every now and then maybe a telltale smile of sorts, which, again, if you were given it the disregard this note, would help out, because it was a super intensity to what you're doing. You could, like, get a little overbearing if every now and then you don't let people see a crack or whatever and see that you're having fun, too. Does that make sense? I keep pounding the smiling thing. I know, but I'm telling you, man, I milk my smile. I genuinely smile a lot during my act. If it doesn't work for certain people, I don't recommend they do it. But for you, I think that does help out. You do have to have fun and experiencing what you're doing. You see what I'm saying from my perspective? Yeah, well, smiling is important. Not saying laughing, smiling. So again, I'll smile. So you get people on your. It does. It's a way to ease off the gas ever so slightly when you have your pedal to the metal the rest of the time. So I can't speak specifically to that. So I'm just saying I like your energy. Are you left-handed? No, I can use both. Okay, so I like that. Wow. With the mic, you can do that. Holy shit. So you should try that box as a kid. You should try that with the mic stand. You used a box as a child? Yeah. How old were you? I mean, not as a child, as a teenager. Oh, okay. I was 14 to 16, did also soccer. Okay. Soccer 16. Child boxing sounds hilarious. Just as an aside, I don't know if you want to go anywhere with that. Just make sure you smile while you're talking. I watch the comedians. Material's not my thing. I can't really hard on a 90 minute, 60 second material television. What I see. I think you're onto a good thing for likability. Smile if you weren't. Just keep doing. You got the accent. Keep it. Don't lose it. What's going on up there? I'm here talking. Thank you. We're doing a podcast. So I say keep doing what you're doing and just be likable and nice. There's a reason why they're saying good things on Twitter. It ain't broken. Don't fix it. Just keep doing what you're doing. You're well dressed. Well dressed. I like that. You doing a lot of spots? You staying busy at nighttime? You going up a lot? Yeah, I've been hitting up the mics like this. That's exactly what you need to be doing. There you go. Eric, very good. Hold on, the Iron Patriot. I think the Iron Patriot is going to come in. That's what
I know drama's a bitch. My bitch. If you don't like football on Sunday, give me your man card.
Here we go. And like that, the little something for the listeners at home. And a big fuck you to the live audience. That's an Eric Carter joke from a few weeks ago. There you go, Eric Carter. That's enough. There it is. He's on Twitter at Call Me EC. He's Eric Carter. Now, an exciting thing. I don't know if I got to mention this to you, Bob. Every week we have 2 young ladies. Episode 1. They've been doing 60 seconds each week, and they are with us. Because they're part of that show where they do a new 60 seconds, and this is that part. This is exactly 2 monsters being built here in the confines of Potawatomi, and tonight will be no different. First, you know her as Princess Shank on Twitter, and she is fantastic. She's a little bit different than the real movie, so know that going into it. Here she is, everybody. It's Sarah Wineshank.
What's up? Visors. I don't understand them. Like either wear a hat or don't wear a hat. What is the purpose of a visor? Go full hat. Go home. Even more confusing, bald man wearing a visor. You would think that he would like to reap the benefit of a full hat. Not always the case, guys. I was thinking about it the other day while I was looking at my furniture, wondering if I would ever really need coasters. Like, is my furniture ever going to be nice enough to not get rings on it? That shit doesn't matter now. Am I ever going to have napkin rings? I don't know, but I won't ever have visors. Alright.
There it is. They're such monsters that they know exactly when the minute is. That's 59.52. The visor bit, and then the coaster thing's a new thing, and you ran out.
Yeah, I ran out. I didn't want to go over to
Just wanted to make sure.
Yeah.
The visor thing is hilarious, and I think it could be bigger. I mean, I don't even know where it begins. It's almost like it's a vertical. It's like a. Is there anything that pops in your head when you think of visor road?
Football code.
Is that same weird football heckler guy?
It's okay. It's all right. It's all right. I like the visor guy. I like, you can tell that you've been doing it. You've been here. It's obvious. You've been watching the show right up. Even you said how you guys do. You're going to be jokes about that. Funny thing. Again, we're back. I don't see everything, but the visor bit, it's tight. It seems like there's a lot of, visuals. Boom, boom, boom. You had good stage, like your own stage posture up there. That was good. So keep doing it. That was good. Confident. But I know you were rushed at that second day. That seemed like you were a little frustrated, but I'm not going to hold that against you.
I was trying to think of visor stuff all week. I'm so pissed off.
It seemed like it. I mean, you got pretty much a double applause break in the first 30 seconds. So it was a show. I mean, there's no doubt about that.
Not really what you can do about it.
Right. And the way that you have it, I think it's almost pretty important that you sort of walk it in where it's the way that you said, I don't understand visors, you had it there, and then the big one came, but what I really don't understand, all guys have visors, and then you had it, you nailed it. But I think it's tag-worthy right there, almost something like, why do you want the top of your, why do you think we want to see the top of your head? You don't want the sun in your eyes. We don't want your bald head in our eyes. Like, I don't know, like something like they don't do a thing about Tony. Oh yeah, hi Brody.
A Jewish person wears a visor.
Well, that's an interesting one. If you're wearing a yarmulke and a visor.
That's true. Yeah. Tony just picked me up.
That's what I just said. If you're wearing a visor and a yarmulke, that's probably one cheap visor you bought.
Something there.
Not a single thing. The person's Jewish.
You know what I got upset with when you said Jewish hat? I go to yarmulke. How do you not laugh at that? It's funny. How many Jewish people are here? Show your hands. 3. All right, that's what you like. I like it. I like it. You said show your hands. You guys made me laugh. I thought you were really good. I don't know you. I evidently you come here every week.
Yeah, she's a regular. What are you trying to get at with the posters? You're saying your furniture is so bad you don't even care if it gets rent.
Yeah, but like, I didn't know I was going to go for it. I didn't even go for it. Like, I just don't think I'll ever need to buy a poster. But that won't ever be a thing. Like, napkins.
I guess by the time you have money to buy posters, you're going to just have this character.
Yeah, basically.
But anytime you have producer money, you're going to have to financial money. So you don't give a shit.
I see posts, and I post, or I go post as a joke, like something like New York, that coast, West Coast. There's a joke there.
I'm thinking maybe it's like a marriage thing. Like I look at my coffee table the same way I look at floppy blocks instead of curves. Yeah, definitely. There's nothing there yet.
It's a half-assed poster joke.
But the visor thing is hilarious, and it's in the mix. That's just one more 40-second chunk to end all the other hilarious stuff that you built. That's Sarah Weinstein, everybody, a Kill Tony regular. Positive energy. She's always happy, smiling, fun to hang out with. She's a good person. She gets it on stage and off, and so does our other regular. She dropped out of college at the University of Florida because she became a Kill Tony regular. She went from gator to hater, and now here she is. She's Kimberly Compton, everybody.
Hey guys. So I have a lot of opinions on things. I've been noticing some things that bother me lately. And this is one of them. If you have a tattoo that says blessed, you probably aren't. You know? I feel like the only people that have blessed tattoos wear jorts and white beaters. They don't have sheets on their mattresses, you know, and like their mothers had eyebrow rings, like those kind of people. The font is always like that Nightmare Before Christmas across the chest. That's not blessed, people. They watch their friend give a homeless guy 20, and then the friend walks away and they turn around and she said I could have half of that. Thank you.
There it is, another 59.39 seconds. They definitely know the time.
I just want to jump in real quick. I like that there's a bit there, like the blessed tattoo. You establish that right out of the gate. We know we're doing that. I think it just needs to be written more. It's a good topic because we all know that. You see those guys blessed, you know, the basketball guys or the UFC guys. And I think you just have to get more specific with examples, make it visual. You did. You said, hey, it's that block letter, and then you give examples of the UFC guy. But I can't say specifically that's the whole thing, but it's a good topic, and there's a lot. You made it clear where you were going. Now you just got to just write it. The parameters are there. It's an interesting bit. And, you know, this. I guess this applies to Sarah earlier too. Take with it. I don't get on stage a lot. So whenever I go on stage, whenever I do my stage time impressions, so I know my material backwards and forward, even if I've never ever done it on stage. And if it sinks after one try, I toss it out, no matter how much time I've rehearsed or whatever. If it doesn't work at all with them, you seem like you were kind of struggling to remember the bits. So they were in your head. You weren't reading. You weren't really focused on the room, and you weren't really focused on your set. You're kind of in between, trying to figure out where you're going next and trying to hold on to punchline to punchline. Know your material. Know it backwards and forwards. Brush your fucking teeth with it so that you can say it backwards if you had to. Stop when I snap my fingers and go right back through it the other one around. I've got my shit. That's why I was nervous about doing this, because I wanted to script everything I said tonight, because I don't know how to do spot. But I learned that I'm actually really good at this. And I now have 100 Twitter followers. But you see what I'm saying, Kimberly? You've got a great material. I guarantee you know how to boom. It was a setup. You had your great setup, and then I just saw you going tag after tag after tag. You know those like the back of your hand? Barrel through that, boom. That audience is
definitely. It's true. It's pretty well written, and you got it there. You just want to be able to flow with it so that we're not waiting. You know what I mean? Like it's sort of like we're like it's like rooted for you. But it's a vast improvement on other things because it's really a great premise. That even though
everyone laughed right away at the premise,
right?
You joke, it was an observation. So right away, you know that you're finding the people. That's the best laugh in the world. You just get a laugh. It's basically an observation. And then, so you know the audience is on board, then it's just boom, boom, boom. So you have it. You got the material right there. Make sure you know it.
Right. It really drive in how big of losers these guys are. You know what I mean? Like, I almost can't believe. You can almost see like the unevenness, like the tattoo artist was laughing while giving the guy the blood test. Like, you're not fucking blessed. Like, add stuff about how the tattoo's permanent, but his respect for people is temporary.
Right. Exactly. There's so many things to play off there. There's so many.
There's only blessed after he's
so many skin tags.
There you go. There's the.
Wasn't even a good joke, and you gave me something. Thank you.
But yeah, you stayed on that the whole time, right?
If you ever feel yourself flailing, just do it in vampire voice. Maybe that'll help out.
Have you been doing spots? Have you been going up other places? So are you too? Yeah.
That's what I was trying to do. Every time I go up, I try to
Right. It's definitely is.
And you have good, you speak well, enunciate, so keep doing that. Was the whole college, that was a joke, right?
No, she was a full-time college student. Her cousin is friends with Brian and I, and so we met her as soon as she got here. The cousin told us she was interested in comedy. Her first time ever on stage was right there, and she kept coming back every Monday. So she decided not to go back to college. She dropped out, went to college, so came back. Now,
you're all in, Kimberly. You put all your chips in. That's the only way to succeed. That's the only way to do it. So if you're all in, be all the way in.
That's Kimberly Condon, everybody. She's on Twitter at Kimberly Condon. That was episode 31 of Bill Tony. Bob, you got anything coming up you want to promote? Let's try to see how much we can blow up your Twitter. And that's at Bob Oshak. That's BOBOSCHAC. Oh, it is? Oh, that's right. SHACK. Night. One word. Shack Night. At Shack Night. Let's see what we can do to increase.
Love your MySpace. They recently launched a Friendster.
You know what? Let's just give out your phone number, Bob. What's your phone number? Call Bob anytime. Well, it was so much fun to have you, Bob. Brody, what's going on with you? You got new shows coming up?
What am I doing tomorrow? What's tomorrow? I have New Year's Eve. I'll be here New Year's Eve tomorrow. You can catch my shows on the internet. They'll be up there forever. Stephen Brody Stevens, enjoy it. Follow me on Twitter, all that good stuff. I want to say thank you, everybody. Understanding that I'm in a very vulnerable situation and I have a lot of tension. You guys are great in the audience. Thank you for being here. All the comedians are good sports. And I think when we say something to a specific comedian, when I say it, it's not necessarily for that guy, it's for everybody. Not that I'm an expert, but whether you like it or not, I've been doing it for 20 years. So you'd be not smart to take some of my experience.
Two of my
and
favorites.
Tony, just real quickly, thank you to Mikey Beatty, who just followed me right then. So I guess I'm down to 101.
It's already begun. That's at Old Things Brody on Twitter. I'm Tony Mitch, Brody Ryan Redden. We're in Texas, baby.
Yeah, January 9th and 11th. Go to JustSquad.tv for all the tickets.
And thank you so much for coming out, everybody. Up next is the Ding Dong Show, the longest running show in Comedy Store history at 10 p.m. Thanks for coming out, everybody. Have a good night.
Well, isn't that fascinating? But it's an open problem. Can you gain and decommission any form of idolatry? Islam has no power of negation over idolatry. Fascinating. So what's this on night? To having that on this contrast out of that. Why is that? What about a case of idolatry that just
It's not exciting. How you guys doing tonight? What's up? So many comedians there that ignore that question because they hear it so often. Comedians, how are you guys doing tonight? So proud, so much energy. Probably because we have a new sponsor, everybody.
That's right.
That's right. We'd like to officially re-announce that our newest sponsor is Diet Squirt. Since 1938, the caffeine-free thirst quencher. So Diet Squirt, I appreciate you guys, less than 1% juice, no calories. It's true. Slightly less than 1% juice. No calories and low sodium. Squirt, a refreshing beverage since 1938. While you shuffling one around. Who's having a wonderful Monday so far? I'll tell you, I am. It's a great Monday for me. I had a crazy job offer happen that the 12-year-old me would love for me to take. I can't talk about it just yet, but that's going to be something in future episodes that I'm going to talk about. It's the job opportunity that I'm hinting at today.
All right, now you have already told me about this, but
and it's crazy.
All right, yeah, because you can't maybe talk about no. All right,
we're going to save it. It's going to be great.
I didn't even know Kinder Care was doing business.
Yes, great job offer from Kinder Care. Good makers of Kinder Care. It was delicious with a Diet Sprite.
Squirt out of Kinder.
Oh yes, Diet Squirt. We do not like Sprite. Oh, you probably just lost them.
You just lost Squirt. We've had him for 2 episodes.
Oh my god. Yeah, so we just wanted to let you know.
Well, I tell you what you can't do with Sprite. You can't mix it with tequila and make a margarita instantly.
Oh, you told me this last week and I almost threw up in my mouth. A margarita made of squirt and tequila. Have you really had that before?
Oh, I'm addicted.
Who would drink that? My round of applause. There you go, Brian. There you go. Just to let you know how I feel living.
No, I mean, like, really, it's if you mix drinks a lot, like myself, you get sick of something a lot. Like, I got sick of Jack and Coke. I went to 7 and 7s for a while. I went to turkey and ginger, and then I got into tequila. And there's not really much you can do with tequila except, maybe make a margarita out of it or take a press out of it. So my Mexican friends told me to.
Your Mexican friends did not tell you that.
Yes, it did. It's a 4-person margarita. It's what they just said. It does the job. Mix it with tequila. It tastes great. We could actually do it today if we wanted to. We could have Josh get some Patron.
Okay. But I do love without tequila, delicious Diet Squirt. Anyway, it's a crazy Monday here, guys. You guys know what we do. We always have a bunch of comedians come on, and I do a minute and some of the future comedians of the world and the universe, some of our favorite rising comics. Sometimes it's a brand new person. You never know what's going to happen. And I always have 2 amazing guests that come on and talk with me. Newer comedians, and it's always fun. But as well, we always have every week a brand new head of security to keep us safe here on the stage. This is this guy's second job, keeping us safe. Put your hands together for Autistic Thunder, Josh Meyerowitz, aka the Autistic Patriot.
Can you imagine if like a giant Patriot really did do that? He just like killed all his impulses and apologized.
It's true. The Autistic Patriot gives more apologies than any other superhero. You're really filling that suit out, huh? I think you're the first one to not have a lot of extra slack. That's fun. What diet is that? I'm really excited. Do you hear your shoes squeaking when you do that? Yeah. Yeah, don't do that. It's very annoying. Back to you, Diet Man. Sound of shoes squeaking.
Are you really on a diet? Like Weight Watchers?
This sounds like a guy that has no diet plan whatsoever. Just one step at a time. I leave a couple bites of the In-N-Out burger that I eat daily.
Do you eat bad or do you just eat a lot? Okay.
What did you eat today? Tell the truth, but it's going to be much fun. Oh, yes. I almost forgot.
ultimately, again, it's not you can't use that vote. You can't because it's a whole lot of
Really?
So why don't we say it's okay? It's like
Oh my goodness, it seems like maybe you are sticking to your diet. Now I sort of feel bad for you.
Hey, next time you have a salad like that, though, put the dressing on the side and dip your fork into it instead of pouring it on top of your salad. You save about half the calories.
Heck yeah. Do you usually toss your salad?
Once again, we have this concern.
There's a little picture in your minds for all of you.
Have you ever tried to suck your own dick?
Probably not even close, huh?
Could you at least nibble on your bush?
A lot of cube? Well, since you said that in the singular, I'm guessing you have about one.
Just one thick cube.
You know, to this very day, I just don't have very many cubes. You're 30? Oh my goodness. Put your hands together for the biggest 11-year-old I know, turning 30. Love it. You must be excited, Josh. I know for a fact that you're a pro wrestling fan. Let's talk to the man under the mask for a second. So what do you think about Rowdy Piper Mania? Can you get maybe if there's somebody in the crowd who doesn't know, maybe if you give a little short background on the management that is going to be on this show today. All right, that's not a good start. Just go with the stuff that you do know, Josh. Very good. That's almost correct. Very good. Definitely the best promo. He was the first comedian to improvise his own segment on wrestling. It was called Piper's Pit. He always improvised it. These pro wrestlers weren't always, had a lot of comedic background and stuff, so he'd really have to improvise. I mean, that's digging deep. He's also a 36-time champion, the star of the movie They Live, and many other great movies. And we're very excited to have him. Awesome. And Josh. That's right. Put your hands together for our producer, Josh Martin, everybody, hustling around, making it all possible. He's on Twitter at Josh Martin Comic, and Josh Meyerowitz, the Autistic Patriot, is on Twitter at Autistic Thunder. You really own your autism, which I love.
We had a really good show Friday at the Ice House with Joe Rogan and Don Herrera, and it was just exciting to have the show on the road. Are you going to be at Comic-Con 2014 this year? Well, July 23rd and 24th, we're going to be there doing shows. So, any of the comics listening to this at home, sign up. You'll be able to go to the American Comedy Co. on July 23rd, an hour before the show, and get on stage. Hopefully, so it's going to be a lot of fun. So, try to make it down there, Josh.
Oh, there you go. You might want to say that. One of those is a lot more sad than the other. But you have some perks that non-disabled people, I mean, you have that taxi that gets you. They get a hell of a deal. I mean, that special Uber is like. You have to try that one out when you get 60 seconds one Monday. Much love indeed. If you don't know, that is Josh Meyerowitz's catchphrase, much love, because he can't help but to say it. It's his way of closing up everything by giving extra love. Sometimes we'd all be a lot better people if we had autism. Put your hands together for Josh Meyerowitz joining us. It's so fun. It's so exciting. Josh, are you here? You got 2 thumbs up?
Okay, you really thought through that cover. Very good. Good job, Josh.
We could talk real quick. You know what I learned about autistic people, Josh, is that the army and stuff, they love autistic people, and they try to get as many autistic people in the army as possible because they kick ass at certain jobs.
There you go. Some lady knows one dumbass autistic person.
But do you obsess about stuff? What about radar blips over the ocean?
You know, Josh, you're actually, now that I think about it, not even our first autistic patriot. You are, however, our first diagnosed autistic patriot. So, it's an exciting title to have. Now, let's talk more about this diagnosis. We have a second minute to talk about it. Banana, an apple, and a salad is what you eat today. Are you really hungry right now? Yes, I can tell.
You need water, so you need some protein. Not enough protein for you. You're a big guy, you need more protein.
We love it. We're glad to have you. One more time for the Patriot of the Day, Josh Meyerowitz, the Autistic Patriot. Let's move on with the show, guys. You ready for our guests or what? Come on, guys. It's fucking Monday night, Kill Tony 57, and we're about to make magic happen. Are you ready for a crazy show? Put your hands together for tonight's guests, the hilarious Annie Letterman, and the super funny and awesome legend and man himself, Rabbi Rothschild. Letterman is here. Roddy Piper is here. You guys are meeting each other for the first time, I do believe. Two of my favorite people. Annie, one of the fast rising comedians in the world, all over E! and Comedy Central, and so many fun things. And TV.
I mean, it just goes on forever. Haven't you heard of me or you haven't?
From a lot of my favorite things, including most recently Legends House on the WWE Network, Roddy Piper is joining us. Very exciting. Good friend of mine, and glad to have you back. We had you pop in a couple episodes ago. You were nice enough to grace us with your presence, and I'm so lucky to have you all as a guest.
No one's ever called me a lady. Thank you.
Exactly. So it's going to be a fun perspective switch. I figured the two of you will give two different perspectives for sure. Annie from, you know, the toughest chicks I know to the toughest guys I know.
Are we going to have wrestling?
Yes. That's what I didn't tell you. Every Monday. Just myself with that. A lot of people don't know this, but Roddy Piper is also a paid regular here at the Comedy Store. I stand up for a few years, and who would have thought that a guy that could make stadiums and arenas feel alive for decades could possibly pull off stand-up comedy in a room with 20 people. But it's always fun. Some of the best stories.
I love that it takes an autistic guy to take dieting advice from Red Man. The dipping the fork in. Fuck you, Red Band.
Hey, that's true, man. I'm a Weight Watcher. I lost 75 pounds of Weight Watchers once in 3 months.
I know. What year was that?
Year I had 8.
I'm sorry, was that too mean, you assholes in the belly room of the fucking comedy store?
Yeah, I don't know if you caught. I don't think you caught the beginning of the very beginning of the show. I just let me update you. Our Patriot, because we always have a new head of security. Our Patriot's name is Josh Meyerowitz. He is autistic. Is an amazing stand-up comedian who talks about his autism so he can handle it. He just announced today that he's on a new diet, and all he ate today was an apple and a banana and a Caesar salad. So I figure
It's a water diet. He drinks lots of water.
It's a diet that seems like it'll last for about another 2 hours.
Well, I used to do it in middle school. It's called anorexia.
I'd imagine from your years having to be in front of the camera and being tip-top shape, you might have some kind of advice to give you.
How many times do you eat a day? 3. How many times do you go to the bathroom? Well, reverse it.
Just eat Chipotle once and shut the rest of it up.
Raw chicken, that's all you need.
Gallon of water,
Chicken soup.
The salt's really the tricky part. That helps the water.
There's not a lot of people that ask the food to not only get it out, but to do it every day.
Well, he's actually in such bad shape he can't pat himself on the back. That's what we're trying to get to. Oh, you can reach there. Good job, Jim.
I like that his microphone's just on his dick. So yeah, I don't know what it looks like.
It's a little tradition that we have here where we keep the speaker box back.
You're funny, Josh.
Josh, do you have any questions for our guests?
Like that.
I don't care. I'm not going to be on that. Who gives a shit? No, I'm just kidding. No, I don't know. I think that's cool. It could be like interesting to change Netflix up a little bit. She seemed obviously really bored with the show.
Was that making it uncensored?
I think it would be uncensored. I feel like she was so close to being uncensored on E. But I think when you get like caught in a show and you're like, all right, I come out, I do my monologue, then I do this, and I go like that gets boring. So sometimes you have to completely jump ship. But so it probably will be cool. I know she didn't want to do the late night. Or I heard that she didn't want to do the late night because it would be censored.
I'd be going the opposite way. Like watching Alan now, he used to have a really good show when he was late, a little bit more other shows, but now he's actually had to go backwards to more Leno humor. You can actually see the censorship.
Yeah, it's just a yeah.
How about for Piper? You have a question for Piper?
Yes.
He's a little eccentric, There's very free and you have to be sensitive, but it makes me director because he gets excited and but as far as the acting is concerned, he left the acting He's a 220-pound dancer. It's like Mike Tyson doesn't even know what to kill by a dancer.
It's not something really Oh, yeah.
You just yelled so confidently the wrong answer. That's almost as annoying as squeaky shoes. Nothing's more annoying. Just kidding.
There you go.
Was it true with the big fight scene there that it was supposed to be like a short scene with you against Keith David, and then you guys just were fighting it out? They just decided to record the whole thing, and they did it like almost like a 6-minute fight.
John Carpenter wanted the fight that was strongest before that was John Wayne era. Because he wanted to fight of two friends. The next installment of the
And those were real punches, right?
You went through his camera functions across the line. You can't tell. I'm with that because I pitched my eyes. Well, I just said, yeah, from down, just a lot easier. And he didn't have a problem with that. Got right into that. He scared shit out of me for a couple days. And there we are.
Wow. Congratulations. The longest fight scene. I saw something cool today. I stumbled across on the internet. It was an alien, Sigourney Weaver, I guess after she obtained special powers. Or at some point in the movie, either way, there's a part where she's walking away from a basketball hoop with the basketball in her hand, and she throws the basketball over her shoulder, and she makes the shot showing how advanced she is. But I watched the clip today of her doing that for the first time and actually doing it, and they couldn't even, all the serious characters in the role broke. You know what I mean? And just like the moment that it went straight in. I mean, it's an amazing clip. So you can tell she's completely dialed into her character as a super professional actress. And she's so dialed in without thinking, and she's saying in the interview that she doesn't know how she did it. So whatever about it. But she was so dialed in that she literally did what the character was supposed to do. Made that no look back shot. So it's worth looking up sometime. Oh, there you go. Thank you, Josh. That's why an autistic sidekick is good to have around.
And here's a fun fact about that fight that you did. South Park actually had an episode called Triple Fight, and they did it shot by shot of that fight. That's why if you ever watch that episode, you're like, why is this fight so long? Yeah, the dialogue was good.
But it's construction chamber.
One time in an article,
That's how I say the N-word too. I need like one black person laughing at seeing a video.
The South Park guys have a real knack for making people laugh at their own problems. Like a lot of people don't know, but the Mormons, those people love it more than anything. Mormons are way into the Book of Mormon while they're making fun of it with ads of their pamphlet and all this stuff. They're going to run shows in Salt Lake City, which are already sold out because Mormons dig it the most. It's the biggest joke. They make fun of everything. That's why they can get away with it.
Well, the Mormons are definitely well known.
Well, very excited about this, Annie. You've been doing stand-up a long time from New York, and Piper, you've been all over the world. So let's have some fun, give some perspective to some people just starting out. For those of you just joining us for the first time, for comedians in the room, you know that 60 seconds is up when you hear the meow of a kitty. So wrap up whatever you're talking about then, or else you're going to bring out the angry West Hollywood bear. Yeah, you.
I like how that sound effect's also 60 seconds.
Yeah, exactly. It's out of control. But there you go. So don't run the light. If for
No other reason than for the sake of the podcast listeners who plan weekly about that.
Stop with the bear sound.
Every time somebody runs a time, I use a good photo. I'm just trying to work out in the gym, listen to your show, but you make it real hard when you bring out the bear, alright? I read your tweets, guys.
Start yelling at the people that go over a minute. How about that?
That's right. That's the lesson, is do your time and get out. Is ready for Kill Tony 57. Here we go with Andy Letterman and Roddy Piper and the Autistic Patriot. Your first comedian doing 60 seconds today is Gil Garibaldo.
A trained teacher here, and got a pretty great compliment from the teacher. Like, your kid, he speaks at a very high level, and it's all you. Wow. That's great. Respect for the community, give me that type of confidence. You don't really hear that kind of stuff. And she told me, like, but I did overhear a pretty mature conversation he had. I was like, talking about politics? What's going on? She's like, well, he said he fucked the shit out of the lunch lady. I was pretty embarrassed because I've seen that lunch lady and she is gross as shit. Trying to help him out with his homework and stuff, but I'm like trying to be pretty helpful. Let me check out that homework. I don't know. Fractions? Yeah, man, check the out.
Sometimes that bear comes out very quickly. Alright. There you go.
That was 45 seconds to lead up to your first joke, and I thought it worked, and I think that was funny, but I don't know. I think that's too long.
Did you say you're teaching at the place?
No, it's very
Oh, and you have a son?
Yeah.
How old's your son? 12. Oh, wow. So what was what I would want to know as an audience member was, what was the context of the conversation when he said that he fucked the shit out of it? Did he say he would fuck the shit out of the lunch lady, or that he did?
Greg was friends about it. That's joking.
Gotcha.
Yeah,
So was the setup the setup in the beginning where the teacher said that you can tell that his voice is coming from you or his language is coming from you? Was that the setup that when he said he fucked the lunch lady, you were like, I wouldn't say that because she's ugly. Was that?
Yeah, it's the type of female that he should be.
She's ugly. She's like shit. She doesn't be able to get lunch lady. We know the lunch ladies, yeah. But like, I think like the whole beginning doesn't, the setup doesn't. You could just say as a teacher happens to get right into it.
My 12-year-old, I went to a peer teacher meeting for my 12-year-old son.
Yeah.
Now, did he tell you that, or did the teacher tell you that he said that? The teacher told you.
Yeah, one of them, and he just had this like kind of like.
So, one thing with that is I think it also might be more fun to go on the adventure a little bit more with you. Like maybe at first you're proud of him or not. Both ways are funny if you tell us what you're feeling when you first found out and then when you remembered. It gives you a chance for 2 laughs there at some point. Because then once you realize it, and also gross as shit is funny, but I think that could be one step funnier too, just something like uglier than your average lunch lady,
or you could say she looks like you, and you could be like, oh, she has a beard like you, because my son trying to fuck me.
Right.
I'd go for incest, guys.
And what the audience is yeah, you said it's upsetting because the lunch lady looks like this year, to you. Or anybody, to get it back to you.
But I think it's important in the very beginning to need like a punch in the very beginning, so that people want to go on the journey with these. Rather than
even after 30 seconds, it's almost like, wait, what am I listening to here? I'm trying to pay attention, but then I'm just talking about nonsense.
I was just kind of waiting for the joke a little bit too long. Too much
setup, but the joke is good, and you can probably get to it really fast, like right away. I go in, like, she said that.
Now, Piper, you've watched many stars start, and you have a good eye for everything. You know show business probably better than anyone I know. So let me ask you, what do you think of this young Iron Sheik deal?
First of all, I think that successful pushing the ball on the commodities and and when you first came out, she had something for the lunch lady, and the lunch lady wasn't that good looking, and he wanted to do her anyway. She wanted to do it even though she wasn't good looking. Is that what you're saying? They didn't want to do it because she wasn't good looking.
He's an equal opportunist. Yeah. Well, fuck it, I'll go. Taste the well.
It's like her personality tag.
It's not biased against
She's so sweet with the extra creamed corn.
Right at the top, I would let him know I'm a secret dad, my son, and then
yeah, because I was thinking too that maybe you're going to be when you were a kid. You were at this teacher conference, and you were like, oh, that's what I remember. Like you were just like a creepy guy. I don't know, you just give off that vibe to me. I don't know, do you have a daughter and like a classroom? I don't really think that.
But again, we'll get back
to podcast.
That's our overarching
Who said that stuff? Die. Someone should.
Oh yeah.
Thank you.
How long have you been single? Wow.
So it's the kid's fault.
You know, just
What are the other things you're friends?
What's her name?
Baby.
How long have you been stand up?
So the idea when you're talking about
What part?
Richard South Side.
It does not work. Say it's something.
How long have you been there for?
Something that baby.
The first night?
Doesn't go
You
ahead.
had tattoos up?
Well, let's see. I tell people that's my face because I don't want to explain who the dude is. Were
you sober when you got that?
Yeah.
Wow.
That's just a chick.
What about
I think I like when they shut the fuck up. They wrap their face, their mouth shut.
That's just a random check.
Yeah. Oh wow, that's amazing.
You're sticking with the sober.
Yeah, totally sober. All of that.
I like Stoutfield. Thanks for coming on. Come back soon. Gil Garibaldo. He's on Twitter at Gil Garibaldo. That's GilGaribaldo. Gil Garibaldo wasn't available on Twitter. Wow. That's good stuff. I always ask each guest that comes on for the first time what if they ever did anything when they first started to stand up on stage that they can't believe that they ever talked about or said standing on their first.
One of my first jokes was like one was the best sex I ever had was with a homeless guy. He really fucked me like I was gonna make him a sandwich. Which was like, he looked homeless, he wasn't homeless. And then years later, I moved to LA, and I was living in lifestyle. So what a fucking hypocrite. Sandwiches.
You're more of a storyteller on stage, and your stories are all amazing. So I wouldn't consider anything embarrassing. So I'm going to ask you a little bit of a spin on that question, which is there anything which I'm sure there's something, but you just maybe share one thing in the ring or when you were a rising wrestler that you ever did that was crazy or embarrassing.
This is the wrestling ring, not the movie The Ring.
I wrestled a bear. 650-pound bear that took my catch on my trunks off and left me injured. Knocked out.
What's that situation? How does that go?
Was that after your joke went past 60 seconds?
No, that was 20.
Oh yeah, we remember that story last time. I had to go home and watch it. It's so funny.
That's such a sensitive, you're like such a nice guy. And then the crippled kid thing, did you guys not tear up when he said that?
It was a hard fight that night. And like 20 years later, my son called me. Your dad called me a what? 20 fucking years later, Bruno.
I love it. We're going to roll on to our next comedian, and it will be Brad Sachs.
I just lost my job. I was a waiter. I got fired because I lost it with an old lady, like an 85-year-old lady. Sometimes older people, I love them. Like, what's that? He's like, yes, you need to go for that. I just lost it. She was like, I want an ice of water with no ice, but I want the ice on the side. And I want lemon, straw, and extra lemon on the side. A Splenda on the side, and if you have that raw sugar, I want it on the side. And I scratch my head. It's that lemon. No. The only reason I work there is to get laid. That's it. Best place never worked is a restaurant. The place I worked at for 13 years, I didn't talk about questions who were getting something after work. I'm like, thank you. The rest of you, nothing. That's true.
Thank you, guys. Brad Sachs. Firing off some bullets.
It was someone like your mother, yes.
Okay.
Maybe you should perform to autistic people.
I'll try it.
Are you really a waiter?
Yes.
Where at?
A place called Stanley.
Is it?
The place called Stanley.
What kind of restaurant is it?
I would say it's like casual, upscale, every kind of level, really good with salads, pizza, pasta, chicken, fish, steak. I got everything. Yeah, that's a good place. The lemonade bit was funny that it made sense. It's cute.
But I think the setup that he did it with the old lady kind of made me go, what is he doing? You know, or I don't know, maybe if you just said she ordered enough stuff to make lemonade, just kind of like,
Just gotta be quick.
Yeah.
You don't need all of that.
If you started with the act out, like I just got fired because this woman came in, do the act out, and you went, bitch, that's lemonade, and then rant a little bit more, I think, too. Like, if you really went off on her, it's funny that you yelled at an old lady. Right? Did anyone else get wet? I loved it.
And she ordered ice water and 7 things for the ice water. She pretty much ordered lemonade. And she made me go like, let's order something.
And then, like, also that it's like, there's no charge. You know, like, what's a 15%? What's a 20% test on serious stuff? That's not funny. Sorry.
So
I just made your joke worse.
They fired you?
Well, it wasn't like it was actually kale. Like I just was really busy night. This one lady kept saying, "Is there kale in my salad?" I'm like, "Yeah, it's kale." And she's like, "We can take it back. Have that kale. I don't think this is kale." And like the third time, I'm like running around sweating, and she's like, "Is this kale?" I'm like, "It's fucking kale." And then the whole table looked up. I'm like, "I'm sorry." And then they went cold, and they're like, "And his jokes, by the way, were terrible." Because I was trying to make up for it a little.
One, that's funny. And two, we know that table was autistic.
Right, they were not autistic. They were normal people.
You should know from the spectrum.
We should have told her to kale herself.
Wow. I mean, shooting a little three-pointer over there. From long range. I don't normally do that. Normally I'm that guy, but it's fun to see.
I'd like to see Tony up in this position.
I love punnery and all right, Josh, let's settle down.
You agree that was way funnier than your story, right?
Oh, absolutely. No, that's why I try to ask these questions. Dig a little bit deeper. I mean, there was nothing funny about what the restaurant was like, but then we got to that part. That's interesting. So, what was your reaction when you found out that? Were you more mad when you found out that she said your jokes weren't funny, or
that was? Yeah, I mean, I was upset. I was going to lose the job.
So the manager had to report to you. The manager was like a man.
Yeah, they told us. Yes.
What's funnier to listen to at the #1 comedy club in the world than some guy's actual restaurant jokes? Picture yourself at the restaurant table. Here we are, Brad Sachs. You'll be our waiter. Now, come on, tell us the fucking thing. How about we just improv?
Wait.
Stick through it. Come on, you got some jokes.
I've asked you for a glass of ice water, and you drop it on the table. I know you don't just drop it and walk away. What do you say?
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, when you give me the thing, there's the waiters that always do the thing where you finish your plate and then they go, "Oh, I guess you hated that, huh?"
Oh, right. When people I like this one lady probably like if they ate the whole thing really fast. So like I hate that. I'm like, I'll take that off the check.
Yeah, and then they're all pissed when it's still on the check. Maybe that's why they're mad.
Come on, there's gotta be something. You don't have a couple lines. I mean, you've been waiting for 12 years while being a comedian, and you don't have any things that sometimes you go to.
I mean, that was probably my most famous one.
That was your most famous one?
That's so funny.
I've been on for 12 years.
I hated the job. I was like, yeah, what's your fucking diet over?
I used to, when I was a waitress, I used to tell whenever a woman had a baby, and she was like, milk, I would always say, "Do you want skim, whole, and rest?" And tell her you're wet nurse. Never got good tips.
That's risky though.
Oh yeah, I
As a
don't.
waiter, I mean, I'm sure that. I hate that. I hate when waiters though are too jokey and they I hate that so much. They talk too much. So are you one of those people that just like fucking like make? Honestly, if I wanted to do like really good,
As annoying as that is for the patron, as a comic, if you're like, it's like having an open mic all day. It's a day job, is it? So what, you're not going to see that. It's like fresh ears. You just don't.
He's really trying to ruin all our food for the future.
I was amazed. I brought the worst food.
I know what she's saying. It's not like knock-knock jokes.
No, you're like, try your bits out.
They don't even, if it's a misfit about the day or the week, and not the news, it's an actual thing, they don't even know it's a bit. But my guess was that when she said corny jokes, that there were specific things like, oh, I'm going to get a ketchup with you later, or whatever. You know, like I was hoping for like a fucking.
I'll be right back. Don't go anywhere.
She's like, I'm in a wheelchair. I'm 98. I'm not going anywhere.
I don't
the only place I'm going is to hell.
Hey, look who's got the.
Woo! Josh is getting with the when you laugh at hurts my feelings. I'm just kidding. Oh my God. Are you serious? Once I got out, I actually worked with Sally right here. I once got a Yelp where they said the waitress was so annoyed. She kept talking about how hot the skaters at the coffee shop next door. Yeah, they were hot.
Now, normally this is the part where I say Piper, this young blank, but you are so far looking out of the realm of professional wrestling that I'm truly stumped. Maybe a young, oh God.
There's not a blonde Jewish one?
Maybe you can say
the guy with the rubber bands on.
Laughing at something that nobody else knew. There you go. I love how you drunk. Yeah, can you grow beer?
Yeah.
What do we think about? What do you got for Brad sex? Anything pop in your mind? Advice or something? Oh, no, I'm talking to Piper about you.
Yeah. That's actually what you were thinking. I actually wasn't thinking. I figured it was time for you to go. No, I might have just done the lady water and sugar. Well, really, it's a fucking meal. Right. Yeah. She kept making me. Yeah, she put in the pills.
That is true. Making separate trips.
Yeah, a lot of trips.
Build up would be, pictures hang on the kitchen going out, the trip, you're sweating,
it's a fucking meal.
It wasn't funny that the old lady didn't know what kale was. They're like, yeah, it's right in front of me. What you can't see? Oh, it's a cataract.
Yeah, I was like, that's the whole salad.
Yeah.
There you go. Brad Stacks. Let's see. Is this news? So now you're no longer working at a restaurant? There you go, Brad Stacks, free agent. If anybody here owns a Chili's or an Applebee's, you can get a fucking joke machine over here, Brad. Hey, I'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. What table of people cracks up at that shit? We'll be right here. Oh man, did you hear that? He thought we were going to go somewhere after he went to get us something. I'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. Oh, it's a joke. Put your hands together for your next comedian, Jason Van Wyatt.
My friends won't stop talking about Molly and not new party drug Molly. I don't know if you guys have lined up for Burning Man, so they won't shut up about how great Molly is. Finally, I just Googled it. It turns out Molly is ecstasy, literally the same thing, just an ecstasy tablet that's been ground into a powder. That is not a new drug. Not how that works at all. Like, this isn't cocaine. This is cocaine I put into a gel cap. It's called Samantha. I probably never heard of it.
Talk 10 more seconds.
25 seconds.
To launch it to like a 12-minute.
He wants to hear the bear. Look at him.
You just want the bear.
He wants the bear.
I was going to talk about that joke.
There's a bear.
Ecstasy and Molly is different. It's not. MDMA is Molly. Pure Molly is MDMA. MDMA is also ecstasy. So ecstasy is MDMA plus speed.
Ecstasy is MDMA. You're right. It's a cut form of MDMA.
Right.
And Molly is pure MDMA. For those of you that weren't in Bonnaroo 2003 with me, which is where I learned that. I was there.
Ecstasy might be some of those things, but it's not necessarily. Ecstasy is MDMA.
Your anger towards this drug shows me that you need to take this drug.
A lot.
Yeah. Fucking touch the wind blower. Chill the fuck out. Just suck a lollipop and shut the fuck up!
So, makes it hard when you do 25 seconds.
And then
What do you want? What do you want? The same thing? You want to do another 20 seconds? Is there anything else premise that you want to talk about?
I think you should switch ecstasy and Molly. My friends keep talking about ecstasy.
People are talking about Molly. I don't know. Were people talking about Molly earlier this year?
They did know everyone. But also, everyone. I always think it's interesting that everyone's just taking Molly like at bars. Like when we did ecstasy, we like pulled a mattress down and we're like putting shaving cream on each other and like.
That's why you have to speed to get ecstasy so you can go out to a bar.
But isn't Molly doesn't have to speed? It's the opposite.
Oh, I was wishing you want to be in this.
Have you tried any of these?
I took ecstasy.
You should try again.
You should try Molly. You'll see the difference.
You'll
feel the difference. How it was back then. Because I really do. You might be right what it's supposed to be, but the ecstasy that in your body. Like if somebody goes, "Hey, I got ecstasy," because they have Molly. Ecstasy's not just a MDMA. Which ecstasy mixed with other shit. Usually.
You're so angry too. That man obviously is like a purist. He sells Molly. Don't you dress like you sell Molly? Doesn't he look like he sells Molly?
Oh yeah.
To like children. So what's his name's son? His 12-year-old munch lady fucking son.
I've lost you.
He said shit. Yeah, okay. No, not you. I'm not blaming you. You're not. Just I love this. You have to. You say no to him?
You want to see the whole show again?
Yes!
I for one say you gotta do it again.
A lot of conflicts. Just keep it boom, boom, and fucking bad. Yeah.
You're overcompensating. Oh my god! Was that you cupping his thumb dip? What was that? No, I love it. I'm proud of
What is the punchline? Let's get to the punchline.
It's not a new drug, right? You can't be like, this is cocaine. This is cocaine that put into a gel cup. It's called Samantha. You throw it in something else. Once again, freshness.
Maybe that's the angle. Then maybe it's more about how people are trying to be hip.
Yeah, everyone's talking about this new drug. It's definitely not a new drug. But your ecstasy has other stuff in it. It's nuclear. Like saying your cocaine has formaldehyde in it. So you can try this new drug that's just cocaine.
I think that's more of the actual saying.
I got one
rather than the gel tab. But these people are corpses right now. This podcast usually works a lot better when we're in front of a live audience, and this is
is a disgrace. These fucking wax museum stand-ins that we have in here tonight are not really good, but they like being called out on it.
Maybe have instead of the cocaine be something that you can have a joke to, like maybe compared to the purple stuff, the purple whatever lean or whatever shit kids are doing, it's a cough syrup. They could say, yeah, and there's lean, which is try to find the joke in there. Instead of being cough syrup. What is it? It's cough syrup. How is it different than like purple drink? No, it's actually so it's just another thing that we maybe can act on. Right. Yeah. So maybe it's like
it's not the exact same.
Right. That'd be easy to play with. Maybe instead of purple drink or lean. It's called now. It used to be called something else. I don't know. It just seems like that would be more fun to play with.
I like your style, Jason. Keep rocking, keep writing. Come back soon. Van Glass.
Unhurtable. I like it. You can't wound him.
Funny guy, Jason. He's on Twitter at Jason Van Glass, guys. So if you're listening to the podcast, follow it. This is always fun because I like one name people. Put your hands together for Derek. Derek. One name, Derek.
You know what that means?
You racist motherfucker.
And you thought we didn't see him because he's black in the dark room? Josh, you're autistic. You're not a racist. Josh, much love.
When somebody misses their spot here after signing up for the club, it's always fun because that means that they get blacklisted. Wow, that's a fun take on it. And we're going to do something a little bit different with our new blacklistings where we encourage you not to follow the person but tweeted them that they really fucked up by missing their spot. Because he did fill out his Twitter at Real Derek Gary. Derek Gary with 2 R's. So tweet at Real Derek Gary. And he's never going to make it in show business. He just got blacklisted from Phil Tony. Moving along, your next comedian, I'm sure is here because they want to make it. Goes by the name of Eddie Whitehead Jr.
Shit, 2 in a row. That means you're
blacklisted. There you go. Eddie Whitehead Jr. on Twitter at Eddie Whitehead Jr.
This is great.
And I'm pretty sure we're blacklisting a list of black people. So, I know Eddie.
We know this guy.
We know this guy. One of the worst producers in podcast history. One of our buddies of the show. Always with us, hustling and bustling around. He's going to do a minute right now. A new minute we haven't heard. Put your hands together for Josh Martin. Josh Martin. We know he's here. Excuse, this is your opener, really? 1 minute. Plow forward, Josh.
I think people want equality. People want equality. I don't think they should be equal. I don't think we're equal people. Like black people can dance, great. I wish we could. All I can do is like way less useful. It's like useful once a year. At least with dancing. I've seen people walk while dancing. I want that. Walk while dancing. Yeah, that's it.
You ended up accidentally killing, and I love that. It's the hardest I've laughed in a while.
Dude, that was funny, but maybe started to like we can't. I guess you can fuck like with walks to make taxes. You can like want it or something.
Bullshit! Bullshit! I've never done my taxes, so I'm just assuming. No, you get the calculators on your ass for what imprint.
Yeah.
Yeah, you turbo fuck tax.
Then I'm clearly doing taxes all around.
I mean, what do you have to pay taxes on? I am just, Josh, are you fucking serious? You're a comedy star now? Oh, your parents are rich? That's weird.
You just fucking nailed it. Yeah, what kind of tax is like sales tax when you buy something from the store? It paints an amazing picture in people's brains that when you say fucking while dancing, I feel like everybody may have pictured something a little bit different. Some people more fucking in the bedroom while dancing, some people on the dance floor just secretly fucking.
Yeah, there's like a difference between dancing while fucking and fucking while dancing.
Exactly.
I think phone
that might be another thing to talk about, another layer on the accidental funny stuff that you put in an accidental funny order earlier. And the ultimate lesson is, man, I mean, had I not said top forward, move it so seriously, I mean, what are you going to do? Just bail out? I mean, you self-destruct. Your first 3 words out of your mouth are, I don't know. Every audience, no matter who, no matter how smart or how stupid on any level, is going to go, maybe you don't know. You just go, I don't know. What did you sign up for?
Well, the joke I wanted to do, I remember it now.
That's fine. Move on. You don't need to say, I don't know, and I'm not prepared. Nobody will ever care. That's the part where it's fun to keep it real. This is something I've had a lot of trouble with because I've always been more of a me than a performer. And it's something that I know is that you just can't bail out. Something that I've learned is that you just can't bail out. They don't know your weakness until you tell them. They don't know that you forgot anything. They think you're comfortably starting your set. You could have said nothing, looked out there and been comfortable saying hello, how are you doing, until it hit you that you don't. You only do taxes, and that's once a year, which is one beat. And then they're talking about taxes, that's another beat. And you have some stuff. But the ultimate standout lesson is that you do stand up way too much to ever panic. There should never be a panic. There's no panicking. Just like there's no crying in baseball, there's no panicking. And especially at the comedy stores, you're an employee here in the Tony legend.
I think it was funny that your excuse was, you're like, I was running up the stairs. Like, when does running up the stairs erase your joke from your memory?
I also was trying to
Oh, also you have asthma? Now you're doing the sympathy card? Yeah, can you give us some water?
And you can make jokes about that stuff too. If you would have kept it one level realer, then you would have just said that. Instead of saying, I don't know, I was just running up the stairs. You would have just said, I was running up the stairs.
I don't know.
I don't have asthma, but I look like I have asthma. So you can talk over my well-written joke. You would never know what it could have been. You'll never know. You'll never know. There's no way you'll be able to hear that when you listen to this podcast. I'm not going to repeat it. Based on principle. Oh, big hands going up for the talent coordinator of the store, former Kill Tony guest Tommy Morris. Everybody. Fuck yeah, your comedians better clap it up or else you'll never have a chance. Eddie, Mr. Spot, man. Very good. All right.
He's addicted.
Oh, thank God. This thing is blowing my mind. Smoke just keeps hitting me.
It's not smoke.
Smell these fruity pebble
It's cotton candy.
I don't want to smell cotton candy. It's like you're blowing cotton candy mist in my face. It's so distracting.
I like that you were giving an autistic kid health advice and you're smoking a fucking cotton candy cigarette. You fat piece of shit.
Eating cotton candy. So you start smoking cotton candy.
You are the least healthy human I've ever met.
Good shit.
Oh my God.
Autistic Patriot has something to say.
I mean, it's weird to have the worst Josh standing in front of the best Josh.
Piper, what do you have for this young IRS or what our
Love the wrestling fans. Thanks for that.
This is our relationship. So we're going to see a dragon and one of those images that was always considered to be idolatrous. So
The affirmation, I'm sorry, we bothered you. And the affirmation was.
Kenny, shut up.
It was really.
That is cut off. So therefore, something will be something is all good.
They would have got what you playing that bit.
So I'm not sure. Did it decapitate the dragon?
I think we have an audience. I think if you came up with it, and you got the glasses,
that he saw also, but if he saw
Yeah, I just thought that thinking, oh shit, I don't know.
Once again, people are just concerned again about.
I'm the worst comic as well as the worst producer.
That's not true. That's not true. If you're gonna do self-deprecation, make sure there's a punchline on the end. That was Josh Martin, everybody. Right. Hopefully the podcast audio won't pick up the one gunshot we're about to hear from the belly of the
Bye, Josh. All right.
It's on Twitter at Josh Martin Comics. Truly a very, very funny rising listening. Really, I'm sure he's going to. It's gonna be funny when he's like he's gonna be one of the first comedians with speech impediment.
The Louis C.K.
Because if he was gonna quit, he already would have quit. So it's, yeah, exactly. Louis C.K. Or maybe funny if there's R's in the nose, so you really get misenunciation. Game wheel and get quick. There you go. Let's get one more comic up here before we get our regular one. What do you guys say? You still with us, crowd? Eddie, I'm sorry. It's a thing with this show. You can't miss your spot. I love that you got so high that you... Eddie, settle down. I love... Oh my God. Oh. Oh, Jesus, look at this revolt. Thanks a lot, guy with an 80s mustache. Jesus Christ. All right.
He thinks your show's gonna give him a shot. You have to let him on.
All 5 legitimate audience members agree that we should give him a shot.
Oh my God.
I'm gonna relieve you from your blacklist because I love audience members and I'm pandering for you fucks. So come back another week. And you guys can answer. Here's what I want in return: is that Steve Petronio? Are you here? Steve, how are you, buddy? Hi. You gonna be here next Monday? You'll start off next Monday, but in the meanwhile, I want you to, after the show, Steve, go up to each audience member that you see here and say, "Why did you take my minute from me tonight?" and ask for Eddie Whitehead. So, Steve, we're gonna kick it off next week with you, okay? Josh, will you remind me of that? He's already gone.
He's at himself.
Obviously, it was a silent hanging. Ladies and gentlemen, 1 minute from one of my buddies. This is actually the first guy that I ever met when I started to do stand-up comedy. I signed up for the open mic here. I was here 2 hours early because I was so excited to sign up at 6 p.m. on a Sunday. And Eddie Whitehead Jr., who'd been doing it for years, was here 2 hours early because he was homeless. And we met and we hung out, we talked, and he was the first friend that I ever made in stand-up. He really is a good friend. He just got back from Chicago. We have the same birthday, June 8th. Put our hands together for one of my good pals, Eddie Whitehead Jr. Everybody.
Here's a go watch for that speech. That was good.
There you go. Commitment.
Is it wrong? Fall in love in the middle of a prostate exam. Yeah, I thought so because my dentist gave it to me. And I was saying, shouldn't you be wearing a glove? You're not putting that thing back in my mouth. This guy's looking at me like, why is Samuel Jackson talking about his fucking prostate? I am not Samuel Jackson. I get mistaken for him all the time. Apparently, Samuel Jackson is the only black man in the United States that can walk the streets and ask somebody what's in their wallet and not go to jail. Yeah, Samuel Jackson. I've traveled a lot. I was in Arizona. And I surprised the plane station in Arizona because it's so hot. We didn't have the air.
There you go. Samuel L. Jackson. Eddie Whitehead.
That's what the podcast. The podcast.
Yeah, I love it. You know what else Samuel L. Jackson does is shows up for his gigs on time and is there when he's due to be on set. That's why he's one of the most important actors on the show. Oh, yeah.
You ever work with people with the Samuel L. Jackson thing, though? Like if you have the right hat on and sunglasses, you always see the play the part and get the pictures and people ask.
I went to Egypt. Yeah, the first of the year I went to Egypt. I said, hell yeah, I want to go. Get the fucking job, bitch.
Did you make a joke on the plane?
Oh, yeah. I was in no snake section, man. I'm saying, look.
That at least makes a flight attendant fly.
Hell yeah. Matter of fact, they looked at me and was suspect.
That's funny. Really free me if you took the train to the
The coolest thing was I was in Egypt and I was at the museum. This guy came over with a smell. And he says, Mr. Samuel Jackson, they want to thank you for coming to my country. This is my brother, my wife, and my son. We are very proud to have you here. And I looked at him and I said, take me to your lady. That's fine. And he took me to some big shot. It was all night. But it's always that fear because I don't look like that. There's another country.
Yeah, you sound exactly like him.
Yeah, there was a little problem too with the women. You can't be in the same room with women. So I went to the bathroom. It was like a 16-year-old girl. And she said, you have now sold me. I can never be married. I was old now.
Now you go by Eddie Whitehead Jr. now, but Roddy already played better as Virgil.
Hey, me and Piper used to hang out. Sure. We had lots of friends there. Hey, man, we got some stories between each other.
Really?
Yeah, you know, I want to compliment you on there was a human headshot.
Found an outlet for that.
Thank you.
I love it.
Do you trust Brett Butler?
Yes, I do.
Okay. About Brett Butler. You guys remember Rising Fire Dolls? Of course you do, Josh. Place to watch it.
I heard she's one of the worst people to work with on the show because that's why she can't get a job anymore.
I think she's like an alcoholic.
Which brings us back to Eddie. I love your style, Eddie. It's always so much fun. Now, you wrote down a Twitter here. Is that a real Twitter? Are you on Twitter? Do you have a cell phone?
You know, I wrote. I got it for both.
This is your old cell phone. That's right. Eddie, I'm so glad you're back. Are you going to be in LA for a while? Oh, there you go. It's true. You had me in the first month.
I would love to see that.
It is amazing.
Little baby monster.
And you know, comedy really is progress. They hate boys. You hate your friends after a while. And I'm older, so he was like,
I did not say that.
I said things like that.
I was busting your balls, Eddie. I wasn't really saying that you're over. I mean, you have to have a career before it's over.
It gets to a point where, hey man, I'm sub-coach, okay?
What's this audience at tonight? You're just killing it up here for nothing. Anyway, Eddie, I love you so much. We're going to move forward. If you really think he has a Twitter, then follow him at Eddie Whitehead Jr. on Twitter. So check him when he goes to the library. Here's your watch.
I love you so much. I don't know why they weren't laughing at my bashing jokes, understanding that we're friends. Hey, he is crippled, though. He got shot in the legs.
Both of them?
Yeah. He's like 50 Cent. 50 Cent just got shot in the legs.
Wait, shot, was it 2 separate occasions? Okay. Sorry that happened to you. Oh, this guy.
It's amazing. Like, how did you only get shot in the legs? It's almost like the gangbanger was a midget or something. All right, that's enough of that story. You're not mic'd right now. We love you, Eddie. That was Eddie Whitehead Jr. We're going to move on to our 2 regulars. We have 2 female comedians who have been being built since the show started. And every week they do a new minute, and it's always fun. Going up first this week, you know, from Dysentery, from Kill Tony. She has a very goofy sense of humor to where, and yet serious and angry, where she'll take a small thing and turn it into something so much more. The very funny, very goofy Sarah White.
A friend invited me over for dinner. I said, fuck yeah, free food. What are we eating? She said, meatloaf. I said, I will not be coming. What the fuck is meatloaf? Why is it even a thing? If you eat enough meatloaf, you will turn into a meatloaf. Like a lazy, meaty, chubby fuck. That's what happens if you eat too much meatloaf. There's no meatloaf in LA. Just called tofu. The brick of tofu is the only meatloaf around here. If you're going to a restaurant specifically for the meatloaf, plan to have food reasonable. My mom made turkey meatloaf. The whole family got sick. It was the color of a terracotta pot. That's all I have on meatloaf.
That's 59 seconds. You can tell she is a Kill Tony veteran. 59.55 seconds. Now, let's talk about meatloaf, shall we?
I feel a lot of people don't hate meatloaf as much as you do, so it's hard to pick it right. Meatloaf's good.
Yeah, it's really good.
Really?
Boston Market meatloaf sandwich? You kidding me?
You're the baddest person alive right there. Oh my god. Who eats at fucking Boston Market anymore? What? Holy shit.
Boston Market's bomb.
How are you like able to talk?
I threw up.
I think there's something there, but I think I'm surprised that in the way that you normally write, that there wasn't more of the breakdown of any other meat that you eat. The specific name of the meat is in it, like chicken parmesan or steak, or but only meatloaf is the only thing where it's like it's meat. Trust me. You know, it's like nobody's asking the tough questions like, what's the meat?
Yeah. It's true. I don't know why I didn't think that.
Well,
but I mean, that's why I mean,
you could get into something like how meatloaf's really just ketchup and meat. It's pretty much just a hamburger.
It's pretty much
big hamburger.
Don't they have breadcrumbs in it too?
Yeah, it's pretty much just a hamburger.
Yeah, it's like an imploded hamburger.
That's why when you say you hate meatloaf, you hate burgers. It's like it's American.
It's like home cooking. You were even talking to your mom. Do you hate your mom? Maybe that's it.
Yeah, your mom is just don't you?
Like, ew.
You got your period?
not yet.
Ryan, you almost made it the whole episode behaving yourself. I was so proud. Odd question. And the fact that you gave an actual answer to that shows that you've been working with it.
Dysentery.
No, not on my period. Next week.
She didn't show us that on her period.
Okay. Don't get red bandits. Let's prove it right now. All right, Sarah. Meatloaf. Yeah, it's an interesting one. I would revisit it and look at it from different perspectives. You know, ask yourself the tough
enough questions like what else do we just put one condiment on and it makes it a thing. Breadcrumbs, what the fuck? That sounds like a wine shank bit if I've ever heard of it before. Breadcrumbs being its own thing. Like how did, for example, like how did breadcrumbs actually like take off? You know, that's one messy chef who found out the most awesome accident ever. It's just maybe I can sweep all this crap up and put it in meatloaf. Like the fact that crumbs, which is normally put into a trash can, is a widely accepted variety of food.
Crushed off you.
It could be
the dandruff of condiments, breadcrumbs.
Like the leftover bread in the basket.
Now, Piper, this young sensational Sherry that we have here. What's the Piper input on Sarah Weinstein?
I love her attitude. I love the attitude. I mean, I wasn't fond of
I know, me too.
It's kind of like you're strong, you're a little girl. You're beautiful, you're strong, you have opinions. And when you're in the family, it takes away.
Too good of a right. And Annie here has to use profanity all the time because
Pussy juice is my punchline.
we want to thank Sarah. Yes, definitely. Sarah, thank you so much. That's the great Sarah Weinstein. She's on Twitter at Princess Shank. I bet you could.
Drink that water, Josh.
Final comedian of the night dropped out of college at the University of Florida with just a couple semesters left. Put your hands together for Kimberly Condon. Always funny, makes it real, talks about her life.
I'm having a lot of trouble tricking guys into being my boyfriend. I don't understand what's going on. Because I feel like I'm, smart, I'm funny, charismatic, bold. Like, and I can cook too. The other day I made a meal and it tasted exactly like somebody should be my parents. Like, what the fuck is going on? When it comes to marriage and sex, I'm saving myself from marriage and focusing mainly on sex right now. That's important at 23. Staying away from kids. I'm doing the good old push out, pull out method. I call it that because you don't only pull out, it takes both partners. You gotta push too. Make sure you get your part of the job done.
I love it. You got it. That's it. Another 58 seconds for Kimberly Condon. The internal clock. Once again, nailed it. Very fun stuff. That's a whole new batch of a fun minute that I think could be stretched out and developed on.
Yeah, I thought it was funny. Do you do when you're first on stage? Yeah. Okay, I wasn't sure if that was like, take care of me, like that. Which I don't ever do that. I think it's really good. I think that a lot of female comics tend to do just misdirects, and you should try to not have everything be like, oh, psych, I said this thing instead. I think those were all really good and really strong. I liked the what was before the push out? Focusing on the sex, that was fun. I really liked that.
Piper, your input on this modern day AJ Lee?
I think she's terrific. I think you know, yeah, I think that helpful. That motivation to myself on my situation.
Killed it. Kimberly Condon, she's on Twitter at Kimberly Condon. We are out of time. Piper, anything coming up you want to promote? The bubblegum soda?
Anything I want to promote? Yeah. Yes, there's a value added type of bubblegum soda pop now.
Your podcast is
a podcast.
Piper Pod?
Yeah.
I was on one of those.
Find that episode. Legends House is the best show. Highly recommend anybody and everybody. Yeah, get the WWE Network. It's only $10 a month and watch all the episodes of Legends House. I've told everybody to watch it. It's my favorite show ever. So cool. Annie Letterman, you're Annie Letterman on Twitter. R_Roddy Piper.
And I'm Annie Letterman. It's like David Letterman, but no T's with me.
LEDERMAN. At Autistic Thunder is Josh Meyerowitz on Twitter. At Autistic Thunder, no underscore there, right? One word. Autistic Thunder. Redman.
Vance and Tripoli are going to Florida in August 8th, 9th, and 10th. That's right now.
Yeah, go buy a shirt at TonyHenchman.com. Thank you. You're the best. So much great advice and great stuff. One of my heroes and my best friends, Roddy Piper, the great Annie Letterman. Thank you, Josh Martin. Thank you, live audience. It's been so much fun. See you again soon. Kill Tony.
Why is it water? Because it's a spec steak. What's the spec steak of? Suffix number one is maybe it was never worshipped. That's number one. And number two, ultimately, again, even if it was worshipped, maybe it was kosher. So the idea of jumping back to Avodah Zarah, which is something releasing on any work again by Avodah Zarah, it does not work because Avodah Zarah is saying it's something ultimately not that. Ultimately, again, the suffix that maybe. These commissions doesn't go ahead and take it out from the fact that which I did was Avodah Zarah. So not your questions that principle. Maybe something goes to be about that. Is that true? That a possibility cannot go ahead and change the reality of facing uncertainties. What about Thomas Valentine? They're very interesting. We actually saw this. Cover shalays, and yet we go to their parents. So say cover died. And again, translate, a special show to a member of our shir from Africa by the name of Circle just close to through Melbourne, and a shir in Toronto. Hashem, and that's just in this case. So he messaged me via mail. I translated the cover a few days ago as Tampa. So the truth is, it's not really a fair definition. Rashi, remember again, 2 days ago, goes ahead and translates cover as a person who is careful with the laws of Tum and Tara to the point that even his food in the Tara. Even in his food in the Tara. So even what we call not sanctified food, he is not going to eat in a state of ritual purity. And he's also careful with true semesters. That's the definition of a cover. So it's interesting. So Rabbi asked, he said, why do you call a cover? I covered with a friend. What's the shot in that? So perhaps the insult is like this. Who's a cover? Cover is someone who is looking and searching out for extra calories. He's looking for extra purity. That's what he's looking for. At the end of the day, what does it talk about? Hashem says, I want you to make sure that you eat Kodesh in a state of power. Well, you don't have to eat in a state of power. You're not obligated to eat your unsanctified food in a state of the ritual purity. A very similar thirst for power so much that he seeks out those standards in areas where ultimately he's not obligated. Such a person who is thirsty for purity, such a person who wants to live in purity in areas of his life where he is not obligated to do so, such a person is a friend of the Yisrael Shalom. That's a friend. That's what Baruch Hu says. Someone who wants me in their life so bad that he's willing to take on strictures in areas of ritual purity, not the power that he doesn't have to. That's a friend. That's a friend of the Yisrael Perhaps even to a certain degree higher level than the Talmud, because the acquisition of knowledge is enjoyable. It's inherently enjoyable. It's beautiful. We all love learning. We all love exploring new ideas. Somebody puts upon himself the additional spiritual because he wants power, not Bethara. He wants purity. That's a friend of the Ribono Shalom. So the Gemara says, Chaver yet the girl laid down. So Chaver dies. Interesting case. Chaver dies, and because he discovered that he has a basket of food. What's the issue? What's the issue? The issue is we don't know whether or not they did time. So the Gemara says, even if Mamish just harvested them that day, is a chazaka, ultimately again that they are properly timed. The Gemara says, I will say it. Let's say this case. Here's a case of a bad night. What's the bad night? The certainty. The certainty was they were temple. That's for sure, right? Temples outside produce. So why is that a bad night? Because everything starts out as implied produce. So you have a bad night that is implied. Something, maybe the cover did time it, maybe he didn't time it. And what do you see from here? Because I see something who won't see me day by night. And what do you see from here? That ultimately again a something is a possibility that the time that goes ahead and overrides the bad night, and it certainly was temple. So you see something won't see me day by night. To which the Gemara says no. Also, bad night. That's not true. That's not something bad night. That's a bad night. What's the case? The bad night asked for. So it says it said that it was temple. Bad night was temple. Certainly it was temple. And also bad night, that's what? That he timed it. So again, interestingly enough, it's fascinating. The cover will say again, can you imagine moving yourself to the level where there's no suffix that you've done the right thing? You have to understand, so what does that mean to get to that level where the halacha looks at me and the halacha says, this guy certainly did the right thing. A chaver does not leave untied produce in his possession. For the moment it comes in his possession, it's tied. And every night, there's only bad night and bad night. Incredible. We might say what the possibility is. It says suffix to suffix. Interestingly enough, maybe it's a suffix and a suffix house, so what does that mean? Afshar Abad Kizamoshia. Possible that the Father could conduct himself like a Moshia, instead of the Moshia. The Amar, not but then on through also. The Mahrisa, the boats, Shalom, Kadesha, the Kadesha, the Hendo, balance of German and Isa. So it's an interesting case. There is, technically speaking, a nice loophole, tithing loophole. What's the tithing loophole? That can get all technicalities now. In order for produce to be subject to tithing obligations, there has to be what's called Riyas Priadayis, right? It has to come into the home. In order to the entrance. Technically speaking, if you could bring your produce in, let's say through the window and not through the door, technically it's nicer exempt. Now again, there are limitations on that also. So the Gemara says over here, there's using of something once not that wide, because it's actually possible, even if you want to go with the fact that maybe it's a suffix if the cover ties it or not, it's also a suffix of what? If the produce was ever subject to Shuvas and Esrus. Why? Because it's possible that literally they were used as this legal loophole of bringing it in through the window, and therefore it was never subject. Okay, so the Gemara says, 1 second, there ain't something one thing about it. So remember, the Gemara is questioning this principle. In fact, the Gemara put out there like a law, a principle. The principle was, and something won't say Bada. Like that ultimately, again, a possibility cannot change the reality of a certainty. So really, is that true? So you are said, but I mean, you learn, I'm Rabbi Yehuda, nice sufficient muscle, not tap on their base. Not a nice sufficient muscle, not to get up, but very interesting case where there was once a story of a maid servant. I won't say that, they were going to say, this is Jewish woman. A Jewish woman who worked for a Nazi. What's a Nazi? Rashi says that they are Gavra, Alama, Israel, a very powerful guy. Paper Apple guy. She worked for a Nazi in the city of Vigo. Okay, what happened? She had a miscarriage. She had a miscarriage. And I would say, interestingly enough, it was common that the woman had a miscarriage. You have to bury a maidfell. But interesting, the halacha is, this is also a problem. You put a maidfell in a bit. You just, in other words, in a nondescript way. In general, so the halacha is, you have to bury a maidfell. You have to bury a miscarried baby. But that's because you do not bury it in a marked grave. You do not do that. To bury the rebel, you do not bury in a marked grave. For a variety of reasons, also just from a mental health perspective, it is unhealthy. The Chazal is unhealthy for parents to develop an ongoing attachment to a life that never was. Obviously, again, there's trauma, there's loss, and there's grief, but Chazal wanted it to be contained, they don't want it to be an ongoing life loss. So now, so what happened? So she miscarried, and she put the miscarriage in a bit. What coin did it? A coin came along, and obviously saw what had happened, and peered over the pit. Now, why did the coin peer over the pit? Rishka himself had indicated up. So he was at the basket for her. Then there was a woman gives birth, and even after miscarriage, depending on when the miscarriage occurred, there could be too much labor. There could be ritual impurity associated with birth. Now, the duration of too much labor depends on what? Boy or girl. So the coin peers over the pit in order to see was the maidfell, I guess it was developed enough to see whether or not it was a boy or a girl. One might say that I won't say that one was the problem here. The problem is, by peering over the pit, what did the coin essentially do? Tumas Oha. Tumas Oha. Remember again, Tumas Oha also can be contracted in two ways. You can be under a roof, together with a mace, or you can be the roof over the mace. So technically speaking, if there's a corpse, let's say again, I'm standing next to a corpse underneath the sky, but I lean over the corpse, I am the Oha. I am the Oha. So here the coin went ahead and moved over the pit to see is it a boy or a girl. Ahora, this episode can and they retired him. They retired. Why did they retire the coin? Because ultimately, again, this was a place where there were weasels and animals there, and they probably took the miscarriage. They probably took it and dragged it away somewhere. You might as well say, the back end, you know, something something logo, the cause is something you want to be bad. Because look at this over here. Here's the case of bad. What's the bad guy? She put the woman out of miscarriage and she placed the baby in the pit. What's the something? Maybe the animal took it and the animal didn't take it. And yet, what we see from here, the one says, and yet you see that the something trumps the bad guy. Right? The something changing the reality even in the face of the bad guy to the point that again, the constant, the coin is not coming. The coin is not coming. So you see from there that something can go ahead and trump the bank, which the words of literal. Locally, when it's in the bar, the killer can win and goes on the bar. The word says, no. What happens over here is that the coin seems to shift on, throwing something that looked like a from. In other words, from that guy that she miscarried and placed in a bell of the bar, rather than getting saw what appeared to be a nail being placed in the bar by this woman. So it's a something to begin with. Whereas the one second, that's not what it says. But the one said that he got to peer over in order to see if it was a boy or a girl. To which the word says, how can is to say, Leika, the word says, Leika, in Rotekila, in Leika. So first of all, you look into the pig to see what did she miscarry? Did she miscarry again? Did she miscarry a baby? Or you know, was it look at it just means maybe she just expelled something else from her body. In other words, that she expelled miscarriage. Maybe it was just something else. It was some other discharge. See, he was first of all looking over the body. It wasn't an AFL or not. It's on an AFL. If it wasn't an AFL, it's not. If it's on an AFL, it's later it's not very big AFL. see it was a boy. So in fact, this wasn't the case of Vadai and Suffolk. It was the case of Suffolk and Suffolk. So again, Suffolk, whether or not she miscarried a baby, right? Was it a miscarriage or not? And then again, compound that with the Suffolk ultimately again, that maybe the animal took it away. Everybody said, no, that's the way it is. They went to hold the back, go to the and shut that day down. The other possibility is, once you have a place, you know, there's a food and a market, is that these animals there, they definitely dragged away whatever was expelled into the pit. Okay? So once it's great, so it's the cash out. So again, so just pause over to just addressing. So just understand that the Gemara essentially seems to say that that principle of a Suffolk Motzi is Vadai ultimately again holds. So in halachot, we see what a Suffolk Motzi is Vadai. And if you have some information in front of you, one is a Suffolk and one is a Vadai. The Vadai piece of information determines the reality, and the Suffolk piece of information does not undermine that reality. That's why I was again, just kind of reorienting ourselves a little bit. That's why, how did we get into this? I find a piece of broken avodah zarah, right? So I find a piece of, let's say, an idol or an image that I know is definitely worshipped as idolatry. So I find a piece, can I use it? Can I use it? So the answer is no. Why not? It's Asherah. Why? Because I have a Vadai that this was avodah zarah. Something maybe the Akum actively decommissioned it. And therefore again I can't use it. Why? Because the Suffolk that maybe the Akum decommissioned it doesn't change the reality of the Vadai that this was definitely avodah zarah. And I will say, just to point out how important this is so is on a hashkafic level as well. Because in the Suffolk Motzi Vadai, I want to go ahead and summarize humanity, history, and destiny into one phrase. This is it. Over the years, and over the millennia, we have faced so many struggles. Like, will we survive? Is this an existential threat? You know, all of this was so interesting. It was so interesting that those of us who was working on Shabbos and Usher Weiss, he said it addresses so many beautiful things. One of the things I thought that was like very shocking was he spoke about in the aftermath of October 7th, giving an existential threat. It's how problem so to me that was shocking because for me in my mind, I said to myself, there was never an existential threat. Well, it was scary, so overwhelming, but obviously, the Rothschild says it, and he's there to so it takes on a totally different role. And over the years, over the centuries, there's been many spankers, right? We've faced many moments of existential suffering. Are we going to make it through this? Are we going to weather it? So just less than a century ago, they put us in ovens and in gas chambers. There was a suffering. So what holds us over? What holds us over is this principle. In something, not seeing a Vadai. What's the Vadai? The Baruch Hu says, Israel is in Am Hanetzchi. Amish are the Jewish people. We are an eternal nation. That's the Vadai. That's the Vadai. And therefore, what holds us over even in times of difficulty is something close to each other. Suffolk. What did that Suffolk is the Babylonians, the Romans, the Greeks, the Persians, the Nazis, Hamas. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter who the Suffolk is. There are so many status that have presented themselves. Another Suffolk. Only Armenian Bachaluk. So another Suffolk always arises. Well, that's the shirt. It's Suffolk Motzi Vadai. No Suffolk could undermine the Vadai, the certainty of the eternality of clouds. That's ultimately a source of our optimism, that's the source of our strength, and that's what creates our reality. Incredible one, halachically, as well as hashkafically. It's not the Gemara goes back, it's saying, so it's like, remember again, embedded in all of this is this Machlokas you have to know from Shlokish. So here's what I know. And again, we're going to talk about this more in just a few moments. you can decommission the Avodah Zarah, right? In other words, an athlete giving the Vata his Avodah Zarah. The Shaila is, how does he do it? The Yohan says it must be what we call active hiddur. And Rish Lakish says even passive hiddur works. So let's now go back to that other day state. Only from the Listen to this. They also see this in Mishmar as well. You know, sorry. Did I skip? Oh, sorry, thank you. It's a what's a tablet? Thank you. What's a tablet? So let's get back to Mishnah. If you find the image of a hand or the image of a foot, ultimately again it's usher. It's usher. So the Gemara says, "Midday shiki." Go ahead and add why? Because at the end of the day, that was a common image that people worship. The Gemara says, "Amai." Why is that? Hashmar different. So we'll say that's broken pieces. So in other words, once again, this is a kasha on Rish Lakish. So the opening asking on Rish Lakish. Rish Lakish, according to you, this should be totally looked at, right? Because according to Rish Lakish, once you find broken pieces, whether the apple actively broken or the idol broke on its own, an apple doesn't worship an idol like that. Again, what's all of Rish Lakish's logic? Idol. If you can't save yourself from being broken, then chances are what? You're not much help to me. You're not much help to me. And therefore, again, so what's going on? Everyone says, no, check the Shmuel, no, not music, the only opposite. So it's just another thing. So we said yesterday, what's the case of the hand and the foot is the case ultimately when it's on a pedestal. When it's on a pedestal, then that is quite possible that is actually a almost like a self-sufficient is the wrong word, but its own type of idolatry. Okay, Gemara is not the kasha, only become the Vata, from Shalom, so it's also more this later. But only go public. Giving the Vata his own Avodah Zarah, and ultimately again the Avodah Zarah of his friend. Meaning, any Ahu can ultimately again negate and thereby decommission any form of idolatry, whether it's his idolatry that he worships or someone else's idolatry. However, the Yisrael, even without all this, it's actually quite fascinating. We'll see the logic behind this. Actually, the Yisrael does not have the ability to negate any form of idolatry. Well, isn't that fascinating? They said, only Kohabim can negate and decommission any form of idolatry, and Yisrael has no power of negation over idolatry. Fascinating. So let's say, to having that bonus comes from why is that? What about a case of idolatry that just breaks on its own? Well, maybe again, if I change Lakish, you would that should work. What's the case over here? The case over here is where the Yisrael then the only problem. So it's interesting that what we're suggesting is bending is not a form of decommission. Why not? Decommission requires breakage. Bending with the entire item still intact doesn't decommission. Let's 1 second. The Pascha, my hobby, Batman, Pascha, Ahabushi, or Pascha, Bakla. But that's not we learned that again, if you bend in idolatry, even though again, all of the idolatrous material is still present, ultimately again, the Avodah Zarah is bottled. How do you get the Pascha with the Habit? Ultimately, you're right. If an apple goes ahead and bends the idolatry, that negates it. But if you throw bends the idolatry, that does not negate it. So Rabbi says, keep constantly strong on Rabbi says it's very important to love. So this in reality, even when Yisrael bends the Avodah Zarah, it goes in negates. In other words, it looks like denting really is an act of salvation, which makes sense, right? Anything we do to deface the idol should be a proper form of idolatrous negation. So really, even if he's strong, then it's okay. So what's the issue? Why did Chazal say that it's not? Listen to this. First, hello, Xera. Is Xera? What's the Xera? So here's the issue. In reality, Yisrael has the power of negation, right? Yisrael does have the power to go ahead and negate idolatry. How does he negate idolatry? If he breaks it, if he dents it, it all. So why did Chazal say what are we concerned about to this? We're concerned that what is Israel going to do? He wants to negate the Avodah Zarah. So what does he do? He has Avodah Zarah. He lifts it up, right? Getting ready, let's say, to smash it or to bend it afterwards. What's the problem? Once he lifts it up, we'll say, that's an act of Hadibah. What does Hadibah do? Hadibah acquires. Once he acquires it, it becomes the Avodah Zarah of a Jew. Once it becomes the Avodah Zarah of a Jew, the Habi Avodah is going to come with the Yad Yisrael. The Chol Avodah is going to come with the Yad Yisrael, Eina, the Tela, the Omer. So we'll say, this is absolutely wild. It's actually wild. So we are going to see exactly why this is another block from now on many days. But again, right now, we'll just go with the principle. The principle is any Avodah Zarah that is owned by a Jew cannot be negated. So what's happening over here? Can we start, technically speaking, decommission Avodah Zarah? Yeah. How can you decommission it? You can break it, you can dent it. But Chazal said the decommissioning of a Jew is not wrong. Why? What are we concerned about? That in the process of decommissioning, the instructor is going to take it out. By taking it out, say Avodah Zarah is considered to be hefker, and we'll get into all of this in a couple of days. Avodah Zarah is considered to be hefker. He picks it up, he acquires it. Once he acquires it, right? Once he goes ahead and he acquires it, it becomes Avodah Zarah of the Yid. Avodah Zarah of the Yid ultimately cannot be, you can't even back it, you can't commission it. Therefore, again, ultimately, again, we are stuck in this situation. So essentially, what we want to try to avoid is Jewish handling of Avodah Zarah. How did Chazal ensure that? By simply going ahead and saying, you can't do anything to it. Even if you try to decommission it, ultimately, again, it is not going to work. Incredible. So everybody wants to say, Aku, Shahidi Avodah Minamarkolis, the people of Amen and Drachim, Vitartios. So let's say, just by the way, this whole idea over here of Avodah, okay, we'll go back to it. Here's this house. Aku, Shahidi Avodah Minamarkolis, for this. So let's say that Aku, who brought stones from Markolis, right? What's Markolis? Markolis is an Avodah Zarah that essentially Avodah Zarah was a stone formation. So an Aku takes the stones from Markolis, and what does he do? The people and drop in the Tartios Mutalas. And what does he do? He goes ahead and he takes the stones, and he builds them into roads. In other words, he decommissions the stones by using them for mundane use. He uses them as pavers, like as pavers, and he uses them to make the street. So it's Allah. Mutalas. The stones are mutter. Why are the stones mutter? Because again, Allah put them himself. He's actively decommissioning them through using it for a mundane use. So I'm shaking about it about those people and dropping the Tartios Asiros. But again, if a Jew takes stones from Markolis and builds it into the road, ultimately, again, it's not decommissioned. You can't use that road. You can't get hung up because on my university. But why is that? Let's go from so why don't we say, so again, let's go to ask Rish Lakish, why should this be any worse, ultimately, again, than Avodah Zarah that broke on its own? And according to Rish Lakish, Avodah Zarah that broke on its own, ultimately, is decommissioned. To which the one says, no, Hakanan Kiki Rabba. The one says, just as Rabba said before, Rabba said essentially, a Jew can't get decommissioned Avodah Zarah. Why not? Because once again, we have this concern. We have this concern that in the process of decommissioning, the Jew's going to lift it up. If he lifts it up, he acquires it. Then it's Avodah Zarah owned by a Jew. And once you have Avodah Zarah owned by a Jew, that can never be decommissioned. Incredible. And again, we'll see if he never actually needs them. Asian words are catch on. All the people come to Shishiva Avodas Kacham. So listen to this. Let's say, all the come to Shishiva Avodas Kacham. So what's the area of watching? You have Avodah Zarah, and you shave it, you have Avodah Zarah. So we'll say, so Rashi points out to that, for example, an Asherah tree, right? And what do? I go and I take shavings off of the Asherah tree. So what's the status of the shavings? So the verse says, let's start first. If ultimately the Akhir is doing it for himself, right? He's taking shavings off the Avodah Zarah because he wants to, I don't know, make a bonfire, whatever it is. It's ultimately you're going to be feeding for himself, and your sheep will get out in Torah. Then the shavings and the tree itself become mutter. Why? Because the action of taking shavings off the Avodah tree for the Akum's own personal use is what? Is itself a decommissioning of the Avodah. Okay? You know, it says, however, with Sarfal, if he's taking shavings off the tree, let's say he's pruning the tree, right? And that's for the benefit of the tree itself. So it's Sarfal, here, Sula, the Shikun Yahamutari, ultimately again, then the shavings and the tree ultimately again, the Surah, the tree is still Asur, the Shikun Yahamutari, but ultimately the shavings will be Mutar. These but if he still takes shavings, right, takes pieces off of the Asher tree, whether he started doing this again for his benefit or for the tree's benefit, ultimately. Again, we have Odizana, the tree itself, and the shavings, the main water. So let's get a real ask, why should this be any different? Right? According to you, it should be no different than that breaks on its own. And when it breaks on its own, the upper line breaks on, which you said it's decommissioned. So that's what we're in this case, it should be decommissioned as well. To which you yourself and Andy, keep it Rabbi. So once again, we keep on bringing up Rabbi. What does Rabbi say? So once again, Rabbi's of the opinion, essentially, you don't want to change decommissioning Rabbi Bizarre. Why? It's too much of a roll of the dice, because if you do it in the wrong way, then what ends up happening? Then you end up acquiring, and therefore again it can never be good. They said, you'll see, that you'll see over, she'll take the Zohar Lula, so it's actually our next mission. Our next mission that we're going to see, Rez Hashem. So the Rabbi says, or say, or two Mishmeish, she'll take the Zohar Lula. If you find the whole Zohar, you can grind it up and scatter it to the wind. Or you can go ahead and throw it into the sea. And once we're going to see this is talking about is you find it up on the Zohar made of metal. So what do? Grind it up, scatter it for the wind, or throw it into the sea. See what it says? You can't do it. Because if you scatter it into the wind, then what can happen? It can become a fertilizer. So what it says. It said, plus it says, really, you can't retain any part of the Zohar for your own use. Once again, I'm going to ask you have the capitals become Shishtaver May in the house, but once again, why? You should put it in the Shishtaver. Even if the Bodhi breaks on its own, ultimately again it's decommissioned. So this case of grinding it up should also be a decommissioning. So who cares even if it does act as a fertilizer? It's not a Bodhi fertilizer. Which they must talk and honey, keep it Rabbah. Once again, I say we keep all going to keep bringing back to Rabbah. Ultimately, again, it is concerned that if a Jew is involved in decommissioning, he may lift it up first, acquire it, and once it's acquired by a Jew, it cannot be decommissioned. Say, Svei, Rabbi Yossi, Ben, Sian Omer, must. So, Suras Dako, Elosha Chapo, it's what's interesting case over here. Let's see the image of a dragon. This is our next mission. As we're going to see a dragon is one of those images that was always considered to be idolatrous. So watch this. You go ahead and you find the image of a dragon, but the head is cut off. That is cut off. So therefore, something only will come from something is all from Mutter. So if I'm not sure, did a Jew decapitate the dragon, right? Or did Apple? It's Mutter. On the other hand, that is all console, also, but if you saw his little car like that, it's also, you want to die. You know, they have all those functions stuck in there now. I can't watch it and see any difference. There was just something. So I should be any different than a case. Ultimately, again, the whole design that blows on its own. Once again, we are concerned ultimately again about the concern of Rabbah. So we'll say, essentially, we should begin to see the things over here. We don't want Jews involved in the whole job. Even with the commissioning out of all this, we just want Jews to stay away from idolatry. If a Chazal was not here to the point that even the commissioning of the Jew doesn't work, out of concern that he may pick it up, acquire it, and create even greater problems going forward. But you'll see over after what you are supposed to be most like Shaman, the nation would be a no Sharet's behind. So it's an interesting case over here. So this halacha mentions the following case. We're going to see this also only from the Mishnah, so it's going to be wrong. Halacha is a general site that about what is halacha concerning planting vegetables underneath an ashera tree. Underneath an ashera tree. So during the summer, the problem is that the ashera tree provides shade, and shade is beneficial, obviously, to the vegetables, to the produce. Like, so therefore, you can't plant in the summertime, however, excuse me, in the winter, the rainy season, ultimately the shade is actually detrimental. So therefore, the Mishnah wants to suggest that there's no problem planting vegetation underneath an ashera tree during the rainy season. But Rabbi Rothschild says not true. You can't even plant vegetables underneath the tree during the rainy season. Why not? It may shine a via or sheretz alei. That's what can happen. The leaves of the tree fall off, and the leaves themselves act as fertilizer for the growing vegetation. So versus I'm not about to watch falling leaves be a problem. After all, once again, Rish Lakish, fallen leaves should be no different than what? Fallen idols. And it comes to Rish Lakish, if an idol falls and breaks on its own, it's buckled. So if a leaf falls off of the tree, it should also be buckled. Surely above a fertilizer, which the rest of the shiny also, they take care of all those go-farm and kayanis. No, in the case of the fallen leaf, it's different. Why is it different? Because the primary part of the idolatry remains intact. The leaf may fall off, but the tree is fully intact. That kind of endows the fallen leaf with that full identity, even after it's no longer on the tree. Let's say other days, 10 days on base 42b, the says, what about the case of the shavings? That was like the ashera tree shavings. That's where once again, the primary part of the aloza, i.e. the tree is still in existence. We got trying to get in that case of Osai, he said, he has sort of a shikri. We said that even in a case, ultimately, again, where you're pruning the tree for the benefit of the tree remains usher. But ultimately, again, the shavings are the dirt. Ultimately, also can see the reason because you can't even pay for that whole cannot be negated when it is functioning in its normal, natural way. So since it is normal for leaves to fall off trees, that act cannot create a sense of negation or reality of negation, which makes sense. That's basically the website. So up until now, all of these questions have been from Rabbi Yochanan to Rish Lakish. So now I get a website. My phone to Rabbi Rish Lakish focuses on one simple case. And I hope Zara falls over by itself and breaks. Is the Avodah Zarah bottled or not? Rabbi Yochanan, no, because negation of idolatry requires active negation. Rish Lakish, yes, because even de facto negation, right? Or passive negation ultimately works. Up until now, this entire of it has been a Yochanan questioning Rish Lakish. Now, which gears? They seem to know Rabbi Yochanan, so Rish Lakish asked the kasha on Yochanan, here we go. What's the interesting case here? If you have a tree, now the tree belongs to Akdish, right? The tree belongs to the Akdish. Now what happens? There's a nest on top of the tree. So birds made a nest on top of the tree. What's the halacha? You really should not get benefit from the nest. But if you did so, you have not committed a mitzvah. Now let's say so again. Rashi says over here, second left from the top, no landing, that's no Zabanan. So you can't get benefits with Zabanan, right? But obviously, again, the nest itself is not considered to be part of the tree, or therefore, if you do get benefits on the nest, ultimately, again, it's not fine. So we do ourselves analyze the relationship of Shira. What about if the nest is on the top of an Ashera tree? So same case, I have an Ashera tree. On the top of the Ashera tree is a bird's nest. I want to get benefit from the bird's nest. So what can I do? Yakin the color. So what can you do? Knock down the nest. Ultimately, again, with a piece of wood, and therefore you can go ahead and get benefits from your nest like that. So what's this? You have this bacana. I'm sorry. Rothschild, you have this bacana. Outside of he goes to this from the AIDS into the kids. So I know it's very interesting. So now, again, what can't I do? I can't, say in both cases, I can't climb the tree in order to get to the nest. Right? Because climbing the tree is usage of the tree. So yeah, those are actually interesting enough. What I do? Just take a piece of wood, knock down the nest, and give it from the nest. Now, Gemara says, let's say, what is the bird building the nest from? Now, the assumption over here is the nest in the tree is being built from wood or from twigs from the Ashera tree, right? And yet, what does the Gemara say? You get benefit from the nest. You can't scale the tree, but you can get benefit from the nest. But that nest is made from broken pieces of the Ashera tree. What do you see from there? What do you see there? That once Avodah Zarah breaks, right? Even on its own, it has not been actively broken, it's decommissioned. So the Gemara says, he goes to shove up the middle eights and begins to buy it. The assumption of the is that the bird is building its nest from twigs, broken pieces of the Ashera tree. And Hakoni, you have this Bakana. And yet, the nest is water. So here's like says, this supports my assertion that broken Avodah Zarah, even if not intentionally broken, ultimately decommissions the Avodah Zarah. It's because no. I see what it is. You go to IC8s and the Alma, the Kinsaba, and not necessarily. That's not necessarily how birds make nests, or birds make nests. Birds make nests in trees all the time, but they often bring materials from other locations. So the key over here is the bird made itself comfortable in the Ashera tree, but it did not gather the materials for the nest from the Ashera tree. Rather, it gathered the materials ultimately again from elsewhere. Making out of Yukani, Gabi Hektish. So again, what's the raya for that? The raya for that is look at the Hektish case. What happened in the Hektish case? In the Hektish case, what do you want to say about the bird's nest? About the bird's nest? No landing or about the tree? No land about the nest, sorry. No landing below the armor. So again, you should not get benefit from the nest, but if you think you do not commit to the law, so let's analyze this. The Amrit of the IC. So the Allah simply talking about a case where the bird built the nest ultimately again from materials in the belly, right outside of the Hektish tree, and I need to kind of get the Hektish on there and the law of it. So then it makes sense. No negative is that about it. So again, Chazal said, we really don't want you to get benefits from that nest, right? Why not? Because it's attached to a Hektish tree, and we can see how accidentally you may come to scale the tree. But it's the Rabbanon, and also the Rabbanon and the Doraisa. Because no Mehila. Why is there no Mehila? Because since the materials for the nest came not from the Hektish tree, but from the outside, the nest itself is not subject to Mehila. So again, we'll say the bird is building the nest from the tree itself. That means again, if this nest is made from twigs from a Hektish tree, then what's the status of the nest? It's Hektish. So this Hektish ultimately again, then you're not allowed to benefit from it, the Doraisa, and it's Mehila the Doraisa, which the Gemara says. So therefore, the Gemara is suggesting it seems to be clear that Allah is dealing with both cases in the Ashera tree and in the Hektish tree, we're being a nest from other materials, not from the Ashera tree and not this tree. To which the Gemara says, not necessarily. The Gemara says, the area. So we'll say maybe now. It's actually quite so that in both of these cases, ultimately, or I should say in the Hektish case, that the bird is making its nest from the actual Hektish tree itself. But if the bird is making its nest from the Hektish tree, then why is that nest not us in the rice? Right? What's going on over here? To which the Gemara says, listen to this. So what's the case over here? How come we do not want to understand? So we'll say, this is a fascinating suggestion which we'll get to. When you makdish something, right? So obviously the item as it is Hektish. What about if that item ruins things afterwards? Are those subsequent growths considered to be hektish as well? So what's a great example of this? A tree. I'm not fish a tree. You know, on Tuesday. And then 3 months later, there's Baruch Hashem, there's new branches, there's new growths. Are those new branches and growths subject to the hektish designation or not? That is a machlokes. That is called Kiddumin Haboid Alachem, growth which occurs after the designation. So the words talking about over here is the bird. So I was not fish the tree, and then again 3 months later, when these branches grew, the bird took twigs from the new growths. So that makes the nest out of those new growths, and therefore again, so now is the nest hektish? It depends. That's an forecast. Because some are aiming even and the author of this price or the author of this Mishnah holds that Allah the hektish designation only devolves upon the tree that's in existence at the time of the designation. But anything that grows afterwards is not subject to hektish, and therefore again the nest is incredible. Rabbi Rabbi Rothschild, my gap is ultimately what does it mean? Rabbi Rothschild means what does it mean when it says knock the nest down and get benefit from the nest? That broke. It doesn't mean the nest, it isn't the nest itself. It could very well be that the nest is awesome. The nest is awesome in both cases because it's made of a shira or because it's made of a hektish tree. Either way, it's awesome. So what can you get benefit from? The chicks. When we say knock down the nest, what it means is get benefit from the contents of the nest, but not the nest itself. I'm going to hear about that. A sabbath that broken, it can be called. So I like the both cases, both to the Ashira case, as well as to the hektish case. Also, so both of the cases, it's almost there perhaps, you can't get benefit from the nest itself, especially for setting this up as a case where the nest is being made from the hektish tree, or the nest is being made from the Ashera tree. And again, even assuming that the materials weren't present at the time of the designation, maybe we're going like the ingredients that are ever grown from trees can be hektish or avodah zarah. So what's the case? Why am I knocking down the nest? Not for the nest material, but rather what? For the chicks or for the eggs inside of the nest, and that will be mutter. That will be mutter. The beitzim kind of stress. What's this? The shins and eggs. You know what I'm saying? For the chicks, it's going to be mutter, but for the eggs, ultimately again, it's going to be asr. That will say, now, why are the eggs asr? So this is actually quite fascinating. Look at Rashi. This is Rashi right before the Mishnah in Rashi. The beitzim kan asr should strichen blood. The grass of our rabbanon ka'al here asr. So. It's actually very fascinating. Eggs are asr. Why are eggs asr? Because eggs need the nest. The nest needs the tree, and therefore A will B and B will C, and then A will C, which means that the eggs are considered to be ultimately reliant on the tree. So because of that, they're going to be asr. So what seems fascinating. There's a lot of variables going on. But if you want to suggest things, maybe in all these cases the nest is awesome. Why is the nest awesome? Because we're talking about a case where the nest was made from the Ashera tree or from the hektish tree. So the nest is going to be awesome. The nest is going to be awesome. So what does it mean when the branch says, take the stick, knock down the nest to get better from the nest? It means the chicks in the nest. The chicks are mutter. But the eggs may be problematic. Why? Because ultimately, again, since the eggs need the nest and the nest needs the tree, therefore the eggs are considered to be dependent on the tree, and therefore the eggs are considered to be an appendage of the tree itself. So you can get benefit ultimately again from the chicks, but ultimately not the eggs. You know, it says the beitzim coming down to Rashi that floated should switch on the evil. The beitzim down. It's very interesting. Chicks that are so young that they are reliant on their mother have the status of eggs, right? So which makes sense because the chicks that require their mother are dependent on the nest. The nest is reliant on the tree, and therefore Allah provides so many products. Therefore, once it turns out that over here, in this case of the nest, on top of the Asher tree, the egg tree, you obviously can't scale the tree regardless, right? By whatever I was up, like, what can you do? You you knock down the nest. But why are you knocking down the nest? So maybe you can't get benefits from the nest because there's the return of the nest itself. Say from the shade tree or from the husband tree. What can you get benefit from? Independent chicks. Independent chicks, right? I love when I said that is going to be water, right? Right? So, you get that from the independent young birds, right? Or ultimately, what you can get benefit from is the eggs or from the variant young, because those are considered dependent on the tree itself. But let's stop on different day. But again, let me just say that hello. So no, actually, we'll say, yeah, I will. Tomorrow, we'll pick up one. We'll finish on with the halach from Moshe Milker or Shakish. Like, what are we doing that halach? It's really asking, like, and then in Eretz Hashem, we'll continue Eretz Hashem, adventures in Avodah Zarah. Shkayach, everybody. Bye, everyone. Have a great day. All right, so let's say good morning. Good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning. Sure to thank our annual Comic-Con sponsor, Wilson Ishmael American So. Dedicating ownership and trust this year as its first service fellows from Israel. Our Bartolomeo sponsors for the month of Av, Mabali will tell us that when tracing in honor of their parents, Israel tracing it. Tina tracing as he rose his flag in memory of the stand rose his flag to St. Raham. Our weekly learning sponsors, Abby and Joe Hirsch, with appreciation. We share that we love for the Chaya Living, Swiss for Chaya Living, all of those sacrifices from Israel. And Rachel for a word of shine our Catholic sponsors for today, the yard site of Haye Leib and those Marathon Torah. All of the national happening for the families in the family, all of this is good travel. They will hopefully solve the trouble should bring home our hands to Shalom and the part will allow our home soldiers to be successful. The whole of the city. So with that, let us move on to Shabbat Malak today. Today's staff is 10 days. Today's staff is 10 days. We have the next Hashem on that on those days, 41 days. And left off the Eid Sunday close to the night is 2, 4, 6, 8, and 12. About 15 points of the bar. So remember again, yesterday's staff made a fascinating distinction between finding broken pieces of what we call slumming versus finding broken pieces of what we call Avodah Zarah. What's there between those two terms? Slumming are images. Images, maybe they were worshipped, maybe they weren't worshipped. Avodah Zarah is definitive. Where it says that if you find pieces of Avodah Zarah, essentially you still have to get your hand off of them. Why not? Because again, there's a suffix. What's the suffix? Did an akum decommission them or not? That's our shayla. Now, an akum, and we're going to discuss this more in today's staff. An akum does have the ability to decommission Avodah Zarah, but it has now again. Then we have makot to go for do you need active decommissioning or passive decommissioning? But again, we'll get back to that just a little bit. That's our overarching makot. So here, when the Yochanan says it has to be active decommissioning, Rishon says even passive decommissioning. That's the thing would be if the idol falls over by itself and breaks. But the Yochanan is still an idol. According to Rishon, it has lost its idolatrous point. So we'll say, but again, that's like these and I know God's lost. If you find pieces of slumber on the image, it's going to be helpful. Why is it weaker? Because it's a spec state. What's the spec state? Well, suffix number one is maybe it is never worshipped. That's number one. And number two, ultimately, again, even if it was worshipped, maybe it was decommissioned. So the idea brings us back to Avodah Zarah, which is the second. You see my own thing in Avodah Zarah. It does not work. Because halacha basically say it's something that's in the ultimately, again, there's something that maybe the commission doesn't go ahead and take it out from the fact that he was on those results. That's one of the questions. That principle. Maybe something wants to be done. Is that true? But a possibility cannot go ahead and change reality with this certainty. What about our time? I'm very interested in that. So this cover shalays. They have to be learning their parents. So say cover died. And again, translating, a special show to a member of our shir from South Africa by the name of Tia Love, just introduced to Belgium, another member of our shir in Toronto. Hashem, we have all of our beautiful covenant, just in this case, mentioned, but around the world. So you can message me via Bell. I translated the cover a few days ago as a coffin. So the truth is, it's not really a fair definition. Rashi, remember again, 2 days ago, goes ahead and translates cover as a person who is careful with the loss of Tumen Tara to the point that he even eats his Tara. And again, even though not sanctified food, he is not in a state of ritual purity, and he's also careful with Shumas. That's the definition of a cover. So, what is interesting is when he had asked, why do you call a cover? Right? Cover means a friend. So what's the shot of that? So perhaps something like this is a cover. Cover is someone who is just looking and searching out for extra talent in this world. He's looking for extra purity. That's what he's looking for. At the end of the day, what is the trouble? Was Hashem says, I want you to make sure that you do Kodesh in a state of Tara. Well, if you don't have to eat in a state of Tara, you're not obligated to eat. You're unsanctified. In a state of ritual purity. However, someone thirsts for Tara so much that he seeks out those standards even in areas where ultimately he's not obligated. Such a person who is thirsty for purity. Such a person who wants to be purity in the areas of his life where he is not obligated to do so. Such a person is a threat of what he wants to show. That's a threat. That much more says someone who wants something in their life so badly that he's willing to take on strictures in areas of ritual purity. Not good power that he doesn't have to. That's a threat. That's a threat of what he wants to show. Perhaps even to a certain degree, higher level than the top of because the acquisition of knowledge is enjoyable. It's inherently enjoyable. It's beautiful. We all love learning. We all love exploring new ideas. Not that she puts upon himself additional stringency because he wants Tara, not the Tara. He wants purity. That's a threat of the Shalom. So the Gemara says, Chaver Shemisi, yet the girl lay down. So Chaver dies. Interesting. Chaver dies. And after he dies, he discovers again fasting. What's the issue? What's the issue is don't know whether or not they've been timed. So the Gemara says, even if Nami she just harvested them that day, Harahim the Cheskas in the 220. This is a Chazoko. Ultimately, again, that they are properly timed. The Gemara says, I'm 1 second. The Vadite. Something got through. Something was through. But let's say what's this case. Here's a case of a Vadai. What's the Vadai? The certainty. The certainty was they were Kemal. That's for sure, right? Kemal's not that focused. Let's say, why is that a Vadai? Everything starts out as untied produce. So you have a Vadai that is implied. Something, maybe the prophet did time it. Maybe he didn't time it. What do you see from there? Because I see something who wants to be a Vadai. And what do you see from there? That ultimately, again, a something is a possibility that time goes ahead and overrides the Vadai that it certainly was Teva. So you see something wants to be a Vadai. To which the Gemara says no. Hasam Vadai. That's not true. That's not something Vadai. That's a Vadai. It's what it is. The Vadai aspect. The Gemara says it's not going to be Vadai was certainly and also Vadai, that's what. Then he times it. תגיד החוזר, תגיד החוזר, חזקה החומר שאינו מוציא דבר שאינו מתוקה בפרקס שלו. What's it after Hazaka? So again, interestingly enough, it's fascinating. The cover will say again, can you imagine moving yourself to the level where there's no suffix that you've got the right thing? You have to understand, it's like, what if when you get to that level where the halakha looks at me and the halakha says, this guy certainly did the right thing. Al-Khamer does not leave untied produce in his possession. From the moment it comes from his possession, it's tied. And therefore, there's no suffix in Vadai, there's only Vadai and Vadai. Another possibility is, you know, it says suffix to suffix. Interestingly enough, maybe it's a suffix and a suffix house, so what does that mean? Afshar the Abad Kilaboshia. Possible that the Father conducted himself like a Roshia, that's the Roshia. The Amar, Na'arik Adam Ati also, the Mahnis and the boats Shabbat, Kidei Shabbat, the Hendo, Kalas, Turman and Isa. So it's an interesting case. There is, technically speaking, a nicer loophole, a tithing loophole. What's the tithing loophole? Without getting involved in technicalities now, in order for produce to be subject to tithing obligations, there has to be what's called Riyas Kneadayas, right? It has to come into the home. Through a normative entrance. Technically speaking, if you can bring your produce in, let's say through the window and not through the door, technically it's nicer exempt. Now again, there are limitations on that also. So the Gemara says over here, there's really no something that's more to be about that. Why? Because it's actually possible, even if you want to go with the fact that maybe it's a suffix if the father tied it or not, it's also a suffix if what? If the produce was ever subject to Trubus and Lystrus. Why? Because it's that little bit getting used in this legal loophole of bringing it in through the window, and therefore it was never subject. Okay, so the Gemara says, 1 second, there ain't something one thing about it. So remember, the Gemara is questioning this principle, right? The Gemara put out there like a law, a principle. The principle was, a suffix won't say right? That ultimately, again, a possibility cannot change the reality of a certainty. You know, so really, is that true? So you know what I'm saying? I need to learn. I'm going to do that. Right, said the Shif Basal Shell not half of the base. Right, said the Shif Basal Shell not sick after the reload. Very interesting case where there was once a story on a maid servant. I don't say now, okay, we're going to, this is a Jewish woman. A Jewish woman who worked for a Nazi. What's a Nazi? Rashi says over here, Gabra Alama Israel, a very powerful guy. She worked for a Nazi in the city of Vivo. Okay, what happened? She had put a name on the body. She had a miscarriage. And it was like, interestingly enough, it was common that when a woman had a miscarriage, you have to carry a name. But interestingly, the halacha is, this is also involved a little bit. In a bit, just in a nondescript way, in general, what's the halacha is, you have to bury a name, you have to bury a miscarried baby, but that's not to not bury it in a marked grave. You do not bury it in the ground, but you do not bury it in a marked grave for a variety of reasons. Also, just from a mental health perspective, it is unhealthy. The Chazal to it is unhealthy for parents to develop an ongoing attachment to a life that never was. Obviously, again, there's trauma, there's loss, there's grief, but Chazal wanted it to be contained, do not want it to be an ongoing life loss. So now, what happens? So she miscarried, and she put the miscarriage in a pit. What coin hits it? A coin came along, and obviously saw what had happened, and peered over the pit. Now, why did the coin peer over the pit? Linda himself had in the kiva, so he was at the paskin for her, and then he was also a woman gives birth, and even after a miscarriage, depending on when the miscarriage occurred, there could be too much labor. There could be ritual impurity associated with birth. Now, the duration of too much labor depends on what? Boy or girl. So the coin, in order to see was the name, I guess it was to develop to see whether or not it was a boy or a girl. Because one might say, what's the concept here? The concept is by peering over the pit, what did the coin essentially do? Tumas Oha. Tumas Oha. Remember again, Tumas Oha looks like to be contracted in two ways. You can be under a roof together with a mace, or you can be the roof over the mace. So technically speaking, if there's a part, let's say again, I'm standing next to a corpse underneath the sky, but I lean over the corpse, I am the Oha. I am the Oha. So here, the corner of the head, I leaned over the pit to see, is there a boy or a girl? Oh, what happened? You got myself in this episode came from Muhammad. It's here, they shakuva and Barbaros and Surisha. And they're retired. They're retired. Why are they retired, Tony? Because ultimately, I think this was a place where there were weasels and animals there. And the reality is they probably took the miscarriage. They probably took it and dragged it away somewhere. Because what's like something going something will go loose. Because obviously something will mostly be bad. So look at this case over here. Here's the case of Badai. What's the Badai? She called the woman had a miscarriage and she placed the baby in the pit. What's the something? Maybe the animal took it, maybe the animal didn't take it. And yet, what do you see from here? The Gemara says, and yet you see that the something trumps the Badai. Like the something changes the reality. Even in the face of the Badai, to the point that again, the constant, the coin is not coming. The coin is not coming. So you see from here that some they can go ahead and trump a Badai. Which the Gemara says, really well. Loki, Lavar, Lavar, Alaima, the Kila Kimin, and Lavar. The Gemara says, no. What happened over here is that the coin sees the shift of throwing something that looked like the roof of. In other words, that was Badai that she miskept or replaced it. Nabal in the bar, rather again, he sought to be a Nabal being placed in the bar by this woman. So it's a suffix to the Hebrew. Whereas the one's not good, but that's not what it says. Later in Zachar in the Kabo, but the Gemara says that he got to the period over in order to see if it was a boy or a girl. To which the Gemara says, Hachikar is what it is to say. Later, the Gemara says, really? It wasn't either in Nabal. So first of all, we were looking into the pit to see what did she miscarry. Did she miscarry again? And did she miscarry a baby? Or the Gemara says, look at it, just means maybe she just expelled something else from that. In other words, not that she expelled miscarriage. Maybe it was just something else. It was some other discharge. So he was first of all looking over the body to see was it an Nafel or not. If it's on an Nafel, and if it wasn't an Nafel, it was on an Nafel and Tiva, later in Zachar in the Kiva to see if it was a boy or girl. So in fact, this wasn't the case of Badai and Suffolk. Rather, again, this was a case of Suffolk and Suffolk. So again, Suffolk, whether or not she miscarried a baby, right? Was it a miscarriage or not? And then again, compound that would be something ultimately again that maybe the animal took it away. You might say the other possibility is they would shut home the let's swing and shove that gallery. The other possibility is no, once you have a place where there's a whole bit of artists that there are these animals there, they definitely dragged away whatever was expelled into the pit. Okay? So let's say so let's the kasha. So again, so just one over for just a second. So just to understand, the Gemara essentially seems to say that principle of a suffix once in a Badai ultimately again holds. That in halacha we accept this principle. A suffix once in a Badai. That if you have what we'll call two pieces of information in front of you, one is a suffix and one is a Badai. The Badai piece of information determines the reality, and the suffix piece of information does not undermine that reality. That's why I was saying, again, just kind of what we have to ourselves. That's why. How do we get into this? I find a piece of broken Avodah Zarah, right? So I find a piece of, let's say, an idol or an image that I know was definitely worshipped as idolatry. So I find a piece. Can I use it? So the answer is no. Why not? It's also about no. Why? Because I got the Badai that this was Avodah Zarah. Second, maybe the Akum actively on the commissioned it. He commissioned it. And therefore, again, I can't use it. Why? Because it's something, but maybe that was the commission. It doesn't change the reality of the Vadai that this was definitely Sarah. And I will say, just to point out how powerful this is so is on a Catholic level as well. Because in this something multimedia Vadai, you want to go ahead and summarize the entirety of Jewish history and destiny into one phrase. This is it. Over the years, as over the millennia, we have faced so many staples. So many staples. Like, will you survive? This is an existential threat. You know, all of it was so interesting. So interesting that those of us who was up with on Shabbos and Usher Rice said so many beautiful things. One of the things that I felt was like very shocking was spoke about in the aftermath of October 7th, being an existential threat to Qatar Israel. So to me that was shocking because for me in my mind, I said to myself, there was never an existential threat from Israel. It was scary, so Roman, but obviously, Rothschild says it, and he's married to Israel, which means it takes a totally different thing. And over the centuries, there's been many statements, right? We've faced many moments of existential suffering. Are we going to make it through this? Are we going to weather this storm? Just less than a century ago, they put us in ovens and in gas chambers. There was a suffering. So what holds us over? What holds us over is this principle. In suffering, what's in the Vadai? What's the Vadai? The Shemaiah says, Am Yisrael is an Am Hametz. Amish are the Jewish people. We are an eternal nation. That's the Vadai. That's the Vadai. That's the Vadai. And therefore, what holds us over even in times of difficulty is something else in there. Something. Whether that something is the Babylonians, the Romans, the Greeks, the Persians, the Nazis, Hamas, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter who the something is. There's so many statements that have presented themselves. Another suffix, another suffix always arises. Well, that's the shirt. A suffix lives in moving back. Okay? No suffix that undermine the emphasis the unity of the eternality of Klal Yisrael. That's ultimately the source of our optimism, that's the source of our strength, and that's what creates our love. It's incredible. Incredible. Halachically, as well as Hashkas. It's not the goes back. It's safe. So it says, never again. Embedded in all of this is my own vision from the other Shlokish. So here's what I know. And again, we're going to talk about this more in just a few moments. You can decommission the Avodah Zarah, right? In other words, an apple can be the battles this Avodah Zarah. The shaila is, how does he do it? Rabbi Rothschild says it must be what we call active hedon, and Rish Lakish says even passive little words. So let's now go back to our look at Eisvei. Listen to this. And you also see this in Mishnah later on as well. You know what I mean? Sorry. Yes, I'm sorry, thank you. What's the time this year? Thank you. What's the time this year? So I go, already last week. So see back to the Mishnah. What the Mishnah say? If you find the image of a hand, the image of a foot, ultimately, again, it's usher. It's usher. So the Gemara says, why? Because at the end of the day, that was a common image that people worshipped. The Gemara says, why is that? Hashvarim thing. So it says that's broken pieces. So in other words, once again, this is a kasha on Rish Lakish. So you open the ask on Rish Lakish. Rish Lakish, according to you, this should be totally mutter, right? Because according to Rish Lakish, once you find broken pieces, whether the apple actively broken or the idol broke on its own, an apple doesn't worship an idol anymore. Again, what's all of Rish Lakish's logic? Idol. If you can't save yourself from being broken, then chances are what? You're not much help to me. You're not much help to me. And therefore, again, so what's going on? There's no change much more. But I need it. even on the seesaw. So as it's already getting what we said yesterday. The case of the hand of the foot is the case of the veil is on a pedestal. When it's on a pedestal, then that is quite possible that is actually a almost like a self-sufficient is the wrong word, but its own type of idolatry. Okay, Asik, Lord is Rabbi Rothschild, only from the back of those come show up, Michelle Camino, sorry, it's going to see more of this later. But when you go have it, his own Avodah and let's look at when the Avodah of his friend. And Abu can ultimately again negate and thereby decommission any form of idolatry, whether it's his idolatry that he worships or someone else's idolatry. However, the Yisrael, in the Rabbah, all this will come from it. It was actually very fascinating. We'll see the logic behind this. The Novik Kohabim actually places it. And Yisrael does not have the ability to negate any form of idolatry. We'll say, isn't that fascinating? But he said, Novik Kohabim can negate and decommission any form of idolatry. And Yisrael has no power of negation over idolatry. That's it. So let's say, so Adai, to any that knows comes to show there. Why is that? What about a case of idolatry that just breaks on its own? That clearly, again, but it changed lucky, but that should work. Rabbi Shepasva, what's the case over here? The case over here is where the Yisrael then did the Obed Kohabim. So it's interesting that what we're suggesting is denting is not a form of decommission. Why not? Decommission requires breakage. Denting when the entire item is still intact doesn't decommission. Whereas one second, the Sipasa, my hobby, but that's not true. We learned that again, if you dent in idolatry, even though again, all of the idolatrous material is still present, ultimately again, you have all these others bottle. I need to make the bus called a common. And a hustling struggle, ultimately, that's really right. If an apple goes ahead and dents the idolatry, that negates it. But if he so dents the idolatry, that does not negate it. You know, so Rabbi says, keep hustling struggle. That is very important. So I'm saying this. In reality, even though Israel dents the Avodah, it goes in against. Otherwise, I would say denting really is an active form of negation, which makes sense, right? Anything you do to deface the idol should be a proper form of idolatrous negation. So really, even if he is strong, then it's okay. So what's the issue? So why did Chazal say that it's not? Listen to this. What's the Ksera? Is it Ksera? What's the Ksera? So what's the, here's the issue. In reality, a Yisrael has the power of negation, right? Yisrael does have the power to go ahead and negate idolatry. How does he negate idolatry? If he breaks it, if he dents it, it all should work. So why did Chazal say it doesn't work? What are we concerned about? Listen to this. We're concerned that what is Yisrael going to do? He wants to negate the Avodah Zarah. So what does he do? He has Avodah Zarah. He lifts it up, right? Getting ready, let's say, to smash it or to dent it afterwards. What's the problem? Once he lifts it up, they will say, that's an act of Hadbah. What does Hadbah do? Hadbah acquires. Once he acquires it, it becomes the Avodah Zarah of a Jew. Once it becomes the Avodah Zarah of a Jew, the Avodah is going to come in the Yad Yisrael. The Chol Avodah is going to come in the Yad Yisrael. Eina the Ola. So I will say, this is absolutely wild. It's absolutely wild. I will say, we are going to see exactly why this is. This is a Gemara in 10 blocks from now on 1 days. But again, right now, we just go with the principle. The principle is any Avodah Zarah that is owned by a Jew cannot be negated. So what's happening over here? Can Yisrael technically decommission Avodah Zarah? Yeah. How could he decommission it? He could break it, he could end it. But Chazal said that decommissioning of a Jew does not work. Why? What are we concerned about? In the process of decommissioning, the Yisrael is going to pick it up. I'm picking on, I won't say Avodah Zarah specifically Hefker, and we'll get into all of this in a couple of days. Avodah Zarah specifically Hefker, he lifts it up, he acquires it. Once he acquires it, right? Once he goes ahead and he acquires it, he becomes Avodah Zarah Abiyit. Avodah Zarah Abiyit ultimately cannot be can't be moved backwards. You can't decommission it. Therefore, again, ultimately, we are stuck in this situation. So essentially, what we want to try to avoid is the Jewish handling of Avodah Zarah. How do Chazal ensure that? By simply going ahead and saying, you can't do anything to it. Even if you try to decommission it, ultimately, again, it is not going to work. Incredible. So everybody goes and they say, so let's say, just by the way, there's this whole idea over here of okay, we'll come back to it. First, let's ask, so let's say an apple who brought stones from Marcellus. Marcellus is an Avodah Zarah that essentially the Avodah Zarah was a stone formation. So an apple takes stones from Marcellus, and what does he? If he got by hand dropping the tartios mutaros. What does he do? He goes ahead and he takes the stones and he builds them into roads. In other words, he decommissions the stones by using them for mundane use. He uses them as pavers. Like these pavers, and he uses them to make the street so mutaros. The stones are mutter. Why are the stones mutter? Because again, so he's actively decommissioned when using it for mundane use. People are ended up in the temples as soon as. But again, if a Jew takes stones from Marcellus and builds it into the road, ultimately, again, it's not decommission. You can't use that road. You can't get hung out because it's Avodah Zarah. But why is that? So why don't we say, so again, let's go for ask Rish Lakish. Why should this be any worse, ultimately, again, than Avodah Zarah that broke on its own? And according to Rish Lakish, Avodah Zarah that broke on its own, ultimately is decommission, to which the Lord says, no, how can I keep your Rabbah? The Lord says, just as Rabbah said before, Rabbah said essentially, a Jew can't decommission Avodah Zarah. Why not? Because once again, we have this concern that in the process of decommissioning, the Jew's going to lift up. If he lifts it up, he acquires it. Then it's Avodah Zarah owned by a Jew. And once you have Avodah Zarah owned by a Jew, that can never be commissioned. Incredible. And again, we'll see that there actually means never. He said he runs the catch show. So listen to this. Let's say, suppose here you watch it, Avodah Zarah, and you shave it in Avodah Zarah. So we'll say, so Rashi points out there, for example, a shaver tree. Right? And what do? I go and I take shavings off of the shaver tree. So what's the status of the shavings? So the Lord says, let's say, if ultimately the Akim is doing it for himself, right? He's taking shavings off the Avodah Zarah because he wants to, I don't know, make a backfire. Whatever it is, let's say, ultimately again, he's doing it himself, that he, the Shikuyeha, Mutarid, both the shavings and the tree itself become mutter. Why? Because the action of taking shavings off the Avodah Zarah tree for the Akim's own personal use is what? Is itself a decommissioning of the Avodah Zarah. Okay? He wants to say, however, with Sarfah, if he's taking shavings off the tree, that's he's pruning the tree, right? And that's for the benefit of the tree itself. So it's Sarfah, here Surah, the Shikru Yahamutari. Ultimately, again, then the shavings and the tree ultimately, here Surah, the tree is still usher, the Shikru Yahamutari, but ultimately, the shavings will be water. The straw Shashifa will still come in, but if he still takes the shavings, right, takes pieces off of the Asherah tree, he was whether the Israel is doing this again for his benefit or for the tree's benefit, ultimately, again, the Avodah Zarah, the trees, and the shavings, but they water. So let's go to the asks. There's something Hanai. They have a couple of stuff on Shtabra in the house. Why should this be any different? According to you, this should be no different than an Avodah Zarah that breaks on its own. And when it breaks on its own, the Upper Great she said it's decommissioned. So told her in this case it should be decommissioned as well. So which the Lord said, Hanani, keep the Rabbah. So once again, we keep on bringing up Rabbah. What is Rabbah? say. So looks like in Rabbi's of the opinion, essentially we don't want Jews decommissioning Avodah Zarah. Why? It's too much of a role of the base, because if you do it in the wrong way, then what ends up happening? Then halach l'maisa, you end up acquiring it, and therefore again it can never be, it can be as no kids. Asay, Rabbi Yossi over Shofet Vizor Lula, so this is actually our next Mishnah. Our next Mishnah that we're going to see, that's Hashem. So the Rabbi Yossi says, or say, or two Mishnahs from now, Shofet Vizor Lula. If you find Avodah Zarah, you can grind it up and scatter it to the wind. Or you can go ahead and throw it into the sea. And also, we're going to see this is talking about if you find it Avodah Zarah, made up kettle. So what do? Grind it up, scatter it, right? Scatter it to the wind or throw it into the sea. He says, you can't do it. Because if you scatter it into the wind, then what can happen? It can become fertilizer. So it says, what you from the Pasuk says, really, any part of the Avodah Zarah for your own use. Once again, if you're going to ask the Reish Lakish, but once again, why? You should be focused. Even if the Avodah Zarah breaks on its own, ultimately it's decommissioning. So this case of going to those decommissioning, shares even if it does act as a fertilizer, it's not a Avodah Zarah fertilizer. To which they were talking about me, keep it up. Once again, I want to say keep all roads back to Rabbah. Ultimately, again, it was concerned that if the Jews involved in decommissioning they lifted up first, acquired it, and once it's acquired by a Jew, it cannot be decommissioned. They say, Rabbi Yossi, that once it's just that. The Rosh Hashanah, what's the interesting case over here? Let's see the image of a dragon. This is our next Mishnah. Now we also want to see a dragon as one of those images that was always considered to be idolatrous. So watch this. You go ahead and you find the image of a dragon, but the head is cut off. That is cut off. So therefore, Safek only Kochavu Chatzos, Safek Yisrael Chatzos, Mutter. I'm not sure. Did a Jew decapitate the dragon, right? Or did Akum? So, Mutter. You want to on the other hand, the Ada Yisrael Chatzos, Aser. But if Yisrael was the one to cut off the head, it's Aser. Because it says, Amnai. I don't watch it to see any different. It's a sentence. So I should be any different than a case. Ultimately, again, the Avodah Zarah that broke on its own. Then we keep it around. Once again, the Gemara says we are concerned ultimately again about the concern of Rabbah. So we'll say, essentially, what you need to see is a thing over here. We don't want Jews involved in the Avodah Zarah, even with the decommissioning of Avodah Zarah. We just want Jews to stay away from idolatry. Therefore, Chazal were connected to the point that even the decommissioning of a Jew doesn't work, out of concern that he may pick it up, acquire it, and create even greater problems going forward. But what he said, Rabbi Yossi Omer, after when you rock those people, say, if they shine it be on no shadows behind, so it's an interesting case over here. So this halakha says the following case, only to later on. Halakha is in general both that about what is the halakha concerning planting vegetables underneath an ashera tree. So during the summer, the problem is that the ashera tree provides shade, and shade is beneficial, obviously, to the vegetables, to the produce. Like, so therefore, you can't plant in the summertime, however, in the winter, the rainy season, the shade is actually detrimental. So therefore, the Mishnah wants to suggest that there's no problem planting vegetation underneath an ashera tree during the season. Rabbi Yossi says not true. You can't even plant vegetables underneath the tree. It makes shanavia or sheretz halim. That's what can happen. The leaves of the tree fall off, and the leaves themselves act as fertilizer for the growing vegetation. So versus I'm not about to say watch forming leaves be a problem. After all, once again, Rish Lakish, forming leaves should be no different than what? Fallen idols. And it goes really like it either falls and breaks on its own. It's bottle. So till the leaf falls off of the tree, it should also be bottle. Shouldn't be on the fertilizer, which the rest is made of shiny hot sun. They take care of all that stuff on the cayenne. No, in the case of a fallen leaf, it's different. Why is it different? Because the primary part of the idolatry remains intact. The leaf may fall off, but the tree is fully intact. That kind of endows the fallen leaf with that whole bizarre identity, even after it's no longer on the tree. You might well say other days, 10 days, or days 42. The Gemara says, Shipuya. What about the case for shavings? That was like the Asherah tree shavings. We got all that stuff on the Kayanas. So once again, the primary part of the Avodah tree is still in existence. We got to tell you, in that case of those I said, with Sarha, he has Surah Shipuya Mutani. We said that even in a case, ultimately, again, where you're pruning the tree for the benefit of the tree remains usher. But ultimately, again, the shavings are mutter. The Yeshua Amar, the Fishain, Avodas, Kolpavim, the Thing, Lord, Yarech, Yedei, ultimately, also for the simple reason because an Avodah Zarah, you can't make for an Avodah Zarah cannot be negated when it is functional. And it's the normal, natural way. So simply, normal for leaves to fall off trees. That act cannot create a sense of negation or reality of negation. Which makes sense. The Gemara says, Ace today, the Shem not should be on his website. So up until now, all of these questions have been from the Yochanan to Reish Lakish. So now again on both sides. Now, both the Yochanan and Reish Lakish focuses on one simple case. And Avodah Zarah falls over by itself and breaks. Is the Avodah Zarah bottom or not? The Yochanan, no, because negation of idolatry requires active negation. Reish Lakish, yes, because even de facto negation, right, or passive negation ultimately works. So up until now, this entire argument has been a Yochanan questioning Reish Lakish. He switched gears. Asim Shimon Yochanan, so Reish Lakish asked the Kasha on the wheel. Here we go. What's an interesting case here? If you have a tree, belongs to Yakish. Right? The tree belongs to this and now what happens? There's a nest on top of the tree. So birds made a nest on top of the tree. What's the halacha? You really should not get benefit from the nest. But if you did so, you have not committed a mitzvah. That will say so again. Rashi says over here, second line from the top goes down. That's the Rabbanon. So you can't get benefit. The Rabbanon, below more, right? But obviously, again, the nest itself is not considered to be part of the tree. And therefore, if you do get benefit from the nest, ultimately, again, it's not fine. So you know, that's analyzed. But for Rosh Hashanah, what about if the nest is on the top of an Asherah tree? The same case. I have an Asherah tree. On the top of the Asherah tree is a bird's nest. I want to get benefit from the bird's nest. So what can I do? Yak is bakana. So what can you do? Knock down the nest. Knock down the nest. Ultimately, again, with a piece of wood. And therefore, you can go ahead and get benefit from the nest like that. Like that. So what says it? It says yak is bakana. I'm sorry. This is very interesting. So now, again, what can't I do? I can't, in both cases, I can't climb the tree in order to get to the nest, right? Because climbing the tree is usage of the tree. But yeah, well, there's our tree, interesting enough, what can I do? Just take a pistol and knock down the nest and give it to the nest. Now, Gemara says, what's it built here? What is the bird building the nest from? Now, the assumption over here is the nest in the Asherah tree is being built from wood or from twigs from the Asherah tree, right? And yet, what does the Gemara say? You can get benefit from the nest. You can't scale the tree, but you can get benefit from the nest. But that nest is made from broken pieces of the Asherah tree. What do you see from there? That once Avodah Zarah breaks, right? Even on its own, even though it has not been actively broken, it's decommissioned. So the Gemara says, the assumption over here is that the bird is building its nest from twigs, broken pieces of the Asherah tree. The kakani, this bakona, and yet the nest is mutter. So here's what she's on. This supports my assertion that broken Avodah, even if not intentionally broken, ultimately decommissions the Avodah. No. How about let's hear what's the case? You go to the ICH and the Alma, it kills someone, not necessarily. That's not how birds make necessarily. Birds make nests. Birds make nests in trees all the time, but they often bring materials from other locations. So the piece over here is the bird made itself comfortable in their shade tree, but it did not gather the material or the mesh tree. Rather, gather the materials ultimately again from elsewhere. They can have the hectare source. So again, what's the value for that? The value for that is look at the hectare case. What happened in the hectare case? In the hectare case, what do you want to say about the birds now or about the bird's nest? No landing or about the tree. No land about the nest. Sorry. No landing below water. So again, you should not get benefit from the nest, but if you think not to the three rocks, so let's analyze this. On the condition of the ICs and the outlaw, we're talking about a case where the bird built the nest ultimately again from materials in the belt, right outside of the hectare tree. And how you kind of got the hectare slow down in the low of it. So then it makes sense. No net in the Zabala. So again, Chazal says, we really don't want you to get benefit from that nest, right? Why not? Because it's attached to a hectare tree, and we can see how accidentally we may come to scale the tree. But it's the Zabala, and also the Lamora and the Doraisa. But there's no Mitzvah. Why is there no Mitzvah? Why is there no Mitzvah? Because since the materials for the nest came not from the hectare tree, but from the outside, the nest itself is not subject to Mitzvah. And again, we'll say the bird is building the nest from the tree itself. That means again, if this nest is made from grapes from a hectare tree, then what's the status of the nest? So the nest, it's hectish. If it's hectish, ultimately again, if you're not allowed to benefit from it, you're going to saw, and it's even the dollar saw, which the Gemara says. So therefore, the Gemara is suggesting it's not to be clear that halacha is redeeming both cases in the Asherah tree and in the hectare tree, where the bird is making a nest from other materials, not from the Asherah tree and not from the hectare tree, to which the Gemara says not necessarily. The Gemara says, leave the area, how come even have bought in the Achim kind of scheme? Oh, so don't say maybe not. It's actually quite possible that in both of these cases, ultimately, or I should say the hectish case, that the bird is making its nest from the actual hectish tree itself. But if the bird is making its nest from the hectish tree, then why is that nest not us with the rice? Right? What's going on over here? To which the Gemara says, listen to this. So what's the case over here? So we'll say, this is a fascinating story which we'll get to. When you're makdish something, right? So at least the item as it is hektish. What about if that item grows things afterwards? Are those subsequent growths considered to be hektish as well? So what's a great example of this? A tree. I'm not dishing tree, on Tuesday. And then 3 months later, there's more branches, there's new growths. Are those new branches and growths subject to the hektish designation or not? That is a machlokas. That is called Kidduvim Haboim Alachem. Growth which occurs after the designation. So they were talking about over here, the bird, so I was makdish the tree. And then again, 3 months later, when new branches grew, the bird took twigs from the new growths. So it had made the nest out of those new growths. And therefore, again, so now it is hektish. It depends. That's an actual guess. The Gemara says, and the author of this price or author of this Mishnah holds that the hektish designation only devolves upon the tree that's in existence at the time of the designation. But anything that grows afterwards is not subject to hektish, and therefore, again, the nest is incredible. Rabbi Rabbi Yochanan, my yacht is ultimately, what does it mean? Rabbi Yochanan, what does it mean? What does it mean when it says do not the nest down and get benefit from the nest? That floating doesn't mean the nest, it doesn't mean the nest itself. It could very well be that the nest is usher. The nest is usher in both cases because it's made of a shira or because it's made of a hectic. Either way, it's usher. So what can you get benefit from? The chicks. When we say knock down the nest, what it means is get benefit from the contents of the nest, but not the nest itself. I'm going to be able to give you about that people. A sabbath that broken, it can become hard. And you can apply that to both cases, both to the Ashira case as well as to the Hektish case. Also, so both of the cases, ultimately for Abraham's, you can't get benefit from the nest itself, especially for setting this up as a case where the nest is being made from the Hektish tree or the nest is being made from the Asherah tree. And again, even assuming that the materials weren't present at the time of the designation, if we're going with the opinions that whatever grows in the tree is going to be Hektish or Avodah Zarah. So what's the case? Why am I knocking down the nest? Not for the nest material, but rather what? For the chicks or for the eggs inside of the nest. And that will be water. That will be water. The baits in kind of stress. What's this? The decision says, for the chicks, it's going to be water. But for the eggs, again, it's going to be usher. That was saying, why are things usher? So this is actually fascinating. If you look at Rashi, this is Rashi right off the Mishnah in Rashi. The baits in Kanbekan usher should treat him with Iman, the Gaza by Rabban and Ka'al Iman Asma. So what's the actually quite fascinating? Eggs are usher. Why are eggs usher? Because eggs eat the nest. The nest needs the tree, and therefore A equals B and B equals C, and then A equals C, which means that the eggs are considered to be ultimately reliant on the tree. So because of that, they're going to be lost. So what isn't it fascinating? So it's quite positive. There's a lot of variables going on over there. But you are suggesting maybe in all of these cases the nest is us. Why is the nest us? Because we're talking about a case where the nest was made from the Asherah tree or from the Hektish tree. So the nest is going to be us. The nest is going to be us. So what does it mean when the Brexit says, take the stick, knock down the nest, to get benefit from the nest? It means it's the chicks in the nest. The chicks are water. But the eggs may be problematic. Why? Because ultimately, again, since the eggs need the nest, and the nest needs the tree, therefore the eggs are considered to be dependent on the tree, and therefore, the eggs are considered to be an appendage of the tree itself. So you can get benefit ultimately again from the chicks, but ultimately not the eggs. You know, it says the baits and coming down. So for Rashi, that broken should switch on the iman. It's very interesting. Chicks that are so young that they are reliant on their mother have the status of eggs, right? So which makes sense because the chicks that require their mother are dependent on the nest. The nest is reliant on the tree, and therefore a lot of lights on their mother. Therefore, once it turns out, but over here with the sticks in the nest on top of the Asherah tree, you obviously can't scale the tree regardless. Right? By the way, what can you do? You knock down the nest. But why are you knocking down the nest? So maybe you can't get benefit from the nest because there's a majority of the nest itself was made from the Asherah tree or from the Hektish tree. What can you get benefit from? Independent chicks. Independent chicks, right? Allah said that is going to be water. Right? So, you get benefit from the independent young birds, right? Or ultimately, but what you can't get benefit from is the eggs or from the reliant young, because those are considered to be dependent on the tree itself. But let's stop over for today. But again, let me just say the halakha l'maisa. So actually, one second. Yeah, we'll do tomorrow. Tomorrow we'll pick up and we'll finish off with the halakha l'maisa built in Lakish. Like, what are we doing now, my homies? What are we passing like? And then in Eretz Hashem will continue. Eretz Hashem, adventures in Avodah Zarah, Shver. All right, everyone's have a great day. right, I want to say good morning, us. We begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning journey. Thank our annual comic sponsor, so we're dedicating all the sugar trushes this year as it's close with source levels for strong. Our comic sponsors for the month of Av, Amali will call us Stephen and Wendy Tracy in honor of their parents, Israel Tracy and Tina Tracy, and Abby Rose's wife in memory of Stanley Rose's wife, Rama. Our learning sponsors, Abby and Joe Hirsch, with appreciation to share the and love for the Chayavim, the Chayavim and all of those sacrifices the Klal Yisrael. And Maisha and Yvara Wordeshine are the only sponsors for today. Make sure that the art site of Aryeh Leiva and those of the Marathon of Torah, all of the Nishanas out there, the families of the all of those things that were Shabbat, the code for Holy Israel, the Rosh Hashanah, should bring home our constitution, Shoma, and the Karl, allow our holy soldiers to be successful. Chol of Nasi Yidei. So with that, the hospital about Shabbat a lot. Today's exam is Meth Days. We have to cover Meth Hashem on Meth Olive Days 41. And we left off at something close to 8. Our night is 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, about 15 minutes up from the bottom. So I said, remember, yesterday's calculated fascinating distinction between finely broken pieces of what we call slugging versus finely broken pieces of what we call a bizarre. What's the difference between those two terms? Slugging are images. Images, maybe they will worship, maybe they weren't worship. Zara was the fifth images. So I also myself, where it says that if you find pieces of a Zara, essentially you still have to take your hand off them. Why not? Because again, there's a suffix. What's the suffix? Did an akum decommission them or not? That's our shayla now. An akum, and we're going to discuss this more today. That an akum does have the ability to decommission the Holy Zara, but it has now again. There we have akum to go for do you need active decommissioning or just even the passive decommissioning? But again, we'll get back into that in a little bit. That's our overarching level. So here, the opening says it has to be active decommissioning. Which says even passive decommissioning. That's the meaning would be if the idol falls over by itself and breaks. Like the opener, still an idol, according to which is lost its idolatrous import. So what's like again? That's why you find pieces of and I know these are still awesome. If you find something of an image, it's going to be one person. Why is it disturbed? Because it's a sex state. What's the sex state of? Okay, number one is maybe never worship. That's number one. And number two, ultimately, again, even if there was worship, maybe it was decommissioned. So the idea of going back to what is our just a second. Sorry. It does not work because the local person say it's something that's in the ultimately again the something that maybe decommission doesn't go ahead and take it out of the contact that it was a whole result. It's not your questions that principle. Maybe something goes to give you that. Is that true? That a something, a possibility, cannot go and change the reality or the face of certainty. What about Father God's idea? Very interesting. We actually saw this. Cover Shabbat. Yet we learned it as so say Cover died. Cover died. And again, translating, special ceremony to a member of our shir from South Africa by the name of just another member of our shir in Toronto, Hashem, not just in space message, but so he has messaged me via mail. I translated the cover a few days ago as a coffee. So the truth is, it's not really a fair definition. Rashi, remember again, 2 days ago, goes ahead and translates Father as a person who is careful with the laws of Tumah Torah, next to even Mr. Tara. And again, even though it's not a sentence, he is not going to be in a state of ritual purity, and he's also careful with Shuvas and Isrus. That's the definition of a father. So it's interesting for me and ask, he says, well, so how do you call a father? I covered in bread. You know, what's the shot of that? So perhaps the soul is like this. It's a cover. Cover is someone who's just looking and searching out for extra talents in this world. He's looking for extra pure. And that's what he's looking for. At the end of the day, what is the trouble? Once Hashem says, I want you to make sure that you Kodesh in a state of Tara. Look, you don't have to be in a state of Tara. You're not obligated to be sanctified in a state of purity. However, is someone who thirsts for Tara so much that he seeks out those standards even in areas where ultimately he's not obligated. Such a person who is thirsty for purity. Such a person who wants to be purity in the areas of his life where he is not obligated to do so. Such a person is a friend of the Rebbe Shalom. That's a friend. That's what Baruch Hu says. Someone who wants me in their life so badly that he's willing to take on strict in areas of ritual purity, not in power that he doesn't have to. That's a friend. That's a friend of the Rebbe Shalom. Perhaps even to a certain degree higher level of common. Because the acquisition of knowledge is enjoyable, inherently enjoyable, it's beautiful. We all love learning, we all love exploring new ideas. Simply Ramesh puts upon himself a mission of stringency because he wants Tara, not Tara. He wants purity, that's a friend of the people of Shalom. So the Gemara says, Chaver Shemesi, you have to go lay down. So Chaver dies, interesting case, Chaver dies, and like you discover the issue, ask what's the issue? What's the issue? What's the issue is we don't know whether or not they get time. So the Gemara says, even if Mamish just harvested them that day, Harihim Becheskas Mitukhanim. Is it Chazoko? Ultimately, again, that they are properly timed. The Gemara says, I know a second. The half of them, they found that let's say what's this case. Here's a case of a vada. What's the vada? What's the vada? The certainty. The certainty was they were teva. That's for sure, right? That was untied produce. They'll say, why is that a vada? Because everything stuck down as untied produce. So you have a vada that was untied. Suffix, maybe the chaver did time it, maybe he didn't time it. And what do you see there? The Kahasi Safek, the most you need a Vadai. And what do you see here? The don't feel get a Safek, the possibility that the time that goes ahead and override the Vadai that it certainly was Teva. So you see Safek was in the Vadai, which the Gemara says no. Hasam, Vadai. Disgusting. No, it's not true. That's not something Vadai. That's a Vadai. What's the case? The Vadai asked him. So the Gemara says, it said that it was Teva. Vadai was Teva. Certainly it was Teva. And also, that's what that he timed it. He wants to do the Chedina Chok. So, the other thing it goes on, Kazaka al Haver Shein a Motzi Davar Shein. Eno Utoka Vipaka Sendo. So, again, interesting enough, it's fascinating. The Chaver looks like again, he imagines moving yourself to the level where there's no suffix that you've done the right thing. You have to understand, what does that mean to get to that level where the halacha looks at me and the halacha says, this guy certainly did the right thing. A chaver does not leave untried produce in his possession. From the moment it comes in his possession, it's time. And therefore, there's no suffix in Vadai, there's only Vadai and Vadai. Incredible. Levi's and what the possibility is. The Gemara says suffix for suffix. Interestingly enough, really it's a suffix in a suffix house, so what does that mean? Hashar is a Abad Kiraboshia. Possible that the Chaver did not put himself like a Roshia, what's the other Roshia? The Amar, the Ma'arib Adam Al Tuasa, the Mahnusa, the Boats Shabbat. Today should take the end of that was determined on myself. I suppose that is an interesting case. There is technically speaking a nicer loophole, a tiny loophole. What's the tithing loophole? That being all technicalities now. In order for produce to be subject to tithing obligations, there has to be what's called riyas b'nei, right? It has to come into the home. Through a normative entrance. Technically speaking, if you were to bring your produce in, let's say through the window and not through the door, technically it's nicer exempt. Now again, there are limitations on that also. So the Gemara says over here, there's really no something once in the day. That's why. Because it's actually possible, even if you want to go with the fact that maybe it's a suffix, if the father ties it or not, it's also suffix if what? If the produce was ever subject to Shuvas and Leisers. Why? Because it's possible that little this legal loophole of bringing it in through the window, and therefore was never subject. Okay, so the Gemara says 1 second, 8 seconds. So remember, the Gemara is questioning this principle. Right? The Gemara put out there like a law, a principle. The principle was a suffix won't say midday bada, but it can ultimately again a possibility cannot change the reality of a certainty. So what's really is that true? The Gemara said, but I'm going to learn. I'm going to learn. My separation pasal shalamat kapamedes. My separation pasal shalamat kapamedes. Very interesting. So there was once a story of an instrument. I would say now, okay, we're going to. This is a Jewish woman. A Jewish woman who worked for a matzik. What's a matzik? Rashi says over here, Gabra Alama Israel, a very powerful guy. She worked for a matzik in the city of Cleveland. Okay, what happened? She had two label of body. She had a miscarriage. And I would say, interestingly enough, it was common that when a woman had a miscarriage, you have to carry a label. But interesting, the halacha is, this is also involved a little bit. They put it in a bit, just in other words, in a nondescript way. In general, what's the halacha is, you have to bury a neighbor, you have to bury a miscarried baby, but that's not to not bury it in a marked grave. We do not do that. Bury in the ground, we do not bury in a marked grave. For a variety of reasons, also just from a mental health perspective, it is unhealthy. The Chazal too is unhealthy for parents to develop an ongoing attachment to a life that never was. Obviously, again, there's trauma, there's loss, there's grief, but Chazal wanted it to be continuous, did not want it to be an ongoing life loss. So what happened? So she miscarried, and she put the miscarriage in a pit. What coin hits it? A coin came along, and obviously saw what had happened, and peered over the pit. Now, why did the coin peer over the pit? Later, suffer in the cave up. So you have to pass it for her. And also, the woman gives birth, and even after a miscarriage, depending on when the miscarriage occurred, there could be too much labor. There could be literally impurity associated with birth. Now, the duration of too much labor depends on what? Boy or girl. So the coin peels over the pit in order to see was the neighbor, I guess it was developed enough to see whether or not it was a boy or a girl. Well, might sit there from that one, I won't what's the problem here. The problem is, by peering over the pit, what did the coin essentially do? Tumas oral. Remember again, tumas oral once could be contracted in two ways. You could be under a roof, you gather with a mace, or you could leave the roof over the mace. So technically speaking, if there's a corpse, let's say again, I'm standing next to a corpse underneath the sky, but I lean over the corpse, I am the OL. So here the coin went ahead and leaned over the pit. See, is it a boy or a girl? This episode came for the comment. If they should hold on the Barbaros and Surisha. And they retired. Why were they retired the coin? Because ultimately, I think this was a place where there were weasels and animals there. And in reality, they probably took the miscarriage. They probably took it and dragged it away somewhere. So it's like, the fact that if people need help, go move, sucks and low go move, because something will mostly do that. So look at this case over here. Here's a case of that. The ship of the woman had a miscarriage and she placed the baby. What's the suffix? Maybe the animal took it, maybe the animal didn't take it. yet, what do you see from here? The Gemara says, and yet we see that the suffix trumps the Vadai. Right, the suffix changing to reality, even in the case of the Vadai, to the point that again, the Paskin, the Kohen is not covered. The Kohen is not covered. So you see from here that suffix can be Vadai, in which the Gemara says, no, don't be like it's a deal of bar, make a bar, Elaima, the killer can win and make a bar. The Gemara says, no. What happened over here is that the Kohen sees the shift of throwing something that looked like a Nifal. In other words, that guy actually miscarried and placed the Nifal on the bar. Rather, again, he saw what appeared to be a Nifal being placed in the bar by this woman. So it's a suffix to begin with. The words one second, but that's not what it says. And it's not going to indicate the but the Gemara said that appeared over in order to see if it wasn't more or a girl. So which the Gemara says, Hachim is to say, laid down, the Gemara says, laid down, and Rothschild in Mayflower. So first of all, he was looking into the pit to see what did she miscarry. Did she miscarry again? Did she miscarry a baby? Or there was a Ruchak, just means maybe she just expelled something else from her body. In other words, like that she expelled miscarriage. Maybe it was just something else. It was some other discharge. So he was first of all looking over the part to see was it an AFL or not. If it's not an AFL, and if it was an AFL, it's not. If it's an AFL and Tiva, later in Zafra in the Kiva to see if it was a going to. So in fact, this wasn't the case of rather again, this was a case of suffix and suffix. So again, suffix whether or not she miscarried a baby, right? Well, was it a miscarriage or not? And then again, compound that with the suffix ultimately again that maybe the animal took it away. You might say the other possibility is David Sheffield, the Bible, it's assuming shut, not thank God. The other possibility is no, once you have a place where there's a fold and a harness, that there are these animals there, they definitely dragged away whatever was expelled into the pit. Okay? So let's say a snake, so it's a kasha. So again, so this will pause over for just a second. So just understand that the Gemara essentially seems to say that principle of a suffix closing meaning badai ultimately again holds. So in halakha, we accept this principle. A suffix closing meaning badai. But if you have what we'll call two pieces of information in front of you, one is a suffix and one is a badai. The badai piece of information determines the reality, and the suffix piece of information does not undermine that reality. That's why I was again just kind of reoriented them. So that's why how do we get into this? I find a piece of broken apple desire. Right? So I find a piece of, let's say, an idol or an image that I know was definitely worshipped as idolatry. So I find a piece, can I use it? Can I use it? So the answer is no. Why not? It's also I know why. Because I have I know that this was apple desire. Something maybe the apple absolutely decommissioned it. Decommissioned it, and if I can't use it, why? Because the suffix that maybe the apple decommissioned it doesn't change the reality of the fact that this was definitely the apple desire. Just to point out how powerful this is so is because in something multi-media if you want to go ahead and summarize the entirety of Jewish history and destiny in one phrase, this is it. Over the years, like over the millennia, we have faced so many stigmas. Like, will we survive? Right? Is this an existential threat? You know, all of this, it was so interesting that those of us who was up in on Shabbos and Usher Weiss said it. There was so many beautiful things. One of the things I picked up that was like very shocking was spoke about in the aftermath of October 7th, being an existential threat to Catholics. So to me that was shocking because for me in my mind, I said to myself, there was never an existential threat from Israel. Like, there were skills or learning, but obviously, for Usher Weiss says it, he's married to Israel. It takes on a totally different over the years, over the centuries, there's been many status, right? He's been faced with many moments of existential suffering. Are we going to make it through this? Are we going to weather this storm just less than a century ago? They put us in ovens and in gas chambers. There was a suffering. So what holds us over? What holds us over is this principle. In suffering, what's in the Vadai? What's the Vadai? The Baruch Hu says, Am Yisrael is an Am Hanis. Amis are the Jewish people. We are an eternal nation. That's the Vadai. That's the Vadai. That's the Vadai. And therefore, what holds us over even in times of difficulty? In suffering, what's in the Vadai? Suffering. Whether that suffering is the Babylonians, the Romans, the Greeks, the Persians, the Nazis, Hamas. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter who it is. There's so many statements that have presented themselves. Another suffering, another suffering always arises. But rest assured, in suffering, no suffering will undermine the Vadai, the certainty of the eternality of Christ. That's ultimately the source of our optimism, that's the source of our strength, and that's what creates our reality. Incredible halakhically, as well as Hashkaf. It's not even on these back. So it says, remember again, embedded in all of this is this focus you have to be on Rabbi Rothschild. So here's what I know. And again, we're going to talk about this more in just a few moments. You can decommission that whole desire, right? In other words, an atom can be Melvata is a whole desire. The shaila is, how does it work? Rabbi Rothschild says, it must be what we call active hedon, and Rish Lakish says, even past simple works. So let's now go back to our Rabbi say, only for listen to this. They also see this in the Mishnah later on as well. Sorry. Did I skip? I'm sorry, thank you. What's a Taglis? Thank you. What's a Taglis? Taglis? So see back to the Mishnah. What the Mishnah say? If you find the image of a hand or the image of a foot, ultimately again, it's usher. It's usher. So the Gemara says, why? Because at the end of the day, that was a common image that people worship. The Gemara says, why is that? Hashvar is different. So it says that's broken pieces. So in other words, once again, this is a cash up on Rish Lakish. It's the open asking of Rish Lakish. Rish Lakish, according to you, this should be totally mutter, right? Because according to Rish Lakish, once you find broken pieces, whether the apple actively broken or the apple broke on its own, an apple doesn't worship an idol like that. Again, what's the old Rish Lakish's logic? Idol. If you can't save yourself from being broken, then chances are what? You're not much help to me. You're not much help to me. And therefore, again, so what's going on? The says, no, check what's wrong. So as I said, we said yesterday, what's the case? The case of the hand of the foot is the case ultimately it's on a pedestal. When it's on a pedestal, then that is quite possible that is actually a self, almost like a self-substitution is the wrong way, but its own type of idolatry. Okay, Ace, or is that the Kamshah? Only from the back of those come Shalom, Shalhamero, so it's going to see more of this later. What we call Havin, giving the Nakal is on a Bodhizara, and ultimately again the Bodhizara of his friend. Meaning, any Abu can ultimately again negate and thereby decommission any form of idolatry, whether it's his idolatry that he worships or someone else's idolatry. However, the Yisrael, the Lord said it's actually quite fascinating. Let's see the logic behind this. The Lord actually, Yisrael does not have the ability to negate any form of idolatry. Well, isn't that fascinating? But he said, only Kohabin can negate and decommission any form of idolatry. And Yisrael has no power of negation over idolatry. Fascinating. Oh, Rabbi. Okay, so I say, so am I. Tell me about this culture, why is that? What about a case of idolatry that just breaks on its own? That clearly, again, if I change that, we should be referring to that should work. Rabbi Shepascha. What's the case over here? The case over here is where the Israel dented the other problem. So what's interesting enough that we're suggesting is denting is not a form of decommission. Why not? Decommission requires breakage. Denting when the entire item is still intact doesn't decommission. Whereas one side of the Pascha, Mahari, Batman, Pascha, Apakishno Pascha, Batla. But that's not true. We learned that again, if you dent in idolatry, even though again all of the idolatrous material is still present, ultimately again, level desires Barbo, and even in the Pascha, they come up. Pascha Israel, ultimately, that's right. If it absolutely goes ahead and dents the idolatry, that negates it. But if you still dents the idolatry, that does not negate it. You know, so Rabbi says, keep on spinning strong on the Bible. Says it's very important to love. Rabbi says like this: in reality, even when Yisrael dents the Avodah Zarah, it goes in against. In other words, I will say, denting really is an active form of negation, which makes sense, right? Anything you do to deface the idol should be a proper form of idolatrous negation. So really, even if he's strong, then it's okay. So what's the issue? Logic has up. I'll say that it's not. Listen to this. Verse Elo, Ksera. This Ksera. What's the Ksera? So here's the issue. In reality, Yisrael has the power of negation, right? Yisrael does have the power to go ahead and negate idolatry. How does he negate idolatry? If he breaks it, if he dents it, it all should work. So why do Chazal say it doesn't work? What are we concerned about? Listen to this. We're concerned that what is Yisrael going to do? He wants to negate the Avodah Zarah. So what does he do? He has Avodah Zarah. He lifts it up, right? Getting ready, let's say, to smash it or to dent it afterwards. What's the problem? Once he lifts it up, we'll say, that's an act of Hagbah. What does Hagbah do? Hagbah acquires. Once he acquires it, it becomes the Avodah Zarah of a Jew. Once it becomes the Avodah Zarah of a Jew, the Avodah will come to Yad Yisrael. The Avodah will come to Yad Yisrael, Eina, the Kela, Real. So they'll say, this is absolutely wrong. It's absolutely wrong. They'll say, we are going to see exactly why this is a Gemara in 10 blocks from now, until the days. But again, right now, we'll just go with the principle. The principle is any Avodah Zarah that is owned by a Jew cannot be gated. So watch what's happening over here. Can Yisrael, technically speaking, decommission Avodah Zarah? Yeah. How can you decommission it? You can break it, you can dent it. But Chazal said the decommission of a Jew does not work. Why? What are you concerned about? That in the process of decommissioning, Yisrael's going to take it out by picking on Avodah Zarah specifically. And we'll get into all of this in a couple of days. Avodah Zarah says the after. He lifts it up, he fires it. Once he finds the light, right? Once he goes ahead,
and just rub your Reiki way. Pat Reagan is here, everybody. The house artist. Right now, he's got a blank sheet of paper in front of him, and by the end of this episode, he's got a full drawing of this episode. One of my favorite artists in the entire world. Great. Ryan J. I'm so happy to have him be part of the team.
He has all the prints are now for sale on his website. So all the past episodes that he did, you can buy right now. Yes.
Yeah. Check out his work.
This Thursday, we're going to be in Phoenix, Arizona at Stand Up Live. Me, Tony, and special guest Michael Sonaka. So if you're in Phoenix, there's a Phoenix shooter right now on the highway, shooting people on the highway. So
yet another reason to come out to the show.
Yeah. Stay off the highways, get into the air conditioning. Stand Up Live this Thursday. And then I'll be in Toronto all of next week, and through the 30th. Just check us out at jff42.com. The stones in Toronto. And then blah, 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 blah. Friday, That's it. And there's other stuff too, but I'm not going to this live on. It's really good. We have to talk about dates because we have to make money because we don't always just do free shows with a quiet fucking audience. All right, that's how we make our money. It's on the road. Yeah. Guys, I'm so excited to get here. This show is so much fun. Somehow Mondays have become my favorite day of the week. I love doing this. I'm so glad you're here. We have a awesome format on this show. Every week, I have two of the funniest comedians in the world on the show. These are two returning Jedi's in this show. Two of my favorite go-to guests, and I've decided to book them together. Usually, I would spread two guests like this out over 3 episodes. But tonight, I'm just flavoring them together all at once. One big blow up. So hands together for two of our favorites, Kirk Fox and Tiffany Haddish. Wow, Tiffany Haddish in the grave. Kirk, motherfucking Fox. Yeah. Tiffany Haddish is fresh off of today's season 2 pickup at the Carmichael Show. Motherfucking NBC. Yes, I'm not going to be unemployed after a while. Well, you know, I'm just glad that, you know, I'm just glad that
So what's the status of the shavings?
Tall white man is not tall white man.
Everybody should be playing basketball.
Not a culture, just earn it.
Yeah.
And the tree itself.
Congratulations on
the actual taking shavings off the
I haven't seen it yet. I can smell it. I don't know. I found out on Twitter, man. Somebody called me, nothing. I just saw it on Twitter. And it was like, congratulations, season on deadline, season 2. I'm like, but I don't really know if I'm going to even be in season 2. Nobody said nothing to me. I mean, if you read the credits, it says I'm a guest. Like,
oh yeah, that's how it works.
But now it's like a guest star.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm with you.
That's O.J. Cranberry, just a little sugar, valuable hypoglycemia.
You got hypoglycemia?
No, but I just, like to feel it.
Okay. I got high blood pressure.
Do you?
Black people drunk.
But you also got a TV show, so it's a wash.
I guess so. Yeah. I'm not working right now, though. So, I mean, I'm just here. I just found out on Twitter. Nobody sent the contract, but my agent didn't even call me just a couple days ago. I was at the swap meet, like, celebrating that I could spend $100 at the swap meet. I got my car washed, got the windows tinted. Yeah, the swap meet. Yep. I got car wash at the swap meet. Yeah, you can get your car washed at the swap meet. I got a pap smear. I got a pit bull puppy. Got me a new outfit.
Every week, I have Matt Reagan over there ask the best question. I leave it out of my hands, and I just let him come up with his own questions. So, no further ado, all right. Tiffany Haddish, we got me a show.
Ain't no motherfucking me. I was just drinking. When I was putting my lipstick on, I was like, look at him.
Wow, the horse is true.
Yeah. He got abs and stuff. He got an ab for them abs. Yeah, that's, I touched his stomach. I was like, you hit the gym? He was like, no, I got an ab for that. I was like, damn.
I know what that is. Get drank, smoke weed, come on music.
Don't get me drunk. My pussy dry when I'm drunk.
Yeah.
Don't get me drunk. Just taste my, yeah. I'll teach you how to do it. Every black woman that loves to have a scalp. You want to make a black woman fall in love with you and follow you wherever you go. Get you cocoa butter and crush her shit. Ooh, run your finger down that scalp. Ooh, make it look more. I taught you how to grease my scalp, remember that?
I actually did do it.
But you gotta be careful of the hair, correct?
Yeah, he pulled out a track and shit. He fucked it up.
Yeah, there was a little extra hair there. That, I was wondering what that was and why there was a hair clip in there. The hair clip and all the hair came yes, the cheetah.
Tearaway. This is the tearaway.
He looked so scared, you guys. He looked scared as fuck. He was like, oh shit, Tiffany, what happened? I'm so sorry. Thank you. I didn't know you were in the chemo. I didn't know. Right here, this is recycled Tupperware.
That is?
Yes.
What?
This is plastic. You know, you can do so many things with plastic. You can put chemicals in it and put it in the microwave and melt it down, pull it out, you know, a couple of things. You can make it in yeah, you can make it in here. I just can't do it at high temperatures because this shit will melt. Yeah.
All right, sure. Five.
Yes, sure.
Any questions? Nope.
What would you say? What would you say to the young folks about like 14?
Don't ask questions.
Once again, if you were to
Go for it. See what happens.
I like that.
Maybe commit to a one-handed backhand in my life.
One-handed women right here back
You know, as a tennis player, as a young 14-year-old, I should be committed to either a one-handed or a two-handed, not a two-handed.
Maybe a life lesson.
Yeah, that should be enough if you can just swear what I just said. You try and get through that. Don't just fucking overdo it.
So you play tennis when you were 14?
Yeah. Tennis is a part of my life.
Can I get a piece of advice?
So
You can. That's good to know. I did not know until I was 16. Shit. By choice? I mean, by choice?
You been raped? You been raped by a black woman before?
Not completely. I mean, it started as a rape, and then I just surrendered. And I just realized I cannot fight.
Yeah.
Have you guys, fellas, have you guys ever been raped by a woman?
Sure, you can call it what you want.
Is it really
No. Well, I mean, I don't mean it in the hard, weird way that makes everyone uncomfortable right off the bat as soon as I open my mouth and say it. I played in Lawrence, Kansas. We're like I pretty much got forced into getting a blowjob. What? In a bathroom, and I was like, I don't even want this blowjob. Forced into getting a blowjob. Oh,
I hate when that happens. It's like, oh fuck, quit sucking me.
Yeah.
How are you forced into getting a blowjob?
One chest.
She was like taking like she was like buying me a drink. She was like trying to get me from. I was taking a drink.
Yeah.
I'll do that to you. I won't buy you those. You pay for you.
Sure, I'm gonna make sure.
I've been trying to rape you for a minute. This long nigga trying to take big sticks.
I would never say that.
What?
I don't even know what the question was, but it sounded like I should say fuck yeah.
You know, I stuck my thumb when I was 18. I ain't never had no voice.
Listen, I got enough dick for everyone. Suck it. Just get it first.
Don't tell me that I feel like should have ended a gangbang. I'm pretty excited about that. So let's get the show rolling. Over 40 comedians signed up for the chance to do 60 seconds of stage time and talk to me and Steve. And we're going to have a lot of stuff so we can give advice and find out other stuff. Sometimes we make fun of your videos. And it's going to be a blast.
Sometimes David Arquette.
Yeah, yes, he does.
I got his phone.
Me too.
You do too?
Yeah. What's he saying to you?
There's no one in this room that does podcast. We'll talk to him.
Even our pets actually signed up in this podcast. Yeah, he really has to put his name in this. Name our pet staging at 60 seconds. Well, it turned into about so if I pull your name out the bucket, that means you get 60 seconds of stage uninterrupted. Immediate. So you know your 60 seconds is up when you get the sound of a kitty. Wrap it up then, bring out the angry what's all in the bear. Man, it's a little more annoying every week. Yes.
But that vibration is good for Coochie Day.
Oh, shit. Oh, shit.
Got that too? You got Coochie Day?
I feel like I don't even have to pull things out of the bucket to make the funniest baby of all time.
It's gonna be tall, it's gonna be fast, and it's gonna be special.
It's gonna be special.
Not the my part.
What does that mean?
We're watching.
What does that mean?
Just gonna drop the baby down and
I'm gonna do my part. You are a kid. You have all these plans for this
I
kid.
just have that.
That's fine. I'll watch that too.
Musical skills and tattoo. Like a rapper.
Tattoo?
That was they saw again.
Of course.
Second round was down. Doesn't drop on.
Tiffany, this is you
get
finger yourself.
They drop on.
Your estrogen is leaked into the mirror.
You might be able to file a sexual harassment.
I'm just saying, I haven't had it like 4 weeks. So.
I don't like it. You're a little extra fucking really just like.
You're gonna make up for it tonight.
You guys can't even see what's happening on this side of the table. Take care of it before the show. I pulled the name out of the bucket. Your first comedian with uninterrupted 60 seconds tonight is Tad Whaley.
Like that. What
up? Guys, that shit happened the other day. Yeah. And I had to pray at the funeral. Louis next to me had a whole page of shit and a thing next to it. It had enough. Like, for me. One thing, like, I don't know. So I don't shit, like, how am I supposed to grab this now close not to play on? What have you done? So I do it anyway, so this guy, and trying to do God, but I can't. Is it a old drink? Usually I can't see my drink out, but you drink. I don't fucking know. But I can't pray to God like that. So I just put like a parking clock in front of me. Alright, see here.
50 seconds of stuff. I feel like this is a true story, right?
Yes. Family friend.
Old Nubs.
Yeah.
What was that in reference to?
Old Nubs Johnson was the name of the family.
R.I.P. Old Nubs. No, the person next to him, the dead guy.
Yeah, she was afraid that she was going to like put one hand up against the nub or anything like that. So she at least get close to her hands.
I had to go with her. So she had. I'm like, she. Okay, all right, yes. There's that. I don't know that. I just touched that.
Did you get into this event of these stuff?
Yeah,
your delivery was very like I sounded like I felt like I was listening to one side of the like you it was very I don't know. You know what I'm saying? It was not
delivering that side of the phone call was him calling to say he was part of the Manson family and for Sharon Tate.
You just got to slow it down a little so we know what you're talking about. Like, I had no idea what you were talking about. It sounded very scary.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. It's kind of hard to talk about enough.
No, you can. Enough got funny as we were talking about it. So there's definitely comedy. You just got to slow it down.
Yeah.
Did she go to the Middle East and jack somebody off in the morning?
Okay, I'll take that.
And you gotta get to the meat of it faster, right? Like it's
Punchlines are crucial.
Yeah, they're important. They can get you playing something you want to get to, right?
It's kind of like, how do you pray to God when God didn't look out for you?
Yeah, that's kind of what I was going for.
That's what I felt like.
Yeah.
And maybe you have too many things. I mean, why does she have to?
Yeah. And maybe, maybe she's been, maybe she had a funeral for her family.
Yeah. I see that. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, I was thinking about that actually.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
How long would it say?
Years.
How many moons is that? How many moons? People say like many moons ago.
Yeah, but I don't know. I'm not a meteorologist. That's what I
Like an Indian or something? Like a Native American?
What is some of your other material?
It's actually like
I
don't know, I complain about people on Facebook sometimes. Right, there's it's like a protein shake that people are get cold about basically.
I thought Shakeology was shake last night.
You ever thought about being a vampire?
You just gotta slow down a little. You just get one. Take one breath for a minute and let the fuck out.
Yeah, I watched some videos of
You just take a breath and then just tell the story. I mean, it's a good story if you can make it funny.
Yeah, I'll try.
Have fun with
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Maybe the first day will
But try and deliver your jokes the way you're just talking about.
Yeah.
That's what you need to get to.
Get up.
Yeah. How many minutes is that? 5 minutes, Pat. 5 minutes. Any more?
You ever do any jokes about being a vampire?
No, but not yet. But I've heard that shit.
I think you remind me of a vampire. Like, I would
No, I've
totally,
heard that shit.
if you told me you was a vampire, I would totally be like, I would fuck you. The last thing I got was some old dick,
Yeah.
you look like you play guitar. And you have the name of a guy that wrote down here, like, my dad is, yeah. I don't know,
Yeah. I don't have that many songs, dude.
Yeah, but I suck at guitar. I
don't have to do that.
There's an extra guitar over there.
I was just saying, I was looking over there, and I'm like, if we put that in his hand, somebody said no. I was like, oh, no. I was like,
let's see what you got. Let's see what you got.
What can you play?
Oh, dude, it's not like you got a nut.
Oh, shit. All right.
And we have begun.
What am I supposed to do with that?
Pressure's on.
Alright. The first ever
Bakersfield on the map. This could be the night.
Yeah.
So here's the deal: you each get 20 seconds. At the end
Do you know the song?
you're gonna get the sound of a.
Can I make a song request? How about you know Blue Moon?
When you hear that sound, wrap up the target. All right. Okay. All right. So, Pat, you go first. 20 seconds. Here we go. Wow, 19.5 seconds from Pat Reagan. How are you going to beat that with an acoustic? Let's check in the chat. Here's the clown horn. That was amazing. I gave the victory to Tad Whaley. Tad Whaley, everybody. Follow him on Twitter. Hot all the time.
Yeah.
I love show my work with the guitar.
Yeah. I mean, people just learned that Tad is actually a guitar player. So that's the first time I've ever turned somebody into a guitar player. But now you can only go and see. That was fun. How do you feel about that?
I feel fine, man.
I like the way he was learning that tongue when he was playing the guitar. Did you see that? It's like an old man with no teeth.
More like Michael Jordan. Michael Jordan did his tongue.
Oh, for real? I don't know shit about that.
Yeah, I'm in love with that.
I don't know what this says, but I'm gonna just give it a shot. Is it Neon Brown? Maybe Neon Brown? Something brown? Yeah.
So one thing you guys should know about me is I have called there's nobody who the hell it is. I don't exactly. So another day I wrote this at GR. So it was a big ordeal. I came it out. And the thing that came really good was why it was everything.
Whoa, Keon, that's quick. 36 seconds. You don't want to do anything else? Yeah. Yeah, you have 20
Half the time remaining. Good.
All right. So I just found out the other day that Matthew Johnson has a gay son, and I applaud him for trying so hard to keep his AIDS life in there.
Yeah, Roseanne at 56 seconds. Fuck yeah, Keon. I love your style. I can feel your voice up there. Over a year. You've been doing a lot of stuff?
Just reading over,
Where's that?
Yeah, so
That's where you're from? Yeah. Wow. Born and raised.
This year,
It's like witness protection.
No doubt about that. Somebody's running. You don't just
What you know, Keon? I can't do that. Just kind of chill. Just kind of take the bets, you know, just chill with it. Yeah, because those jokes can work, but you were so scared. It just wouldn't go on the ride with you.
Yeah, you remember like my first date with a white guy. He was so nervous.
I imagine that's not the most insulting thing you can say to a black guy. You're a black woman. Like, I feel like he just did a 180 when she hit him. Like, I don't know if you guys know, he had to look away and catch his breath for a second.
He was scared as fuck, man. It's like he busted in that earlier. Like, I'm sorry, I'm trying one more time. I know it's soft, but I can get hard again. Don't look at me in the eyes. Just don't look at my eyes.
And the girl goes, that was only 36 seconds. I got another 17 seconds in me, baby. Who was the guy at the beginning of this? The joke where you're like, people say, well, I always ask that. It made sense, but it's this easy. I knew who it was. Did you say Jamal Charles? Jamal Green.
Nobody.
Jamal Charles. Those kind of jokes are, where you're asking the audience a question. Is that your opener or opener? The difference between that word and that non-word is you look at that. You're staring out there the entire time. The sentence entirely different. That's really the main thing that I think.
I think everyone needs to just deliver these jokes with the same freedom you had when you thought of it. Just coming up with a minute. Don't go these so fast that you lose any of the essence of whatever made it funny.
Jokes are funny. You're just like, but again, we'll get back to whatever. It's just something that I just go through. My first few months of doing stand-up, but I probably knocked out the first few months more engagement and it affected me. I look down at it, but you just have to, if your thing is not looking at the audience, then in this building stage, you need to be staring all of the right spots so that you can go as fast as possible.
But I think you always need to take it for real, even if it's 5 or 10 seconds. You gotta look out there and see if there's danger, if there's threats, or how to get out of the case of fire.
I personally.
So when you get up there, take 5 seconds. There's plenty of time for us to just say, okay, there's someone up there. If you don't look up, you don't even see that time.
Yeah, you can always even just look at the back wall. Like when I get on stage, I always just stop, stand up there and close and smile a little bit. And make them like,
what do you visualize?
I do that too. That's the
like,
same
see
shit
how
I do.
beautiful my soul is. I can get these ratchet jokes out.
Where are you looking at, Tiffany? Are you looking? What are you paying attention?
I always look at the back of the wall, and then if I catch somebody's eye, it looks like they're really enjoying me, then I'll look at that person. Like whoever smiles the biggest is gonna get my attention. That's how I look.
It's hard. It's hard to look at. I close my eyes all the time. I just look above the head. I look at them right above the head. I stare at right their fucking soul, and I find the ones that are laughing, and then they're dismissed for the rest of the time. I will hide until I scan somebody that is trying to not have a good time, and I will stare at them. I do that too until they're fucking dead. No longer breathing. I deliver every fucking joke right down the middle.
I do that. Sometimes you still have to fixate on someone who's just not happy.
Eye contact is super important in stand-up because people are coming to listen to you, and you have a message, and you need to deliver the message right into the stage.
And the audience needs to, you gotta believe in what you're selling. Because if you don't believe it, you know it's gonna go the right way. So whatever it is you're selling,
You believe in the trash clips, right?
Yeah, I don't know if you don't understand.
But luckily for you, your show just got picked up for season 2 on ABC. So, one last piece of advice. If your name is spelled with K, start it. Then that line that starts with K, and that line that's the next sideways V, have to be at least close to each other.
And it needs a touch.
So, some people
get your spelling together, man. Get your comment. If you can't spell your name, you're not going to get us.
And also remember to have fun. Like have fun. Like because people in the audience that come to have fun, and if you're scared, that makes everybody uncomfortable. Fun ass roller coaster. You at Six Flags. Woo! Fun, man. Yeah.
Keon, how old are you, Keon?
Keon, come back up.
said, you're 22 years old. You can do anything you want. So just get up there and have that freedom. And the 22-year-old is just trying to figure it out.
And you got a football player body. You gonna get bitches.
In areas of ritual security power that doesn't have to work. That's perhaps even to a certain degree higher up than the just the acquisition of knowledge is enjoyable. Inherently enjoyable. We all know about learning.
Yeah. Talk about that. Talk about a guy that used to spend his hours.
What's terror? Terror. What's security?
I was just gonna give you a little side job.
Where it says, ownership is the actual related. What's the issue? The issue is we don't know whether or not
you're a guy without a job, don't fucking ask. Jesus Christ.
Touch these last and dirty panties I got, boy.
Here's a case of Lavanda.
That's our money.
So who are you staying with? Like your family or your sister?
So why is that about that? Because everything starts out as
what? Wait, what? What? So let me just tell you something. As a comedian, it's important to ask questions and be aware of your surroundings. So maybe that's the first thing you should do tonight. Just ask your sister what she does and around her
something close to
she leave the house at work or does she walk by the door? You get a lot of hands on this list. No.
That's not that. It's not that.
So at least you're aware of something.
You've never seen her in any video, you know her.
She's in the top business.
She putting a lot of makeup before she leaves.
Yeah, what? Yeah. You like you.
Do you even put shit on your sister?
What time is she? Do you have a room or a cabin?
Oh wait, so she got a two-bedroom. She's balling in LA with a two-bedroom.
Yeah.
She got a man. You don't even know.
Oh, what? Is she even your sister? Or are you taking over someone's apartment?
Yeah, I know she had this other boyfriend that was like thing about how like it's something bringing a little bit of that Reno, I think.
Shit, man. That's a Reno attitude. I don't ask questions in Reno.
Yeah.
Biggest ass.
There she is. How you living, girl?
Everything done. That much. We're going to do a lot of money. Well, what we got to do. Yeah.
Alrighty.
We did it Thursday.
You get it Thursday?
Mm-hmm.
Are you excited?
Yeah, I'm excited. We're going to tune this month, but I'm excited. Yeah.
Excellent. All right, Mr. Aquarius. I'm sending you a
Yeah.
Why? Because it's possible that little nigger was used for this legal loophole of bringing it into the window, and therefore it was never subject. Okay. So remember.
What a strike. Look at you.
But it can ultimately be a possibility to change the reality of a certainty. of a certainty to
You got this. You can do it.
Are you serious?
Right.
Very interesting. There was once a story of a maid servant. I won't say now. Okay, we're going to. This is a Jewish woman. A Jewish woman who worked for a Nazi. What's a Nazi? Rashi says.
No doubt.
She worked for a Nazi in the city of Vigo.
Right.
She had two amazing about it. She had a miscarriage. And I won't say interesting about it. It was common that when a woman
Here we
had a
go.
miscarriage, you have to
There you go.
But this is also found in just in other words, in the in general, what's the halacha is you have to bury a name, you have to bury a miscarriage baby. But that's what you cannot bury it in a marked grave. You do not do it. Bury the rebel, you do not bury the marked grave. For a variety of reasons, also just from like a mental
Yes, ma'am.
Obviously, again, there's trauma, there's grief, but Chazal wanted it to be contained. He wanted it to be an ongoing life loss. So what happened? So she miscarried, and she put the miscarriage in a bed.
Nice bear.
Sorry. Over the pit. Now, why did the coin peel over the pit? Later, something in the kiva. So he was after passing for her. Even after miscarriage, depending on where the miscarriage occurred, there could be 2 months later. It could be closely associated with birth. Now, 2 months later depends on what? Boy or girl. So the coin peels over the pit in order to see was the name. I guess it was a boy or a girl. What's the problem here? The problem is by peering over the pit, what did the coin essentially do? Tumas Oha. Remember again, Tumas Oha also could be contracted in 2 ways. There can be under a roof.
Nice job.
You got it this time.
No doubt.
But I lean over the court. I am the Oha. So here, the coin would have had a lean.
Ooh.
Nice bear.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, that's right.
They probably took it and dragged it away somewhere.
Thank you, madam.
Look at this case over here. Here's the case of Badai. What's the Badai? The ship of the woman had this carriage and she placed the baby in the maybe the animal took it, the animal didn't take it. And yet, what you see from the earth, the Gemara says.
Nope, I know what to do. I can do it like Rabbi.
Even in the face of the Badai, to the point that again, they fasting. The coin is not colored. The coin is not colored. So you see from there that Sunday can go ahead and drop a Badai, to which the Gemara says, no. The Gemara says, no. What happened over there is that the coin sees the shifter throwing something that looked like the fell. In other words, it's not a Badai.
It's not Rabbi. Strike it.
Rather again, he's
yes, that's what I'm talking about.
Thank you, madam.
placed in the bar by this woman.
Yeah.
One second. But the Gemara said, a boy or a girl, to which the Gemara says, Hachikon, is to say, later, the Gemara says, later, So first of all, he was looking into the kid to see did she miscarry again, and did she miscarry a baby?
Another one.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
Something else from her body. In other words, not that well that she expelled miscarriage. Maybe it was just something else. It was some blood or some other charge. First of all, looking over the fight, see, was it an AFL? If it's on an AFL, if it was an AFL, it did that. If it was on an AFL, leave the example.
Right.
So in fact, this wasn't the case.
There we go. Big score. Big score.
Let's go.
Give me a. I'll take it. That's a big score, Miss Aquarius.
That's good. Yes. That's the one. You win, I win.
114. You win, I win. I win, you win. Undefeated in bowling, undefeated in friendship.
Friendship. Yay. That's what I like. You win, I win.
Yes, ma'am.
All righty.
All right, sweet dreams. God willing, Miss Aquarius. God willing.
That's willing.
That principle of being something unsignificant. That ultimately again holds. That in Halacha, we accept this principle. Ain't something unsignificant. That if you have what we'll call two pieces of information in front of you, one is a suffix and one is a vadai. The vadai piece of information determines reality, and the suffix piece of information does not undermine it. That's reality. That's why most again, just kind of reorienting ourselves. That's why how do we get into this? A piece of broken out of the sorrow. Right? So I find a piece of, let's say, an idol or an image that I know was definitely worshipped as idolatry. So I find a piece, can I use it? Can I use it? So the answer is no. Why not? It's also I know why. Because I bad guy that this was Akom Zara. Second, maybe the Akom actively decommissioned it. Decommissioned it, and therefore again I can't use it. Why? Because the suffix that maybe the Akom decommissioned it doesn't change reality of the fact that this was definitely Akom Zara. That was like just to point out how powerful this is so is on a Hashkafic level as well. Because in something once a needed Badai, you want to go ahead and size the entirety of Jewish history and destiny into one phrase. This is it. Over the years, like over the millennia, we have faced so many statements. Like when we survive, this is an existential threat. All of it was so interesting that both of us resulted in on Saturday night Pasha Rice said that's so many beautiful things. One of the things that I felt that was like very shocking was spoke about in the aftermath of October 7th. Even an existential the Qatar Israel. The thing that was shocking because for me in my mind, I said to myself, there was never an existential threat. Well, Israel. It was scary. So remember that obviously, and also I said it at the end. So it takes a different way. Over the years, over the centuries, there's been many stages. Like these, we face many moments of existential suffering. Are we going to make it through this? Are we going to weather this storm was less than a century ago? It put us in other kind of gas chambers. There was a suffering. So what holds us over? What holds us over is this principle. In suffering, you'll see you really bad out. What's the bad out? The Shmuel says, "Am Yisrael is an Amis. Amis are the Jewish people. We are an eternal nation. That's the bad guy. That's the bad guy. That's the bad guy. And therefore, what holds us over even in times of difficulty? In suffering. Suffering. The Romans, the Greeks, the Persians, the Nazis, Hamas. It doesn't matter. doesn't mean suffering is. It's many status that have presented themselves. Another suffering, only already the Carlos, another suffering always arises. But rest assured, a suffering makes it with bad eye. No suffering will undermine the finite certainty of the eternality of Klal Yisrael. That's ultimately the source of our optimism, that's the source of our strength, and that's the true eternality. Incredible. Incredible, practically, as well as Hashemah. It's not one of that. It's a, so it says, remember again, embedded in all of this is these facilities that can be on Shlekish. So here's what I know. And again, we're going to talk about this more in just a few moments. You can decommission an Avodah, right? In other words, an apple giving the backup is Avodah. The Shaila is, how does he do it? Rabbi Rothschild says it must be what we call active, which says even passive with the Lord. So let's now go back to our A state. Listen to this. They also will see this in Mishnah later on as well. Sorry. Let's get thank you. A state. Once a time, this thank you. Once a time, this. I go, hurry in Rasu. So see back to the Mishnah. What does the Mishnah say? If you find the image of a hand or image of a foot, ultimately again, it's also. It's also. So the Gemara says, why? Because at the end of the day, that was a common image that people worship. The Gemara says, why is that? So I'm saying that's broken pieces. So in other words, once again, this is a kasha on Rish Lakish. This is a open and asking on Rish Lakish. Rish Lakish, according to you, this should be totally mutter, right? Because according to Rish Lakish, once you find broken pieces, not both actively broken or the either broken.
How you doing, Brandon?
I don't want Brandon. What's the only Rish Lakish's logic? I don't. If you can't save yourself from being broken, then chances are what? You're not help to me. You're not much help to me. And therefore, again, so what's going on? Right? So the rest of the check which world, so that we did out this. So it's sort of again, as we said yesterday, what's the case? The case of the hand and the foot is the case ultimately when it's on a pedestal. When it's on a pedestal, then that is possible that is actually a self, almost like a self-sufficiency is the wrong word, but it's type of idolatry. Okay, Ace, Gemara is not the kind of show. Only the Naka Amos from Shalom and Shalom Hamero. Sorry, this was also more clever. The movie no public, giving them back though, is only a Avodah Zarah, and also look at the Avodah Zarah of his friend. Meaning, any athlete can ultimately again negate and thereby decommission any form of idolatry. Whether it's his idolatry that he worships or someone else's idolatry. However, be so, in the Radak all this it's actually quite fascinating the logic behind this. Actually does use it, but isn't that fascinating? Right? So Open Kohabin can negate and decommission any form of idolatry. So has no power of a negation of for idolatry. Fascinating. So let's say so am I. So having that bonus function, why is that? What about a case of idolatry that's just great? That clearly again, according to that should work. From Rabbi Shepasva, what's the clear? The case over here is where the Yisrael then did the Obey Kohabin. So it's interesting that what we're suggesting is bending is not a form of decommission. Why not? Decommission requires breakage. Bending when the entire item is still intact doesn't decommission. Whereas one side of the people stop. My Ali, but essentially learn to keep bending idolatry, even though again all of the idolatry is still present. Ultimately, again, we have all Zarah's bottle. I need to leave the bus for the bottle. Ultimately, if an operating goes ahead and bends the idolatry, that negates it. But if you strong against the idolatry, that does not negate it. So Rabbi Rothschild says, keep prostrating each other. In reality, even when we saw dense Avodah Zarah, because of it, in other words, it looks like that thing really is an active form of communication, which really sounds like everything we do to face the idol should be a proper form of communication. So even so dense, it's okay. So what's the issue? Why did Chazal say that it's not? Listen to this. Verse Elo, Sira. What's the Xera? So here's the issue. In reality, Yisrael has the power of negation, right? Yisrael does have power to go ahead and negate idolatry. How does he negate idolatry? If he breaks it, if he bends it, it all should work. So why did he say it doesn't work? What are we concerned about? Listen to this, sir. What is Yisrael going to do? He wants to negate an Avodah Zarah. So what does he do? He has Avodah Zarah. He lifts it up by getting ready, let's say, to smash it or to rip it afterwards. What's the problem? Once he lifts it up, that's an act of Hagbah. What does Hagbah do? Hagbah acquires. Once he acquires it, it becomes the Avodah Zarah of a Jew. Once it becomes the Avodah Zarah of a Jew, Avodah is becoming the Yad Yisrael. The Avodah is becoming the Yad Yisrael. So I'm going to say this is absolutely wild. It's absolutely wild. I'm going to say we are going to see exactly why this is a Gemara in pen block from now on days. But again, right now we'll just go with the principle. The principle is any Avodah Zarah that is owned by a Jew cannot get negated. So that's what's happening. Can Yisrael, technically speaking, decommission Avodah Zarah? Yeah. How could he decommission it? He could break it, he could bend it. But Chazal said that the decommissioning of a Jew does not work. Why? What are you concerned about? That in the process of decommissioning, the Yisrael's going to pick it up. By picking it up, say Avodah Zarah is considered to be hefker. And we'll get into all of this in a couple of days. Avodah Zarah is considered to be hefker. He lifts it up, he acquires it. Once he acquires it, right? Once he goes ahead and he acquires it, it becomes Avodah Zarah of the Yid. Avodah Zarah of the Yid ultimately cannot be Yid. You can't be those backwards. You can't commission it. Therefore, again, ultimately, we are stuck in this situation. So essentially, what we want to try to avoid is Jewish handling of Avodah Zarah. Having Chazal simply going ahead and saying, you can't do anything to it. Even if you try to decommission it, ultimately, again, it is not going to work. Incredible. So everybody goes in the East today. The people of the hand of Joachim, Victor Tios. I'm saying just by this whole idea over here of Avodah. Listen to this. So he brought stones from Marcellus. Marcellus is an Avodah Zarah that essentially the Avodah Zarah was a stone formation. So an apple takes stones from Marcellus, and what does he do? If he goes ahead and drops in the Tartios, what does he do? He goes ahead and he takes the stones and he builds them into roads. In other words, he decommissions the stones by using them for mundane use. He uses them as pavers. Like these pavers, and he uses them to make the street sense halacha toros. The stones are mutter. Why are the stones mutter? Because again, halacha so he's actively decommissioned them through using it for a mundane use. But again, if a Jew takes stones from Marcellus and builds it into the road, ultimately, again, it's not decommissioned. You can't use that road. You can't get hung up because it's Avodah Zarah. I might be merciful. Why is that? So why do we say so? Again, let's ask Rish Lakish. Why should this be any worse? Ultimately, again, than Avodah Zarah that broke on its own. And according to Rish Lakish, Avodah Zarah that broke on its own ultimately is decommissioned. To which the Lord says, no, how can I make you the Rabbi? The Lord says, it's just that the Rabbi said before. The Rabbi said essentially, a Jew can't decommission Avodah Zarah. Why not? Because once again, we have this concern. We have this concern that in the process of decommissioning, lifts it up. If he lifts it up, he acquires it. Then it's Avodah owned by a Jew. And once you have Avodah Zarah owned by a Jew, that can never be decommissioned. incredible. And again, we see that reaction takes it, it's the catch on only because of the circle. So let's listen to this. Let's start. Only because you sheep for our response. What's here you're watching? So you have all these are and you shave and you have all these up. So let's say so actually for example, a shaver tree. A shaver tree. Right? And what do? I go and I take shavings off of the shaver. That is of the shavings. Let's start. If the apple is doing it for himself, right? He's taking shavings off the apple because he wants to, I don't know, make a buy five, whatever it is. Let's start. Ultimately, again, if he's doing it for himself, then she can get out and turn. Then both the shavings and the tree itself becomes a little wide because the actual taking shavings off the apple tree for the apple's own personal use is what? Is itself the commissioning of the apple desire. Okay, however, let's start wrong. If he's taking the shit, that he's pruning the tree, right? And that's for the thing of the tree itself. So it's our wrong. Here, see the sheep will get ultimately again. Then the shavings and the tree ultimately again. Then the Shiasura, the tree is still usher. The sheep will get ultimately. The shavings will be water. The straw sheep of Israel takes the shavings, takes pieces off of the shaver tree. Bailets are called. He should bring a suit. Rather than Israel is doing this again for his benefit, but for the tree's benefit. Ultimately, again, the apple desire, the tree itself, and the shavings remain water. So let's get a good answer. Why should this be any different? Right? According to you, this should be no different than an apple desire that breaks on its own. And when it breaks on its own, she said it's decommissioned. So to here in this case, it should be decommissioned as well. To which you are self and heavy, keep the Rabbi. So let's say once we keep on bringing up Rabbi. What does Rabbi say? So once again, Rabbi is of the opinion, essentially, you don't want Jews decommissioning Rabbi Zara. Why? It's too much of a roll of the dice. Because if you do it in the wrong way, then what ends up happening in Halacha L'Meisa, you end up acquiring it and therefore getting never be your notice of. They say, we're showing the Zohar Lua, or so it's actually our next mission. Our next mission that we're going to see in Hashem. So as Rabbi Rothschild says, or say, one of the two missionaries from now, showing the Zohar Lua. If you find all the Zohar, you can bind it up and scatter it to the wind. Not till we're young. Or you can go ahead and throw it into the sea. And let's say we're going to see this is talking about if you find it all the Zohar made of metal. So what do? Grind it up, scatter it, right? Scatter it to the wind or burn it to the sea. You know, it says, when you do it. Because if you scatter it into the wind, then what can happen? It can become fertilizer. So this one says, you says, really, you can't retain any part of the Zohar for your own use. Once again, if you ask the the heavy capital is going to be in the home. Once again, fine. You're such a pretty you should be fine. It's going to be a even if the bone is breaks on its own. Ultimately, again, it's decommissioning. Grinding it up should also be a decommissioning. So who cares even if it does act as fertilizer? It's not a bone sorrow for which they must talk. Once again, I won't say leading back to Rabbi. Ultimately, again, it was concerned that if a Jew is involved in the commissioning, he may lift it up first, acquire it, and once it's acquired by a Jew, it cannot be decommissioned. Say, Rabbi Yossi, Ben Sian Omer, Notzim Suras Darkon, Rosh Hashanah. So what's the interesting case over here? Let's see my image of a dragon. This is our next Mishnah. Now, we're going to see a dragon is one of those images that was always considered to be idolatrous. So watch this. You go ahead and you find the image of a dragon, but the head is cut off. That is cut off. So therefore, something only something is off. If I'm not sure, did a Jew decapitate the dragon, right? Or did an apple? It's more. You might say, on the other hand, God died so. but if you saw this little kind of bad, it's also, you know, it says, I'm not. The Cavodas go from I don't understand why should it be any different. Or it's a suffix. So I should be any different than a case. Ultimately, again, as a whole design that broke on its own. Once again, the Gemara says we are concerned ultimately again about the concern of Rabbah. So say, essentially, to begin to see the theme over here, we don't want Jews involved even with commissioning out of Now. We just want Jews to stay away from idolatry. If a Chazal will come up to the point that even decommissioning where the Jew doesn't work, out of concern that he may pick it up, acquire it, and create even greater problems going forward. But you'll see over after the year of those people say, Shaman, they shall be a no Sharon's spot. So it's an interesting case over here. So this halacha makes the following is also only to Mishnah is also ViralRabbi. Halacha is a general book that about what is the halacha concerning planting vegetables under leaf and a shayla tree. What is a shayla tree? So during this summer, the problem is that the shayla tree provides shade. And shade is beneficial, obviously, to the vegetables, to the produce. That's therefore you can't plant in the summertime. However, in the winter, the rainy season, ultimately the shade is actually detrimental. So therefore, the Mishnah wants to suggest that there's no problem planting vegetation underneath a shayla tree during the rainy season. Rabbi Rothschild says not true. You can't even plant vegetables underneath the tree during the rainy season. Why not? If they shine or sheretz alim, because what can happen? Leaves of the tree fall off, and the leaves themselves act as fertilizer for the growing vegetation. So versus I'm not about to watch forming leaves be a problem. After all, the Avic have a little function. Once again, Shlakish, forming leaves should be no different than what? Foreign idols. And according to Shlakish, if an idol falls and breaks on its own, it's buckled. So too, if a leaf falls off of the tree, it should also be buckled. Surely, if I'm a fertilizer, fruits and shiny awesome, they take care of all the stuff on the Kayana. So in the case of a falling leaf, it's different. Why is it different? Because the primary for the idolatry is intact. The leaf may fall off, but the tree is fully intact. That kind of thing house the falling leaf without the Zorite that they even after it's no longer on the tree. Because let's say how many days? 42. The Gemara says, Shikuya. What about the case of the shavings? That would like the Asherah tree shavings. We got also coming. That's where once again the primary part of the Avodah is still in existence. We got to get in that case of both sides. We said it's Sarah, Kiasur, the Shikuya, and Tami. We said that even in a case ultimately again where you're pruning the tree for the benefit of the tree remains usher, but ultimately again the shavings are mutter. The favorite in the Shia Amar, the Fishain, Avodas, Kolkavim, the Tingla, Derech, Bidewasa. Ultimately, I said that the simple reason because an Avodah Zarah can't negate an Avodah Zarah cannot be negated when it is functioning in its normal natural way. So since there is normal for leaves to fall off trees, that act cannot create a sense of negation or reality of negation, which makes sense. The Lord says, hey, so up until now, all of these questions have been from Rabbi Yochanan to Reish Lakish. So again, on both sides. Rabbi Yochanan focuses on one place. And Avodah Zarah falls over by itself. Is the Avodah Zarah bottle or not? Rabbi Yochanan, no. Because negation of idolatry requires active negation. Reish Lakish, yes, because even de facto negation, right, or passive negation ultimately works. Up until now, this entire Amid has been Rabbi Yochanan questioning Reish Lakish. Now we switch gears. So Reish Lakish asked the Kasha on Rabbi Yochanan years ago. What's the interesting case here? If you have a tree belongs to Agnish. Right? The tree belongs to this and the Kush. Now what happens? there's a nest on top of the tree. The bird made a nest on top of the tree. What's the halacha? You'll live from the nest, but if you did so, you have not committed a mitzvah. Now we'll say so again. Rashi says over here, second Rashi from the top row, that is, that's the Rabbanon. So you can't get benefit, the Rabbanon, a little more, right? But you see again, the nest itself is not considered to be part of the tree, and therefore if you do get benefit from the nest, ultimately again, it's not mitzvah. Fine. So let's analyze. But for Rosh Hashanah, what about if the nest is on the top of an Asherah tree? Just in case, I have an Asherah tree. On the top of the Asherah tree is a bird's nest. I want to get benefit from the bird's nest. So what can I do? Yak is bakara. So what can we do? Knock down the nest. Ultimately, again, with a piece of wood, and therefore you can go ahead and get benefit from the nest like that. So what is it? You want to say Yak is bakara. I'm sorry. Rosh Hashanah Yak is bakara. Hasar hadaitcha. To go shishpor mimeno eitzim in Sabah. Now let's say here's what's interesting. Okay, so this is very interesting. So now again, what can't I do? I can't. So now we'll say in both cases, I can't climb the tree in order to get to the nest, right? Because climbing the tree is usage of the tree. But yeah, well, these other trees, interesting enough, what can I do? Just take a piece of wood, knock down the nest, and give it from the nest. Now, Gemara says, let's say, what is the bird nest from? Now, the assumption over here is the nest on the Asherah tree is being built from wood or from twigs from the Asherah tree, right? And yet, what does the Gemara say? You get benefit from the nest. You can't scale the tree, but you can get benefit from the nest. But that nest is made from broken pieces of the Asherah tree. What do you see from here? That once an older Sarah breaks, right, even on its own, even though it has not been actively broken, it's decommissioned. So, it says, the assumption over here is that the bird is building its nest from twigs, broken pieces of the Asherah tree. The kakani is bakana, and yet the nest is. So here's one says, this supports my assertion that broken Avodah Zarah, even if not intentionally broken, ultimately decommissions the Avodah Zarah. No. Let's hear what's the case. If you go into IC8 in the Amal, the king's survive, not necessarily. That's not exactly how birds make nests. Birds make nests. Birds make nests in trees all the time, but they often bring materials from other locations. So the case over here is the bird made itself comfortable in the Asherah tree, but it did not gather the materials for the nest from the Asherah tree. Rather, gathering the materials ultimately again from elsewhere. They can be hectares. So we'll say so again. What's the right for that? The right for that is look at the hectares case. What happened in the hectares case? In the hectares case, also, what do we want to say about the birds now? About the bird's nest? No nanning or about the tree. No net about the nest. Sorry. No nanning or no. So again, you should not get benefit from the nest. But if you did, you do not commit the minimum. So let's analyze this. On the Mishnah of the IC8s in the Alma, simply talking about a case where the bird built the nest ultimately, I guess, from materials in the belt, right outside of the hectares tree, and how you kind of got a hectares on the end of the wall. So then it makes sense. No nanny in the Rabbanon. So again, Chazal said, we really don't want you to get benefit from that nest, right? Why not? Because it's attached to a hectares tree, and we can see how accidentally you make to scale the tree. But it's the Rabbanon, and also the Rabbanon and the Doraisa. But there's no Megillah. Why is there no Megillah? Because since the materials for the nest came not from the hectares tree, but from the outside, the nest itself is not subject to Megillah. On the Shishava 8 in the middle of the Kinsabah, and on my Bamor and Hakabishi. But again, we'll say Halacha L'Maisa. The bird is building the nest from the tree itself. That means again, if this nest is made from twigs from a hectares tree, then what's the status of the nest? The status of the nest? It's hectares. If it's hectares, ultimately again, then you're not allowed to benefit from it. The Doraisa. No, and it's even the Doraisa. The Gemara says, So therefore, the Gemara is suggesting it seems to be clear that halacha l'maisa would deal with both cases in the Shayla tree and in the hektish tree, where the bird is making a nest from other materials, not from the Shayla tree and not from the hektish tree, to which the Gemara says not necessarily. The Gemara says, maybe area, how come the Gideon have one of the Achari Tana scheme? So they'll say maybe not. It's actually quite possible that in both of these cases, ultimately, or I should say in the hektish case, that the bird is making its nest from the actual hektish tree itself. But if the bird is making its nest from the hektish tree, then why is that nest not asr midoraisa? Right? What's going on over here? To which the Gemara says, listen to this. So what's the case over here? So they'll say, this is a fascinating sugya which we'll get to. When you makdish something, right? So obviously the item as it is hektish. What about if that item grows things afterwards? Are those subsequent growths considered to be hektish as well? So what's a great example of this? A tree. I'm makdish a tree, on Tuesday. And then 3 months later, there's Baruch Hashem, there's new branches, there's new growths. Are those new branches and growths some of the hektish designation or not? That is a machlokes. That is called Gidulin Ba'acharikan, growth which occurs after the designation. So let's say we're talking. So over here is the bird. So I was makdish the tree, and then again 3 months later, when new branches grew, the bird took twigs from the new growths. So that makes the nest out of those new growths, and therefore again, so now is the nest hektish. It depends. That's an machlokes. The Gemara says, and the author of this price, or the author of this Mishnah holds that halacha l'maisa, the hektish designation only devolves upon the tree that's in existence at the time of the designation, but anything that grows afterwards is not subject to hektish, and therefore again the nest is incredible. Rabbi Abo, Rabbi Yochanan, my gap is ultimately what does it mean? Rabbi Yochanan said maybe that. What does it mean when it says you can knock the nest down and get benefit from the nest? That broken. It doesn't mean the nest. It doesn't mean the nest itself. It could very well be that the nest is asr. The nest is asr in both cases because it's made of a shera or because it's made of a hektish tree. Either way, it's asr. So what's mutter? What can you get benefit from? The chicks. Whereas when we say knock down the nest, it's benefit from the contents of the nest, but not the nest itself. I'm going to be able to be about that. A sabbalah that thrown in. It can become required. You can apply that to both cases, both to the Ashira case as well as to the hektish case. So in both of the cases, ultimately, perhaps you can't get benefit from the nest itself, especially if we're setting this up as a case where the nest is being made from the hektish tree or the nest is being made from the Ashira tree. And again, even assuming that the materials weren't present at the time of the designation, maybe we're going to the opinions that whatever grows from the tree is going to be hektish or avodah zarah. So what's the case? Why am I knocking down the nest? Not for the nest material, but for the what? For the chicks or for the eggs inside of the nest, and that will be mutter. That will be mutter. The basin kind of stressful. So this is an addition to eggs. You know what it says? For the chicks, it's going to be mutter, but for the eggs, ultimately, again, it's going to be asr. Now, we'll say, now, why are the eggs asr? So this is actually quite fascinating. If you look at Rashi, this is Rashi right before the Mishnah in Rashi. The basin kind of asr should strichel is iman. So what's actually very fascinating? Eggs are asr. Why are eggs asr? Because eggs need the nest. The nest needs the tree, and therefore A goes B and B goes C, and then A goes C, which means that halacha l'maisa, the eggs are considered to be ultimately reliant on the tree. So because of that, they're going to be asr. So what's fascinating? So it's quite fascinating. There's a lot of variables going on over here. But the one suggesting maybe in all of these cases the nest is asr. Why is the nest asr? Because we're talking about a case where the nest was made from the Asherah tree or from the hektish tree. So the nest is going to be asr. The nest is going to be asr. So what does it mean when Brexit says take the stick, knock down the nest to get benefit from the nest? It means the chicks in the nest. The chicks are mutter. But the eggs may be problematic. Why? Because ultimately, again, since the eggs need the nest and the nest needs the tree, therefore the eggs are considered to be dependent on the tree, and therefore Allah said the eggs are considered to be an appendage of the tree itself. So you can get benefit ultimately again from the chicks, but ultimately not the eggs. You know, it says Rashi that broken should switch on the iman. It's very interesting. Chicks that are so young that they are reliant on their mother have the status of eggs, right? So which makes sense because the chicks that require their mother are dependent on the nest. The nest is reliant on the tree, and therefore Allah so many products. It turns out that over here, in this case of the nest, of the Asher tree, the eggs is tree. You obviously can't scale the tree regardless, right? What can you do? You can knock down the nest. But why are you knocking down the nest? So maybe you can't get benefit from the nest because there's a concern that the nest itself is made from the Asher tree or from the Hector tree. What can you get benefit from? Independent chicks. Independent chicks, right? Allah said that is going to be mutter. Like, maybe better, right? So, you get benefit from the independent young birds, right? Or ultimately, but what you can't get benefit from is the eggs or from the reliant young, because those are considered to be dependent on the tree itself. But we'll stop over for today, but again, let me just say the halach l'maisa. So no, actually, we'll say, yeah, we'll do tomorrow. So already, I think tomorrow we'll pick up, we'll finish up with the halach l'maisa, milk and rishlakish, like, what are we doing that halach l'maisa? What are we passing like? And then in the rest of the show, we'll be 3 minutes of Hashem, investors in Avodah Zarah, Shvach, everyone. Bye, brothers, and have a great day. All right, I will say good morning. Good morning. Let us begin. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning share to thank our annual comical sponsors. Mostly Mishpach Hamaretz Yisrael, dedicating all the Shemot Rosh this year as it's close to the Solos levels for Yisrael. Our Bartolomeo sponsors for the month of Av, Avalin with Thomas, Stephen, and Wendy Tracy, in honor of their parents, Israel Tracy, Dina Tracy, and Abby Rose's wife, in memory of Stan Rose's wife, the Rahman. Our weekly sponsors, Abby and Joe Hirsch, with appreciation to share the entire love for the Hayalim, the Hayalim, and all of those sacrificing for Cloud Israel. And Reish and Devorah Gordish. Our afternoon sponsors for today, Rachel the Yard with Aryeh and Band Books, their Marathon of Torah, all of the Nishans, the family team from all of the listening to the Shabbat, that will close the Holy Israel, which roughly should bring home our hostages, the Shalom and the Karl, allow our home soldiers to be successful, the follow up Nazi. I will say with that, let us begin our Shabbat a lot today. Today's daf is Mem Beis. Is that has been days we are picking up the rest of the Hashem on then Halloth days 41b, and we left off the Enos, something mostly days, which is 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, about 15 minutes off from the bottom. So I'll say it again. In yesterday's daf, we made a fascinating distinction between finding broken pieces of what we call slumming versus finding broken pieces of what we call Avodah Zarah. What's the see those two terms? Slumming are images. Images, maybe they were worshipped. Avodah Zarah was the fifth image. So the Gemara says that if you follow pieces of Avodah Zarah, essentially you still have to take your hand. No, why not? Because again, there's a suffix. What's the suffix? Did an akum decommission them or not? That's our shad now. An akum, and we're going to discuss this more today's daf. And Akum does have the ability to decommission Avodah Zarah, but it has now again. Then we have Mahot to go for Reflection. Do you need active decommissioning or can you need passive decommissioning? But again, we'll get back into that just a little bit. That's our overarching level. So here, the Yokel says it has to be active decommissioning. Rishon says even passive decommissioning. That's the meaning would be if the idol falls over by itself and breaks. But the Yokel is still an idol. According to Rishon, as well as it's idolatry. This is the point. So we'll say, but again, so that's why it's pieces of Avodah Zarah. If you find pieces of slugging on an image, it's going to be mutter. Why is it mutter? Because it's a spec state. What's the spec state of? Second number one is maybe never worship. That's number one. And number two, ultimately, again, even if it was worship, maybe it was decommissioned. So the idea of jumping back to Avodah Zarah, which is the second, it's not ultimately again by Avodah Zarah. It does not work because Allah will say in something continuing that. Ultimately, again, the something that may be with decommission doesn't go ahead and take it out of the contact that it was on those results. And that's more questions that visible. Maybe something was to be contact. Is that true? That a something, a possibility, cannot go ahead and change the reality of facing uncertainty. What about following on time? You're very interested. You guys saw this. Cover Shanice, the day we were in the Paris. So I'll say a cover died. And again, we translate, a special Shalom Aleichem to a member of our shir from South Africa by the name of Ian Meltzer, who I was just introduced to. Through Velgam, another member of our shir in Toronto. Hashem, we have our beautiful family, not just in the States members, but Hashem around the world. So Ian messaged me via mail. I translated the cover a few days ago as talking. So the truth is, it's not really a fair definition. Rashi, remember again, 2 days ago, goes ahead and translates cover as a person who is careful with the laws of Tul and Tara to complete the Tara. Even if it's a school of Tara. So even again, not unsanctified food, he is actually in a state of ritual purity, and he's also careful with Shumas. That's the definition of a cover. So it's interesting for me and asked and said, why? So why do you call a cover? I cover means a friend. What's the shot of that? So perhaps the song is like this. Who's a cover? Cover is someone who's just searching out for extra power. He's looking for extra purity. That's what he's looking for. At the end of the day, what is the trouble? Once Hashem says, I want you to make sure that you eat Kodesh in a state of Tara. Well, if you don't have to eat in a state of Tara, you're not obligated to eat the unsanctified food in a state of ritual purity. However, someone who thirsts for Tara so much that he seeks out those standards, even from Pandas, or ultimately he's not obligated. Such a person who is thirsty for truth. Such a person who wants to inherit into areas of his life, he is not obligated to do so. Such a person is a threat. That's a threat. That Baruch says, someone wants to live life so
randomly, and there's very little information about what happened. Some unverified online sources say that he got sick or that he got cancer, but no one ever checked the death certificate. Somebody in California could go today and pay the $30 and get the death certificate and find out what it says. Given the hugeness of the Epstein case.
So the word says, cover shipping, see if you have to where they go. So, cover dies, interesting case, cover dies, and after you guys, we discovered he has a basket of fruit. What's the issue? What's the issue is we don't know whether or not they've been timed. So the word says, even if not, she just harvested them that day. Hurricane Bethesda's coming. Is a chazaka, ultimately again, that they are properly timed. I will second. The bad idea is something that's real. Something was true. I will say, let's analyze this case. Here's a case of a bad guy. What's the bad guy? What's the bad guy? Certainty. The certainty was they were Tevos. That's for sure, right? Tevos untied produce. I will say, why is that a bad guy? Because everything starts out as untied produce. So you have a bad guy that is untied. Something, maybe the father did time it, maybe he didn't time it. And what do you see here? The Kamasi something, the most he did not like. And what do you see here? That ultimately, again, a something possibility that time it goes ahead and overrides the bad guy that it certainly was Teva. So you see something close to the bad guy. Which the Gemara says no. Plus, bad guy is bad guy. It's fascinating. But it's not true. That's not something bad guy. That's a bad guy and bad guy. What's the case? The bad guy asks you. So where it says it's headed was Teva, bad guy was Teva, certainly it was Teva, and also bad guy, that's what? That he timed it. You know, it's either heading the comes out or heading the comes off. Kazaka, a cover, shame, and both see the shame, and took up the path of Santo. What's it? That's the Kazaka. So again, interestingly enough, it's fascinating. The cover looks like again. Can you imagine moving yourself to the level where there's no suffix that you've done the right thing? You have to understand, so what does that mean? Get to that level where the halacha looks at me and the halacha says, this guy certainly did the right thing. A chaver does not leave untied produce in his possession. For the moment, if it comes in his possession, it's tied. And therefore, there's no such thing as bad guy. There's only bad guy and bad guy. Incredible. So the other possibility is, it says something to something. Interestingly enough, it is a suffix and a suffix house, so there's that. I've shown the Abba to Raboshia. Possible that the Prophet conducted himself like Raboshia, instead of Raboshia. The Amar, Nahari Adam Altu also, Rahim Sabbath Shalom, Kadesha take the hand of Kalas German Adisa. I suppose that is an interesting case. There is, technically speaking, a nice timing involved. The timing involved, that involved technicalities now. In order for produce to be subject to time, applications, there has to be what's called the Yanabais right here. It has to come into the home. It has to come into the home normative for normative agents. Let's say through the window and not the door. Technically, it's nicer exempt. Now again, there are limitations on that also. So the person, so over here, there's really no something else you want to be about that. Why? Because it's actually possible, even if you want to go with the fact that maybe it's a suffix if the cover ties it or not, it's also a suffix if the produce was ever subject to true semesters. Why? Because it's possible that we don't make any use of this legal loophole of bringing it into the window, and therefore it was never subject. Okay, so the Gemara says, 1 second, maybe something looks into the other. So remember, the Gemara is questioning this principle. Right? The Gemara put out there like a law, a principle. The principle was, something won't say today about that. But it can ultimately be a possibility cannot change the reality of a certainty. Of a certainty. So what's really is that true? So the Gemara said, but how you learn Amar Buddha, my sufficient muscle shall not happen like this. Not a nice sufficient muscle shall not see after the very interesting case where there was once a story of a maid servant. I won't say now, again, we're going to, this is a Jewish woman. A Jewish woman who worked for a matzah. What's a matzah? Rashi says over here, Gabra Alama Israel, a very powerful guy. Very powerful guy. She worked for a matzah in the city of Freedom. Okay, what happened? She had to live in the bar. She had a miscarriage. And I would say, interestingly enough, it was common that when a woman had a miscarriage, you have to bury a maid. No, but an interesting thing is, this is also about a little bit. They fell in a bit, just in a nondescript way. In general, what's the halacha is, you have to bury a maid, so you have to bury a miscarried baby, but you have to not bury it in a marked place. You do not. If you bury the rebel, you do not bury the marked way. For a variety of reasons, also, just from a mental health perspective, it's unhealthy that Hazal to the result of where it's developed and